Our inaugural day of Group A certainly brought the heat, but now the temperature is about to reach boiling point. The first game of the day, fighting for that spot at the Royal Arena, is going to be Astralis versus Vitality.
He's slowly walking back and he gets just around the corner, back for the headshot. Oh, he saw that and he wants more, nearly getting Bubsky. He's going to clutch it. Apex going to be taking down Bubsky, just ready. Oh, and a nice jump off. Apex playing this so well. And he's going to take down Sip as well. What a god. 18 seconds. Sip just can't even slow down. He's going to be running right through, trying to pick up the bomb. He's going to get one kill. Oh, what a clutch. Taking the triple at the end, and he just read that so well. What a comeback for Vitality. 9 in a row to shut down Astralis.
The pressure is on in our final game of the day, and a race to keep their heads above water as two regional rivals collide.
And we'll see if he can punish as Naf just very quickly melts 3 players over towards apartments. Daps does get that head turn. This is a curious situation because Daps just added Stewie to the tally. Daps! Oh, he's going huge! Cirque just turned his attention. Grim gives chase, gets that kill. Daps! Oh! It was a hell of an effort. The tenacity, the speed, and the spellin with the 3 kills on the AUG. An unideal situation for Evil Geniuses, and they are sent packing down to the showdown.
The final day of Group A, but it is still all to play for our remaining teams. Yesterday, Vitality were first to stake claim at the Royal Arena as they were the first team to be claiming that spot on land, but we still have one more to be giving away to one team of Group A. Of course, joining myself, Freya, to be finding out exactly how it's going to be going down. I've got the wonderful Maui and Maniac joining me, and I think today, Maniac, this is going to be the cherry on top of what has been a fantastic group.
Yeah, absolutely. Our first game today is an absolute banger. It's bonkers. It's going to be crazy. I'm sure that Liquid Astralis is going to pay off huge dividends. I was just realizing how that game for Astralis and Liquid either make it very easy to make it to the Royal Arena or horrifyingly hard through the showdown. It's like 2 maps, like, you know, 32 rounds you got to win to make that difference.
Yeah, now that we're wrapping up Group A as well, has there been any highlights for you in particular, Maui, coming into this one?
There's definitely been some lowlights. The group that already made it out, but highlights, you know, I think Vitality are on the uptick. That's something we can be pretty happy about because they had a little bit of a rocky period for a while when they were incorporating Kyojin, and I think now it's reached a point for them that they can be pretty satisfied. You know, they are always going to have championship aspirations with this kind of roster, with having one of the best players in the world on the team, but at this point, you know, they're pretty close. They're closer to the top than they are away from it.
Yeah, and I think we do need to take a quick recap of yesterday's results just in case you guys missed out on any of the action, because Vitality were looking incredibly strong in that first matchup. We thought that Astralis were going to be staking claim on Nuke, their pick coming into this series, but an absolutely lights out T side from Vitality made them take it in 2.
Yeah, that was huge, and to an extent, I think that 2-0 scoreline could be deceiving. If you haven't seen the game, you might think, oh, you know what, Vitality, they outclassed Astralis. That's not what happened. That was a really hard-fought game, and we needed Apex to come in with that crazy T side calling, as you mentioned, for them to make it to this next step, to make it to the Royal Arena. So that makes our game today that much more interesting.
Yeah, and then unfortunately for the side of Evil Geniuses, they were the first to be bid farewell here at the full groups. But it isn't down and out for them just yet. They will be going to that showdown, Maui, but we've been saying it time and time again. It ain't easy for any team that find themselves there.
The showdown is no easy task. Despite the fact that a lot of the teams there are lower ranked in the standings, it is very difficult. The fact that it's single elimination, that's just something that no player really wants to go through. At least with the groups, you know, you have those 2 lives, but now there's 1 life left for EG, and at least they'll play with their 5-man though. Obo's pretty happy about that. Yeah,
he did confirm it in our losers interview courtesy of James Banks yesterday. They will be coming with the full 5-man roster to the showdown, but we do need to also recap our CS Money Play of the Day. You guys have been voting over on Twitter, and we can now crown the champion play of day 2. We're going to be going for play number 3 though first. It is courtesy of our man Obo Maniac.
Indeed, we are staying with EG, and we have Obo making plays with the Galil, fighting towards that A ramp on Vertigo. I'm going to be real, there was not a lot of highlights from that game, but Obo is always good for one.
And at number 2 here, we have Dupree on the entry route here on Nuke. Nice little mini split from him and his team. The first kill is nice, but the second and third, oh, so sweet. Just a few bullets, and look, he stops in his tracks. He knew what he did.
It was really, really clean. And finally, we have Apex, the winner, making a huge difference on Overpass. Again, for context, that was a round where Vitality had very limited resources, weaponry at stake, and I really like that move here. Jumping on the box, getting that sweet double kill with the M4, guaranteeing his team that round.
And I think what's really exciting as well is it isn't all we're going to be seeing from Vitality. Of course, we can take a look at today's schedule, see what's on the menu for you guys at home, because you will be seeing Vitality in that game later today, which is for the seeding going forward. That isn't going to eliminate anybody from the competition. So the winner of our next game coming up in Astralis versus Team Liquid, they've got a bit of a double header today, Maui, because that seeding going forwards into the full final, that's still incredibly important.
Absolutely. If we've got the main course of Vitality versus the winner of this game, we've got an excellent appetizer. Astralis Liquid is, I mean, there's a lot of history there in terms of those teams. And what you got?
I'll fight you on that metaphor. You say that's the main course. I say Astralis versus Liquid is the main course, but you have a nice dessert behind it.
Okay.
That's
all
how I
right.
see. That's a nice dessert. It's like, you know, a creme de la creme.
Twisting a little bit. I like it. I can agree with that. Yeah.
Always here.
Yeah, I think we need to set the scene because this is such an epic matchup for Prepay. Of course, it is on the line at that spot at the Royal Arena for the LAN finals. And I think we should set the scene in terms of some of our expectations for the team. Maybe starting off with Astralis, because there is so much pressure for them to be in attendance on home soil with that LAN and a crowd that are going to be behind them. Yeah,
there is a lot of turmoil, obviously, for Astralis. I mean, it is a roster that has to make do, obviously, with Glaive not being able to play. Lucky is here for some of his first steps. Bubsky trying to integrate Zip in the mix. But forget all about it. Forget all about it. There is a spot at the Royal Arena in Copenhagen. And we know, for these players, we know how important it is to make it, to have that LAN experience, to have the crowd behind them. And just if we're looking at some of the results, you know, in the last 3 to 6 months, there is still that run in Cologne. That run in Cologne from Astralis gave me hope. Because at the time, I kind of wrote them off, to be real. Like, during the broadcast, I said, you know, I don't really expect Astralis to do that well. It would be so extreme for them. And they made it to the semi-final. They had a very legit run, which reminded all of us that you can never discard them. Anytime there is a lot on the stake, there's a lot at stake, there's a lot going on the game, players like Zip, player like Magisk, like Dupree with the experience, they rise and shine.
Got to agree. I think that LAN is really what Astralis is looking for. This is one of the potential highlights of the year if they can make it to the LAN. And you know that they want to play in front of their home crowd. I think that's the biggest pressure here. The fact that this means so much more to them than really anybody else, because everybody wants to sink their teeth into some LAN, but to do it in front of your home crowd elevates it to a completely other level.
It's unique.
And additional pressure as well for Lucky if we do see him playing for the side of Astralis, because he hasn't been in attendance at many really high tier LANs. Of course, there hasn't really been the opportunity over the past few years.
No, I guess that would be his first LAN and let alone S-tier LAN events, right? And unfortunately for him, obviously everyone is, you know, keeping an eye on him, and we know that there is going to be mistakes, there are going to be disappointments, and he still has to grow and learn. We're going to touch on it in the pre-show, obviously, but the pressure is quite heavy on his shoulder for a young man like this to be in that spot where Astralis as a brand and his teammates have to make it to the Royal Arena, and he's got to step up.
And the pressure definitely isn't going to be released when we're looking on the side of Liquid, because they've been on the up and up since coming off the player break. There was a lot of pressure on them coming off of that as well, because we didn't really see too much of them preceding that, but it seems like they've been really working on stuff over that break, and we saw that at EPL.
Right. When we look at Liquid's results, you're going to see not necessarily standout performances from them necessarily. You know, you do have that one victory at CS Summit, but that was kind of among some more NA-focused competition, so you wouldn't say it's the same caliber of some of these other events. But the bright little sign for Liquid there is ESL Pro League. That's a 5th to 8th finish, and that's something that probably should have been a little higher if it wasn't for that, I would say, best clutch of the year.
I think you'd be there. That 1v5, obviously, that we will talk about for years to come. For Liquid, the story in the, let's say, recent weeks, it's almost. Like, that's the word I want to use. It's almost. You look at IM Cologne, oh, this is looking better. That series against Mauisnake is insane. Quadruple overtime on Inferno. And then they move on to look absolutely flat against Big. And you say, okay, what the hell is that? Anyway, moving on to ESL Pro League, looking better again. After the break, things are looking up and up. And then you have that ridiculous clutch against Refresh, forcing us to say, oh, okay, that was almost amazing. And we have to say quarterfinal is not too bad, but you feel like there's something more. There should be something more.
Yeah, the thing about Liquid is that even though the results aren't jumping out of the page and saying that they're a championship caliber team, when you watch their games, the eye test tells you that they are in a better form than they were, say, 6 months ago, where they were trying to put together who is the in-game leader, what's the structure of this team. The beginning of the rounds, the middle of the rounds, everything's looking a little bit better, and it does feel like they are performing better. And we're seeing players like Grim, for example, performing very well. Everybody on Liquid is putting up monster numbers on the CT side now, and that's something that really kind of wasn't always the case, I'd say like half a year ago.
Yeah, and it seems to be kind of unfortunate for Liquid that there's been a story with them, kind of always the bridesmaid, never the bride.
Right.
Really, they're never really getting to those heights. So it's a clean run from them here, really important for kind of cementing that Liquid are on the up and up and continuing to sort of hit that crescendo.
Yeah, it would be very much needed if you're Liquid, because right now I was just keeping an eye on the HLTV ranking. They're ranked 11. They're not even in the top 10. And I agree with you, the eye test, you're looking at Liquid play and you think, wow, this is a top team. But you need to have the results to back it up. It's not enough for us to stand here at the desk and say, oh no, they have such good players and the structure is interesting. You got to win. You got to get rid of these mistakes, get rid of these like clown Durkery rounds that happen against Refresh, for example, and then we can stand and talk about how Liquid evolved and improved. But it is still, that game right here, that's the game they have to win. Because if they lose, we go back to the same discussion. Oh, Liquid, yeah, super interesting at Fall Series. You know, they lost to Astralis, but almost.
Yeah, almost. And I think something else about Liquid as well, going forward for this one in particular versus Astralis, it's been a minute since they faced the Danes as well, and with different lineups too.
In terms of organizations, I mean, these teams have a storied history against each other clashing, and it has been over a year since the Liquid organization has beat the Astralis org. And the reason I'm putting org constantly in the discussion here is because the players have been rotating around. It's not the same 5-man lineup versus 5-man lineup. In fact, Astralis have swapped out quite a few players since the last time they even played. So there's a lot that's changing between these two teams, despite the fact that Astralis has historically had Liquid's number.
And I wonder if it's going to play a role, because obviously if you're Magisk, if you're dupreeh, you have played against Liquid a number of times, and you have established a clear dominance over the years. Granted, the context is not the same. I think the power rankings is different by either teams, but for them, is there like an untapped well of confidence going up against a team like Liquid, knowing that usually they have the number figured out, they were always winning? I wonder to what extent it will play a role. It might be just an X factor.
Well, we've been setting up this matchup for the ages, and now it's time to be getting into this one. The Royal Arena is beckoning for one of these two teams, and Astralis will be hungry to claim that place on home soil, but they're going to have to take down the juggernauts of Liquid to get there. We're going to be delving into our first game of the day with so much on the line after this short break.
It's Ren from Facer. Today I'm playing CSGO Screenshot versus my old teammate Nico, and we'll see how I do. I don't know how my chances are here, but hopefully they're better than his. Nuke.
This is Nuke.
This is coming down as T.
I'll say it's a decon, it's like the right side.
I'm pretty sure it's coming down secret on the right side.
Maybe I'll... No, okay, okay. No, it's when you go down secret to the right.
Yes. Alright.
I figured it out in the end.
This is Dust 2.
This is Dust to the T-spawn.
This is on long. Long Dust 2.
Ah, it's on short. Ah. Okay, I was so confident it's T-base. I don't know why.
No. Okay, yeah, that's why I've seen it so many times. Okay. I think I even have some lineups with this sign. It's like a walk lineup, so.
It's only one. On Inferno, I think we have 2 of those. Mailbox.
I feel like I've seen this, maybe?
I'm trying to think if there's any mailbox on other maps. Not on Dust 2. Not on Mirage.
I'm gonna go ahead and say Inferno.
I'll just say Inferno Banana. I don't know. I cannot think of anything.
But second mid? I have no idea. I actually don't remember where this box is. Okay, it's there, okay. Because there's one, maybe it's a green one in second mid you line up smokes with. That's the only thing I remember.
Okay. I knew it was 2, I thought they were connected, so that's why I wasn't sure if it was Banana. This is a Mirage, but... not very exactly. I always shoot this, I know that, but...
That is Dust 2.
they're one of the home teams here. There's tons of pressure on their shoulders because they want to play in front of that crowd.
18 seconds. Sip just can't even slow down. He's going to be running right through, trying to pick up the bomb. He's going to get one kill. Oh, what a clutch!
They've really been on the up and up, and we should be expecting a lot of things coming into this match.
Flashbang comes beyond the smoke. Fallen. Best of luck. He's able to get... Oh, he's got him! Oh!
A clash for group life and a place on LAN. Astralis and Liquid are locking heads in a series with it all to play for. Astralis may be the resident Danes, but there is no guarantee they're going to be taking a place on home soil at the Royal Arena, especially as they are locking heads with Liquid, who we have seen on the rise Maniac since coming off the player break.
Yeah, this is a much better looking Liquid that we have after this player break, and it is very good for Counter-Strike as a whole. I think Counter-Strike needs a team from NA as well that can kind of show the way, pave the way for players behind him to get motivated. Liquid definitely looking better and looking like a team that has to make deep runs, that has to play playoffs.
This is one of the only things we can be proud of as a North American team.
I mean, they have you. That's pretty good.
That's true, I suppose. But I think more people out there are rooting for Liquid right now, myself included, in terms of my prediction.
Short,
So, yeah, Liquid, though, they have been looking better. And I think that since adreN has been reincorporated into the roster, you can see that they're fixing mistakes. They're adding new things to the playbook. The players as well. I think they're congealing in a way that is putting them in some great form.
Yeah, I'm really glad that we actually got to hear from adreN yesterday in the winners interview as well, because Maui, you've been saying you feel like he's one of the most underrated coaches out there, really, especially with a team that would win the Intel Grand Slam.
Because adreN never was the one to bust out the pom-poms and give the best shoulder rubs, a lot of people said that he had his flaws that, as an emotional leader, he wasn't there. And I think that's a fair criticism, but it's the only criticism that I can stand for when talking about adreN. In terms of tactics, this guy is really in those demos. He is constantly looking for new ways to revamp the playbook of his team, his teammates, and he's looking for ways to fix the mistakes, whether it's fundamentals or even things that are more team specific. He has such a comprehensive approach to every single match, and his preparation is top notch.
So what's been so strong specifically about Liquid that's been really impressing you coming forward? I
think part of Liquid's DNA in Counter-Strike has always been CT sides. And once again, in that event, we are seeing such a strong CT-sided Liquid there. We see 60% round one on their CT side. We have a ridiculous 82% of 5v4, which basically means as soon as they get the advantage, they know how to close rounds. And I think there are two sides to that story, and there are like two claws that we can use. First of all, you have crazy individuals able to make the difference anywhere, and this is a luxury in Counter-Strike. There's not a lot of teams where we can count on every single player on any single position to make the difference. Liquid have that. And as Maui was pointing to, the fact that adreN is trying to fix some structural issues. We had this discussion, that interview about the, the NAF Elige positioning on Mirage, Elige, Link in connector, usually very good individually, but adreN thinking, oh, maybe we have to play in a bit of a different way, and now the CT side is better. So you put these two together, you put crazy individuals and a good idea of structure for the defense, and you end up with that.
Speaking of structure, I mean, he's already made some pretty drastic changes with this team. The fact that every single person's position on Mirage has completely changed because adreN thought the philosophy of the team, the way that Elige was playing in connector, the way that Stewie could contribute more towards that A side potentially, he's ready to shift things up, and he's not afraid of the consequences of that.
Yeah, and I think we should continue to talk a little bit more about Elige as well, because he's a player that we always look at for bringing the star power for Liquid.
Yes, and I'm going to be honest, the first few games, matches from Elige that I have seen post-summer break, he was a little bit away from his incredible self, right? And I personally rate Elige extremely high. I'm talking one of the very best players we have in the world. Punkt Schluss. But the fact is, after the summer break, I thought maybe he took a step down. A few positions, few roles, he had to adapt to it, maybe Fallen style of IJailing. And the problem is, or let's say the conundrum is, for Liquid, you need Elige to perform. He's always been, always will be a win condition for Liquid. You need Elige to be firing on all cylinders. Fortunately for Liquid, that's the case at that event. He's one of the highest rated players. He's got 127. He's loaded. He's online. But this is and will always be a player to watch.
And now they're going up against a team who we just saw from that graphic don't have as good a win percentage on that CT side. Almost half of what Liquid are putting up.
Yeah, it's a pretty stark contrast in terms of looking at Astralis and what they're bringing to the table. That being said, their T side has been impressive. You can see that some of the playbook that has been built up over the years and years of tactical play has really benefited them. They are sitting at a 67% round win percentage on the T side, the best so far at the Blastfall groups, and that's actually without even the highest opening kill percentage. That even actually is more testament to the fact that they're playing a very overall good game because that 4v5 percentage.
Yeah, that's the one.
What does that tell you, Maniac?
That is the one that really kind of blows my mind. The fact that Astralis can boast a 45% of 4v5 being won with that roster, the fact that, you know, surely the structure and the philosophy of Counter-Strike is still here, but I cannot imagine that the level of detail is the same as what used to be. This is just not the case. And everyone says it in every interview. This is not the Astralis that was so polished. But still, because they remember so much of these protocols and principles of the game, they can win rounds they were not supposed to. And that has to be the highlight. And for Astralis, the win condition is going to be the T side in that game.
Yeah, and it is a new look Astralis for one big reason. Obviously, Lucky coming into the roster, and we heard some things from him saying, you know, he's not trying to fit into Device's positions. He's trying to sort of create his own role, his own style as a player. So what have you kind of gleaned from what we've seen from Lucky so far?
Lucky doesn't actually make too many big macro mistakes. He's not maybe out of complete position. He's not rotating badly or anything. Sometimes it really actually comes down to the micro, though. It's moments at the end of the Vitality series that he played where there were shots that you think maybe he should hit this one, or maybe he's not in the perfect spot, or his crosshair placement's not perfect. These little details that separate the real tier 1 top of the world oppers versus people that came from teams like Tricked. They're not quite at the same level. And Lucky, he's working his way up, but right now I can safely say that he is not even one of the best 2 oppers in this group. I think there's 2 people, Fallen and Zywoo,
yeah,
I would say are better right now.
Look, Maui is mentioning, he's talking about moments, key moments where Lucky kind of faltered a little bit, and that's the case right here. We see the scoreline 14-12 against Vitality. He's got a questionable position with a very tight angle. He's going to be wide swung upon. He's got nowhere to go back. That is 1 round. For the next, scoreline is 14-14 this time around. He's playing Ram. That's a good flash coming in from Vitality, and he's unfortunately completely removed from the action. There's nothing he could have done, but he's been challenged again, and it's going to be even one step further in round number 29, which to me is the one that really hurts, is the one where he's holding that ramp position. He's going to be spotted by a player who leaps over. Granted, he could have decided to change his position because the information is out there, and Zywoo is about to remove him from the server. In fact, maybe from the Steam servers. And that, to me, it hurts. And I'm going to be clear. I'm not throwing any shades at Lucky specifically for that, but as a Counter-Strike player, when you are the reason, in your mind, you are the reason why you lost all these rounds at the very end, that hurts. It's something that will shatter your confidence. He was, and he had, in the palm of his hands, in his keyboard and mouse, the ability to win that game, to win that map against Vitality, and he got shot on, straight up. And now it's going to be a work for Astralis and you know, the squad together to make sure that he forgets about it, you know. Keep doing what you do. Don't think about that game. We know you had a bit of unfortunate situations there. Just focus on what you got to do.
Well, we do need to check in with the side of Astralis, and I believe we have a few words from Zonic, courtesy of James Banks.
So, Danny, there's one thing I wanted to start off this conversation about, right, is looking at Lucky, because when we look at him as being a new player, do you think that people are maybe more critical of him because he's on Astralis, despite him being so new to Tier 1, you know, and the fact he's only 18 years old? Do you think he gets some unfair criticism coming his way?
I think it comes with the terms when you're joining a team like Astralis. We have been winning 4 majors and 3 in a row, so anyone who joins will get looked at in details. And I think it's common whenever you do a mistake, everyone will look at it, and you can easily go from being the hero to a villain. So it's, for me, it's important that I tell him that he doesn't look at social media, because whenever he's having a rough time, everyone is going to hate him. But as soon as he gets a couple of kills and wins some rounds in a game that we win, everyone is going to love him. So it's part of the game, and that's something that you need to experience more and to work on. And for me, it's just about telling him to switch off social media whenever he feels like it, because it's not going to be pretty whenever we lose a game.
A lot of pressure for Lucky coming into the squad, but a lot of pressure for Astralis coming into this one. And I do believe we need to get into our map picks and bans to see exactly where this one is going to be ending up. Maui, have you got any indication of where you'd like to see this one going?
Well, we can just remove the auto vetoes right away. We've got Ancient for Liquid. That's what they've been banning. Mirage, as always, for Astralis. As for picks, though, this is where it gets a little bit interesting because Liquid have been going for a couple different maps so far at the fall groups, Vertigo and Inferno, and they like Vertigo. Astralis, they haven't really played that one, so that's a really good pick.
Yeah, it's a good punish. You cannot expect Astralis to be ready on that. Astralis are going to stay within, I'd say, known territory. We know they've been going for Nuke, and honestly, what they have shown against Vitality was rather good. So you have two teams who are definitely staying in the comfort zone, although I believe that Liquid are in a good position, obviously, because I can't see Astralis win Vertigo. I think it's going to be too tight.
Wow, they want to go for Dust 2 Decider. That's a little bit interesting right now. Maybe Astralis haven't ironed out all the kinks that they would have needed in order to
that's how I see it.
Get to play an overpass competently. So that's going to be really exciting if it gets to a third map. But to bring it back to Vertigo here, yeah, this Astralis lineup, they haven't actually even played this as 5 players yet. So there's going to be a few protocols that I'm sure that there's going to be some confusion here and there that they're going to have to work out on the fly. Liquid, though, they look like a very confident team right now. They just dispatched Vitality on this map earlier, and that was a confident victory.
Yeah, it was incredibly confident indeed, and hopefully they'll be bringing the confidence coming into this series, which will mean life or death. Both teams have fought through the group bracket to get here, but it all comes down to one final series. Who's going to be joining Vitality on Land Glory, and who will be joining EG in the gauntlet of the showdown? The gloves are off between Liquid and Astralis, and we're going to be delving into Vertigo after this break.
Well, here we go. The match is almost ready. We're going to be on Vertigo first, and it's between Astralis and Liquid. And I'm excited for this one. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. Right now, looks like Liquid are favorites. That's hard to...
It's hard to go against.
Yeah, hard to go against, isn't it?
You've had a lot of that, the recent mix-ups in terms of the roster for Astralis. Anybody going into it is going to think that there's a tremendous amount of pressure on those Danish players. Whereas on Liquid, they just seem to be on the up and up, Anders. Yeah. I think it's a safe bet to say that they're the favorites. But you... you yourself went and predicted Astralis for the win today. So why don't you walk us through that logic? I want to hear.
The thing is, whenever everyone predicts one team, which was very likely to happen today, there's always a temptation to be the one person who picks Astralis, and that was Maniac in our little prediction group. So I thought, if that happens, he's not going to be allowed to have that victory on his own. So I just thought, I'm going to spoil that for him. And that's what I did. So, that's the end of the logic.
Because you think the Astralis are going to win at all. It's just you want to be there to ruin a Maniac's day.
But if they do, I at least want the victory for Maniac to feel just a little bit bittersweet. That he could have had it on his own, but I'm going to steal half of it.
I appreciate that. That'll put you back in the running, too. That would tie you back up again with the rest of them.
Exactly right.
All right.
Well, here we go. Liquid are on the T side. Astralis are on the CT side. Double nade, actually. Not going to catch anyone, but the smoke is up. They can get the bomb down to the very least. Fallen taking a tiny bit of damage. Planting, I guess, in the secondary spot, more or less. Not the default one. And this is great for Liquid. What a good start right now.
Becoming more and more popular, that spot, for the very reason that it's harder to pick you off to get the angle down. And also, you avoid the nades if there's any pre-planned nades. Nice shot from dupreeh to kick it off, but Fallen only going to get the one.
Yeah, a lot of trading going on. Grim going to be taking out Lucky Naf for the kill on Bubsky. And it's looking real bad at the moment for any chance at a retake right now. They haven't touched the bomb yet. They have no health. They have a kit. I think this is not going to happen right now. Sip, he's thinking about it, trying to lure more of them into a fight, but I think they've already mentally given up on this round. Naf actually going to be catching Sip as he tries to fall back. And that's a nice start for Liquid. All of it well executed. They made that work real well.
They had hit the shots and they didn't let go of the gas pedal once they had their foot down on it. That's it. They kept it there. They just kept pushing onto the bomb site once the execute was underway. So nicely done by Liquid. I mean, this is one of their stronger maps in the pool, one of the ones that they get to play most often because everything else is getting vetoed out from under their feet. So, and they don't play Ancient, so we don't get to see any Ancient from them. But Vertigo is a solid start for Liquid, I feel like. And, well, you know, as far as Astralis are concerned, not so hot on this map, so it bodes well for Liquid. It's a good, strong pick to kick things off here. I'm just glad to see Stewie back in form, man. This is one of the best tournaments he's had in a long time. So for him to really just, you know, be out there clicking heads and having a good time, I'm thinking that Fallen taking a bit more of that responsibility of the IGL role off of Stu. It's finally letting Stu play his game.
I feel like it's been a long time. It's not that he's necessarily been outright bad, but
no, well, yeah.
But the high point for Stu is really high up there.
Yeah.
So that's a problem, right? When you actually get compared to your former self at one point, and people expect for that to return. So I'm happy to see it as well. Not good news for Astralis on any level. They've had some really incredible performances from Magisk, from dupreeh, even from Sip, but they kind of need for all of those to be in the same game here, like in the same map. They can't have them stretched out across, you know, 2 maps or something. They need to all show up and do some work.
Second map of this series is Nuke. Well, so far we've had a star level performance from Magisk and a star level performance from dupreeh on that map, so we can get something different today.
Look at this, they're actually catching them in a great position right here. Really good work. There's a FAMAS up there, which is incredibly exciting for the second round. Hard to imagine how they could have got that, but they did. Bubsky with a kill, taking down Grim, and he's going to fall, but the FAMAS won't get the job done. dupreeh kind of weirdly getting caught in that position. That looked really awkward, like he was trying to back off, but couldn't really find the safe position. And now it's on Magisk with the Deagle, and no random shots connecting this time. That was a very, very dangerous engagement, and Astralis definitely could have won right there on that ramp, but not quite enough.
No, it's been a bit. I mean, you just have the superior firepower from the rifles, and you got Naf, who doesn't really get flustered in situations like that. So, Liquid, you're gonna have to really catch them off guard, and you probably needed that third guy to really just swing in with the rest of them.
Yeah.
There. But because we didn't see that, we see Liquid just getting out of this. No problem at all. 3 rifles saved, and now we get to go into the next round here where Astralis, it's going to be another round of eco. So a good chance here for Liquid to build some bank. Just surprised Stewie was leading with the bomb there. But, I mean, the whole team is there regardless. So you're going one way or another, you're going onto that bomb site.
Yeah, they were really all in on that one. But yeah, I think that not a lot had to change for that to blow up in the face of Liquid. Good to see that they made it past. Single HE on Magisk and a Deagle and a P250 and another Deagle on Bubsky. So yeah, they could do some damage in this round. Unlikely to win it, but you never know with the Deagles.
Exactly.
Oh wait, did they flip the cone perfectly up there?
Oh, we have to keep track of this.
Yeah, we need the video of the
cone
people.
cam.
Cone flipping is really an art.
Yeah, but you know, at least when you're at like a party or something, you're flipping cups, then there's like a happy ending to that sort of thing, right? It makes for some excitement. Where's the excitement with cone flipping, Anders?
I think that it's more pure than just party tricks. Like that's why I'm saying it's like an art. It's like you have to appreciate just the aesthetic of it on its own.
Oh, I see. The reward is...
If people were cheering, it's like in tennis. You don't want people clapping all over the place, right? You're gonna be measured, more refined than cup flipping.
I can see your nose is just pointing higher and higher as you describe this.
The cup flipping plebs can go away. Grim has gone down, but he did almost take Bubsky with him. Fallen. Random damage with the smoke, why not? And he's going to go straight for the bomb plant. So Liquid, in spite of being a little bit tagged up here, I think they're fine. They've managed to recover the situation just fine, using the smokes for the plant. And the Liege almost looked like he wanted to go hunt, but don't do that. Don't give away the AK. It's not worth it.
Yeah, Liege, just the hitter in this tournament so far for Liquid. Really, every time you've watched Liquid recently, in recent times, it feels like it's a Liege who's just leading the charge and really just carrying a lot of what this team is doing on his back. 127 rating so far in the tournament, only trailing behind Zywoo.
Did he just pre-fire the wall only for Bubsky to walk in?
You know, Bubsky's just, unfortunately, Bubsky just has that luck.
We have to find the cone at one point. We got to.
It's just good to see. It's good to see Alish coming back into his own. If he's not hitting shots, Liquid struggle quite a bit, and so to see him hit the ground running here in this match, all important match. Remember that a spot on land in the Royal Arena is on the line here.
Yeah, it's mega important, right? And as everyone has been quick to point out, including us, Astralis, they definitely want to make it into the Royal Arena. Tickets are obviously available. So you guys must come. You know.
Astralis really want to make it into the Royal Arena, but you know that Blast really want Astralis to make it. So all of Blast production crew right now are just going to be cheering.
Right, of course. Yeah, of course. Please, do it.
Ooh.
Although, at the end of the day, I don't know. The way that Fallen and Stewie, like you said, I just
Fallen as well. I mean, this is the best. I mean, it feels like Liquid are really starting to hit their strikes. This is the best they've performed in on what feels like a long time, individually and as a team. Fallen is up there as well with the strong performance on that op. Just exciting times here for the North American Hope.
55 seconds on the clock. Still a 4-on-4 here. Elige is down, Sip is down. They're on that A ramp, but there's no way that Astralis can know that. They started to lean over here. I don't know if Dupree was checking or anything over at B before he left. Fallen takes a lot of damage, but he can just keep ducking, and that does make it a really advantageous fight. Stewie catching Magisk. He's going to be so upset. He actually probably doesn't need to commit that hard to the rotation. Knife out running with his back turned to middle. He probably could have done that with you know, a little bit more grace. But now, yeah, they should probably save the rifles here. I don't think it's worth going for the 2-on-4 retake at the B bomb site.
Man, with so little time, though, you kind of wish. With 15 seconds, that bomb is getting planted. If somebody could have just been lurking around here, things could have got interesting. But you're right. Best to back off and save the AWP in particular for Lucky, who at least is able to get a few kills on the board here. I'm glad that Banks was able to catch up with zonic going into this match and get a little bit of insight into how the team is handling, you know, and how Lucky is handling that pressure playing for Astralis. I mean, pretty sure we saw that from Dupree as well, a tweet from him saying that, you know, he's got a lot of ground to cover.
Yeah.
And so we need to be a bit patient with Lucky. But at the same time, it is Astralis after all. And if you're wearing that Astralis jersey, expectations are high. So Lucky will need to step up.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I'm fine with waiting. I'm not in a hurry. Yeah, so I don't really mind. But obviously, at this stage in the thing, right? Like whether or not he's going to be a sort of a top level player in 3 months won't have any impact on what's happening right now today. So, you know, that's not how time works. It only works one way, unfortunately.
Just keeps on going, Anders.
Yeah, it's very possibly a linear process. Unless
Fallen is showing a lot of... I mean, this is good, man. Liquid together on LAN as a team, that's actually going to kind of balance out here against Astralis, though. Astralis, we've been seeing a lot of footage from them. They're playing from their facility in Land.
Yes. Yeah, we do like the LAN setups for playing these type of games. It does make it a little bit more interesting. 4-0 in the favor of Liquid. Gotta say, pretty powerful start right now. Astralis have not really found the rhythm yet on Vertigo, although it's still pretty early days. They managed to save the guns. They brought Deagles behind it. A nice shot from Lucky to take down Grim. And he's gonna fall straight back, which I like to see. Cool stuff. No point in sticking around for a second kill there.
Oh, this is big from Stu, though. Ooh. No way! Him falling off? Is that intentional or not?
I want to say that's just a slip, but...
I want to say it's a gaff.
It'd be cool if it was. It's like, I'm going to bait him out.
That is so sick. He gets that info, though. And now Meg is falling way back. A little bit of presence here. Yep, Bubsky's managed to sneak his way down the ladder, so there will be a quick flank coming through. But Liquid are about to fully commit to this B site, and I mean, nobody's here. Magisk is rotated off. There's a huge opening here for Liquid to take advantage of.
With the smokes down and everything else, it's actually that is a lot of damage onto Elige. Strange times. A little bit of a flank coming in. Elige goes down. A little bit awkward for Liquid. They actually had the whole bomb site to themselves. Bobsky with a stolen gun taking down Naf, and now it's a 2-on-4. And that bomb is only just planted here. There isn't a kit right now picked up. Fallen going to be taken down to Pre. Sets up for a second angle. Stewie trying to take over where Fallen left off and drops Magisk. Now it's a 2-on-2, and I think they've got it locked down here. Nice shot from Lucky, actually a bit of a wallbang shot, but again, without the kit, it's 10 seconds. They have to hold on. One guy defusing, another guy covering. Fallen goes straight for it. He actually pre-aimed it, but Zip is there. What a headshot.
Oh man, what a thing of beauty that was, Zip. Watching his teammates back, Lucky just sticking that defuse, but Zip had to hit that headshot. Fallen was about to deny that defuse right there, and at that point, Fallen, all he cares about is hitting a single shot on Lucky. Zipmix had to hit the headshot with the Deagle to save the round. But what a team play round coming in from Astralis. Bobsky with his moment. Everybody getting in on the action here.
Ooh, yeah, he just shut him down. That is, yeah, from being down 4-0, picking up a round like that. Huge stuff, obviously, for Astralis. Gonna revitalize them just a bit. They pick up an AUG, they stole an AK.
All right, timeout already called. Interesting. I guess Liquid wanted to just kind of calm things down there. We saw some emotion getting shown by Grim. So definitely don't want things to get too frustrated right off the bat. You know, one of those rounds happens, shake it off, don't care, move on. You're still 4-1 in the lead with all the money for a full buy. No AWP for Fallen, though, interestingly enough. So we could get a more explosive round out of Liquid here, not having to wait for that AWP. Full AKs across the board.
You like to see it. And they have still some money in the bank, Liquid. Even if this round were to go south, they could probably still make it a little bit annoying for Astralis to have to play against. No one actually putting any pressure on the B bomb side, which is interesting. I feel like most teams on the T side at least want to pretend a bit to do something. Now setting up for an interesting Molotov. All right, all the way back there. And actually, that burns Elige quite a bit. But Lucky got the worst of it.
Yeah. How does what was going on there? I feel like perhaps Lucky was looking the wrong spot, wrong time. Regardless, it's the man advantage for Liquid. And Liquid are just sussing this out. They're figuring out what the pattern is going to be over here, because it feels like it's always just on this A ramp. It's always getting these smokes down and then trying to play around the smokes, trying to get clever with the lurks. Bubsky getting caught by Grim.
And it looked like Grim knew what that was. The second he saw the smoke go down, he's like, wait a minute.
Okay. So somebody's going to walk around that angle for a second here. And yeah.
Save the guns. I think they're already just saying, you know, if for whatever reason they go back to B, then we have got 3 people here. But if not, it's not worth it.
Zip's going to hear all these nades going off, and that should be a pretty clear indicator. So bomb is going to get planted. I mean, that really is the meta of Vertigo. is just A ramp, posting up early on the A ramp, seeing which smokes are going to go down, and then it just turns into the spray fights through the smokes, trying to figure out the pattern. How is the defense setting up? How's the offense setting up? Can you do some damage? Can you catch somebody lurking through? And that's going to be the developing meta over this half, the remaining 10 rounds, or 9 rounds now.
Yeah, interesting to see whether Astralis want to try and contest the ramp, because we've seen teams in the past that are very aggressive at putting 2 CTs bottom of the of that ramp over at the A bomb site, really trying to see if they can, you know, they can just stop the T side from even getting there. But they're losing all the guns on top of it. Dupree's in a little bit of trouble too, jumping around. He's going to catch one, but it won't matter. That's expensive. I think, yeah, I mean, they lose a lot there, but it doesn't really matter. Fine for Liquid.
Yeah, Liquid lose 2. They don't care. They had plenty of money to rebuy everything up. No problem at all. Taking the guns off of Astralis is what's important there, and that is very confident play coming out here from Liquid. They are just looking perfectly comfortable here on Vertigo. It's a strong map for them. It always seems to come up in their series, and they've got so much experience on it. And clearly they've got a game plan here, because Astralis are the ones who are looking a little confused, a little at a loss. Single round picked up for Astralis, and that was a fluke round as well.
It was, and as cool as that is, it feels somewhat deflating if you then can't follow it up. You don't have, it doesn't build any momentum really for you.
Yeah.
I'm noticing Sip's on 1 kill, Magisk is on 0.
Yeah.
Right now, Bubsky and Dupree and Lucky are doing the work.
Ooh, I didn't notice if in the background, because in the background, first 2 days so far of this group, we've seen Glaive.
He was there again.
He was there. You saw him?
Yeah.
Okay. Because I was curious if he was going to be around today or not. Obviously, he's waiting on the birth of his first child, which is why he's not playing right now. So he needs to be Johnny on the spot, ready to run.
Yeah. Good.
Good on him.
Times.
Congratulations.
Leash just ready. Can't quite see anyone over the smoke, but MP9 up there for Sip could be fun if they get a bit closer. Leash just posted up here. Not finding anyone, and they're outside of the B-bomb site too on the Liquid side. Grim and Stewie, 2-man team to try and do whatever they can. And this is, I think, is a really basic approach that Liquid have right now, right? They spend the first while just searching things out and, looking for any kind of entry or anything, and they have plenty of time for it. It's almost like time is just slower on Vertigo. Even if you're down, on other maps, if we see sub 30 seconds, we get real nervous, but on Vertigo, you can do a lot for 30 seconds.
Mm.
Bobski, is he going to find out? He really wants the information about whether or not someone is here.
Let's smoke again.
Yeah.
If he keeps showing up around here on the smoke, I mean, they're going to start playing around that here, Liquid. And it's going to be hard for him to avoid getting caught. And now Bubski's rotated back around to that site. He is alone on A. Zipnix is playing around mid right now, but it's still a rotation time from him. If Liquid accelerate onto this site, there isn't a whole lot to stop him.
Yeah, it's never a good sign when the plan B is, I sure hope I get some Deagle shots through the smoke.
Yeah.
I mean, you can, and we all laugh when it happens, but it's obviously not a real plan for winning a round, so. I don't know. Again, very calm, very just methodical work coming out from Liquid here. I mean, I think that actually all 3 of them, when Bubsky was inside the smoke, were aiming at it. They were sort of ready for it. He was just around the corner a little bit too quick. All right, there's Magisk picking up his first kill. Catching Naf with a flashbang from Lucky. Tapping the bomb to try and force some people into a fight. They're going to get a headshot. This is actually interesting, but it's a 10-second defuse. Stewie is on his own. Now down to 5 seconds. He's trying to edge it out, and he goes down. I can't believe it. How are they able to win these rounds when they can't win any of the other ones? That's an even more. I can't understand why he's laughing. That's an even more unlikely round to win.
Vegas reaction says it all, doesn't it? And yeah, what is going on, Liquid? 2 rounds, you give it up, you get the bomb planted. I mean, this is against pistols that you're losing. What is going on? The frustration is evident on a few of these faces. And, well, that's just unfortunate for Naf. He was playing anti-flash, waiting for a nade to go off.
Was he already flashed, or was he? I don't know.
No.
There was Lucky had a flash assist on him. I don't know how that works. It was like, it's like at the end of the Blair Witch Project. He was just standing in that corner. So.
What is going on here? Oh, Grim and Elige. They always look pretty serious, though. So.
Grim, you might even say.
Yeah, focused. 5-2, though. And, well, I mean, Liquid now, okay, this is how they're going to change it up. They've got Stewie with an AWP. Wondering if this is just due to spawn.
Could well be. He's in position for it. He can't really see if they're on down below. He does try to get the flick.
Hits it.
Do it again. You almost had him through. It's actually scary. Sip goes down, and now he realizes someone is close, but dupreeh still able to get the headshots. Stewie actually had the right read on that scenario. elige himself is very low on health, down to a single point. Which, I must reiterate, it's all you need.
Yeah.
The rest is just if you're lazy and you're not good enough.
Exactly.
You need the buffer. Try and hold your hand.
Oh, but dupreeh. Talk about a bold play when he knows the AWP is posted up close like that. Holding that angle. Lots of little weird angles like that on Vertigo, though, where it's just the head showing or even just the tip of the head, you know, so that's a hard shot to hit. And, well, they're about, you know, talk about another rad angle.
Yep. And he's playing the off angle at already, like, at the weird angle. He's actually playing slightly outside of the sandbags because Grim was checking for it, right? So in Grim's mind, he's like, okay, he's not playing that angle. Then he takes another step, and he's still there.
I'm really enjoying this, though, Anders, because I like this new studio setup we have here at Blast. Because we kind of have our own little audience, right? Whenever a big play like that goes off, I just hear Maui and Lawners and like those guys shouting in the background, so it's great. Like I was like, yeah.
I'm telling you.
Feels like there's a little bit of an audience going on here.
We need the green room camera.
Yeah, seriously, that'd be good. That'd be good stuff.
Put him in a little, you know, like a little confined space, and we put like a little webcam in there. Could be fine.
And watch Maniac iron his shirt. What?
That's exactly right. Smokes are going up all over the place, and now I am worried about the time. I said your time moves slower on Vertigo, but 13 seconds? That's cutting it real close. Magisk dropping the bomb once, and Naf able to pick it up, but only 7 seconds left. elige with a kill. 4 seconds now. They could do it. We'll have time, and that's unreal. dupreeh, not quite sure. The grenade would definitely kill elige, but how do you find him? He's right in front, and they know he's up there. No, they don't. elige, he's going to get the kill anyway. 1 single point of health from the start of the round, and a triple to end it.
There we go. A little bit of a grin on elige's face. Can't believe it himself, man. They got away with murder that round, Anders. 1 health.
Actually thought elige heard dupreeh jumping up there, but you could tell that he didn't. Oh, man.
Yeah, Naf, what a hero, though. And elige as well, though. He clears up that second shot. And that just makes all the difference. What a big round for Liquid, and they get a little bit of a scrimmy one, a little bit of a scummy one to go their way. So, feels good.
This is devastating for Astralis, though. Again, winning those odd rounds is so amazing, but it just completely falls flat right afterwards.
It also just puts your economy in such a weird place.
Yeah.
Because now it's like, oh, we got a full buy everything last round, and now you're right back to, okay, we're middle of the road. It's unclear what we should do. Magisk has enough for an AWP if he wanted to. But it's looking like this is just going to be a half buy because a couple of these guys, no, they are going to go for the force. Okay, then. Magisk had just enough to get a couple of rifles out.
All right.
Thought that this would be a little bit more of a
Yeah, I thought they were going to be in more trouble as well. But good news. They even have some decent nades behind this, which is incredibly important on Vertigo for any kind of retake. Not always easy to manage holding on to enough nades so that you can actually defuse that bomb. Sip, random shots through. Dangerous to take that step all the way out. There is an AWP on Fallen on the other side. Assuming that I've missed casting is Fallen. Been too long.
He's so aggressive.
Yeah, one of my favorite AWPers of all time. Lucky goes down, walks right into the shot, and they just explode onto the side. There is really no delay. As soon as they know, oops, the bomb is already down and the whole bomb site's wiped out. Sort of a different approach to the one that you're talking about where you're, you know, hanging back and shooting through the smoke, right? This one, you just have no warning, and that's very cool to see. Fallen gonna take down dupreeh, just spotted him out, and Grim will be there to catch Bubsky, leaving Magisk 1 versus 4, only for a second at least. Grim with a nice triple, picks up an M4 instead of that Galil, and that will be 7-2 in favor of Team Liquid. They're breaking Astralis in 2 right now.
Yeah, well, they're showing that they're willing, if you're going to give them the real estate on this A ramp, if you're not going to challenge with nades or presence, you know, like putting a shot off at the beginning or something, just to keep them honest, Liquid are just going to play greedy and take as much real estate as possible.
You know what I bet would work better than a USP if you're holding that bomb site? You have anything else? The rebar that's out there on the bomb site.
Just smash people with it.
Throw that rebar like a spear.
There you go.
Definitely.
Oh, Stewie catches Magisk. That's got to feel good for Stu.
Yeah. Right. Oh!
Whoa! All right,
he was jumped. I think he just clicked jump when he died.
Midair.
That's pretty aggressive.
Right. Sick back and forth. but that's all the nades used up for Astralis. But then again, they've got Deagles, so this is actually odds are good for Astralis to win this round so far, based on what we've seen in this first half.
I was going to say we have a pretty limited sample size, but you're right. These are the rounds that they've been winning. Sip will take a kill right there, back into a 3-on-3. Nades come raining in, and this is how Liquid should be winning a round like this, right? Just carpet bomb the whole bomb site, get the bomb down, and then don't lose the afterplant, which might be easier said than done. Grim. Ooh.
Fallen is freaking out. He just got shot twice through the smoke.
Yeah, he's not happy.
He's like, wait, where can I put something between me and them to stop this from happening?
Well, he's nicely covering the one side there. His teammates are real far back. And again, because it's a 10-second defuse, they already need to move and get in here and try and put some pressure on Liquid, or they're going to lose the round just to time alone. So, and Liquid cleverly are so far back that they're almost impossible to find. They're going to tap the bomb, try and put some pressure on. It's just not going to be in time. Naf with a nice little double spray, and he saw debris. He knows that he's back there. So Liquid this time, not going to get pushed out of it. Fallen, though, very low on health in the back. He's going to just live.
Get out of here. Okay, he just barely makes it out. I'd say this was the opening kill here from Stu. And yes, Dupree's perspective. Okay, he saw quite a bit of Stewie there, but that was still a quick shot. Nicely done. And so, yes, Liquid, turns out they can win against Deagle rounds. It's not a default loss. Gets a little scary sometimes, but they get the job done.
I would love to see Astralis be a little bit more aggressive in some of these early rounds. I really want to try and see if they can take some of the initiative away, because right now it's a bit of a mixed bag of whether or not they win the opening battles, but even if they do, they still end up losing the rounds.
You got that right there on a ramp, Anders. You saw Lucky and Zip getting out there, putting some nades in there. Lucky with that one shot down the ramp just to let him know. So there's a bit of presence. Liquid changing it up, though.
That's the bomb. It's already committed, so everyone can start to rotate. It's on the wrong side. They definitely know what's coming next. Very tricky for Stu and Elige to get close enough to pick up the bomb. Magisk is going to go down, but he did a fair job. Fallen, though, in the middle to drop Sip, and just like that, Lucky is on his own. That spiraled out of control really quickly, and he's around it. We definitely must have heard that. Sees it, but it's not going to be quick enough. Stewie will take him down.
You think you're gonna pull that on Stu? The smoke criminal himself? Get out of here.
I mean, this was looking so good in the beginning, getting that kill right there. But Fallen actually doing a lot of work in the middle, and in the end, it's going to be Liquid to pick it up. It's true they were throwing grenades down the A-ramp. I don't understand why they're not all the way down the A-ramp.
Yeah, just getting aggressive straight up.
Yeah, because this doesn't really appear to be working at all.
That's a nice HE, though. Some spicy bombardments going on there towards the B side of the map. And Naf getting chunked as well, so they got to be a little bit careful here, because again, against the Deagles now, they are vulnerable, Team Liquid. Once you start getting tagged up, it's going to start getting a bit scary. 9-2 though on the T side of Vertigo for Liquid. I mean, this is a 1/2 as far as Liquid are concerned so far.
Yeah.
Already, this is a tremendous start to the series for them.
Yeah, right now they just want to keep this up. Don't get too excited. It's always a bit weird if you feel like, all right, we've done it, and then you let go of 5 rounds or something like that. So no point in doing that. Just keep it cool and continue to do what's working. Switching up towards the B bomb site seems to be a good choice. They're going to take down Magisk, and everyone else is just too far away to do much of anything. So bomb will be planted here. Elige, don't walk off the ledge. It's embarrassing when it happens. But also funny. Nice. Oh.
I see. There's the Deags. Giving it away. Nice flash. Opening it up. Bubsky.
Great to see it. He actually did a lot of damage there. But at the end of it, 10-2 as we move into the 13th round. This is moving so much quicker than I thought.
Let's save your life. Okay, there. A little bit of a back and forth between the players right now, trying to figure out how to survive those rounds. But the main thing here is that Liquid, yeah, they're playing with confidence, I think, Anders. That's the main thing. Even though they lose, they've only lost 2 fluke rounds. If it weren't for the Deagle rounds, the weird Deagle rounds that Astralis were able to pull off, I mean,
I know.
It never really feels like Liquid are at risk in this half so far. They've been pushing the pace, showing a variety of pace as well. They've had some slow rounds where they run it down, when they run the clock down and the bomb barely gets planted in time, but then they've had some very quick, aggressive rounds onto the B side, onto the A site. It really feels like Astralis right now can't really know what's coming next. And that's the beauty of this T side that's being put together by Liquid. There's an element of surprise involved.
And I feel like Astralis they're not played all the rounds the exact same, but I'm not seeing a lot of really creative stuff here coming out from them either. Sip and Lucky are a little bit more aggressive there. Sip barreling down the A ramp. He's trying to see if he can maybe catch them, and we will take down Elige. And that's good enough. Fall back. Job done. You've taken some control away from Liquid and put some pressure on them. I like it.
And you know that, okay, with Zipnik's there, he's been holding mid a lot. Would be a bit of a... an ask, though. And yeah, Bubsky gonna find a kill. This is looking good here for Astralis.
Yeah, nice 1-2 punch. You see one guy falling back, the other guy's ducked behind the sandbags. You're not gonna expect for that to be the case. Fallen, though, could have had that kill. This is where the legendary Astralis discipline really should kick in. It should just be on the backbone, right? Don't give this round back. Lucky with a nice kill. Fallen is somewhere on the map. They don't know where yet, but yeah, just don't give him a chance here. Ooh, nice flick.
That was fast. If he can kill 3 here.
Maybe even get the bomb plant. That'd be fun.
No way Dupree peeks, though. Yeah, Dupree's just gonna wait for his teammates. Oh, are you kidding me? No way. Fallen!
Right into it. Gonna go for the bomb plant. Still another 2 players left. It's a 1-on-4, by the way. Nade on top, and Lucky will catch him. Using the AK instead. Probably a smart choice in that moment. They must have known that he was at least a little bit tagged up. So there we go. But that was, you know, still scary, all things considered. And a bomb plant, I mean, that'll give them some more money to work with. Not that they needed it.
Yeah, fortunate for Astralis, they had that lurk going. But that was looking a little scary there, Anders. But yeah, Astralis now, they're just getting pummeled in this half. It's double digits in the first half for Liquid. No matter what happens now, Liquid are going to be feeling pretty good about themselves going into the second. Glad to see Fallen connecting with some shots. But the fun thing about this half so far is that, wow, actually, now that I look at it, 3 players on Liquid have 11 kills, 2 of them have 10 kills. It's just even. Everybody's pulling their weight, everybody's hitting shots, everybody's getting a chance.
Yeah, that's nice. It's so comfortable when no one is feeling the pressure of, you know, how if I mess up this round, and we're probably not going to win it anymore. That's not what's happening at all.
Can't say the same for Astralis.
No, they need to do so much. This first map. Oh!
There you go.
He tried that a number of times already, and then if you're Sip. A good thing is Sip's not going to be emotionally impacted by that situation. He's like,
yeah, Zip, emotion? What?
I miscalculated. Magisk is about to have similar emotional experience from just the army that's coming his way. Elige flanking to his right, and he's going to be taking him down right away. The Molotov, he can get it off. That it's going to put some pressure on them, actually, inside of the smoke. I don't know if he saw them jumping. Now he definitely does. They're coming through, and that's a little bit too early. Elige didn't reload, and he has another couple of bullets to take down Bubsky. Now it's a 2-on-4 with the bomb already down. This is looking so incredibly good here for the 14th round. They're going to be backing out 11 rounds on the board for Liquid.
It's utterly brutal, Anders. They're just grouping up as 5, whether it be on A side or B side. Liquid right now have done a very good job of just grouping up as 5 and just smashing into the site all together at once. So you lose Stu, it's looking promising, right? Oh yeah, we lost Stu. Okay, just if you can keep trading, it's like you don't get the chance because then you have 2, 3 AKs just focusing in on each target one after the other. There's nowhere to hide if you're Astralis. Well, Lucky now, odds of him holding on to this AWP.
I don't know, Grim is also coming in from the other way. Bomb is now just going up. I don't know, they might have 5 seconds to do this. Grim goes down, Lucky. Pretty quick scope.
Nicely done.
Yeah, that's, I mean, it all matters at this point, right? 11-3, 15th round, last of the half is coming up, and well, let's just see. Even if they get another round here, Astralis, it feels like it's not enough, right?
What can we do here? There's the mid-aggression coming through, but this is Fallen really trying to punish those early nades, early peaks from Astralis towards B. They've picked up on that idea so far. Liquid that Astralis have really been trying to show presence over here towards this B side early. And it's been Stewie who's been dealing with the majority of that pressure, but Fallen this time kind of showing presence all around the map.
He's trying to guess for Sip or someone else down here again. Interesting times. Not finding anyone in that moment. A double setup outside of B leaves Lucky alone in middle. It's a very stretched out kind of setup here for Astralis, which is only really a problem if Liquid do what they did earlier, which is walk all the way to the bomb site and then just explode onto it. If they do the sort of more default way of setting up all the nades and getting the smokes down, then Astralis could probably rotate some people over here. So yeah, and they are kind of already signaling a little bit. So the Pre's falling back. Magisk is pushing the stairs, and I don't know. Let's see if Liquid can make this work. Gotta be careful. Stewie putting on some pressure. That's pretty good. That actually pulls the Pre back.
Mm-hmm. Now he's thinking about it. But we're going to get that consolidation once again. This is what Liquid have been so good at in this first half. Grouping up as 5. Death ball approach straight onto the bomb site.
And there's going to be a wall of smokes in front of them there. So Molotovs on the CT side, which I don't think they can stop the bomb with, but maybe they could go for it in the afterplan. It probably is more worth it. Bubsky's burning alive, forced out into that AWP. That's so unfortunate. They'll get Stewie through the smoke. I guess that's something to work with. Liege also taking a lot of damage, trying to get that bomb down in the corner, but the Molotov did actually catch him a fair bit there. Magisk on the flank, he's already been discovered, and more people are coming to check him out. He knew that. He actually heard that. Heads-up play for Magisk to see Grim coming. That's not bad at all. Bomb is planted, but it is a 2-on-3. Liege low on health, and Naf hiding back here. He's got the bomb in sight here. If they have another grenade, maybe they get rid of him, but I think they've thrown all of them out already, so not quite going to happen. Now it's Naf's turn. 1 versus 3. They don't quite know where he is. They're going to tap it, but he's actually calling their bluff a bit. That's a nice attempt. Instead of going straight for it, he just gave them another couple of seconds there to make a mistake, but they didn't. It's going to be 11-4 at the end of the half in favor of Team Liquid, and that's going to be a real hard score to come back from if you're Astralis. In the second half, it's coming up after the break.
Can you wait for me a bit, or?
No, I'm not waiting.
Can you wait for me a bit, or?
No, I'm not waiting.
Where are you?
I'm past the lasers. To make sure you don't fall. Alright. Great.
I think I fall on the easiest part on the map.
It's fine, man, don't worry. Keep falling. Oh, I fell as well. Don't worry. You coming? Where you at?
No, I'm on this yellow thing.
I just passed it. Oh, I fell. We're gonna have a bad time. That's fine. I'm like at the jetpacks or whatever.
For me, it's hard to aim on this thing, like if you're jumping over, and you want to aim on the right position.
Oh, so now you're making excuses. I hope you're coming. That's what I'm gonna say. Like,
I'm not.
When you were first, you were talking a lot, but now. Yeah.
Still on the same thing.
Oh, you're on the yellow still?
Yeah.
Damn. It's not looking good, Nico.
Yeah, I know.
Are you towards the end?
No, not really. I don't know where the end is.
Oh, you're fine, don't worry.
Alright, I'm jumping now.
You're over the chicken?
Yeah.
Nice.
All right, I'm finished.
You done?
Yeah.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're back with the second half. It's Astralis versus Team Liquid here at Blast Premier. And obviously we need to find someone to go into that Royal Arena. That's really important right now. Liquid are looking good for it. They are so far ahead. Astralis would love to get in there to see their fans and all the rest of it. But it is a bit of an uphill struggle at the moment. No doubt about it.
It's certainly not looking good for them after this tremendous start to the series from Team Liquid. Ooh. I mean, if you can hit the ground running here with a strong pistol round on the T side, it could bode well for Astralis. Mega's trying to make it happen. He had a very quiet start to the first half.
Yeah, but look at him. He actually ended at 10 kills. I mean, from 0 to 10, that's kind of cool. He's going to get another kill on Liege while they are flanking from middle into the B bomb site. This is a very cool pistol round, especially because Meg is staying alive. He's got everyone else preoccupied, and he's going to take one more kill. Tries with a clock. He's out of bullets. Otherwise, he would have had Fallen as well. Magisk almost just fought and brought down all of Liquid on his own on that A bomb site.
Oh, it's and now Bubsky gotta find one, and no, this is where the second player is. This is it. So nice pistol round coming up for Astralis. Good on them. Got that bomb planted, and this was just again straight out the gates. I think for them it's all just about the hard reset, right? We need to just hit the ground running, get aggressive, and just act as if the first half didn't even happen. We need to just play our game and get at them, right? Just run at them. And so May is kind of leading the charge there. Doing a good job. Everybody's got those scratch stickers on their skins these days, I've noticed. Must have gone up in value, those ones.
That the new trend?
Yeah, it looks like.
All right. Well, sure it comes and goes, different seasons of what's popular. 11 to 5, 17th round. Now the problem for Astralis in the first half were a few of them, but one of the big ones was winning consecutive rounds, which they didn't really do. Wasn't a thing they practiced at all. They need to do that here. A lot. Liege taking some damage. They have a lot of smokes, actually. That's interesting for Liquid.
Shots going through. And yeah, quite a few smokes to play with. So, I mean, smokes and deagles, if that bomb gets planted, could give them a chance. Nobody has a kit, unfortunately. So it would be just the craziest Astralis defuse if anything magical were to happen here. Curious to see if they can reproduce the same results. Wallbang attempt, nothing coming from it.
I mean, it also works if Astralis play so slow that they suddenly... You have to run through some of those smokes themselves.
I mean, there you go. There's one blocking it off.
Yeah. Another one being used, so they are kind of out of smokes now. Single flashbang on Fallen, but everyone is at this A bomb site. Enough kill for Magisk. He's going to be happy with that. Out in the open a bit. Fallen goes down. I think Magisk has a read on where Naf is, but Deagle rings true. Stewie. Not quite aiming for that one, but I don't know. They did some damage in that. It's not bad at all.
Jebaited.
Yeah, just a little bit.
They got they thought it was going to be B, I think young Stu, because they only killed Magisk. He was creating all the noise. Nobody else was showing anything. So when Dupree shows up on B, I think Stewie thinks, oh, this is a B hit. And unfortunately, that was not the case. But they survived the round. Very nicely done there, Astralis. Clean and easy. And, well, I just want to repeat a point that one of our analysts made going into this series, that Liquid seemed to be much more of a CT-sided team, where they get a lot of the majority of the work done.
All right.
So for them to get 11 rounds on the first half on their T side, I think it bodes pretty well for them going forward here in this half. So there's no reason for Liquid to get flustered just yet. They really should just be starting to hit their stride here.
Oh no, the wall bangs are coming through. And they're just going to clean this round up. That's fine. No problems. A little bit of an attempted gamble coming out from Liquid, hoping to catch, the Astralis team. But they decided to shoot for the wall. It's unfair, isn't it? Oh, Liege is going to be catching at least the one kill there. This is the only point in this game so far that Astralis have won any consecutive rounds. It's been 3 in a row. Obviously, some of them against pistols, but still, that does tell you something about what's going on here.
Take what they can get.
Yeah. whatever it is. 11-7 the scoreline. And Liquid answer back with M4s and that AWP on Fallen. See how he plays it, how aggressive he wants to be with it. So far going to be setting up a smoke on ramp Fallen, and then he falls all the way back to the B bomb site. That's interesting.
Yeah, nothing doing. Fully expecting some early aggression towards B, it looks like. But only just now going to start getting back over here, trying to set it up.
If they actually swing into the B bomb site from middle, Fallen is going to have to be quick at spinning around, and those are going to be some close range shots, although they do fall all the way back. I guess if you're Liquid right now, you could be reading this as, wait a minute, they Molotov middle. They could have left someone in here, and until we go check, it's very hard to know whether or not we're going to get shot in our back. So theoretically, yeah, this could be a stressing. Yeah, look how many people are in there. That's 4 people for Liquid that went to check middle just to be sure that no one was hanging around and lurking in the middle. But they do it before Astralis execute onto the bomb site, so this can actually work.
Zip hurdle that as well. Zip was standing right under all those guys stomping around, so he knows that there was movement. Now they're trying to figure out, was it on this side or not?
Pre goes down, Fallen back in position from that little mid-skirmish. 35 seconds on the clock, and all the way at the back beam, it's going to be grim to go down. And Naf up close, and he's just catching them one at a time as they come through. Not enough flashes to set up that kind of a play. Fallen missing a flick, but he's going to hit the next one, no problem. And that will be the round for Liquid. 12 on the board for them. For me, it looked like actually the theory behind that strategy would work if Astralis do all that play and then kind of get back to B and execute almost immediately. But the delay that they had in setting up this execute just made it feel like Liquid found out and we're like, all right, whatever.
Well, good thing you had Naf there to clean it up. A little bit of a real missed opportunity for Grim. Really needs to hit at least 1 kill there. But Naf was able to save the day and make up for the fact that he wasn't able to get anything done. Liquid on 12 rounds now. And we'll get that early smoke blocking off ramp. Scoop getting chunked, and a lead caught by Zip. Again, just the meta shots through the smoke on ramp. It's always going to be the guessing game.
Go a little bit of a double setup, different angles, and it works. Double from us. They were stood on top of each other, making it real hard when you peek that corner to know who to aim for.
I like that flash back over toward B as well, in case that was a split. They were ready for it. And in the meantime, it is going to be, yep, a skirmish here. Nice shot from Fallen.
Whoop, he kind of a little bit quick on the next one. Meg is not even going to face him, just shoots him through the box. That's a good idea. And he's very aggressive, catching one. He could have caught the other one. Famas down to 51. Lucky versus Naf. He's going to go straight for the bomb plant. And Naf is actually thinking about sneaking through. There's a pretty big gap there. But Lucky's made it back around the corner, and that... Oh, he's actually sticking around. I thought maybe he'd keep going, because that's such a safe position to be in. But he's actually trying to see if he could play a little bit of a mind game here against Naf. Obviously, a huge difference in experience between these two players. It's going to be hard to catch Naf out almost no matter what. He's checking it. Not sure if he's actually fallen back, smoking it off on the one side, but it's going to be right on top of the bomb. That's a pretty good smoke. He's realizing it now, maybe, but Lucky will still take him down. He did almost check for it. Magisk, obviously, with the triple, but a nice 1 versus 1 for Lucky. It's so important that he wins that, and if he had actually gone back the way that I thought he would in the beginning, that smoke could have been a little bit of a problem for him. So good positioning for Lucky, I would say.
Oh yeah, Lucky pulled a fast one on Naf, and I was going to say that it was fortunate for Liquid that it was Naf in the clutch situation, given his experience over Grim. All right, he's the kind of guy you would want in that 1v1, but again, Lucky just one step ahead that time.
Yeah.
Well played on his part. That's going to build a little bit of confidence there for Lucky. He's been taking some flack given his performance so far this tournament, but that was a must-win round for Astralis. Finally, a clutch going their way.
Oh no. Bobsky getting a run. Dupree's got to be careful. He's not... Yeah, if you stick around...
Do we get a deagle round for Liquid now?
If you're Astralis, that just can't happen, right? Because actually, look at the scoreline right now. 8-12. That's totally winnable if you're Astralis. That's not that much of a difference. But if you let go of a round like this, it's going to take all the momentum away. You're not going to have the cash to buy. So it probably won't even just be 13-8. It will probably be 14-8. And at that point, yeah, it's real rough. So they really can't allow them to steal this one away. AK, though, speaking of stealing, Stewie's already picked that one up. Now they're going to try and see if they can boost over the smoke. They're waiting for the flashes to go away. Oh, no! He lost They lost his chair.
Oh, that's unfortunate. It's not looking good here. I was going to say, there must be balance in the force, right, Anders? You know, you guys get a Deagle force, we get a Deagle force, got to trade back and forth. Now, however, Grim putting the pressure on. I think that's going to be the extent of it. Not a whole lot that Nap can hope to do here in a 1v3. And Stu's already backed off to the B site to save that AK, so yeah. Oh, if we get a second AK for Naf. Oh, that's a huge win for Naf.
Yeah, especially on that CT side. I must point out that Magisk went from having 0 kills to having... He's leading the board on the server right now. He's at 21. He's overtaken everyone on Liquid as well.
Yeah.
Absolutely outrageous, isn't it?
I mean, he's had such a good tournament so far. It's actually been really impressive to see.
Yes. Is that going to be enough to bring it back? He's got some backup up there. I mean, the rest of Astralis are kind of all grouped up. 11 kills on 2, 13 on the other 2. They're doing a good job.
He's third highest. Magisk is third highest ranked in the tournament so far. 1.26 rating.
Who's ahead of him?
Elysian Zywoo. So Zywoo sitting at the top of the pack. Big surprise. Wow. But Elysian's right there ahead of him too. So it's really just a Elysian Magisk.
Interesting.
Dancing the dance.
All right. Well, 22nd round. Fallen and Bubsky exchanging a little bit of damage. And again, a pretty interesting lean early on towards B and mid. Perhaps sort of challenging Astralis a bit, saying you guys don't tend to go fast A, and we'll expect for you to not to do that for a while. They give up the mid control just a bit now, though, as time moves on. It looks like Astralis could go pretty quick towards the B bomb side if they want to. Molotovs, flashes, they catch him out in the open. He could have been dead already, Grim. And now comes the wide swing. dupree's hiding back here. Grim has no idea. That is a very nice move for dupreeh. He clears so deep into the bomb side, though. Naf will still take him down. Naf's going to be careful. That smoke is going to evaporate at one point, and then he's in trouble. He gets a parting headshot, taking down Lucky. That might have been the best possible move right there. And now they've built a tower in the corner. That's a huge vantage point that they've got up there. Magisk is going to get dropped. He was really bold out in the open, and now it's on Sip with a Mac 10. 1 versus 3. It looked like for a minute there, Astralis just wanted to fight aim battles one at a time. And I'm not sure why. Where are the guns? Did they all blow out down towards the pedestrians? I think Sip is thinking there must be an AK somewhere. But there isn't. This is definitely not a fair fight at all. You look at the firepower meter. He still picks up a headshot. The other two have head armor, though. Fallen low on health, obviously, but he's going to fight them out. There he gets Fallen as well. Stewie's now on the other side, and surely a fight that he can win. My God, that is close. 13-9.
I just heard that hoot, Maui. I heard that. Totally unbiased analyst desk, man. You know, expect that after this match.
The problem is we can't really fault the NA analysts for fighting for NA. They don't have a lot left. Yeah, they're still good.
Yeah, one of them got knocked right off the side there. Just guns dropping from the sky. Good for them. And it's a force from Astralis, so they really aren't holding back now, Anders. They need to halt Liquid at 13. If they let Liquid get up onto 14, it's going to be so brutal. But if Liquid win this round decisively, it's going to be so difficult for Astralis, because then they're going to be in this weird Eagle kind of force buy round for Astralis. So a lot of pressure on Astralis on this round.
Yeah. I actually thought they would have even less money, so I'm kind of surprised they were able to put this round together. But I think that's also... It's a calculated move from Astralis at this point. Thinking, if we go 14-8, that's not leaving enough space for us to try and win the map. But if we can upset them here with Galil's, well then sure, we're right back into it. Can they manage to get past Fallen here? A little bit of noise being made. Oh!
Nice angle.
He's right into it, and Stewie... Actually, he made some noise, I think, dropping down Stewie, but I guess Magisk didn't register that maybe that was the position. I mean, fair play, it's hard to do. Some spam coming through just before they boost up. Unfortunate on the timing there. dupreeh now just ready and waiting. Do they have a Molotov? Lucky's got one, so if they set it up, maybe it's doable. He's so deep in the bomb site. Naf is going to be there. Yeah, that's the problem. They needed more nades to clear out some of those positions. They didn't have them. Sip, though. Good aim right there. He's got him boxed in. 2-on-3. They need another battle, but Liquid are playing this so well. In terms of the team play, he's just calling in for backup. Instead of trying to take a fight on his own, Sip gonna go for the wide swing, but he can't get back around the box, and now it's on Bubsky. Goes right into Stewie's AWP. I really like that from Liquid. Instead of, you can see how good they are at slowing it down. And again, as long as there are no Molotovs or HEs landing on them, they can stay behind the boxes like that and just wait for the teammates to show up. It's real good.
All right, Anders, I get you. Yes, and I agree with you. I agree with you if you hit your shots, if you got the confidence. But we have seen Liquid give up rounds in the past where they play it almost too conservatively. They don't peek. Instead of playing together, maybe swinging together or anything like that, you know, they kind of just like hold their angles and try and stay hidden and try and play, you know, air quotes, smart CS. But sometimes you have to take the fight. You can't just let them walk up on you.
To your point, that almost happened with Sip, because if you got
a little bit scary there.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. I mean, that's true. But 14-9, I mean, they're doing it.
They are looking better and better here, and Astralis are going to be the ones who, have to go for the force buy. Deagle, Kevlar, couple of nades. And it's looking a little grim here. It's worth reminding you all, though, that this is Team Liquid's map pick and that Astralis chose Nuke next. So we will get 3 Astralis Nuke maps in 3 series, interestingly enough. Yeah. That is really like the map that they've gone for. And so far, Magisk has had a pop-off map on it. dupreeh has had a pop-off performance. So I'm excited to see Nuke with Astralis here coming up next. That's going to be fun.
Tough round ahead of the Danish side. Couple of Tech9s, a CZ, some Deagles. They won some of these rounds when they were on the CT side, but right now they do anything to try and pick up a round like that. Wow, that is a... You don't have a lot of time to get that shot. Fallen so quick still with those kind of...
Too spread out, shots. Looking for duels. Astralis just hoping to find duels everywhere, and not this time, unfortunately, with the Deegs. Not this time. It's dupreeh and Lucky left. dupreeh with the Deagle, man. He's just too good.
Yeah, that was smooth, wasn't it? But yeah, 2-on-4, and they should be fine. Again, Liquid, they read it, they see what's coming, and the fact that it was a boost means they definitely know where the other player was as well. Stewie able to pick up that last kill. 15-9 there at map point, Liquid. And like you said, their map pick, so it feels good. I don't know, if I'm Astralis right now, I just have to think, the way that we played this in the second half, if we had done anything, any consecutive rounds in the first half, if we'd built any economy along the way, man, this would be a different game. I maybe wouldn't be too sad at losing my opponent's map, but I would feel like we definitely could have done so much more here. We just never gave ourselves a chance by having such a terrible first half, which is no fun.
Well, they've already changed it up again, although they did leave dupreeh lurking towards B alone. 4 of them have grouped up Astralis, so they are ready to go popping through.
Yeah, they are. Fallen, he's got a lot of firepower there to back him up, so... Oh no, setting up the nade as he's getting caught with his pants down. Flash, I actually think that Flash Delige, otherwise he was going to peek behind it. He still will. Going to pick up the one, because, yeah, just continuing the spray. dupreeh there, very late.
Again, dupreeh with the Deeg, though.
Why not?
He's just going to get his pound of flesh, you know? He gets that 1 kill a round with that Deeg. And now leaves himself a lot of time to play with. He's got more than a minute left on the clock. No smoke, though. Can he find a smoke somewhere?
Oh, they double up on him. This is so dirty. Even if he gets one of them, it's going to be tricky to continue, and Grim will take him down 16-9 in favor of Team Liquid on the opening map here in the best of 3. That's a job well done. And they do look pretty confident. They look like they know what they're doing. They had some pretty good reads on Astralis and how they like to play that T side as well. So credit to them.
Yeah, credit to them. And I'm definitely looking forward to hearing what our analysts have to say on the desk after this, because that was a solid map to kick things off in the series.
It really was. And obviously, as you pointed out, Nuke is going to be coming up next. That'll be interesting to see how that's going to be playing out. I'm still really shocked. Magisk, he was so slow to get started, but once he just went all in. Incredible stuff. Love to see it. We are going to go to a break, and then we'll go to the analysts right afterwards.
Yeah, I kind of like the idea of actually using stickers to tell a story. Without being too biased, I'm actually going to go home and put this on my Deagle. And we'll see if it could be pretty cool to have inside the game when I play it Blasts.
Welcome everyone. Today on CS Money Skin Story, I am joined by the legendary dupreeh. So what's gonna happen today, dupreeh, is that we are first gonna define or find your favorite skins, maybe even your favorite skin of all time. And after that, we are going to select 4 stickers to represent specific moments of your career, specific dimensions of your career, and just basically talk about it.
That sounds amazing. I'm ready for it.
dupreeh, now if I ask you this one question, what is your all-time favorite skin?
My all-time favorite skin is the Cobalt Disruption. It's the blue Desert Eagle, and it's the skin that I like the most and probably has the most iconic remembrance of one of my best plays in my career. So
I think the first sticker we could use would be the Entry Fragger, a role model of this part of Counter-Strike for many, many, many years. I have a clip in mind. It is against Vitality in a blast fall on Vertigo.
It's quite flattering. It's great that I feel like I've made an impact on people, and also impact in terms of the role that I represent. We can fit one of those in. If there's 4 total, we can fit that one there.
Now for the second sticker. We'll stay also in the mechanics of the game. I was going to suggest you a sticker called Nice Shot.
Someone tells you that was a nice shot, everyone likes that, you know. It's always nice to get some compliments. So I mean, nice shot could fit in there as well, because, you know, being an entry fragger, having to make nice shots and making them count is also very important. So I think they go pretty good hand in hand.
Now for the third sticker, I have something in mind directly. I'm gonna just put it out there. Astralis Columbus 2016. Such a key moment in your career.
First of all, it kind of makes me feel home. I think that's where my career took the next step, being crowned as the greatest team of all time. So there's a lot of emotions coming into it. It's something that I'm really proud of, and something that has come a very long way from when we started back in the days.
And finally, we have the 4th sticker. It is the crown. We are talking a deagle. We're talking overpass. We're talking phase.
When I get that first kill, the second and the third and the fourth just it just keeps rolling. And all of a sudden I've gotten an ace, kill the last guy on short, and I get so hyped that I forget to pick up a weapon.
Definitely a legendary moment, that's for sure now. Okay, well, now we have your deagle, we have the 4 stickers. Do you feel like they represent you? Do you feel like it tells a story about you?
Yeah, I kind of like the idea of actually using stickers to tell a story. Without being too biased, I might still gonna go home and put this on my deagle. And we'll see if it could be pretty cool to have inside the game when I play it Blast.
All right, well, all I have to do now is just to thank you for the time you spent with me. It was great to talk with you about these different moments. So thank you for joining us.
You're very welcome.
A tsunami from the North Americans on their T side. Liquid continue to sweep things up as they move on to the defense. They'll be taken one step closer to that spot at the LAN finals. And Maniac, we were coming into this really hyping up the CT side for Liquid, but it was the offense that really started them off so solidly on this map.
It was a pristine T side from Liquid. I really have to give props to either obviously the IGL or the coaching adreN behind coming up with the ideas, because many of these decisions were enlightened. They were right, they were correct, they were precise, and there was a lot of finesse in Liquid's game. So that first half was beautiful from Liquid. We do have to say, you could see Astralis were out of their depth. Like some of these deaths, some of these opening deaths they were having, typically a team that at the moment is not ready to play Vertigo at the highest level.
Yeah, we can just see by the kill disparity on the side of Liquid. I believe at the half, there was only 3 kills difference between the top fragger on Team Liquid and the bottom fragger. Everybody was showing up for them.
And even Grim, who is bottom fragging there, actually has pretty good ADR. It means he is contributing in other ways. So that is a great look from Liquid. And like Maniac said, I mean, that T side, they played with so much conviction. Every call, it just felt like it was going to work. There was never any kind of dilly-dallying where people were just making solo plays or anything. Everything looked like it was working within the system that they constructed. And those set pieces, really, there was nothing Astralis could do to counter them.
So was it just kind of individual shining for you, Maniac? Was there anything specific that you were really highlighting from Liquid's first half?
No, not individually. I think for me, it's tactically that the difference was made, is the understanding from Liquid being able to have the right gambles, the right read as well on Astralis' defense. On the side of the Danes, obviously you could see they had to make tricks gambles, because I don't think they were ready to play like a universal round. They had to, you know, put all their eggs in the same basket, and most of the time it was called out by Liquid. Most of the time they had the read, and of course when you couple that with individual skill, that's the magic recipe.
We are able to get inside the server with Liquid themselves as we have a mic'd up moment from the first half for you.
Fighting B right now.
Call the flash.
Let's say mid. Put a lot of pressure mid.
Need flash or no?
Fall mid.
Fall.
A lot of pressure mid. Okay, I'll say
Let's
mid
go 3 mid again.
Bombs down.
I'll take bomb, Reset again, let's go Akif.
I think you should go mid, no?
No, we can't, just go mid.
Just go lane side. Come molly lane for you guys. Left. I'll smoke left, I guess.
Molly sandbags.
I'm gonna molly back lane right now.
I'm going lane as well, good.
Fine. You'll have time, you'll have time.
I think he threw it to play passive.
Top it.
Top default.
Top default.
Top
Nice. Bomb down, wait
no,
seconds.
no, flash, go. Hit him out. I'm holding lobby.
Could be close to flank.
Okay.
Oh,
He's
heaven.
Pick up me, pick up me.
Yep. Oh, he's on the top. I'm moving.
Nice! Let's go!
Really like that we get to hear that clip as well, because we get to hear pretty much all of the players chiming in at certain points, and it was something that we were questioning coming into Liquid, whether, you know, Fallen was that main in-game leader, or who else was kind of giving input during those rounds.
That was a great demonstration of the dynamic that Stewie has with Fallen, the little back and forth they had there in the mid round about Stewie saying maybe we go clear through mid, Fallen actually taking the leadership role and saying, no, we can't. There's no reason we can do that right now. And then they went for a very decisive play on that A bomb site, and it worked out for them. Also, love the little mid-round call, or the late round call, the Naf and Unleash back and forth, the way they were able to close out that 2v1 on top of that. Very clean round. Even Grim getting involved, just kind of listening to the directions and calling out exactly what he's doing, the fact that he's applying pressure.
I agree. I was just thinking in my mind that, you know, you mentioned how Stewie comes in with an ID, Fallen squashes it, but then what I really like is that Stewie remains involved in the round.
Yes.
There is no ego involved, and it's not as easy as it is actually. You know, it's easier said than done. When someone comes in with an ID that gets squashed, you can have players, you know, taking it personally and taking a step back. That's not the case in that clip we just had. Stewie says we could go mid, Fallen says no, let's go A, and then he stays involved. Even though he's dead, he stays involved.
That's so much harder. I mean, it's so much easier said than done.
Absolutely,
to do something like that. You know, I love that you brought that point up, because yeah, it's so easy. Once you give that one point of advice and then they say no, but he's still doing so much. And that's after he actually kind of raged in the beginning about the way he died. It's just, you know, Stewie goes through a lot of multitudes in the round in terms of emotions, but he still stays composed enough to offer really valuable input till the very end of it.
And then we come into the second half. We do see Astralis managing to string 5 rounds together for that side. We feel like, you know, potentially there's a chance of a resurgence, but again, there's a few moments where Astralis start looking lost.
By the end of things, Astralis had a couple of, I'd say, mismatched rounds where the initiative was all over the place, and I think we have one example of that here, where we're going to see this B hit, and it's really kind of scattered.
Yeah, the problem you have to look at is the trading and the spacing, right? Dupree is here, he's helped with the flash, he makes such a great hit with, but no one is behind him. Lucky Dice 2 good seconds and 20 meters behind him, and you can just see instantly that the lines of attack, the lines of offense are completely separated. Bubsky is trying to make sort of a lurk middle, but then he double guesses himself, coming back to Xip. And again, even at the very end, in a 2v3 that was, you know, arguably doable, Xip is completely alone. Only now Bubsky finds the time to fight with Xip, and that was just too disjointed. We pinpointed here, obviously, some mistakes and errors that Astralis had on Vertigo. We could see it coming. That was part of the plan. It was part of like the conditions of that best of 3. We knew that Liquid could punish on Vertigo, and we just saw what happens when Astralis don't have the protocols that they usually have.
And now we move on to a more comfortable ground for Astralis on Nuke. And I think we should start off by talking about Liquid coming into this one, because there's a few it's a mixed bag of results when we're coming onto this map for them.
There's some ugly results for Liquid on Nuke lately. The fact that they lost to Furia with playing with Gary as a stand-in, that one stands out the most to me. And if Liquid want to win this one, they have to look back at some of those losses and think, why did we make those mistakes? How do we improve upon them? But that's where I think really adreN comes in. When we interviewed him yesterday, he talked about some of the exact mistakes that they made against Vitality. He's one that's going to pour over the demos, and there's ways that they can fix it. Astralis, though, on the other hand, they've been playing a really great looking T side of Nuke. We thought they were probably going to be able to take Vitality yesterday, although that did not end up being the case because of their CT side letting them down. They are playing a very thorough tactical game that Liquid is going to have to put up a really strong defense against.
I am afraid that the Astralis roster as of today is not deep enough. I am really afraid, I'm going to be honest. Part of me was thinking that the core, we're talking the Xip, the Magisk, and the Dupree, could be enough because they had all that experience and they also had sort of a mental upper hand on Liquid in a way. Now I'm starting to realize that at least in that map, the depth of the lineup is not enough quite yet. Granted, there could be a reaction, and I'm hoping to see a reaction from the likes of Bubsky and Lucky, because why not? We've seen rookies, we've seen them pop off and just take everyone by surprise. That could be what tips the scale, because at the moment, there's just not enough. There's not an answer. Liquid's players are just too good if you go pound for pound.
And you're talking about Liquid putting up a more solid defense when we're coming onto this map. What are you kind of hoping to see if, you know, they've been rebuilding, they've been looking back at those demos and looking for those improvements?
Well, the way that they lost to Fury in particular was a lot of inside hits against them. That's going to focus on players like Grim, who's playing towards back silo. It's going to focus on Naf at ramp. If those two can find a little bit more just consistency in the way that they're able to multi-frag, then there's a chance here that Liquid should just shut down everything that Astralis throws at them. So that's something where maybe they need to throw in a couple more plays, a couple more ways to get Astralis off kilter, because we saw that if Astralis is able to run their game plan on the T side, they can really manipulate defenses thoroughly. So if Liquid come into this one with a slightly more proactive approach, there's a chance that they never even let Astralis do what they want to do in their game plan.
Yeah, and it was absolutely nuts yesterday when we saw them going up against Vitality with that T side, particularly 11 rounds on the board for Astralis. And we really saw them abusing that A site, because we knew that was a weakness of Vitality coming into it. So I don't think we could be underestimating Astralis coming into this one just yet.
No, we don't. And neither should Liquid, and neither should anyone. I mean, Astralis have done enough for us to believe that they can have a very decent new game. And the fact that that T side is so strong obviously gives you confidence and courage going on it. The problem for me is their CT side. And you are looking at sort of the upside down right now. You're in Stranger World where you have to have a good T side for Astralis moving on to Nuke, because we know there are going to be weaknesses and gaps on the CT side. It's just how it is. That is the situation. That is the lay of the land for Astralis. So hoping for a great T side, and then maybe the rookies out there just give me something.
Well,
I want to see something.
There is a lot of pressure coming into this, particularly for Astralis. It is a spot at the Royal Arena on the line for them if they do lose out in this map. Potentially one more map separates Liquid from claiming that spot on LAN, and we're going to be delving into Nuke to find out how it's going to go down.
Vertigo is over and done with, and now it's on to Nuke, picked by Astralis. The odds are even more against them now, which makes sense. You can tell on your screen there, close to 5-1. Makes sense, I think, given the map victory there on Vertigo.
Yeah, I mean, Liquid are just looking very dialed in, very dominant right now. Great team play from them. A lot of the death ball approach, 5 together. Don't even bother with a lurker, just go as 5 and smash into a bomb site. I like that kind of CS right now, Anders. It seems to work very well, and Liquid are definitely benefiting from it.
Well, let's see what they could do. We're on Nuke, and they're going to be starting on the CT side, Astralis on the T side. This is their map pick and their big chance to make it all the way through and try and get into the Royal Arena to play at the season finale. That's going to be super important. Lucky to set up a Molotov that's landing behind the silos in there, and they're going to be busting out of the squeak door. Glocks coming through, down into the vent. Some of them get stopped, a lot of them get stopped, but they do answer back. Magisk is there with the Glock. He did it on Vertigo, and he's doing it again, taking down Grim. Fallen now in a 1 versus 3. That is a real turnaround for Magisk.
P2000 as well. God forbid. Fallen, what is this?
Frowny face.
Frowny face, similar.
Not happy.
Not appreciative of this at all. And Fallen has the kit as well. A kit, a smoke. What can he hope to do here, though? He's got such a long way to get to that bomb, let alone a defuse. Yeah, it's not going to happen. He's just going to hold on to the gear for the next round.
Fair play.
To be fair, though, actually, was it Exist the other day who made a good point in terms of economically, is it worthwhile to save the kit? Because if the bomb blows up with the T's like this, they get more money than outweighs you just saving the kit. So it may be worthwhile for Fallen to, instead of holding on to that, actually push and try and make something happen rather than save.
I don't know. I've never tried to do the math, to be honest.
So it's like, this is where you get into like the nitty gritty of it, where it's like, okay, they get an extra $150, and you're like, oh, okay,
I feel like it's a good idea because if you save the smoke kit, you increase the chances for a smoke defuse.
Sure.
Which we don't get enough of, nearly.
No, definitely not. Especially kit second round, that could be fun.
Can I just take a stand for the P2000 though? I think the big advantage to having it is the psychological advantage of you fire it, and people on the other side think their headsets might be broken. It's like, what sound is that? Is there something wrong?
Seriously,
what's going on?
Nobody uses that anymore. May's mouse died, and so now they're talking smack in the chat. You know, who died to the guy with the dead mouse?
Just using the arrow keys to aim with really quickly.
Yeah. Grim is
not easy.
Mouse was working.
Well,
all right.
That's definitely got to be psychological warfare.
Exactly, that he in fact bounded shoot to spacebar.
Perfect.
And that's so in case his mouse dies. I tell you, Anders, this is why you don't use wireless mice.
I don't know. I feel like they're good enough up there now that it's so rare.
Nah, I can't have it.
Rare.
Can't have it. A pro playing wireless, I don't get it. Imagine that happened in the middle of the round.
He's proven he can handle it. It's no problem at all. Fallen's got a scout. Stewie's got a scout. We've got an MP9. They're pretty well equipped for this round after all. Trying for the hedge. Man, that looked like it was close. Fallen jumping back around the corner, but they know that one of the scouts is in play. The other one is over by the ramp. And the wall of smokes has been set up. So far they're not getting tagged through. Lucky takes a little bit of damage, but it's probably fine. And they're pretty deep in here. Leash playing an off angle that Bubsky looks to be checking in a big way.
Wow. Bubsky just savoring that.
Yeah.
Not looking away on that one. Pretty sure he's dead, Bubsky. Don't worry. You got him.
If I'm a Leash in that position, if I just get close peek, like really quick, they just right around the corner and shoot me down, I'm like, all right, fair enough. When people crawl in on him, I feel it's so much more offensive. I hate it when that happens. And like, they're so slow, but you still can't really, like, it's like they still have an advantage in some way. It's really annoying. 4 versus 4 now. It actually looked like there was some team damage in that, but I'm not quite sure. Fallen, he's ready for more. The bomb is down, and now a second tag is in play. He actually does tag up a free. They are so low, and that means the Deagle is incredibly lethal right now. Naf is the one that has it.
Not like this. And Stu gives up the angle right as Dupree goes into heaven.
Oh, okay.
That's interesting.
Fine. that happens. Grim sneaking through the MP9. He's going to be going down. Naf getting caught in a really awkward position, but he still gets the body shot. Look at the assist. Double on Fallen.
10 seconds.
Yep, and they're going to have to go and pick up that bomb and just put it down right away, which they are trying to do. Stewie, he's not going to be able to shut down the bomb plant. dupreeh in there to try and help him out a little bit. Some damage coming through. The scout, well, actually connecting at the moment. And they are both fairly low on health now on that CT side. Right now, they only know where one of them is, but dupreeh is up on the rafters, ready and waiting in case anything happens. Yeah, it's a great position. He almost can catch the shot. Naf is close by as well. He's walking in. He's going to find a free kill on one. And Magisk is down there with the help as well. It's going to have to be a real quick headshot. He did get the damage, but not quite enough. And it will be Astralis barely limping through the round.
Ah, you're just holding your breath the entire time. What a tense round. I can't believe Astralis managed to pull that off. After all the work Fallen did, he tagged everybody on the freaking team. He did so much work this round, Fallen. Kudos to him. That was crazy. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't believe they managed to get that. That was with 14 seconds left. There was about 10 seconds left when they get the bomb planted. You're thinking that is it. There's going to be a way for Liquid to win this one, but I mean, they've done a tremendous amount of damage to Astralis' economy. Astralis have to spend everything now to get equipped in this round. And so Liquid should be feeling good about themselves here. It didn't go their way, but they've got a real good opportunity here to put Astralis under pressure right out the gates at the beginning of this half.
They're just slipping past under the
cover
of smoke. Fair enough. No one from Liquid is really responding to the fact that someone could have made it down. They don't know, but normally if you don't know, you have to assume that someone probably did make it down there. MP5 on Bubsky. Rare sighting.
Pew pew. He's a fan. I like it.
I like it as well. Now, they do only have pistols, so I guess that's also maybe why Liquid are not going for any crazy rotations, because it's all ready. You have to gamble a little bit, right? They would have loved a three-man fight outside. They didn't get it, so maybe they're just not that interested. All right, some damage. He's no idea. He's just not sure. That's annoying. dupreeh will take down Grim. Lucky playing around with them over at the ramp room, but they should be fine in this round here. I think Astralis, they're just going to recover and go into the A-bomb site and get the bomb down.
Do we get Naf in a position? Oh, there it is. This is so, yeah, Lucky's freaking out now. Was there more people? What are these rounds? 15 seconds, bomb just now. Oh, nope, never mind.
Now, if his mouse stopped working here, so he couldn't plant the bomb at all.
See? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. It's a chance. There's a chance.
Anything can happen. I don't know if you know this, but non-wireless mouse can also break. I'm just saying.
Yeah, but no, not. There you go, Naf.
Was that like a fourth or fifth shot, headshot, just spamming at range? Unbelievable. Stewie trying to do the damage, just to make it a bit more expensive. Liquid know that they're going to be able to buy in the next round, so yeah, this is from earlier. He's just so confused. Where are the bullets coming from?
And it's looking like they'll be able to get out of here, although Naf not quite able to find them at the end there. That's unfortunate. But still, you can chuck that MP5. Nobody cares about that. You're going to have plenty of money for the M4 this round, Naf. Fallen goes straight to the AWP. No time wasted on his front. And Stu actually going to hold on to the Galil.
Yes. I think that's a good idea. It's fine. The Galil's got a lot of utility for different reasons, right?
Yeah. It's a solid gun. Better than the FAMAS by far.
Agree. Hard agree.
Oh, here we go, though. Quick acceleration. And they managed to get out in time. Yes, Lucky leads the way.
Grim, though, he's going to get one kill. They need a lot more Elige coming through the smoke, but he's going to get shut down. So many T's on the other side. They just had everything covered. Molotov to push Naf even further back in. I don't know. 2 versus 3. Unless they find a very quick kill here, they should think about these guns, because they do need them on the CT side, and they got to be careful. Nice shot from Fallen to bring down Sip, and the bomb gets delayed, and now they can definitely go for it. Fallen runs onto the bomb side. They nearly line up, but it's not enough. Naf will take down dupreeh, and that is a nice recovery from Liquid. 2 versus 3, not necessarily that easy, but Fallen just forcing his way into that retake.
That's what I'm talking about. This is all down to timing here. As you can see, Elige just comes barreling through. He only finds the one guy, but this is some old-fashioned Fallen right here. Combat opping from Fallen, going aggro with the AWP up close, no fear. That's so sick to see. What a round from Fallen. You got to give it to him, man. That is so sick. I was just thinking back to like Cobblestone or something. That's like the kind of vibe I was getting there watching Fallen just go all out with the AWP close quarters on the bomb site.
It is so cool, isn't it? It's one of the things that just makes it a real joy to watch him play.
Yeah, very cool to see. Strong round for him and must-win round for Liquid. Okay, we saw a lot of this yesterday. I mean, obviously the main strategy here, getting the smoke wall up outside. Different variation this time.
Yeah, but this is all just a bit of a fake. Again, we're going to have a couple of Molotovs, I'm assuming on hot as well. And they're going to try and go quick. And it makes sense given the weaponry that they want to try and explode onto this. So, giving a little bit of time for Liquid to feel nervous about outside, and they're going to try and come through the smoke. This time, Grim is a little bit more prepared. Double kill for him. Fallen will take down Magisk, and this has already been shut down. You really need the first part of that push coming through the squeak door to have some success. You need at least for that to trade, or for people to stay alive, and they just absolutely gets pulled apart. So, well done. Liquid with a second round.
I couldn't find that op in time. That's unfortunate. Do they have enough to buy a new one? They don't have enough for an AWP for Fallen this round, so that's actually very unfortunate. But it will be a round of eco coming up here for Astralis, so not the end of days, not the end of the world. Yeah, Liquid, that looked to me like Liquid were ready for it. They saw that smoke wall go up. They had 3 guys solid on the A side, just ready and waiting for that play. That makes me think that's some homework paying off for Liquid.
Yeah, good call not to rotate too many people away from that. Down into the vent, let's say.
Well, I mean, that's what they were saying. I can't remember if it was Maui or Maniac. But, you know, just what adreN brings to the table in terms of coaching, right? That he's very much a bookworm. Likes to get into the demos, likes to try and figure out what the strategies are going to be. And that may be working out for him here. One of those rounds where it worked out. Quick play here coming in, though. This is Nico round from Astralis. They're pouring it on.
Yeah, he got caught in a weird position, even against the Glocks. It's a little bit uncomfortable, but it should still be fine. I don't think they'll actually be in any trouble here. The worst that could happen is letting go of the bomb plant, in my opinion. Low on health, everyone, more or less, on the Astralis side. Although Lucky getting a kill on this
one
is
at a time.
sloppy.
What's going on?
There's absolutely no reason for this. Now, bomb. Oh, that grenade! Bubsky, he can't escape. He gave his life for the cause. Fair play. But now they have a Galil and an M4 out in the open. Stewie does spot it out, but he does make it back around. So does Lucky. Dupree
on the upper side.
On a long flank. If this goes long enough, if they're slow to defuse, they might have a very hard time reading this. Molotov to force him to the other side. No one defusing just yet, and that could be a problem. They so want to find Dupree. They know one of them is, and he's right there, taking the kill, and that's going to be Lucky to drop him. I can't believe it. I take all my words back. It wasn't the bomb plant that was the worst thing that can happen. It was absolutely losing the round to Glocks, more or less.
Yeah, that is a travesty.
Yes.
And I'm glad that they call a timeout on that one, Liquid. That's a tilt-worthy round. You're not supposed to lose those. And also, they just took a series of duels alone. At no point were you having anybody there to help each other for Liquid. It was all just everybody working one after the other, trying to make a fight, trying to make a difference. And that's not how you need to play those sorts of situations against Glocks. You got to work together and make sure your superior firepower is what wins out.
That is definitely going to be a pivotal round in the first half, at least. That's one of those rounds that you can't really excuse that. Because
start for Elige as well, only 2 kills.
The fact that NAF goes down should put not really that much pressure on Liquid, in my opinion. Like, it's annoying, but mostly annoying to NAF. The rest of the teams, you're like, all right, well, let's just wait for them to get the bomb down at the very least, get everyone in here, make sure we can set it up. We've got grenades, we've got everything. Elige, lost in the smoke, potentially. Can he find his way out? He's thinking about it. It looks like they don't really think about the fact that he's here. I mean, this could be pretty devastating. They've walked past him, so he's, I don't know, not finding a target, but this could still play out.
Oh, this is so weird.
It really is. Yeah, tune in next season and we'll find out where Elige actually goes. Oh, yeah, you have to. You have to. He's going to find... Oh, no!
I was waiting for that. I hear everybody just shouting no in the green room right now. It's a greed, man. Greed isn't good.
Oh, no.
Greed isn't good, Elige. Should have just gone for the knife while you had a chance. That's the thing, Anders. That's the thing. He just tried to go for more. Just tried to go for more.
Who can blame him? I mean, I understand it. It's just so unfortunate because if Sid was looking slightly a different direction, he obviously deals both of them in a second, right? Yeah. That was a cool play, but...
Zip's like, wait, where did that guy come from?
Like, hold the phone.
Oh, Zip looks so happy right now, though.
He does.
He just looks like he's just loving it right now, playing with the team again. Really makes you wonder, is it the team deciding to bench him or if he's benching himself or what's going on there? Because he always just seems so happy right now, playing right now. Questions. Makes you wonder.
Yeah, maybe he can change his mind. I don't know. Who knows? We'll have to find out. Going into the 8th round, we've got some money back on Liquid. Elige is going to be immediately drop Magisk with a very important entry frag. That compromises the entire bomb site. Grim fighting for his life back there, but he's going to go down eventually, and this round should be over. I'm hesitant now because I was so horribly wrong earlier, but Magisk almost finding the double kill, leave Naf on 6 health, and they know, and he's kind of expecting them to come. Yeah, that's the hunt has been called for. What? Okay.
Sick shot.
Really well done.
All right, Lucky's going to get an AWP. Donated care of Liquid.
It's so crazy. Sometimes on that A bomb site, when you lose Mini, it feels like every other position is predicated on not losing Mini. So as soon as that one guy is like, that entire bomb site is just run over. If you're playing Hut or Rafters up there, there's no way out. It's so tough. Yeah, they're feeling the pain just a bit now.
Yeah,
6-2 in favor of Astralis. Things are looking good. Liquid back on pistols. They're of the powerful kind, but pistols nonetheless.
B2K. That man, it just sounds so weird now. Who uses that pistol? Why?
It does sound like a plastic gun.
It just doesn't sound right. You know, like when you're a kid, you had those. It was like the pistols, but they shot like the firecracker paper.
Yes.
Pap, 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 pap. That's what it sounds like.
It does. Could sound a little bit like the popcorn's about to be ready in the microwave. Could also confuse people. Like, I didn't even remember putting on popcorn. Might have to go check in the middle of the game, you know?
That is the true elite snack. Popcorn. Popcorn's the way, dude.
Yeah, but it can only be like the ones with salt on.
Yeah.
I don't understand all the other flavorings. I never understood.
You never get on like the caramel popcorn, all that?
No.
Oh, dude.
That's why.
It's so good. You have to stop. But you see, that defeats the purpose. You can't put caramel on the popcorn or the sugar or any of that stuff. The whole point of popcorn is that it's the perfect snack if you're dieting.
Yeah.
That's the whole point, all right? Just a little bit of salt and you're good to go.
That's what I'm saying. Oh.
Trick your brain, trick your body into thinking you're eating something, when in fact, just you're not.
Mostly not. Yeah. Oh wait, could have been. They're very low on health. Grim has managed to find an AWP and run away with it.
Just getting out of here.
Well, it is going to be 7-2 in favor of Astralis, and at the moment, you have to say the way that they got beat up on Vertigo. It must feel like some sweet revenge that they're dishing out here on this map. Hope that they do put it together. Dust 2 would be the final deciding map. That could be fun. And it's actually, at the moment, Dupree at 13 kills, but Lucky's up there at 9. We should remember to point that out. Because, like you said, there's been a little bit of criticism coming his way. I think he's been playing pretty well today.
Today, I mean, it's just about of experience, I think.
Yeah.
Time on the server at this level, you're only going to get better with more exposure to this kind of stress and to these kinds of players. Like Liquid, right? These guys are just going to hit different than FPL or whatever, you know, that's going on. Especially as an opera, you're just going to spend your life blinded most of the time. You're just trying to find a way to get that ever so slight window to hit a shot between the flashes. That's the name of Lucky's game right now. He just has to figure that out. And nice attempt by Fall on there. That was close.
It really looked like that connected, didn't it? Scary stuff. dupreeh not really interested in re-peeking that necessarily.
It's really interesting. It takes time. I'm going to be very curious. Like the guy that I think of right here, you know, in terms of like developing into a first-rate opera is Mihu, or not Mihu, Mantu.
Mantu, yeah.
But yeah, Mantu. You know, where remember at the beginning we were like, oh, you know, he's really getting blinded a lot. He's having a lot of trouble.
Yeah.
Now he's shaping up to be a fantastic. But that didn't happen overnight. That takes time.
Yeah, it can definitely be a process. There's no doubt. 7-2. A minute on the clock. Magisk is snuck through. If he can get into this position, it's going to be so valuable. He catches Fallen, couldn't see a thing at all. Magisk again on Nuke. He has been so good on this map, and you're starting to see a little bit of why that is. Elige, he's out hunting for Magisk, but there's a lot more people out here. dupreeh is one of them, but even if not that, there would have been 3 other players there. And look at how that is trading. This is the benefit of having this many players on one position. You can just keep doing that over and over again. Rafters, like we said earlier, not a good position to be in if that main position is compromised. Grim going to be going down. He did leave Sip on 2 health. If he got that kill, that might have actually made it a very winnable round.
Yeah, how does Sip survive? There was only his head. Like, and he got hit twice. How does he survive on 2 health?
Thick skull.
What's going on there?
He's been taking his vitamins.
Well, that leaves Naf in an impossible situation. Bomb planted up above him. Not a whole lot you can hope to do here. Anders, this is weird. Now we're going to get Astralis in the lead, 8-2. We're getting flashbacks to Vertigo here.
Yeah, they're trying to see if they can reverse it. What was it, 11-4 on Vertigo in the first half? So they want to try and see if they can do that right back. We're not quite at that level yet, but it is pretty impressive. On the other side, on Liquid, Elige has got 2 kills. The rest of them are doing kind of okay. So, I mean, I wouldn't say that they're really getting necessarily swept off the board here, but there is a problem for Liquid, which is that Astralis economy is now actually really starting to build back up again. They had it a bit lower earlier, but they've let a few too many rounds come through here. This shot...
That's what we're getting flashbacks to. It's Astralis versus EG. They went 11-4 in the first half on T side. Astralis just utterly dominated that T half. So maybe it's Astralis versus North Americans, you know? On Nuke, there's just something about it.
All right.
Yeah.
He trusted the back of that chair a lot.
He definitely trusted that chair not to flip on him.
I imagine a bunch of Liquid fans are like, why are you comparing us to EG? Stop doing that.
Well, majority NA. I know you got some discrepancies there, Hungarians, Brazilians, all that, but, you know, majority NA, guys.
Still counts, sort of. All right, 11th round. Timeout is done. Astralis just looking to continue the pain. Ooh, something good has come from this dreadful position that Liquid is in, and it's a Mag 7 on Stewie.
Oh,
at least we get that.
Mag 7 and Nuke. Name a better pair. I'll wait.
Yeah.
I mean, Fallen aggro yard, and Stu's gonna push ramp. Whoa, big whiff from Fallen though.
Yeah, look, like that's the kind of shot that he would hit every single time. Inside of the smoke, hiding. Naf, kind of thinking about it. Gotta be careful you don't make any noise here. Yeah,
Bubsky heard that.
Yep, he's doing a little bit of a double take. Naf is gonna find dupreeh and a headshot on Magisk as well. They try to come through. He's finally gonna be found, so at least it's a 3-on-3. But this is where Astralis really need to keep cool and not get caught off any longer. Bubsky's going to be going down. Ooh. Instant dinker for that MP9. We haven't even seen the Max 7 yet. Lucky is sure that someone's going to show up eventually out here. The clock is working against him, so doesn't have all day. A little bit of a jump and some noise. Does he know? Elige, timing is absolutely everything in this one. If he gets spotted out here, Lucky, that's gonna... Maybe they can work together to do something. Oh. Wow.
The Leech can't catch up.
Right on his face. He's gonna shoot the AWP and then pick up the AK. That could be interesting. I mean, if they think it's an AWP that he's running around with, they could try and play it differently. Might be a little bit surprised. That Sip is walking up behind them, and he's gonna find a free kill taking down Stewie. Some great communication here between the 2 remaining players of Astralis, and Grim is gonna be found. It will be Astralis to pick up the round in spite of a very, very rough beginning to this round. Liquid really can't catch a break.
No. And Elige in particular, man, he's got 3 kills so far this half. I mean, he is the heavy hitter for Liquid, one of the top-ranked players in the tournament so far, and yet on this map, he is achieving nothing. That was his 3rd kill he got this round. That was his 3rd kill so far of this half. So when one of your main guys is just not really connecting the dots at all, we can see how Liquid really seem to struggle. 2 rounds for Liquid so far this half. I mean, we may just get that repeat. Astralis, you know, just utterly dominating on T side on Nuke. Nice. Done there from Fallen, though, doesn't miss this time.
And Elige is pushed up all the way to the silo. And even if he doesn't get any action over here, they can rotate around this. They can stack the A-bomb side and ramp if they want to. They're in such a good position. He's going to start to fall back a little bit into Mini, try and help out. But yeah, they feel very confident in at least knowing that outside is incredibly well covered at the moment. Nav doesn't really have to defend this position. He can get a kill and fall back. Sticking around doesn't really do anything for him. Oh, but they're running really deep in here. Now he might not be able to fall back any longer, and he's going to be found by Sip. I don't know. I feel like he stuck around a little bit too long then. Elige is trying to get down here to help out, but a lot of people on the other side, and now he's getting smoked off. Did take down Bubsky before anything else happened. 45 seconds on the clock. Not quite guessing the angle there, and the bomb is at the very least going to be planted here. Sip in charge yet. There's still a Molotov unlucky, so let's just see where he positioned himself. He's going to get that shot on Grim. That's nicely done. And yeah, the Molotov, that's actually huge. If he can block that off, he can stay up in the window room. He's going to be pushing down with the Tech 9. That's really smart. They weren't expecting that because the Molotov had gone down. Trying to see if he can hit that wild flick on someone, but it's a 2-on-2, and no one's defusing yet. They tap it just to see if they can push someone into a little bit of a fight, but actually baited out, falling on the other side. That Tech 9 is doing a lot of work here. Elige, he still goes down, but Magisk gets there with the spray. He gets one, and he can't connect, but it doesn't matter. There is no time. A 10th round on the board now for Astralis. And Liquid again, just falling short.
And they have done it double digits on the T side. Astralis. Mouse died again is what Magisk is writing in the chat right now. A little bit of salt in the wound.
Wait, can we see that in the spray?
No, he's just messing with him. A little bit of the trash talk there. A little bit of the trash talk. I like it.
Oh man,
you know,
I was hoping.
We're not on land. We're not on land, so you gotta mess with them somehow, right? So I appreciate that.
Yeah.
But man, what a play! A big round from Elige though. Doubled his kill count in that one round. Got 3 kills, brings him up to 6. But man, Astralis are on fire. They're in double digits, and it's just Liquid getting battered in this first half, Anders.
And some of these positions, they look so favored in. It really looks like they have every advantage. And then it just gets stolen away. Elige can smoke that off. Ooh. Does he want to risk it? Lucky is so ready. Oh, no! How is that possible? Kind of a recall to Saivu over at ramp yesterday on Nuke, where Lucky also looked like maybe he had the chance, but...
Is Elige waking up? What is going on here? Those are 2 dominant kills from him. Let's see. He got pulled a fast one in the first one, but on that second kill, that was him just taking a straight up man fight with Zipnix and winning. And now spots the 3rd. Oh, that is so unfortunate.
Yeah, every chance to get that. But this is another round that Liquid should not be losing. 3 versus 5. Only 30 seconds more or less on the clock. I mean, they need them. They almost have to give them away back into this round here. Otherwise, I think Astralis just run out of time. 13th round. They're stretched out. 19 seconds left. I don't know. I don't think they can even get onto a bomb site. So it's fine. All good. They're looking for kills, which that could still be very annoying. But they can't actually get the bomb plant.
Yeah, because they really don't have much money left. So 2 seconds, 1 second, that's going to be it. Oh, they're all dying afterwards as well, post. But mountains of cash for Astralis. They don't really care about that. They don't need any loss bonus or anything. They will be able to full buy. So this was Elige, yeah. Lucky reacted and took a shot.
I don't know where that shot lands, but...
Does it go over his shoulder?
Good question.
But that fight right there against Zipnix is something else.
Some frustration, but not that much. We're moving into the 14th round. If Elige is waking up, that's certainly bad news for Astralis, right? He's not been a factor in the game up for a while here on Nuke.
Yeah.
But if he's starting to get there, that's obviously going to make a difference.
First 12 rounds, he did pretty much nothing. So, you know, 4v5 for Liquid. But if Elige and, you know, if Elige shows up in a way that Elige can, it could get interesting here. I mean, if Liquid are able to get 5 rounds on the board, if they can win out the remainder of the half, obviously it's not a one half. They're still behind, but at least they're cooking with gas. They've got something going, rather than just getting blown out by Astralis. Could get that repeat half that we saw from Astralis versus EG, first match of this tournament for them, but let's see. It's going to be a full buy for both teams. Many nades and some speed here from Bubsky.
Yeah, trying to see if they can maybe catch them. It wasn't a direct rush, it was just time to go off 5 seconds later, but Liquid was still ready, and that's important. Just the shoulder, just to see what was going on. A very cool idea, though, from Astralis. I mean, I think it's worth trying something like that. Because if you're just playing in your normal rhythm in that bomb site, and you throw down the Molotovs to slow them down, and you realize, oh, they're not coming, it's fine. And then you start looking away, and then the whole thing blows up.
Yeah.
But Liquid were well aware. Ready for it. dupreeh going to be going down. Lucky on his own. 1 versus 4 with a Molotov in hand. But they have so much on the other side, so very tough for him to get out of. But again, I must say he's been playing a very good game so far on Nuke. This is not an easy position to be in. He did get Sui, that's at least something. Up to 14 kills is Lucky, and Liquid will find a 4th round.
You're going to give Elige the defuse.
Yeah?
Just to help out, you know, not that many kills. They got to get him, you know, got to pad the stats in. Whatever you can get.
Get him boosted back up there.
Oh, nice shot.
Yeah.
Hey, Fallen has been good he's been doing work this series so far. It's good to see. I mean, he is, we have confirmed, right, that he is calling the shots. In fact, he has taken over the IGL role for Liquid, but Stewie still chimes in. Stewie still helps in the mid-round, but it is Fallen who's taking over the leadership role of the team.
Yeah.
And I think this is really what they intended all along. I mean, you're not bringing Fallen on to just be a primary opper. You're bringing Fallen on to call the shots. It just took a while to get there, but it looks like the team is finally starting to hit its stride.
It looks really healthy, and like you said earlier, you could see Stewie is also having much more of an impact. So
oh yeah, it's night and day with Stu.
Everyone's playing better.
He's got 10 kills right now. This is great.
Well, the 15th round, the last of the half, set up, and let's just see how they're going to play this one out. If Astralis want the mirror of the first map on Vertigo, then they need to win this round. It's still doable. So maybe they can get that perfect revenge. Liquid, though, they want whatever they could get here. 5th round could easily make the difference. You just never know. dupreeh sneaking around. No AWP outside of the minute. That's inside of the bomb site instead. Actually, a little bit of a team effort coming in. Fallen with a rifle right next to him. The flashes are everywhere, and Fallen is dead before he even got his vision back. And that's terrifying on that A-bomb site. Sip, what an entry to take down Grim on top of everything else. And this is working out real well. Elige is the only one that they don't know where he is. And he's snuck in. He's actually able to win this round. This is an unbelievable position to be in. If they make a mistake right here, Astralis and just walk into it, but maybe now not so much. He needed Naf up on the high ground. Could he get the ninja, though? No, he's going to go straight for it. Will get a quick double, and the bomb did not get planted. He's back here with all the grenades and everything else. Just has to take a deep breath. 1 versus 4. 20 seconds. They have to come, and he knows it. They're going to be trying to see if he can get it on the right. He goes for the taps, but dupreeh brings him down, and it is a mirror at the end. 11-4 in favor of Astralis. We head into the second half. That's coming up after the break.
Yeah, it's definitely difficult. Like having a new map, you need to call every corner. There are a lot of corners on Ancient.
When the IGL says go A and you're like, yeah, I don't know, man.
Left side, where do we have lamp? It's lamp.
Connector.
I call that lamps.
Cheetah.
In Russian,
It's like cats. Maybe Sea-Do?
Cave.
I don't know. It's like we're taking some positions from other maps.
This part is connector, and then the next room where it connects to is Z, is what we call it.
In Russian, it's like kati.
Basically, we have 2 chords, or 3 chords even, 4 chords if I think about it now. The left part of this room is called lamps because there are lamps in there. On the right side of the room, where you can see the fence, we call it actually fence. And the entrance of this room, basically when you look just straight, we call that Guardian. There's not a specific reason, but we want to have some player names because it's easier to remind and also to say them.
This is me speculation, because I don't know. But I'm sure it's because you can get to this place really fast from terrace and CT perspective. It's a very highly contested area.
Which means in Swedish, it means like side, like the side part.
We have one specific name, like Nico. It's it's on the other side, but this whole thing is cave.
On English, I think it's like connector.
Yeah, we call this area Z.
I don't remember.
We call that one dark.
We're calling it karman, but in English it's like pocket.
This is cave.
We call ruins.
Whole area is blue for us.
Yeah, I think it's connector. Перемычка. Перемычка is like connector on like Mirage and here, so.
Take stuff from other maps and kind of make it easier in our heads. I guess just one player on a team. It's not, English isn't his first language, so we're trying to make it like very simple and kind of like take stuff from other maps and put it into this map.
We have pocket in every map, so we need it.
Here we go. The Universe awarded an 11-4 first half victory on Vertigo to Liquid. And now it's done the same to Astralis, but on Nuke instead. They are well on their way to making that third map on Dust 2. They just need to finish the job here.
I'm actually kind of crossing my fingers and hoping now, because it would be fun to get some Dust 2 between these two teams.
It would be.
You know, see some Fallen on Dust 2, see if Lucky is going to be able to perform as an Opper on the legendary Op map.
Yeah.
It'd be a good match. It'd be a good match to have a 3 map on this one. So let's see if Astralis can keep their cool and lock it down here on the CT side, on the defense.
Sipper's gone for the dualies again.
He was successful against EG with him. Let's see if we can get some value again. He's changed. He's not in the same position. Last time he was at ramp with him, so let's see. You know, this time around he's changed it up.
Lucky with the nade in hand, gonna be hitting them. That's a pretty decent grenade. Slows them down just a bit, and they're gonna be able to catch him. Magisk goes down though. Elige outside with a P250 instant shot. Oh, dupreeh. No more coming after, but he realizes how many people are down there. He's hearing the footsteps. He's coming out to try and help. He will be pushed back just a bit. Sip showing up. Showing up for his own funeral.
Got rocked.
Lucky out here. Nice find. Yeah, doesn't have to commit to this fight either. Just show yourself, try and be a little bit annoying. 3-on-3, and obviously plenty of time left. Nafa's going to take over those dualies. He's happy to find those. I think everyone is confused, maybe especially Astralis. Where exactly are they going with this push? It's been everywhere so far. Lucky is again the subject of attention down here in the control room. The bomb is going to be planted as Bobski goes down. The dualies is going to be doing a little bit of work here. And now it's on dupreeh. Only 20 health, 1 versus 3, and that's a hard one to solve if you were in a pistol round.
Not a whole lot you can really hope to do here. He's looking like he's going to back off and just save.
Yeah.
Oh, what a chaotic round, though.
Yeah.
That starts with a ramp push that then goes up to heaven, that goes to yard, that goes back towards... Like, it was just all over the place.
Yeah, and you can... I mean, that's part of the strength of it, isn't it? It's very hard to call on the CT side. Every call is going to be immediately cancelled and contradicted 3 seconds later. Like, no, wait a minute, hold on. Good stuff for Liquid. That's important. 11-5 from Liquid's point. Nice shot. From Liquid's point of view, they're obviously not thinking about the third map. They're thinking, let's just run it back. And it's doable.
Yes, it is certainly doable between these two teams. I mean,
Double Scout Deagle and some HEs. Let's see what they have. Ooh, nice damage onto Elige. Trying still is lucky out here, but almost connects. And Elige will eventually go down, found by Bubsky. So, already a kill going the way of Astralis.
Oh, that's correct, actually, Anders. Not only was it against EG, but it was against Vitality that Astralis had 11-4 at the end of the first half. And that was when the comeback happened for Vitality. So if it happens back-to-back for Astralis, if they get run back on in the second half twice in a row on Nuke, they may never want to play the map again.
Yeah, that would be really hard to deal with.
So yes, it is in fact possible to run it back against Astralis on Nuke.
Some smokes going up. The bomb making its way outside. Actually downstairs now. They changed it up. Can they do anything with it though? 50 seconds. Sip. I don't know if he's realizing that they could be behind him. dupree's also on a bit of a flanking mission. It's once again, like in the pistol round, a really chaotic round where it's just a flip of a coin who actually gets to find who. dupreeh could be seconds away from shooting in the back. Sip running back in. He no-scope headshots Grim! Unbelievable! And now it's a 3-on-4. 30 seconds left. dupreeh, he's been spotted. He picks up the UMP. Bubsky's there to try and take it over Naf. Does he realize? Yes, he does. Heads-up play for Naf. He realized that wasn't the same player, and they're going to be able to win another round. He could have easily mistook that player for dupreeh and just ignored it, but he definitely didn't.
Let's see again here. Oh, we're not going to get that replay just yet. I'm sure we will eventually. Bubsky through the smoke, going to find one, but this was Zip. Oh, that's too good. It's like Scout's knives all over again. Unbelievable. Let it flow. Let it flow. Nice control here from Naf, though, keeping his cool and saving it for the team. So they'll get a chance to breathe here, Liquid. It's a hard eco coming up here from Astralis. USPs, P2K, just let it be. Although, did Bubsky go for a P250? Yes, he does have a P250.
Someone has to.
Why are you spending the money? Why are you spending the money?
In the back of your mind, just thinking, I remember that one time when I got a triple kill with it. And that's just what I'm going to focus on.
At least a P250, you got one kill, and you know, you're all right. You made it back.
Yeah.
But still.
I mean, he had a little bit of extra. It's fine. 11-6. Liquid starting off the second half pretty well. Mac 10s are in first. Always like to see that. They're going to get that ramp room. Fallen making sure no one is going to be sneaking up behind either. And yeah, now they're just being slow about it, which is fine. Making sure that they're not leaving too much to chance here. Grim. Right?
Good job checking those angles.
Yeah.
Well, okay then. Tell us how you really feel, Elige.
Yeah, he's taking it a little bit personally now. Grim in for another Mac 10 kill. That's not bad. 3 in the round for him. Actually, just 2, sorry. I think the other one was stolen by Elige there. 11-7. And the 19th round is coming up. And again, now it's just a 4-round gap. Totally doable.
Is this where do we mention, you know, the immortal Zonic line that 11-4 is actually the most dangerous score line? All right, because you're just letting you get a little bit too comfortable, you get a little bit too happy, and it is still very possible for teams to run it back because again they win the pistol.
Yeah, you're a pistol run away from having a pretty good game,
from having a rough time of it. So here we could have Liquid. It's their game plan, and they're going to be fully bought up. They get everything they want this round, so they can just go into the strat book and be like, okay, what do we got? What do we want to just run and throw in here? And it's on Astralis to guess and react. And Astralis themselves don't quite have the money for a full buy. They don't have full nades to deal with this either. So there's going to be a little bit of pressure on them to come up with the goods.
Yeah, always a choice to be made when you don't have absolutely everything. If you want to spend the most of it to stop a rush, or try and just, you know, roll the dice and guess that maybe they won't. Oh. Molotov out there. No wall of smokes early on either. Nah.
Making some noise.
Yeah.
Like it.
A lot of it.
Mind games.
Grim is actually really close to this ramp. I mean, really close. Is he going to be able to do anything with it? Is he waiting for a flashbang? If Elige sets it up for him, that could actually be really interesting. Yeah, this is going to be quick. Sip is alone, and he's so blind. What a great little read there. He just was at the edge of the smoke, and maybe partly because of the MAC-10, he's not even afraid to go for it. That was really well done.
And they get past, though. Now, Bubsky shows up right in the nick of time. So it brings it back to a 1, or at least a 4-on-4 situation. Bomb planted, though. So now Liquid, it's a true 4-on-4 for them. And they've got decent post-plant positions here.
That was Bubsky's 6th kill in the map, so they really need him to do a little bit more as well. Up on top of the silo, almost catching it, Elige. Gonna get found so far. The prediction there heavily favoring Liquid, and I can't really blame it either. They're gonna be backing on out, and yeah, as the time goes on, it updates. This is a great start for Liquid. 8 to 11 now. Yeah, Astralis get to save the guns. I guess that is a bit of a silver lining, but that's just 1 kill in ramp.
That's
and they
amazing.
Can't recover the round.
They just take Zipnix out, and all off of that. Unable to get anything more out of it. They are not going to be able to put a halt. Astralis, though, okay, super conservative play. Just holding on to the guns, playing it safe. They know that it would be a pistols if they were to lose the round, if they were to commit it. So rather than risk that, they'll get another near full buy coming up here. And another tactical timeout getting called. Okay, both of these teams really trying to slow down the pace here. Elige grinning. What's this?
Yeah, they're having a good time. They can feel it coming. They've won 4 in a row. They've got a really nice bank working on that side. Everyone on the team is performing well at the moment. There's no one that's really sort of fallen behind. On the other side, it's dupreeh with 17, and it's Lucky at 16. That makes me happy.
Yeah. Yeah, coming online here.
In a big way.
But I'm surprised. I mean, I'm surprised. I hadn't even noticed. I hadn't checked for a while, but Bubsky's 6 kills, yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely not. And this is the thing here for Astralis, is that they don't have that insane overperformance from dupreeh or Magisk to fall back on either. So they don't have that one dominant force that just keeps winning the rounds. They need somebody to show up. No, I mean, that's actually what's crazy about it, is that without that one guy, they've still managed to get this far. It still feels like anybody's game, though.
He's got the run through, but he's going to get found by Bubsky. Absolutely important kill. That means they can focus on the... Well, it doesn't even matter. Grim comes out with 2 big kills. They could have focused on the hut, but they were just a second late, and actually Liquid had already made it onto the floor of the bomb site. Stewie is out hunting, in spite of the fact that they probably already won the round, but he is hungry to slay some more Danes. He's going to be taking down Lucky, and that leaves Sip on his own. They know where he is. He can't really escape. They don't have a Molotov or anything, but they can justify going after him. They have a lot of money in the bank. They should probably just hunt him down.
Yeah, they should get rid of him. Don't let him hold on to this M4. You can afford to give up a couple of rifles in the hunt here. And just maximize the pressure on Astralis going into this next round. But what an explosive round straight out from hut. Bubsky had a strong start, but that was it. The extent of it, Grim and Nap. Grim just smashes him.
It's so outrageous when people look like they're just running and shooting at the same time. 11 to 9 now.
All right, let's see it here. Because this was impeccable. Oh, they lined up. What a spray transfer from Grim. Clean work.
So well done.
That was brilliant stuff. And now Liquid now, I mean, another successful round for them in this campaign. Looks like we're actually calling a tech timeout this time for Team Liquid. So Magisk's mouse died in the first half. Now let's see what happens this time around.
I think if you took a screenshot and sent it to me at the point in time when Bubsky got the first kill, and if you just froze the game, took a screenshot there and asked me who's going to be winning this round, I would put a lot of faith in Astralis to win that round. It looks so grim because they're coming out of hut. There's a guy up on the silo. There's 2 people by the squeak door that can just swing to take down Grim. The fact that works out is actually a little bit crazy.
What's interesting, I think they were so focused on Squeak.
Probably,
like both players were spraying into Squeak, so full focus on Squeak. And so then it's just the gamble of, well, they didn't go Squeak, they went hut. Sorry. You lose. You lose. It's looking like we just needed to get a quick restart going for NAF, so we should be getting back in game pretty soon here. We should be getting things flowing.
Easy. Yeah, just a game crash. That'll happen every once in a while. 21st round is going to be coming up. NAF is back on the server, so as soon as the money is sorted out, it's all good. I
I'm just wondering what Glavis is sitting. You know, he's just sitting back there quiet in the background. I haven't seen. You don't see him stand up. You don't see him interact with the team at all. He's just sitting back there listening and learning. I mean, for him, it must be a very interesting experience for him to be sitting here, getting to listen to the team from the outside. He's just going to be sitting there taking notes and thinking, okay, this is one thing we can tweak. This is one thing we can fix. This is what we need to work on here. Like, he's probably just going through the whole thing.
That's actually a good point. That it could be that he's going to come back from this experience with some slightly different, ways of looking at the game. That could be fun.
Yeah. And so, actually, yeah, I just had this confirmed. Pretty sure that was the case, but according to the rules, he's not allowed to speak. He can't interact with the team at all, but he's allowed to be in the room. So that's why you see Zonic, doing a lot of the speaking, a lot of the interacting, all that, and Glaive is just sitting back there. So, I mean, he can be in the room, but he's not allowed to interact with the team at all. But, I mean, it's got to be a fascinating learning experience for him.
Yeah, I agree.
It's just you're getting a window into your team, so you're not playing, so you're not emotionally invested in the same way. Got to be a totally different experience. That's so cool.
Just focus on how things are falling out. 21st round here. Magisk. Oh, actually, the follow-up there is just amazing. Molotov to burn Fallen. There's an HE as well that landed on top of him. Elige going to try and see if he can recover anything from this position. They don't want to let Astralis back into this game at all. And Magisk, that's a nice little headshot to find. Taking down Stu. He wants to escape, and he will. Around the corner, they let him go.
That was power play. There we finally see that HE Molly combo work. And when it works, you see Fallen, not a chance. He just gets blown up.
Yeah.
But Magisk, what a shot from him. He heard the footsteps as well. He knew that Elige was next to him. And considering the state of the buy for this round for Astralis, if they can pull this off, it would be a magical win. Naf gonna have something to say about it, though.
Oh, he catches a mid-air headshot, blows him out of the sky. And Naf and Elige are left 2 versus 3. But the confidence on Liquid, I mean, they're not really set up well to win this round, but the fights that they're taking, it just looks so determined. They're really hunting them down across the map. It's going to be 40 seconds on the clock, and we'll see if they can actually do some more damage here. Again, very hard to find your way in, even into a bomb site in this scenario. Almost everything has been covered here. If they go for Sip, oh, he's going to be falling back maybe at an opportune time. Got an HE, 20 seconds. Not too long from now, they will probably have to start running, and that'll give up the game, yeah, because they need some time to maybe take a fight. He's out in the open, though, but it doesn't matter. Double headshot, shutting it down.
Got him. Let's see. Yeah, that's that HE. You get tagged. That's it. You're not getting out of there intact.
I've got to say, that mid-air shot on Bubsky looks so cool.
What was this? Oh, yeah, this follow-up here from Naf. Let's see it. Bam. Get wrecked. Duck hunting.
Yeah.
Oh, and another timeout getting called from Astralis. Okay. Both of these teams would actually use their timeouts as well.
Well, I mean, if you're in the mind of Astralis right now, the fact that it was 11-4 and now we're up to 12-9, you're just thinking, please.
Not again.
Slow this down. Find a way. Anything. There's so much on the line for them right here. They have to find another 4 rounds. They are desperately trying to do that. This is the first round that they've won in the second half. So, not a good trend.
And this is for a spot in the Royal Arena.
Yeah.
There's still a chance. It's worth mentioning with how things work with Blast, right? There's still the Showdown tournament. So the bottom 2 teams from this group will go to the Showdown tournament. But then the Showdown tournament, whole lot of teams, and only 2 of those teams will qualify to get through to the main event. So you really need to win this match right now if you're Astralis, because if you go into the Showdown, it's going to be so difficult.
Yeah, it's a brutal hell down in the Showdown. There's no doubt about it.
Rip and tear.
Don't want to end up there. Boost up, I kind of like that. Again, if you just use it rarely enough, very hard for you to catch. And Lucky's going to be in there still with a scout in hand, interestingly enough. Couldn't afford anything else. A lot of Molotovs down towards Secret. Nades and all, trying to see if they can sneak down. And behind the Molotov come the flashbangs to clear everything. So not exactly a silent take of Secret. Kind of a lot of effort put into it, which Astralis may or may not have noticed. Magisk is down here. Just in case. A bit more of a slow approach from Liquid to the hunt them down and kill them approach they've been having so far.
Yeah,
and
total change of pace.
Oh no. Jumped. Slight mistake, but makes them second guess it just a bit. Bomb is on the other side by ramp, so this looks like it's going to be a cruncher, though. They can turn it around. They can go back and come up the vent and turn it into an A crunch instead. And Elige, what a read! Magisk, he wanted to go looking. That is so smart. Well done. 25 seconds. Now they're going to go back down again. They changed their mind for a third time. And Astralis, they can't read it. They've got no one down here. This round is probably one that Astralis need to just give up. They don't have the money to go for it. Shocking. That is a really cool read and a really cool, great call. I mean, both ways. They could have come up and made that work, but they realized Magisk is down. All right, we'll bring the bomb down instead.
That was so sick. I just one detail after another. The molly to mitigate and to just force Magisk back so he has no info. So you may be forced to think like, oh, I need to go and push to get info. Where did they go? What happened? Elige is just ready for him. And then to go back down, because you could have definitely had the upper crunch there from Vents, but then for them to just be like, right, just go take the lower site. This is it.
Yeah,
it's so sick. What a play from Liquid, and showing that they can change the pace. It doesn't all need to be fast and explosive. They can slow it down and have faith in their game to get them through these long rounds.
Yeah, it's worth pointing out when you make calls to change the round that quickly. Of course, it could confuse the enemy, but it could also confuse your own team. If someone hesitates for just a second, like, wait, what are we doing? You know, I'm a little bit confused. If there's any kind of like delay, that can have some pretty bad consequences. But it looked like Liquid, they were just in lockstep. Everyone knew exactly how to play that. Molotov's kind of failing a little bit there. The grenade's not hitting anyone. Not the end of the world, but we're at 10 to 12. This is so close now. You can't predict it any longer. Anything could happen from here on out.
It feels like there's fire superiority for Liquid and nade superiority as well. So yeah, Astralis are going to be hard pressed. You see Lucky, he's just zipping around out here because he doesn't have an op. He has a scoot.
Lightning fast.
And that could come back to haunt them here. We'll get a delayed, just one smoke. Here's the smoke wall getting set up. This has not been the default approach from Liquid either. So now Astralis have to suss this out.
Yeah, they set up the wall and decide to turn it around. Magisk is thinking about checking it out. Would be good if he could get eyes on that yard before they do this, but nope, it's going to be too late. They're already going for a dupreeh. Can't see anything. He's lucky to be alive still. Bubsky's going to be going down dupreeh just with a single kill, and up from the high ground. Nice headshot from Lucky with the scout to bring down Naf. That makes it a 3-on-3. Doesn't make it easy to go for a retake, and maybe they won't, but at least they have half a shot at it. They're going to be back there already, moving so far away.
What do you think? I mean, at some point you have to kind of make the play. At some point you're going to have to take a risk. I mean, maybe they're thinking that they don't have it enough just yet.
Down on the low ground, but that flashbang just wasn't high enough for Stewie to get caught. So he's going to be fine. Getting a headshot on Lucky. Yep, they wanted to try and see if they could get it done. And I think you're right. Eventually, you can't just keep saving and saving and saving. Also, they have some money in the bank still, and with the round loss bonus, they're probably going to be fine.
Yeah. Yeah, Naf calling a nice shot to Lucky. That's, I mean, deserved. I kind of felt that one because, of course, 10 seconds earlier I was saying, oh, he's only got a scout. That may hurt him. Well, it turns out that ended up hurting Naf. But that was still a big round coming in here for Liquid.
I mean, the Molotovs are pretty standard. The flashbangs in this execute just work so well. So well.
I'm just glad to see Stewie sitting at the top of the scoreboard right now. I feel like that is just something we don't get to see often enough.
Yeah.
19 kills for him. Just getting work done for Liquid. And we're seeing a lot more smiling from Stu as well. So just happy to see that. Things turning around.
12-11, 24th round. Liquid, a single round now away from getting the team back into play, tying up the scoreline, and this is unbelievable. They have lost a single round, Liquid, here in the second half. Otherwise, they've not even let Astralis do anything.
Astralis are just having flashbacks to yesterday versus Vitality right now. 11-4 in the first half, and then they get run back the entire way on their CT side, and it's just all happening all over again. This is just nightmare fuel for the Danes. zonic doing what he can here to try and get them focused up. Lucky looking definitely like he's dialed in.
Yeah, he's playing so well. He's got the AWP now as well, so not the scout anymore. That's helpful.
But again, look at their nade situation on Astralis' side. Like, it's just CTs without nades on Nuke. It's a nightmare.
Yes.
Nicely done, though.
Through the edge of the wall. Explodes Grim. He's very low on health himself, but yeah, that is still pretty good. I would be great if they could boost him up. Now, yeah, they're going to do that. Surely. No, he's going to go down instead. I was going to say, I just want him to be in a position where he's not in the same danger as he's down on the floor of the bomb site. Not that cool with an AWP and just 19 health. But he's going to go all the way outside. That actually could be incredible. I think he's got to be careful for Elige, obviously. But if he just sticks around, oh, he's going to walk right into it. He should be dead in a second here. Smoke with the timing. He's so lucky to be alive.
Finest of margins. Finest of margins
Truly.
between these two.
All right, so Eli's just going to come jumping through main. The rest of them are going to explode out and try and see if they can get this done. It looks like that's what they're playing right now. And Elise, yeah, he's looking for anyone to do anything right now. There's the kill on Lucky. That might just set it up. Is he going to actually go for it? 30 seconds on the clock. Sip will be falling back now. They put a little bit of pressure on the ramp. Also puts him a little bit further away from rotating in to help out the bomb site. Here we go. Molotovs and all. Dupree, he knows what is coming, but he's just being toyed with. The longer he waits, the more people come onto the bomb site. Fallen from the high ground. He's going to be going down, and now it's all on that. 15 seconds and a 1 versus 3. He's going to hit the 1 kill, but Magisk just able to win that fight, only barely with the AUG. And they're going to be able to win that round. Second of the half for Astralis, 13-11.
It's so crazy that you're saying that, Anders, right? Second of the half when it's 13-11. Lucky, though. That is the make or break. If Grim beats him there, that's insane that he's able to get that kill. But if Grim beats him there, then man advantage for Liquid. They can crunch that site.
From Lucky's point of view, it looked like... It just looked like the support beam was shooting at him.
Yes.
Like, what?
Oh, but let's see here. Early angle for Fallen. Deep angle as well. This is cool. Not something we've seen yet so much.
Lucky holding a slightly different angle. Fallen, he's going to be going down. That smoke, he does not have a shot at it. Very good stuff.
Oh, is this it? Is this the turning point?
It could be. The money is still kind of good with Liquid, though. Even if they lose this round, they're not going to be quite done yet.
And we're getting, okay, identical setup now. 3 upper, just ready and waiting for Liquid to try and explode out onto the bomb site again. Lucky is very patiently holding at ramp, and so he'll have control of that. Maggie's only just now starting to worry a little bit about outside, but yeah.
Well, Elige is probably the player to make a difference in this round. He's snuck down below. If he can get any kills, it's going to put pressure on Lucky. Stewie goes down before that happens. He's going to be falling back just a bit. Elige still slowly making its way in. Yeah, oh no, he doesn't even get that kill right away, and Sip is there. They needed Elige to backstab that ramp or anything else like that. Nice job from Sipnix as well, taking down 3 players, laughing a little bit as he goes. 14-11. Astralis 2 rounds away from getting us onto Dust 2.
Am I just hearing Maui shout no in the background right now, or is that Launders? I can't tell who's shouting. Somebody's just shouting no in the background up there. So yeah, triple kill for Zip. And there it is, the reaction from Astralis. They're starting to wake up a bit. And zonic always shows the hype. That's awesome.
Yeah.
And yeah, Grim, a little bit of the facepalm. A little bit of the emotion showing on the side of Liquid as well. They know that they had this within their grasp, that they could run this back.
Yeah.
Now Astralis are firmly back in this game.
If they lose this round, Liquid, they're out of money as well. Just to point that out, a bomb plant right now would be a big deal. Every little bit matters. They really need the cash. Oh, shots through. Magisk nearly getting it, nearly getting the follow-up. Now they're going to try and put the pressure on speed inside of the bomb site. Bobski's going to get killed. Magisk as well, and they are crushing this approach right here. Zip shows up with a kill on Nafit. It's just Fallen left 1 versus 3. They tried to do it again, and this time Astralis managed to shut it down. Fallen, that looked like an odd headshot.
Wait, he knows. He has info now. He knows that there's a guy upper and a guy on the site. That had to happen. Zip had to stop him. Because Fallen had info. He saw with that guy on upper. He knew the other guy was on the bomb site.
Yeah, he wanted to escape.
Oh, that was so close. What a clutch play from Zipnix.
And I think if you were to rewatch this particular execute from the point of view of Astralis, I don't think any of them are really flashed in that moment. Whereas some of the earlier executes from Liquid, they've all been blind on the bomb side. It's been really tough to deal with. But 15-11, Astralis 1 round away from getting us on the Dust 2 and continuing this best of 3. Perhaps one of the more important ones we've had in the group so far, because no one wants to play in the showdown. And everyone wants to play in the arena.
Indeed. Especially here in front of the fans. In Copenhagen. It's going to be sick, Anders. Well, we got to get there first. And right now, Astralis, maybe they've done it. Maybe we will not have the repeat. The repeat run back.
I mean, the fact that, again, they didn't get the bomb plant down. Deagles, Galils, P250. Some grenades. That's positive. And looks like they're repeating much of the same stuff here. Release, the Soul, Lurker, he's got down. It's pretty impressive that he can do this with just a Deagle. But if he finds success down there, it's huge. They're putting on a lot of pressure up on the A-bomb side, actually going straight for it with the bomb down as well. So, I don't know about that. Elige gets a headshot on Bubsky, who was obviously trying to rotate out, but not the kill on Naf, though. And somehow it's a 2-on-2. I can't believe that they even get into this position. They lost 2 people getting into the A-bomb site, and still somehow they're able to secure this position, at least for now. Grenade, not going to be taking down Naf, and now there's a bomb plant.
And they missed the window to get the punish when the bomb is planted, where it's a 2v1 for the CT side.
Molotov, is that going to block anyone off from coming out of the hut? That's a bit awkward, potentially at least. Naf, low on health. He's going to get shot in the back by Sip, and now it's on Elige. 1 versus 2 to try and hold on to the map. He gets the 1 kill, spins around, sees it coming. Sip, though, he's waiting for it on the other side, and he's going to win that fight every single time. 16-11. It's Astralis bringing us on to the 3rd map on Dust 2.
Dude, that's a wallbang from Zipnix as well.
Yep.
From the hut. That's a wallbang from him, dude. Zip got wired in at the end of this half. He woke up when his team needed him to.
Incredible stuff. That's a hard-fought battle there for Astralis. Definitely must have been worried along the way that things were going to backfire like they did once before, but this time they did make it work. So, fair play to them.
And now we go into Dust 2. This is exciting. A 3-mapper.
Yes.
With everything on the line. Dust 2 as well. And I'm glad to see that Lucky and Fallen are both looking warmed up, so it feels like there's going to be fireworks.
Well, we'll see how that goes after the break.
I believe I have an unpopular opinion.
I think that Counter-Strike games are too long.
I don't know. I like the Krieg meta.
You see the map pool? All the 7 maps? It's gone.
I think definitely the most unpopular opinion I have is Vertigo is a good map.
I think that Vertigo is a pretty good map. I think that you have pretty good reason to go B sometimes. I think it's nice because CTs can both retake, but they can also play offensive, and there's more and more new ways to play Vertigo on the CT side, but also on the T side.
I think the hate against Vertigo is not really... I don't agree with it. I think maps like Mirage and Dust 2 should actually be getting more of the hate, in my opinion.
It's a map where there are a lot like hidden gems undiscovered yet, and there's like so much potential for it.
I like Vertigo, and I would love to see like Valve changing map pool like in 1 year. Every 1 year they change like 2 maps, because sometimes it get boring to watch all the maps over and over again.
The model skins, that they introduced to the game, I really don't like them. I don't think they added anything to the game, and I think we've heard from a lot of people who are colorblind, for example, that they actually have a hard time seeing these model skins when they're playing, which I think is like super broken, to be honest. I think it should be equal and fair for everyone, so I think there actually should be a command to like disable them,
I believe I have an unpopular opinion because I would love, for example, to have really something new. Of course, the best will be a new CS if it can come, but if not, we can still do something with CSGO. But I will, for example, love to, like Valve is coming, saying, you see the map pool, all the 7 maps, it's gone. And you just take 7 new maps that no one know, never practiced, never see, never play, whatever, like totally new, and like go on, have fun.
I think that Counter-Strike games are too long. It's kind of impossible to be playing at the very top of your game for 6 or 7 hours straight.
Liquid make it close despite such a dominant first half from the Danes, but ultimately Astralis are the ones to be hauling it over the line. Fortunately for them, it isn't a repeat performance of what happened versus Vitality as they push us to a third and cling on to their tournament life. And it really was the story of that T-side to be starting it off. Kind of the story of the T-sides for both of these teams on this map.
You're absolutely right. And we are getting the third map we deserve. I know the Green Room was kind of mad at me in that prediction game. We have a little bit of banter going on. But the Counter-Strike and just the show in general deserve that Dust 2 game. We have Astralis once more showcasing mastery and really a deep understanding of Nuke, which is something we have to praise, right? You know, the fact that they have now Lucky and Wigzip as well, limited time together, and still they managed to have such a strong performance on Nuke, taking it from Liquid, pushing us to a third.
And the thing is that Lucky played good. Lucky played a very nice game today. Last time they played Nuke, you know, he had a couple of falters at the end, but this time around, he was finding picks, he was rotating well. I've had no complaints with Lucky, and he's a person that we were looking at to step up today, and I think he did just that. So this is a good sign that we're seeing some improvement.
And I'll even take it one step further. I think he did make a couple of mistakes at crucial moments, specifically on the second half. He had a couple of re-peaks he shouldn't, but then he didn't stop trying, and that is something I really appreciate. I was very scared when I saw him getting, you know, picked and punished a few times, that he would go back into his shell like a turtle and stop trying anything, but he didn't. In the last few rounds, he had a number of very impactful kills, very impactful duels where he made the difference, and that is extremely good for his confidence.
But it's got to be kind of heartbreaking for Liquid, considering we did see them trying to get that comeback together on their T side of Nuke. We were saying it on the first map as well. Had got some really, really good reads in terms of the in-game leaders for the squad. So it's kind of heartbreaking to see it just slip through their fingers at the end.
It is, as a Liquid, for someone who predicted them, but at the same time, this was a great game because Liquid did put together a very nice offense. They even had some great mid-rounds too, and I think we have one coming up here that they... Despite the fact that there were many parts to their rounds, they were able to slow the game down, they were able to read the situation, try to understand and predict the reaction of Astralis, and this is a great example of such happening. Elige gets into the vent with Grim. They're thinking about going for an A play here, but look at how Elige just reads exactly what Magisk is going to do.
That's a beautiful kill. And then the reaction, that's what I really appreciate. Once they get that kill, surely the plan was to play the A side, but they know there is a weakness on the B side. They can just drop dive into vent. And I mean, Astralis have absolutely no idea what just happened. That was very skillful, very masterful from Liquid.
But despite the score getting so close in the end for Liquid, you really have to hand it back to the offense for Astralis to really be kicking things off. It was exactly what we were prefacing coming into this particular map, because it's what we saw yesterday against Vitality, even though they couldn't push over the line.
I wonder if we should not start with that Glock round. Like, I think even that we have a TeamSpeak moment, like a mic-up moment for that Glock round, that Astralis one, maybe we can just start with it, because that was the beginning of the end of the beginning.
Of the end.
Højre side.
Han er smash.
Højre side, op for lidt.
Så, du kan godt spille lidt langsomt. Jeg sidder lige af fremme. Men det er freaking red.
One stairs. They're control. Opening door.
One's out in ramp. Lidt chill, bare chill.
Up, maybe go up here. Bombs are here.
Keep bombe til mig og hold B. Jeg holder ikke håndring.
Hold B. Ja, det er nice så. Orange.
Jeg død.
I'm dead.
Nice.
One more up top.
Han er over dem.
A bit.
Let me check you.
En ude.
Det kan være begge to, måske. Den plant til V.
Plant til V, Peter.
Careful up top.
Lad dem trykke på dem. Sats på det.
Sæt bag kanten til rampe.
Hold dig liv, Philip.
Ja, jeg sætter på de hiver den.
Prøv peek.
Ja, jeg tror det. Prøv at hive den.
Er det fusion it?
No.
Han hiver ikke nu.
Du først.
Jeg skyder bomben her.
Sæt rampe.
Stop rampe.
Skik eller ikke.
Nej! Sindssygt, gutter! Nice, boys!
such a crucial round for Astralis to be getting there. And it really was just dictating the pace of that first half, because after that, Liquid only managed to cement 2 more rounds on the board.
That one was a pivotal round, but on top of that, the gun rounds from Astralis looked great too. The outside smoke walls, Magisk was outplaying Elish outside. He was reading the smokes, he knew where the gaps were in it, and he was getting around into Mini, outside behind Elish. There were so many moments where he even was flanking Fallen too. It felt like his mastery towards outside pushed them forward, because that was a round where, you know, you can maybe come back if you're Liquid, but not if the gun rounds are that good on top of it.
I feel like we cannot even brush aside this Glock round we've just witnessed. Like, we have to establish how impactful this was for that game and that first half. First of all, it completely destroys Liquid's finances. You could see they have no loss bonus built, so they're going to go into the next round with absolutely nothing. And then emotionally, if you're Astralis, you know at that point in time, you know you've just won a Glock round. You have won a damn Glock round against Liquid. This is something that hurts. You've just lost the first map, you're moving on to your map pick, and you are stealing away a round that you have no business winning. This round was pivotal, financially, emotionally. They gave them the courage, it gave them the momentum. Look at this. You have Dupree winning a duel with a Glock long distance against Grim. Can you imagine mentally if you're Grim right there and you just got out Glock for 50 meters? That round was insane. It might just be 3-2 scoreline, but that is the beginning of a terrifying half for Astralis.
Yeah, no, I think it's a really good round to be bringing up, but I think we also can't be strangers to thinking, you know, that Astralis, we knew they were going to be coming in with a really, really solid T side. So was there anything, do you feel like, was lacking for Liquid in terms of bolstering up their defense when they know Astralis are going to be delivering it to them?
A lot of the time, Liquid was playing reactively to the smokes that were outside. And that's something that is going to bite them, because Astralis do have such a deep playbook there. Even the round with that Glock one, they couldn't really find composure in that mid-round situation. You can hear in the comms there that it was Astralis that were on top of that sort of situation. They were always able to slow things down, just say, just wait. Dupree's going to be coming, he's going to flank. And in those kind of moments, that's where Astralis' experience in terms of that big trio, the veterans on the team, that's where it really elevates everything that they're doing. The fact that they can break down a map like Nuke and make it feel so simple and make it feel like everyone is at home on it.
Well, with that, they do keep clinging on to their tournament life and potentially making it to the Royal Arena in Copenhagen for the LAN finals. But it is Dust2 separating one of these two teams from claiming that spot. I want to throw it over to you first, Maniac. How are we kind of setting up both of these teams coming onto this decider map?
Oh, well, I'm going to be honest. I wouldn't position myself as an expert of these Astralis on Dust2. I think that Lucky's going to have a lot on his shoulder, because again, I'm just going to draw the comparison with what Device was able to do back then on Dust2, and he was a pivotal, absolutely pivotal piece of the defense. Astralis on the defense were able to change their setups quite a lot. They are varying quite a lot. It's diversified. It's hard to see coming. Can they have that same flexibility now? To me, that's going to be the main question, because I know that the main roster of Astralis could play 5, 6, 7 different defenses, right? And you would never really know what to wait for. But I don't think that this lineup has it in their backpack. I don't think they can play so many different rounds. So we're going to rely on individuals. And in that regard, it's great to see Lucky fragging, but we're going to need everyone on board.
I think that they did show actually a good variety on their CT side last time. I think that's one of the few things that, even though their T side was better, some of those calls, those little micro engagements that Magisk wanted to string together in a round to make things very complex, the CT side is where they were constantly proactive, and we saw that there were a few little set pieces there that Astralis had in order to try to take some space away from EG. That being said, you know, EG didn't have the best overall game. They were very one-dimensional with their approach, but Astralis did their due diligence in making sure that every round they had an idea for getting info and then being able to react because of that info.
Well, it all comes down to the final battleground of Dust2. After this, one of these two teams will be making it to the Royal Arena for the 4 finals on LAN. Is it going to be Liquid or Astralis going to be making it on home soil? We're going to be finding out with Anderson Semler after this break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Samuel, you needed something to cool off with.
The white chocolate.
You've enjoyed that?
Can recommend.
Double caramel's pretty good.
I thought there weren't that many. And then I show up out there and there's a whole freaking freezer box full of ice cream. Thank you, Magnum. You guys are awesome.
It's good stuff. Now look at the odds. They've shrunk. It's 5-1. We're back to almost even.
Yeah.
And you know, it makes sense, I suppose. This is it's still favored Liquid. People still believe that.
That's the thing. That's where I'm like, I'm not so sure about these odds because I would still say Liquid are the favorite. Come on. But it does bode well that third tries the charm for Astralis. You know, good stuff. Good stuff. They got it.
They desperately needed Astralis. They managed to find a way through initially from the madness of Vertigo, where they ended up getting beat up. Almost the comeback for Liquid onto Nuke. Very exciting game. If you missed it, you should go back and watch it. But now we're on Dust 2. It's going to be Liquid starting on the T side, Astralis on the CT side, and this one is for all the marbles. If you win here, you go play in the Royal Arena. If not, you have to go play in the Showdown instead, and only 2 teams make it out of there. It is a nightmare. Let's see what happens. A little bit of a battle down the middle initially, but the rest of them, initially in Upper Dark, I actually thought maybe they would go for some sort of crazy rush, but they didn't.
Thanks to Fallen. Thanks to Fallen. He spotted. He saw that 3 guys were in mid. That's more than enough to call off the rush. Had there been some kind of cheating, had they gone towards, cheated 4 towards A and just left the 1 guy in mid, 100% Liquid are rushing B. But Fallen was there. He's the security. He gets the info, and we'll get a slower round now.
Sib. Listening, thinking about it. He's certainly got the right idea, but timing is everything. And he's not going to hit that shot. Lucky and dupreeh are down in long, hanging out there. Naf holding Upper Dark, and the rest of them are just all in the middle. And this is one of those, you can do whatever you want here, right? You can set it up for a B-split. That's what that smoke is usually for. You could have gone catwalk instead. They're going to come jumping out, and Bobski, I'm shocked that he even got that 1 kill. Even that is pretty impressive. But trouble inside of the B-bomb side. Meg is trying to fight his way out. He actually does get the bomb. He can't get the flick, though. But they have to slow it down. They have to pick up that bomb. Sip has got a kill on Stewie in the meantime. Megas did so much. Look at that. They have to go back out. They will just steal it away. And now it's a 2-on-3 with the bomb plant.
While they're boosting, they steal that bomb. That's actually crazy. Astralis maybe kicking themselves a little bit.
Wow.
dupreeh on the flank. dupreeh on the flank.
Yeah, but Naf is up there with a P250, and he just exploded that one. Now it's dupreeh, and Naf goes down. Lucky. The 1 kill that he needed right there. He got another one earlier as well. Gonna find the bomb, and that will be Astralis picking up the pistol round.
Terrific pistol. That was just an out-and-out brawl. But I love the call from Liquid, the way that worked out to just go straight through mid. They get that CT smoke down, and they try and explode out into mid, and it's still a 1-for-1 trade. So you got to give it to everybody on Astralis. They got all their kills. Bubsky traded 1-for-1. Zipnix was able to get 1. Like, everybody was chiming in on Astralis, and that it just eventually wears it down into this clutch. But initially, you know, Bubsky doesn't die without a fight, and Zips is able to do some damage from CT. So I like the call from Liquid. But Astralis definitely made him work for it. Now tell me, who won this pistol round?
I mean, it's hard to say, isn't it? Bomb plant, AKs, and Scout on Fallen. Yeah, madness.
There's a lot of firepower on this here Team Liquid. Oh, what a flash. Oh, Naf, are you kidding?
He just sprays. He was flashed as well. That is so upset. I'd love to see that from Naf's point of view. That is...
It would just be a lot of gray.
Yeah.
You're not saying anything, really.
That's funny only if you're not on the receiving end. All right. 3 people falling back towards the T-spawn. Elige hanging around in pit. A great way to sell the fact that you're still long and that they should keep a lot of people over here is doing exactly what they're doing here. Oh, actually almost getting the kill, but Sip will find him. Can they get back to help out dupreeh in time, though? He has got an HE, he's got a flashbang and an MP9, playing it real close at the moment, and 2 of them don't have any armor. The grenade, oh, it's right on top of him. That is a big grenade. And the MP9 to follow it up. They are in a lot of trouble here, Liquid. They almost had the timing of dupreeh. He's going to chew them apart right here. Great triple with the grenade on top, and they're going to end up picking it up.
I'm loving it, dude. What a terrific hold from Astralis. And dupreeh just holding their own. You know, dupreeh and Zip, it's just right back in the mix. You get this roster together. Zipnik's back in the roster, active, playing. It's just so good to see. And really, everything is riding on Astralis right now. You know, I mean, if obviously Liquid would want to play on land, But for Astralis, this is playing in the Royal Arena in front of their fans. It would just be huge for them to get to make it to this event.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt. And especially by then, if they have more time to play Lucky back into it, there's a lot of things that could work out even better by then. So, yeah, I think they are keenly motivated to try and make this work. The Eagles are back in play. And I guess just to point out again, to reiterate, oh, wait a minute. Slowed it down. The fact that some of them didn't have armor was a big deal in that round for that MP9. dupreeh out hunting once again. Just gonna be fallen left.
Just count on dupreeh to hold the line, right? The man is unflappable. He played that HE perfectly and played the angle perfectly. And now another HE. Oh! All right, that was sick.
A very cool shot. If he could have got that earlier, he could have maybe run to get the bomb down, but whatever.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Still 3-0 lead on the CT side of Dust 2 for Astralis. And they are fully equipped now, although I would love to see Lucky just ditch the scout and get an AWP in this round. You know it's a full buy round. You know it's a full buy round. Why risk it? Just go for the op and shut them down.
Fallen not able to afford head armor. Likely completely insignificant, but I'm just pointing it out because there are some edge cases where it makes a difference. So we'll be looking for those. Default split coming out from Liquid, taking outside of long, middle, and upper and lower down. Common stuff.
Standard stuff. Nothing fancy, nothing crazy here. Elige looked like he wanted to set up for the door smoke.
Krieg on Naf, by the way.
Yeah, pretty cool to see. Oh, and dupreeh. Nice little peek for info. They know now there's going to be a hard rotate. There should be a hard rotate coming out here from Astralis.
I wonder who heard who up. Did
He saw it, Grim backing off. Wait. Okay, we're going to get them to confirm it then. Magisk is going to set up for the flash. dupreeh's going to confirm. Nobody is here. Magisk is going to start hightailing it. They need to start rotating now to get onto the A site.
If Lucky goes down, Sip is on an island with absolutely nothing left. Magisk is almost there. He's running fast, and they will have heard that running too. Molotov to try and slow them down. Guessing the timing, maybe. It's going to be Magisk to go down first. Sip with a kill on the other side, but is it enough here? 35 seconds, 4-on-4. Nice angle for Sip. He's finally going to go down, but the flank is in. Bubsky took a second longer than I would have liked, but it doesn't matter. He's going to get a kill anyway. Now it's all on Naf. 25 seconds, Krieg in hand, and I mean, he should not get a chance to even get close to winning this round. He has to get the bomb and fight them off at the same time. They just have to not get him any easy kills, and they should be in a pretty good position here. He's trying to bait them out into it. 10 seconds now on the clock, and he's running back. They're all over him, and it's going to be Lucky to take him down. Nice double for him, a nice double for Sip.
Yeah, shame he doesn't get the bomb plant, though. That would have been a full buy across the board if he could have just got that bomb down. Instead, now it's a half buy. They have to go for Deagle and Kevlar.
The fact that Sip gets the second kill there, I think, is a really, really big difference maker in that round.
I mean, Astralis right now are looking rock solid. 4-0. Now they have a real chance to build some money here. It's just pistols on the line for Liquid. Again, just Stewie spotting mid, trying to get some information, but we're not getting anything crazy. I'm thinking that right now Liquid, unfortunately for them, have not gotten any long spawns, and that's kind of throwing a wrench in things for them. It's one of those elements that you have to keep in mind on Dust 2.
Oh, look at this. That's a mid-smoke to pretend that you're going for a B-split. Actually, on the other side. Fair enough. Setting that one up. I thought it was going to be for CT spawn. You're right, sorry, about the long spawns, yeah. Especially if you can afford the AWP, right?
Yeah, it's painful, but it's just luck of the draw. And your T side can get really screwed up if you're not getting a good long spawn. You just can't ever pressure out long effectively. But let's see, once again, smoke on the angle. We could get the smoke on CT.
There's 3 there. It is. B-bomb side. They're so set up for this B-split. They see it coming, and they're going to be able to shut this one down just fine. A little bit of a hiccup there as Stewie comes in. Maybe more than a hiccup. Taking 2 kills, and just like that, it is a 2-on-2. I did not see the Tech-9 doing that much damage. It looked like they had pretty much locked it in. Stewie a little bit low on health. There is no more nades apart from the smoke and the flashbang here on the Astralis side. Creating some space behind that. Can they get a good flash? They're just waiting for that smoke in the door to go away. And then they're going to set it up. Flashes in, not really affecting anyone. Good kill from Elysia. Now it's on Bubsky. 1 versus 2. And it's looking real rough at the moment. He's going to get shut down. Stewie with a triple kill at the end of it. Elysia with a double. That's a shocking round because they were really... They're getting stopped pretty hard in there for a minute.
And are we going to get Stewie's perspective here? I hope so, because this was all against him. And yet, yeah, both of those kills are what just saves that round. If he does not get those kills, it's done. They're getting shut down completely. And yet Liquid on a half-buy with pistols, they're on the board. 1 round. Fallen got a good spawn for long as well. He's going to be able to take a peek here. There it is. Finally, they get a good spawn, and Liquid are able to take full advantage of it. Man advantage for Liquid.
That smoke goes up, and he's just counting the milliseconds in his brain somehow. Like, I know exactly when to fire this gun.
Now we've got a game on our hands. It was looking like Astralis were getting geared up to run away with it, and now Liquid man advantage in this key round, and Astralis going to be the ones who are hard pressed. No money in the bank for Astralis. This is a must-win round for them.
And again, they feel the weakness at that B bomb site. They're going to try and test it. Astralis are actually playing outside of it, hoping for a split, because then they can kill one side of it. A little bit of a wild spray there for Bubsky. Wanted a double kill. Doesn't quite get it. The bomb, though, on the ground. Can be awkward. Flashed in before any kind of action even happened. He's dropped down. Oh, Sip! That is magnificent. That brings them back into the game ever so slightly. They're going to give the AWP to Magisk because he's low on health. And now the question is, can they win this 2-on-2? They couldn't get the last one in there. But Sip just made it doable. Bomb is going to go down, and no one can stop that. Off angle, and Magisk is going to be found. Nice play from Naf. And Lucky. Newcomer to the team. A lot on his shoulders. And the question is it worth going for? If the option is saving the AWP, because you're not going to have anything else really to work with. He's thinking about it, tries to bait out the shot. Oh, he's so ice cold. Naf is not peeking it. He's been playing this game for a long, long time, and now he's trapped in here. He can't escape. He tries to get the spin, but Naf absolutely outplayed him. So cool.
That's where you really get to see the veteran at work, plying his trade.
Yep.
Just like, yeah, I know what you're doing. I'm not going to peek. Naf played that so well. No reason for him to peek, just lets his teammate do the work. And, well, Zipnix, man, that was terrific.
Yeah, and by the way, if you look at that double kill, it's Lucky with the flashes on both of them. So also, really good flashbang to set it up with, and Lucky. I mean, he credits him too. He had the right read. He knew where they were. He tried to go for the spin, but obviously heavily disadvantaged in that second fight.
Shouldn't be getting too down on himself. You know, Lucky. He looks a bit wound up right now. So hopefully he's not going to get too down on himself. Obviously, that's just an impossible 1v2 retake on B. It's just nightmare fuel. So zonic taking a glance at him now. Well, let's see if they can get focused up, because this is where the grind begins. As far as Astralis are concerned, it's a hard eco on their side of things. They've let Liquid get into this first half way earlier than they would have liked, than they should have, because keep in mind, Liquid won off a half buy.
Yeah. That's maybe also what's in their mind a little bit.
Yeah, this is not. This could have been avoided for Liquid.
But good news for us, as you pointed out, it's nice to have a close third map. We want the competition, don't we, to decide who's going to get into the arena. Naf, ready in case they're trying to be aggressive. This is going to be hard to find if you're coming out from the halls.
This is just a real rough one, though, because, I mean, I imagine right now what's going on is that production, or everybody's cheering on Astralis, except that everybody in the green room is pretty much from NA, so we're all cheering for Liquid.
Got a mixed setup, don't we?
A bit of a mixed setup going on right now, yeah, on the production side.
Naf handling everything in spite of kind of screwing up the initial kills with the AK, but whatever. Naf doesn't really seem to get stressed when he's like, there's no matter how much pressure you put him under, he's like, just the same face.
Unfazed.
Just doesn't care.
No, yeah, it's unconcerned.
I love it. It's amazing. Grim gonna eventually get the kill on the pre there. The USBs have fallen to no one's real surprise, and scoreline is 4-3. Such an open game right now.
Sloth life. Oh. All been there. And Stu getting hyped, shooting USPs in the face. It's exactly how it went. Just in his imagination, he was like, yes, this is exactly how it's supposed to go. All right, Now we're going to get that buy round coming here from Astralis. No kits, no helmets, everything to get nades on the board. And they expected a long play here. Early long presence from Astralis. And Bubsky pushed up on Catwalk, but Bubsky likes to do this. Elige looking for the punish. And there it is. Catches Bubsky out.
It wasn't a quick kill at all. I feel like Bubsky could have escaped by just crouching and looking down into the ground, probably.
That is the thing, is that there is tape for Liquid to go over when it comes to facing off against Astralis. Astralis went up against EG on Dust 2. 16-11 was the scoreline there. But we did see a lot of action on Catwalk from Bubsky then. Okay. So Liquid can have that in the back of their minds.
Fallen expecting something. There's no one defending the A-bomb side right now for Astralis. Sip is alone down at long. I mean, if he can defend that on his own, then of course they can go for the retake.
Can he defend
45 seconds, that's we're about to find out. Almost no nades left either on the Astralis side, making even defending the bomb side quite difficult. Now, because of the delay there for Liquid in picking up the bomb, actually dupreeh and Lucky are on the bomb site. Sip is crouching through. Grim, thinking about it, I think he saw it. Yeah, he saw that. Now it's just a bit of an awkward battle. He wants to smoke it off. Is it going to buy time? They almost have to go through. Oh, they're in a lot of trouble. They have to go back to the other side. And they're being shut down. The bomb is now on the ground, and this round is washed away. Mostly, I think, by the fact that suddenly the plan for Liquid just gets smoked out of the round. He didn't even have to get the kills. You had to put it down.
It was like, what, 20 seconds left when that smoke goes down? I mean, you're doomed. You're not running through that. Utter destruction and just a hard hold here on the A site for Astralis. Terrific work. Magisk stopping them. They wouldn't have had time to get to the B side anyway.
No.
From mid, so that was it.
And really an interesting scenario that obviously, from Liquid's point of view, they don't know that there was a massive timing window earlier where they could have walked onto the bomb site for free. And we can see, being able to see both sides, we can see that actually they just waited 10 seconds or 15 seconds too long. And suddenly, Lucky and dupreeh were both on the bomb site. And that's a bit of an issue. dupreeh's got 9-4 as a scoreline, but Lucky is 7-3, 7-6 on Sip, and then down it goes from there.
You got adreN in the background there. Curious what he's bringing in. Looks like a bit of a conversation. It was a bit of a conversation, yeah, between Elige and Fallen. And so we're having a little bit of discussion here. There was time for that tactical timeout getting called.
I'll say, I think something cool that Liquid have done already in this first half is they've so clearly shown that they know the weakness of the B bomb site. They feel really confident that they can pop through smoke and take the fight straight up. And that means Astralis, I mean, if they can go back and exploit that every once in a while, they can actually put a lot of pressure on them to keep having more people here instead of going for just a single lone defender in the bomb site and having more people middle or whatever, or maybe more of a setup the other bomb site. They have to respect that fact all the time.
The frustrating thing for Liquid is that they punished the catwalk setup. So that was a thing where, Bubsky, he got beaten up. Nice timing here from Elige.
Yeah.
Catching Magisk out completely there.
And the fact that they get slowed down by the Molotov does not matter in that scenario. Plenty of time. Oh, Fallen. Catching dupreeh. That's a nice little shot. And it leaves Bubsky alone inside of the bomb site. There is no formula for how to win this if you're Bubsky. Just
prayer.
Yeah, something like that. Close your eyes and just hope that you hit every single shot. They might be closed for you in a second here. He's letting them out. There's one kill and he tries to swing on the next one. Don't really blame him for it. I mean, what do you do?
Man, for a second I thought he was just going to let him go. That could have been a disaster.
It could have been, right, but for all we know, the second guy checks it anyway. That does happen too. So
maybe you get Eliged. Yeah.
Yeah, like that's the if we did that, we would have said, no, he should have gone for the easier kills. Nice triple for Fallen this round, and yeah, just kind of picked apart here. The timing in the middle, and then no one from Astralis could actually help each other out at any point in this round. They were all single kills, no chance for refrags or anything like that.
Well, Stewie was watching, and Stewie was ready. You gotta wake up early in the morning to catch Stewie off guard these days. He is so good. 6 kills to his name right now. And this is a golden opportunity for Liquid to just take this first half by the horns. Oh, okay. big fight going down here from Astralis, just pushing catwalk, trying to get frisky. But Liquid, I mean, this is a hard eco for Astralis, and so Liquid, if they're patient, they should be able to control this situation. Magisk gets caught outside of B. Spotted a bunch of players catwalk as well, so... The thing is, for Liquid, all they need to do is group up, and they know this. They just need to group up as 4. They have fire superiority. There's no reason for them to be splitting up at all. Just group as a group and just walk onto a bomb site.
Yeah, don't give up any rifles.
I'm not super jazzed by Grim running off alone right now, you know what I mean? Like, no, there's no real reason for this.
Yeah, I mean, especially if... I wonder if they've thrown away the rifle in the middle, because there's that little plateau you can throw it up on, so that no one can pick it up. You have to assume that they have. Naf is hanging around like he's guarding the rifles, or maybe not. Almost going to be walking into Bubsky, and it should be an easy kill for Naf. Making a lot of noise, but who cares? USP will go down at the end, and we're tied up 5-5. Liquid, I think, making a nice run back in. The kind of read that they have right now on the T side, Liquid, is one that sometimes really only happens on the T side after you actually get to this point. So, you know, you could have just as well been down like, you know, 8-2 now, and then you start to realize, oh, wait a minute, they're a little bit weak on B. We can actually do something here. So the fact that they found out already and the scoreline is tied, I think is pretty exciting.
It's terrific, Anders. It's terrific. I mean, this is really what we were hoping for on a third map decider between these two teams, especially after they've had time on 2 maps to really try and get a feel for each other's games. This is where the mind games start to really kick in, and we can see just how well Fallen has integrated into Liquid. And, well, Magisk, you know, having to just pick up the leadership on Astralis on the fly. So, back into it. Now, however, Elysian Stewie will be able to clear out catwalk early-ish this time around. Oh.
Maybe could have been something behind that flashbang, but they call it off.
Okay, this is interesting, because now Liquid have early cat control. Very early cat control.
They could easily fake a catwalk hit and go back to a B split. It can happen so fast. Oh, they jump down instead? That is a cool play. dupreeh not ready for it. And remember they caught him earlier with a grenade in hand? This time, catching him slightly differently. And that has got to be annoying. Meg is trying to escape from that. Lucky. Good timing on the nade, I think. Does a little bit of damage. A little fair bit of damage to Stewie as well. But they got to be worried about the middle. Elise still holding it. Lucky on his own with an AWP in hand. It's a good shot, but he can't get back around the corner. And they lose the bomb site and have to save the guns.
Not enough. Not enough. And Zip and Bubsky don't want to have anything to do with this. If anything, they're hoping they can just wrap back around over here towards long and post up. But Elige out hunting right now for some guns, hoping to see if he can catch somebody. But unfortunately, nobody to be found. But this was perfect. This was just Liquid playing off. What an inspired call in the mid there to just call to get cat control like that, and then to decide, you know what, Elige, just jump into CT, see what we can do. He had one flash over the top to lead the way for him, and he just catches dupreeh with his pants down.
And you know what's no accident? That is a bit of a stable strategy that MIBR used to run on Dust 2, that flying over the edge. So
you think this is a Fallen's hand?
Yeah, I reckon it is.
Terrific stuff there. Yep. You see Elige right over the top. dupreeh's a dead man. There isn't a whole lot he can hope to do.
Yeah. Very cool. Very well done. They're looking weirdly, because it was obviously so one-sided at the beginning, with Astralis winning 4 in a row on this map. But right now, Liquid are looking like a much superior team at the moment here on Dust 2. It's actually really impressive to see.
This is the nightmare, isn't it? I mean, we're going to get max loss bonus for Astralis, but again, CT side, you get limited on your nades. That last buy round for Astralis, right? They were still limited on gear, no kits, just, you know, whatever nades they could afford. They're not getting fully equipped. It's not the same thing as, you know, for Liquid, where when Liquid start having money in the bank, Elige after a full buy nearly has 12,000, right? Then you just got full nades, you have everything, you get to do your execute, you get to run your strategies. It's a totally different game. Astralis now, I mean, they need a decisive next round. I mean, if they can't pull off an upset round here with these Deagles, they need a decisive win in the next round to have a chance.
And I doubt it, because it's dupreeh alone against 4. They did give him a chance there crouching in, but now they're going to try and see if they can run him down. Good shot on 1, trying to conserve the bullets as much as he can. But eventually they'll get him. All right, then. Bubsky didn't really see Stewie there. That's fair. 4 on 3, but still should be a pretty good round here for Liquid. A little bit of a boost over. I don't know if he actually spotted anything. I doubt it. Not going to get a chance to see anyone on top of that, but it's worth trying. Why not? Oh, wait, maybe. Oh, the timing. Naf almost walking into that. Could have been painful. They have that AK outside, which again is a pretty valuable tool to keep alive. Pushing in through the door. The timing is great for Elige. Standing up behind there. And he gets a quick triple. The AK, though, was making his escape, so I think that's fine. I think this round is all right for Astralis, all things considered. Especially if they can save the AK-47. I should say, Dust 2 is probably one of the worst maps, I think, playing the CT side. Not that you can't have good CT sides, but you just feel so restricted. It's so limited what you can do.
A lot of it is just gamble, gamble, gamble. We don't. It's like you hardly ever see lower dark pushes anymore. You really see very little mid fighting these days. It's very, yeah. It's a different set of strategies involved for Astralis right now on this CT side, and this time around, Smoke Blooms, Magisk the only one to cross. It's fast catwalk here from Astralis. I like this. This is one of the options though. Bubsky very quick up to catwalk. Saw that this is definitely one of the favorite plays for Astralis.
Yeah, and they're going to be boosting Lucky up, hoping that there's some sort of a lower dark peak. They're taking their sweet time with it.
Yeah, Elige almost able to get in there for free.
Flash will set it up, though. He's thinking about it. Elige goes right into the shot. Throwing the flashbang actually kind of gives the game away that you're probably going to peek behind it. But, yeah. For once, Astralis able to pick up the opening kill, and they're going to be excited about that to take some of the pressure off. You could see how, again, they're leaning towards the B side of the map in their defense, Astralis, because they're so worried about all the success that they could have had on that B side, and I can't blame them. It's going to be quick. Smoke, deep Molotov. They're expecting some sort of an attack from the other side, and they might be right about that, but not quite the peak. Just trying to play it carefully. 50 seconds on the clock, and yeah, Fallen was hoping for more than that. More of an overreaction.
Fallen has to be careful because he has the bomb. If he dies out here...
Yeah. Oh, Bubsky, don't take the bait! But he did, and that could spell the end of them. Magisk and dupreeh are inside of the B-bomb site. But the position that they're in right here, one good flash and none of them could see anything, and they're never going to get any backup either. Sip and Lucky are quite far away. There's the flashbang that we're talking about. They're blind, and they're in a lot of trouble. A follow-up grenade, and they just get picked off while their eyes are closed. dupreeh goes down next. It's Stewie, and Fallen with the kill and the flash assist. And Lucky and Sip, they can't even really do much to get close. Flick is unbelievably quickly. And I mean, that's the nature of Fallen these days.
What's Sip doing out there? Interesting. Looked like, I thought that he was on the other side of the boxes in CT. For him to just be standing out there in the middle of nowhere. Huh.
Yeah, I was a little bit surprised too.
8 rounds on the board for Liquid now on this T side. Anders, they're picking up steam. They are looking better and better now.
Yes, they are. And I don't know, the trouble is...
This wasn't a round where they were down a man. They lost Elige at the beginning of this round.
But that B-bomb side is just so... It's just too weak for Astralis right now, and they can't really justify putting more people over there is the issue, right? They already have 2 inside and 1 in middle. If they do more than that, the rest of the map is not defended, so...
But again, Liquid just... They can't get a long spawn to save their lives right now. It's round after round, it's just not happening for them. So we're not getting the long presence out of Liquid at all. And it really does feel like the default is working for them.
Yeah. Even if they got it at this point, I'd say just keep going B.
Yeah,
until
the default
they solve that problem
for them. They keep getting this. Well, last round they got punished from short, but the round of time before that, they were able to find Bubsky. Could try and set up for a hard counter on any kind of short peak coming in from Astralis and play off of that.
Very frustrating in that moment, right? Because they actually played it really well, Astralis. They didn't really take the bait from Fallen. They kept just throwing grenades and trying to, buy some more time. And eventually, curiosity just got the better of Bubsky. He was like, wait, I just have to look. I have to see, And that was the one thing that couldn't happen. Tough times. Orb on Lucky, M4 on Magisk, and then we've got pistols on the rest. Lucky out long, hoping for some action. Oh, they're going to be pushing, aren't they? Grim is here on his own, though, and gets caught jumping. That is some real unfortunate timing. Poor Grim.
They don't even stick around to pick up the gun. They just book it. So again, man advantage for Astralis in this round. dupreeh thinking about it, but Alicia's here, and yeah, he's going to be managing that gun. There's no way you're going to be able to get that one back. Nice little bait, though, from dupreeh. You notice that? Chucks an HE in there just to get the punish. So a little bit of damage dealt to Alicia.
He throws it all the way out of the map.
Yeah, good on him. Well done. I mean, you got the time. It's early enough in the round. Why not?
Set up that flashbang. Nice kill. And they're going to be smoking once again. Again, they don't really have to commit to this. They've got plenty of time. They have more smokes if they really want to recommit to the B split. But I can't even blame them for doing the B thing again. Yeah. It's been working. Huge off angle here for Magisk, though. He's going to try and go a little bit aggressive. Maybe could have waited, and that's the round over and done with. Save the orb if you can. Oh, the timing is so outrageous. It's so easy to say, but it looked like maybe if he'd waited Magisk there, he would have had the kill on Fallen walking in, potentially. But he walked out, and suddenly it wasn't just Fallen, it was like 3 people that were able to shoot at him. Unfortunate.
Yeah, they're really not having any trouble at all, just making their way out through mid doors right now, Liquid.
Yep. Every single time. 9-5 is going to be the scoreline, moving into the 15th round. Last of the half, of course. Now, I will say this, if nothing else, you have to say, even if it's 10-5, surely it's demoralizing for Astralis, but it's a scoreline you can recover from, so...
Certainly.
There's that to think about, but I bet they would love to have just one more crack at it here, get up to 6 rounds, and end with just a little bit.
They'll get that chance. I mean, Lucky survives with the AWP. They'll have full rifles across the board in the next round. There's a chance for them to fight back and finish this half 9-6. And if they finish this half 9-6, Astralis, that's workable. You know, CT side Dust 2 is always a bit of a gamble. It's one of the more frustrating halves of CT you can play. So, you know, you just kind of shake it off and you move on and you focus on your T side. So full buy. Oh, double. Auto snipers.
Yes, bring it. Bring the pain down the middle. They haven't hit anyone yet.
There we go.
Leg free. I feel like that's always so disappointing.
And Fallen trying to go for the punish as well. Fallen trying to get out there fast to catch Bubsky.
I wanted that to work.
That was so cool, though. Because the Astralis are like, right, fast out long and see if we can take the real estate here. And Fallen was ready and waiting. So just damage dealt. No kills, though, for Liquid. But I really like this round from them.
Grim. Thinking about it. He's got the right idea. Again, some mid-presence. That smoke is up in CT spawn almost immediately for Liquid, because they know how much it stresses out Astralis. That smoke has always been the precursor to all the death that follows. So, yeah, just keep throwing it. You've got so many of them, and you don't really need that many for the main execute. Once you're in there, once you get the kill in the middle, don't really need to smoke a lot of the rest of the B-bomb side off either.
Look at this. What you can do, though, is because you've been so good at getting out mid, you can just gather up and everybody go on to B alone. Look at this group, dude. Magisk. Oh, this is going to suck.
Yeah. Oh, he's being hunted. Instantly taken down. They heard the steps. They knew exactly where he was. And now Stewie is holding the middle, making sure that he catches any rotation that might be coming through. And he's actually really deep in there. He's all the way up in catwalk. Could even jump down behind them. The bomb is going to be planted. There is no saving in this round for Astralis. They got just going to go for it. Stewie getting nothing out of that flank. Maybe a little bit too aggressive, just feeling like this already won. We've got it. Don't want to be thinking that way at all. Naf goes down next, and Fallen going to be picking up one of them. Goes back for more. A second flick and almost hits the third one. It's down to Elise. 1-on-1, and he headshots Bobsky. Beautiful accuracy at the end. 10-5 finish in favor of Liquid. That is a really strong comeback, having lost 4 in a row to begin the half with. We'll see if they can continue and shut down Astralis in the second half after the break.
Welcome, everybody. We are getting into a wingman match here between Device, 2K, and Jocks. So that is 2 Frenchmen a Dane and an American.
Okay, let's go short into B. A. Go, frère, go come now.
Oh my god. And Device has forgotten how to hit headshots.
How fast are they?
That was right away.
I'm doing! Not live.
I'm wondering how they're going to play this out, how they're going to adapt.
Ah, joke. Okay.
No, we're buying. I think it's live.
Yeah, I think it's live as well.
Play balcony.
Money is picked up. They're going to go for the force buy. Deagles.
One short. Two. One's coming apps.
No, they can't. I'll let you go first with your Mac 10. I don't have... One side.
Here, they can actually go and help each other to an extent. Nice spot from Device. Jax is low, and there it is. Easiest round of Device's life. Turns out that teamwork makes the dream work, everybody.
Okay, rush long. Now. I'm smoking short. Go.
What have you been eating these days? Because you're dropping 40s everywhere.
Yeah, I have no idea. It was just... Oh, and rushing low. One is 1 HP. Two...
Deciding to charge Device instead. Young Stu. Last man alive here. Jax has been lit. Nice catch. Again, Jax alive, but with only 2 health. He doesn't have many options, and I think he's pretty limited in those options as well, because he cannot go towards that B side. He has to focus here on the A side. He knows that Stewie's lurking around here, and the likely spot.
He read me there. I'm gonna know the next play when I play him.
Thanks. They have no money now. Or maybe, I don't know. I have no clue actually.
Let's go long together and peek him.
I'm gonna flash over when we run here.
Welcome back. Final half here. Third map in this epic series between Team Liquid and Astralis to decide who goes to the Royal Arena and who gets to go and play in the showdown, where almost no one ever escapes. This is a bit of a rough situation for the Danes of Astralis. They are down 5 rounds to the 10 of Liquid, but they have a pistol round here on the T side. We'll see if they can get something done. No P250s picked up. It's going to be all about the Glocks.
Lucky only just spotting in mid. But here it is, it mix. Only the 1-for-1. What a shame, but he still gets a kill, and they're going to go right up catwalk here.
Yeah, try and see if they could shut down Fallen on that P2000. Grim, not the first shot. Oh, that gets the second one. Nice little headshot there to get rid of Dupree. Fallen is there, dropping Magisk, and they are bleeding players, Astralis, and they don't have that many left to fight with. The Glock is not connecting here for Lucky, and the bomb plant might even be difficult to actually get. Lucky is going to get 1 kill. Takes the fight at range. That is very bold, and he's super exposed out here. Going to have to get back behind cover, yep, because otherwise Neff will eventually turn up from that angle. And Bubsky, he's got nowhere to hide. He has to fight his way out and murder everyone in his path, and that's not going to happen. Stewie will take him down instead. They get the bomb plant as a sort of consolation prize here on the Astralis side, but they needed the round win.
They needed the round win. They needed it, but with that bomb plant, they could get up to some shenanigans, or they just eat a hard eco this round and get a full buy in the next. So it could have been worse, Anders. They could have been denied the bomb plant. At least they get that. It's small victories in the end. And they're not even going to wait. Yeah, they're just going to go straight for the buy. So we shall see. Wow. Liquid, though. Quad rifles. FAMASes.
Yeah,
I like the Liquid. You know, they'll bring the FAMAS back, and they'll make it look good. None of the complaints of everybody, oh, the FAMAS doesn't work. Liquid showing you otherwise.
They've been super proficient with it. So you can't even really argue against it.
I like it. Solid rifle. And well, now Astralis, this is the gamble on their part. Fully forcing into this with a couple of Galils, a MAC-10, a Scoot, and a Dream at this point. They absolutely need to win this round.
They really do. There's no head armor on Naff or Fallen, so the Galil and the MAC-10 are still super dangerous to those 2 players. The rest, though, they might have a bit of an edge. We'll see. A minute on the clock. They are waiting around. They would love for Liquid to give them something. Someone pushing aggressively. They're not going to get it at all.
Stu could set the flash. No, he doesn't have a flash. Never mind.
Yeah.
I was thinking for Naf, if Naf wanted to swing and peek, but
it's too early.
It's not going to happen. So Liquid have elected to really just go for the all-in strategy.
Well, Naf could flash himself in. You could bank it off the side. It's a classic flashbang on this map. But you need the actual the ready to go sign. He set it up. Not enough, I think. Naf, he still gets the headshot. It's not bad. Stewie nearly caught, and he's going to go down. So that is the B bomb side wiped out. And Liquid, what do they do?
Can't get in fast enough. Wow, just charging it as well. Elige, no fear whatsoever, straight through that smoke. And Astralis, they did not leave anybody behind. All in on the B site. And it's looking to me like Liquid are just deciding enough is enough. We're going to back right out of here. Shame that Grim couldn't find an M4. No, no, never mind. They had 3 FAMASas and an M4. So yeah, I mean, at least Elige has his M4.
Yeah, I think if they get a kill, make it 3-on-3, they might feel energized to try and look for more.
This is where in your mind, you know, if it was the Hollywood movie or whatever, you know, Naf gets that first kill and then he turns around and does the pop flash. And as they try to trade it, you know, boom, they eat that flash. And then he's coming around that corner and nuking all of them. You know, that's how it would play out in all of our minds. But reality,
in reality,
not line up with our expectations.
Yeah, and Stewie had kind of a tough call to make. If he stays in the window to help out Naf, then he might get shot in the back, right?
Yep.
But falling back also made him really vulnerable. So I don't know. Hard position to play without a doubt. 6-11 as Astralis pick up the second round of the second half. And having lost the pistol now doesn't feel nearly as bad. Now they're like, all right, you know, this can still play out pretty well. Bubsky and Lucky running for long. Magus setting up flashes, but there's no one there to contest them on the CT side. They're going to be actually pushing and crunching into upper dark where no one is. Interesting. They've avoided each other completely.
Success. Great success. Now Fallen gets to play the peekaboo game.
He's got the scout. I mean, you definitely should not be underestimating him with really any weapon. Let's see how much of a shooting gallery this is going to be. There's the flash to set it up. He definitely knows. Lucky is down in the pit. Is he going to go for it once again? Just have to trust. Oh, another deep flash to set that one up. He's so trying to catch him, but instead, he's going to be put down to 31 health.
He's the one who gets tagged. And, well, in the meantime, Zipnix and Stewie, Zip realizing that Upper Dark has been pushed. So they have to commit to this Astralis.
Well, Lucky actually has to stay alive. Wait for the teammates to get here. Zip is kind of showing up, but the bomb is now down on long. As Lucky goes down, if they can't recover that bomb, that's a disaster. Elige gets dropped. See Zip could do. Stewie coming in with the MP9, doing a lot of damage to the flashbang as well, and he catches Bubsky. And now it's Zip, 35 seconds, 1 versus 1. He could run back, but he's gonna have to go right now. Don't slow it down too much. It does take something like 20 seconds-ish to get there, so yeah, you don't want to be too slow with it. He's got time now, and Stewie's about to realize, yeah, something is up, but he could beat him to it.
I'm really wondering what if we have Naf's perspective when he died. Because he was, I have no idea what he was doing. He got shot in the back, and that was very weird, and that would have changed everything had he stayed alive.
Look at the time. Oh no, look at the time. He might not have it after all. He is done. He miscalculated by a second. And Stewie wins the round by just breathing.
Staying alive. Just staying alive, Anders. Astralis. Yeah, that moment's hesitation walking outside of long is what cost it.
Yeah.
But let's see. I mean, this is in the mix, in the chaos. I don't think we had Naf's perspective. But that was really weird. Naf, it looked like he was looking at blue container, not looking at Longhouse at all. So I have no idea what he was looking at. If he was trying to set a nade up for Catwalk or something to help Stewie out. But the timing just totally unlocks that bomb. And it looks like Naf got completely caught off guard. So yeah, that would have changed everything. If he gets that kill on Zipnix, we're not even talking about it. The round is done and over. So very weird situation there.
It's the fact that he's off by a second, you know?
Sometimes, yeah, it's just the kick in the pants.
Yeah.
12-6.
Tough indeed. But Liquid love it. They are doubling the round score of Astralis now.
Max 7.
We can see that swing back the other way now, Anders. I mean, CT side Dust 2 is one of those.
It is weird.
Where if Lady Luck is favoring you today, you can have everything swing, or you can get caught in the smoke by Zip. Impeccable timing. This is the long spawn that we keep talking about, where if you can get out there just fast enough. Nice shot from Fallen.
God, what's he doing? Stewie's falling back a little bit. I think they might have hurt him. Nap was there with the Max 7. Not exactly the range you'd want to use it at, but he did do some damage at the very least. 3-on-3 still. And they're all kind of towards middle at the moment. And the entire Liquid team just near CT spawn. Fallen is ready. They do only have one smoke for the cross if they wanted to go long. So Fallen can probably find at least an attempted flick.
Timing is everything here. Fallen and Stewie were watching towards it, and Fallen. That's the bomb across. Lucky's now made it onto the bomb site.
And dupreeh, hugely valuable position here. Get the timing maybe. He's letting one of them pass. Second one, is he going to be quick enough? He knows now. He can call it in for his team. And they just have to stay alive. If they don't engage in any immediate fight here, then dupreeh could probably end the round. He's not that far away. Sip is down on long. Lucky is alone on the bomb site. With nades raining down on him. A good shot on that one. And dupreeh is there. That's all really well done. I love the fact that Lucky doesn't go for any kind of a really early fight there, because that invalidates dupreeh's position. Instead, he sticks around. Fallen hitting more headshots with the scout for
what even is this?
Some reason.
What a sick shot from Fallen. You're thinking dupreeh is just being ruthless, not even going to let Fallen get away with a scout, crying out loud. But now you see that's the worst case scenario. You've handed an AK over to Fallen. See if he can get something out of this in the next round. Lucky, he's going to try and strip him. Nope, not going to happen. So Fallen survives with an AK. But this is actually, yeah, not what Liquid were hoping for. They've only got a single round of loss bonus. And it's looking like the Force Spy coming out here with the Deagles. So they realize it's double round of eco. They're staring down, so you go for the Force Spy with Deagles anyways. Just get that money in there and see if you can come up with an upset. Otherwise, you've just got Deagles. So Astralis now. Terrific work on their side.
12-7. 5-round gap here in the 20th round. Got that those AKs up online. Those headshots from Fallen Scout are a little bit worrisome. If more of those are happening in this round, who knows how this could play out. And then one AK on Stewie. Still plenty of time. I think it's going to go just a peek into middle. They don't have anywhere near the same confidence or surety that Liquid did towards middle. Astralis, they're kind of hanging around. Okay, fine.
Sit down.
Whatever. But yeah, they're not feeling nearly as confident, right? They're kind of looking in the middle, maybe taking a fight here or there, but they don't feel like they can just bully their way in the way that Liquid did. So we'll see if that's going to change. Magisk got the right idea. A little bit of patience here. Might just give him the easy kill, but Stewie on the crossfire to take him down. And now they at least know where that is. Almost getting the kill on Grim there. Stewie hoping to sneak in a shot. That A bomb site is alone except for Fallen. So the question becomes, how many headshots can he get from that position? There's one on Sip. Can he get more? They're almost lining up. 30 seconds. He's certainly looking for it. Bobski goes down. Fallen. Bit of a missed opportunity, and he's diving away. Yeah, he doesn't want to get swung on. Lucky holding him back for the moment. No more nades on the T side either, and they're sandwiched in. There's nowhere they can really stand. If they get rid of Fallen, it's different, but they just can't right now. He's so hard to find, and he does even more damage to dupreeh, low on health, and now it's a 2-on-2. He catches Stewie back for more. That is an aggressive play from dupreeh, but it probably wins them the round. I don't think Naf is going to be coming back without a kit here.
And that's what you're getting the stars to do. That's what you need your heavy hitters to bring to the table, Anders. dupreeh with a must-win round here. Saving it. 2 health on him. Naf, he's got a Galil. He's wishing he had something more, you know, a little op, a little AK. That'd be nice, but unfortunately for him, this is the best he's going to get. Unless... Oh, can he find something? Did he get fortunate?
Yep.
He got an AK in the end. Just barely. Okay, that's what happened to Elish.
Oh, no. One more shot there, and that's probably the round favoring them. But this is wild from dupreeh. I'm actually shocked that he did that. And so it's Stewie. 8-12 the scoreline, 21st round, and it's really ragtag on that Liquid side and comes to the buy. Just a little bit of everything. Can I just have whatever is on the menu, waiter?
They just keep forcing, man. I mean, eventually your lead is going to dry up, though. Like, you need to be careful with this kind of strategy. You can't just keep forcing over and over again.
Or can you?
Or can you, I guess, right, if you're getting away with these AKs. That's really what's doing it, Anders. If they weren't saving these AKs, they wouldn't be going for these force buys.
If you force every round, is it really a force buy, or is it just
a buy?
Is it just a strategy?
This is just a buy, yeah. I mean, don't you try to spend all your money every round anyways?
Exactly right. Stewie. First in with the M. Oh, they get caught. They wanted to pop the surprise there. I think they wanted Stewie to initiate, and then the follow-up with the Liege right behind, and it just got robbed from them. Naf is going to be going down, and that is, in fact, should be the round.
Should be the round.
Hedging my bets here.
Nice aggression from Astralis out the mid doors, though. I do like that change up from them.
Yeah.
Last time it was just, you know, getting lucky, catching a Liege in the smoke. This time they've really forced the issue.
More confident, right?
Yeah, much more confident.
How's Fallen alive?
I don't know. And how is he still alive? Hold on. Debris still hasn't hunted him down yet. I mean, obviously, you don't want to just donate an AK for a scout. Lucky's the only one with full health, so now he's going to be the one taking point on this fight. But yeah, I don't think that you really care too much.
They're pushing the ball around the corner to try and bait Fallen. He's not there. That's amazing.
That's some awareness. Best warm-up ever. And bomb goes boom. 9 rounds on the board for Astralis. But I really like the variety we're seeing here from Astralis. So that push out through mid, that was really cool stuff. And Liquid, they were ready for a fight, but Astralis were just on top of it. They did not back off. They did not shy away. So we're starting to see some confidence here from the Danes, and it's going to get interesting because Liquid now are going to have to start realizing, wait, we've got a fight on our hands. We can't just keep force buying. We're actually going to have to take a round of eco here. And it's going to be in the next round. So we could see Astralis on double digits. There's Lucky with the shot. Fallen gets decked trying to take a duel in mid. And look at this, Dupree just charging him.
Yeah, he sees the weakness, the opening, and he's ready to try and capitalize on it. Not overextending it, just wanted to try and see if he catch that one player. Stewie back there by the barrels with a deagle in hand. Dangerous position if you walk right into it. Could easily lose your life. Stewie even had time to set that one up, but now the flashes are coming in. And he's on his own. No one there to help him out. So it's about to be 10 rounds for Astralis. It's really anybody's game. I feel like Astralis still don't have the same level of dominance towards the mid-B situation that Liquid did. But that's not the only way to win on Dust 2 anyway.
No, you have a variety. They don't even need to really rely on long at all right now. It's still such a mid-focused kind of game going on. There's a spot here from Debris, going to catch Naf, and 5 players survive for Astralis. How fantastic is that for their economy now?
Now, the best case scenario, I feel like, at the moment for Astralis, because everyone is playing real well, but Magisk is down at 8, and that might be, you know, some of that calling that's taking a little bit of energy out of him, but if he steps it up to his usual level in this tournament so far, that would probably seal the deal. That would probably put Astralis in the arena. So that's what they need to cross their fingers and hope for right now. He has been a force of nature so far, but this has been a bit of a slow map for him at the moment. Fallen is down the middle with the AWP. They don't have a lot of nades on the Liquid side either, but they are heavily stacked towards the B-bomb side. They are so prepared in case it's another split towards that side. Even Grim and Elysia on the catwalk, they're actually just, they're all in on this idea.
Both of the Oppers are really just bringing the heat. Nearly 100 ADR for Fallen and for Lucky.
Oh!
There it is.
That is disgusting. He needed just one little blip of that smoke going off. One little audio piece, and he had it triangulated. Lucky misses an opportunity. Grim is going to punish him for that. And now it's a 5-on-3. Second player there, and
yeah,
it's going to be a little bit of a setup with the Liege as well. Getting that one. Fallen to take down Bubsky. That is absolutely outrageous.
What a dominant round. And when it was starting to pick up steam there for Astralis, 4 rounds in a row, they were about to light their logo on fire, and instead they're going to get sent packing here. At least gets a bomb plant out of it. Would have been great if he could have got a 3rd kill. That would have been truly terrific. But instead, it is going to be full AKs across the board now for Liquid. Double AWP as well. Let's go. They have just, I mean, this is boss mode now.
Oh, yeah.
Astralis, life just got a little bit more difficult.
That moment, that's like in the horror movies where someone drops like a glass or something as they're sneaking away from the murderer. And everyone freezes like, wait. And like,
oh, instant. Just instant deletion. The freeze is looking straight at Sonic like, what can I do?
Sonic's like, I don't know either, man.
Dude,
don't look
sick.
at me.
That is so sick. I love Fallen, man. He hits a shot like that.
What a player.
Dupree's reaction says it all as well. There you go. Just get rocked.
Nice.
Oh, Stu gets tagged though. Lucky is waking up, man. Lucky has definitely had some big rounds here on Dust 2 and looking like a change of pace here from Astralis.
Yeah, Stewie's low on health already, but he does line them up. The spray is in. He's done all the damage. Nearly a triple for him. Look at Magisk and Sip. They're so low behind that. Almost a quad kill, in fact, for Stewie if you do the math on it. Now, Elish goes down in middle. Lucky was still holding that. So weirdly, after all of that, it's the 3-on-3.
And it's not done yet. Although we are light on the nades. Lucky's still got a smoke. They have a couple mollies. And you can see that Liquid just called a freeze, basically. Grim is starting to rotate back over, but Fallen and Naf have not budged. Now we get them in position. And you can have the full rotate minute on the clock, but with only a single smoke grenade, crossing is going to be very hard. You don't have any flashes either. So I don't know if you want to go up long, because how are you going to get to the bomb site? You have no way to get to the bomb site.
Yeah, it'd certainly be real tricky. They're just going to walk the whole way, aren't they?
Here we go then, 40 seconds.
If they start throwing many nades out here, they kind of give the game away. That allows for Liquid to make strong rotations.
I have a single flash.
Yeah, so they can smoke and throw the flash and everything. But the trouble with walking is you could walk into one of those... Oh, there's two orbs in play, right? You could just die walking around the corner. So far, so good, though, for Astralis. If they get close, pop the flash and the smoke and just go for it right away. You have to get past Fall in the smoke. Can do a little bit. There's a big gap there. Flash and a Molotov. Oh, but he gets it one more time. Taking down Sip. He is so lightning fast. 9 seconds on the clock. And Magisk, he's delaying it just a bit, and he doesn't have time for it either. Lucky with the kill on Fallen. That's huge. 3 seconds left, and it will be a bomb plant. At least they have a shot now. And Lucky, he's going to stick around on long. He's not going down into the pit. He wants to see if he can help out Magisk here. Walking into the corner, there's no grenades left on Liquid, except for the flashbang. Is that enough? Naf has actually changed his mind. He wants to go back down and try and see if he can shoot Lucky in the back. It's doable, and they have a kit as well on Naf. Watch for that if he dies, which, oh, he maybe should have, but Lucky misses the shot. Now it's all on Magisk. He runs for an instant headshot, and now it's about buying time. All he has to do is not be found by Naf, and he wins the round. Naf trying to see if he can spray him down. He knows it. Magisk, this is what he does real well, and Naf gets the kill, but loses the round. Astralis on 11 rounds now.
Just beside myself, Anders, watching this. This is absolutely bonkers. Now we get the replay here from Fallen. He hits that shot. Fallen coming up with shot after shot here that are just amazing. But that was what my concern was all along. Astralis still win the round somehow. But the fact that they get caught like that out in the open and Fallen hitting that shot, that's what I was worried about right from the beginning going long. So difficult to get across.
Man, I would score that as a real hard round to win for Astralis in every way.
Yeah, that was an uphill battle. I mean, you saw how the nade nearly kills Magisk right there.
Yeah.
Just, what, 8 more damage, and that's it. You're getting the bomb denied, and you're not getting the round. So again, just everything going Astralis' way in that round. Liquid are going to feel like they got a little hard done there. Or they're going to watch the demo and realize just how hard it was. But
they've used all of their cash in this round, Liquid.
This is it.
Everything being poured into it.
Are we going to see Ancient Fallen, or are we going to see Happy Fallen? We're about to find out. Dead Fallen?
Not in the middle yet. Boosted quickly up on the catwalk is Fallen, though. Nice shot from Lucky. He's definitely growing in confidence, and his overall output is significantly up from yesterday. Looks like a much different player, much improved. 4 versus 5 now. Stewie inside of the B bomb site. Is he gonna go aggressive alone with the AWP? He's thinking about it just a little bit. If he dies, the round is over. They're not even gonna try and get close. It's all on his shoulders. A lot to deal with. Flash there. Actually, that's a friendly flashbang on the player, slowing them down, and no scope does not connect. Naf's kind of showing up, but yeah, he should not have been. No reason to do that.
Not a whole lot you can hope to do there. I mean, highlight moment in your mind, of course, that they line up for you somehow and you're able to get a 2-for-1. But it's just not going to happen. The likelihood of that happening against a team of Astralis' caliber is just slim to none.
And now,
Anders, it's about to be one round.
It's about to be one round, and the money is a real big problem right now for Liquid, and it's going to continue to be that probably for the rest of the half here. Unreal. Flashed in, Liege losing these rifles. It's not great news for Astralis if they do it. It's not like they have a lot of money, so I can understand if they don't want to be super aggressive, but if they lose three of them, but take the rest here away from Liquid, that's going to be worth it, especially this AWP. Nice shot.
Yeah, nice shot from Fallen, and it's looking like, okay, they're going to say, fine, keep that op.
Fallen and Lucky are tied for frags right now. I mean, I was one of the people yesterday that was fairly critical of Lucky, and apparently other people were too. dupreeh was tweeting about it. He has really redeemed himself today, so I'm happy to eat those words. I think it's really cool to see, and it's just a one-day change. I think I did at least caveat my statement saying he's got a long runway with me, like he's got a lot of them. This is a real short runway, and it's looking pretty good, so more power to him. 26th round, it's going to be that AWP and the saved M4, and they're out long immediately looking for the fight, but not getting it, though.
Not quite, not quite. Yeah, they're neck and neck in ADR. Both of them are having a tremendous impact for both of their teams right now. It is really solid to see. But now we do just get that Deagle buy coming in here from Team Liquid.
Fallen by the car with no smokes to put out exactly this kind of Molotov. Does he see it? He's got to be so careful back here. Now, the problem is the Molotov doesn't burn everything out. Oh, they shoot him through the glass. That is rough. Nearly lining it up for a double, but Magisk will take him down. Some sweet revenge there. Sip did fall in the meantime.
The smoke gives away the position, so they know that somebody's close CT now. And so that one smoke kind of gives away a lot in terms of information here.
And they're kind of fishing on the other side because dupreeh's waiting, expecting for Stewie to go aggressive in upper dark, which he's been a couple of times. But he hasn't caught anything yet. So eventually dupreeh will, well, actually Lucky bring the bomb back.
Lucky's back in with that bomb.
They're going to smoke the cross and go back. Pretending. Sacrificing Magisk, he's the captain, flashes through, and that's a problem.
Because they don't see anybody.
Yep, they don't see anyone else. 30 seconds, they know. Stewie pushing lower dark with Naf right behind him, and the bomb is right in front. Lucky, he's in a lot of trouble here. Got the pistol out, and he gets the headshot as well. Huge plays, gets around the corner. If he would have got caught, it would have been the bomb down with 20 seconds, but now instead, they should have a clear shot at it here. 2-on-3, Bobski in the middle. They still don't know about Naf. I don't think they realize, and they misses the shot with the Deagle. He had to get that. He had to hit that shot. Now it's all on Liege, and he gets shot down by Lucky. Second kill of the round for him. Tied up 13-13.
What are these rounds, Anders? It's just, you could not be calling it any closer. The way that they get that flash to spot Magisk, the fact that he's alone at long allows for them to rotate back into upper dark. Liquid are just going tit for tat with Astralis, but Astralis just keep coming through in the end. And that was off of Fallen as well, going for the hero play. Still, this is a big round. No spot in mid this round from Astralis. They have no info there. Couple of nades early towards long. And because they had no spot, they can't, like, with that smoke going down as well, it's going to make it difficult to rush B, but
yeah, and I think they
play slow.
They even just wanted to try and get the shot off, I think, through the smoke then. They just wanted to see if they could do it. Back with the double are Liquid. 27th round now. What do they have left? Astralis have really looked good. Just as good as Liquid did on their own T side. Everyone struggling on the CT sides. And Liquid have really, they've won individual rounds. The three of them that they have in the second half are all just little blips on the map. It's not like they've won anything consecutive, so that means that it's much harder for them to build the money up. It's not fun at all.
The pressure is immense now on both of these teams. You lose this on either side. Money isn't terrific for Astralis either.
No.
It's much better, but
yeah, they can't just cruise, no.
Yeah, they can't just cruise, so you need to win this round.
He's once again put himself in a position where he has to be the hero, has to basically get at least a double kill, maybe more than that, or they lose Grim up on that site for sure. He's going to be alone with nowhere to stand, and it's a quick trade there. That was set up for that moment. Grim is going to be going down. Even if he got Dupree, he would have immediately had to relocate, and Bubsky would have been there to take over. That is a nice knockout punch. They actually hit probably the weakest point of the map, not because Fallen or Grim were there, just because they were there alone. I don't know why Astralis are pretending like they want to try and peek this. Surely you just get the bomb plant and stay away from any battles. All right. I was having a real crisis there in my brain for a minute.
And with 9 seconds left, I mean, yeah, bomb gets planted, and the remainder for Liquid absolutely need to back off and save. They need to do everything they possibly can to stay alive here.
Yeah.
These 3 guns are crucial going into the next round for Liquid. Yeah, Fallen, talk about a bold position.
I mean,
I guess he's maybe just expecting to find Zipnix there lurking.
No, but in fairness to him, that is exactly the style that he plays, right?
Yeah.
It's just that Astralis had also set it up to get the instant refrag, but if he gets his aim back in that moment, if they're a little bit delayed with the spacing, he probably takes down both of them, and that's the job done. So I mean, it's the style that plays exactly to his strengths. I can't really even blame him for it. Naf is going to save that one M4, and that's great news, but they did lose the other 2 rifles, and that is a huge issue. It's so worth it for the Astralis point of view. Oh, he wanted the bomb. That's why he was dancing like that. What a scary moment, in fact. If he dies with 10 seconds or 12 seconds on the clock,
awkward.
Someone else has to jump. Could be another AWP shot.
Yeah, just very awkward. All right, we're getting a timeout called. And, I mean, yeah, you have to just... You're swinging for the fences here if you're Liquid. Although, I mean, I see a Liege, Deagle, half buy. Are we playing? Are we going for it? Okay, then. Overtime.
I don't know.
That's what it makes me think of here. Alicia's just got Deagle Kevlar. I think we're going to get... They're going to aim to play for overtime here, Liquid. This is a bold move.
14-13.
So you have to play perfect from here on out if you're Liquid. This is it. And as far as Astralis are concerned, fully equipped, fully geared, fully ready. And, well, not the best spawn. Kind of just a weak, all-around spawn.
Middle of the road.
Middle of the road.
Liquid did leave a little bit in the bank at least, right? They've bought a bit, but they'll have a chance to fight for overtime if that's what they want. Nades onto Elige, just in case he wanted to play real close. Scout and M4, that's nice. But Liquid, if you're paying attention, are running into kind of the same problem that Astralis were running into, and most of the teams on this map. Some of the Brazilian ones I found are much better, no surprise, at being aggressive on Dust 2. But most teams have a real hard time doing it. So you're sort of left just dealing with whatever the T side is throwing at you, but you don't really know what's happening until it's actually already in play, and it's really suffocating. They've tried a bit with Stewie pushing into upper dice, a little bit, but not much. So kind of the same issue folding itself out here for Liquid. 4 versus 5 in this round. Astralis is about to be at match point. If they can just solve this one.
And a spot in the Royal Arena.
Now they might actually be not making a huge mistake, but they could be running into the more defended part of the map. Megastar is actually, wow, he's leading from the front here. He's going to run all the way up the middle and get shot by Elige, apparently.
Deleted.
But the problem is now they're going to, this is what I was about to say, now they're pushing into a 3-man setup out here with a scout as well. Fallen a little bit quick on that one. Naf is here with the M4. This could be good. Grim has gone down in the meantime. Naf looking for another kill. The bomb does get planted and Fallen. He's having trouble out long of his own. It's Naf to fall lucky with an impeccable shot, and they're going to be able to negotiate the obstacle just fine. 3-man setup at the A-bomb site, but they do all right at the end of it. Elige going to find a quick headshot. Can he go for it? He actually had the right idea. Thinking about it, Sip is down there. And they should try and hide from him. They don't have a lot of health. Sip is going to shoot him in the back of the head. Not bad. Triple for Sip. 15 for Astralis.
Oh, this was the gamble. This was the strategy. This was the strategy set forth by Liquid, right? You lost that round. It was close. Elige, it was a winnable clutch round there. Although, of course, you are going up against Zipnix. That's not going to be easy. But now, this was what Liquid were saving for this round. They will have rifles. Naf has an AWP if he wants it. Fallen has enough for money for an AWP as well. And you can just go for rifles across the board and everything that you need here. But you need the remaining 2 rounds if you're Liquid.
Yes, you do.
And, well, Stu's in full recliner mode right now. Fallen, who's doing the talking? If it's attack timeout, Not seeing Fallen talking. I'm not seeing Stu talking. Is this adreN right now going? adreN is on the other side.
It could well be. Yeah, he's been back and forth a little bit. Hard to know. Lucky, top of the board. Who could have predicted that?
Yeah, what a performance.
26 and 13, and with 6 assists as well. He is having himself the game of his life right now.
The one who's really struggling is Grim right now. He's underperforming in this map. So if he could come alive here in the remaining 2 rounds of regulation, that would be terrific for Liquid.
All right, so Fallen crosses back, does get spotted by Lucky, and it's some interesting information. They can't really trust it too badly because he could have snuck back again without anyone really seeing it. So you got to be careful about making those calls too decisively. Astralis working at putting some pressure on middle, and this is a trick and a half.
Yeah, very cool.
Oh, they might just get the kill here. Ooh, the unscope at the wrong time, potentially. They're actually waiting for them to walk up the stairs. This is so good. All they need is that one opening. This isn't a marathon right now. We're talking about 2 rounds, so whatever you have in your back pocket, you play it now. Minute on the clock. Yep, Fallen. He is just a second away, an inch away. He crouches right under, and that actually gets called. I can't believe that they saw that on the Astralis side.
How insane is that they spot that instantly?
That's not something that's played all the time. That's not some common thing that they could have expected. And yet somehow it just looks like, yeah, no problem.
But they're going up catwalk, Anders. This is it.
Are they, though? Because Bubsky is really far away. Now, he could go down middle to catch rotations, but this could also be a fake. Yeah, Magisk. The bomb is back there. He's jumping down, trying to see if he can catch anyone. It's going to be Stewie to drop him, but they know now there's no chance here. They're running out of time, Astralis. They have to go right now. 20 seconds. Lucky is going to be picking up a leash. They know that Stewie is out here behind. An instant shot. The B bomb side is lost, and very likely so is the map. Fallen! He actually catches him coming through the window. It's going to be a bomb plant anyway. 1 versus 2, and Grim, everything on his shoulders, but Fallen very nearly winning the map right here, or at least getting it into overtime. Grim sneaking through. Can he get the first one? Gun barrel showing, and he gets tagged in the face and is down and out. Astralis! They're in the arena, playing in front of the home crowd. They take down Liquid on Dust 2 with an absolutely stunning comeback.
What a terrific performance from Astralis, bouncing back from failure at EPL, not managing to make it into playoffs there. Here, they have done it, Anders. They have exited the group's top 2, at least. At least they've survived. Now they're going to go into the final that's happening after this. So there's still a chance for them to improve on their standing. But the important thing is that they have qualified for the Royal Arena. They're going to get to play in front of their fans here in Denmark. That's amazing.
I can't believe it. What an upset for an Astralis team that have looked shaky. A lot of doubts around them.
Well, stand-ins. I mean, sure, it's Zipnix, and he's playing all of his roles, and you know he obviously looked absolutely over the moon that he's getting to play with this team again. But again, stand-in situation. We're not talking a full roster. We've got a young gun as well in Lucky who's just showed up, and he's already popping off on a 3rd map. When the pressure is on, he's going toe-to-toe with Fallen, major champion.
Yeah.
Not a problem.
Very, very impressive stuff. The doubters, myself included, will have to stay silent on behalf of Lucky. Real cool stuff today.
It's very cool.
Gotta say.
It's very cool to see. And, well, as far as Liquid are concerned, disaster.
Yeah, that they're gonna go play in the showdown. Rough times down there for sure. Yeah. I'm definitely excited for what happened here. Some bumpy maps for Astralis so far in the tournament, but this is very impressive.
There's so much to process.
Yeah.
And just so much to process, and I really love this setup because I get to hear the guys shouting as well at the same time during all these matches. And I mean, what a hype match. It had it all. Clutch, aggression, everything.
How did Fallen get some of those kills at the end? I know he got one in the window jumping. I don't know how he got the one before then. He's just shooting everyone that's in front of him.
Yeah,
so
he was doing everything he could, but just not enough. And really, I mean, it's the finest of margins. It's not like, okay, because, you know, I pointed out Grim at the end, you know, in terms of Grim and his firepower, but it's not like Magisk was popping off either at the same time. You know, it was very even in terms of firepower with both of those teams.
Look, we have some breakdowns ready for you on the desk. I can't wait for this one. Take it away, guys.
What an absolute nail-biter to be rounding it out there. An absolute marathon of a series, and it does fall in the favor of Astralis. They'll be the ones to be claiming their spot on home turf, no less, at the Royal Arena in Copenhagen. And Maniac, we were setting this up, saying the pressure really was on Astralis to be claiming that spot on home turf, and they managed to make it through.
Yeah, and it is that much more incredible. Honestly, the fact that they were able to mount this comeback on Dust2 to fight from a deficit after this tragic failed bomb plan by Xypnix, right? They had no money, they had nothing, no hope, no momentum, anything. And they climbed, they clawed their way back. They earned their right to play in front of their home crowd. Lucky in Astralis, the hero of that Dust2 game. There's so much to unpack. It is quite incredible.
And you could see how much it means to them just from those reactions. Like, especially Glaive at the back as well. We were kind of noting it in the green room. We can see some of these player cams as well. And Glaive is sitting there watching, waiting for his team to be doing all of these incredible things he's been speaking to them about before the game, because he can't speak to them during the match.
The emotions were running so hot on both of these teams. Like, everyone was getting in and out of their chair, leaning back. Every single death, there was a visual reaction for one of the players. And looking at the scoreboard right here, I mean, this was a battle of the Oppers. Lucky, a player who I would say failed Astralis yesterday, came back and improved upon his performance. That's exactly what you need to see if you're a fan of Astralis and you're a fan of Lucky, because yesterday there were a lot of moments down the line where he didn't cut it. He simply didn't cut it. But today, a completely different story. He writes a new page in his book, and Fallen too. He's turning back the years on top of that, but it just wasn't enough. Lucky got the better of Liquid more times than Fallen, and Astralis really reaped the rewards because of that.
He was so reliable, and that is what really baffles me. The fact that Lucky, in his young status, young rookie, right, playing a game, he's playing the damn game to making it to the fall final, right, to making it to the Royal Arena. There's no much more pressure for him, and still he was hitting so many of these shots early on in the round. He was giving the advantage to Astralis. He was making sure that any mistakes on the side of Liquid, and we know there were mistakes because nerves were running high, and he was punishing them. Any re-peek, any large wide swing to the left, he was punishing anything. This man had such a bounce back from yesterday, and I, for one, really clap my hands for him.
And it really came when Astralis needed it the most. We saw him maybe being a little bit quieter towards the first half of the map. I mean, it was a 10-5 half for Liquid. They were looking really solid going into that second half, but it just fell apart for them.
They were having I mean, Liquid had a great T side. Yeah. Astralis just one up them. That's exactly what they did. Some great calls, some great support, kind of opping from Lucky, you know, holding those lines. Every re-peek that it felt like Liquid wanted to go for, Lucky was just ready for it. And it's crucial that he hit so many of those just little tripwire shots. As soon as Liquid have a chance to maybe spray down a couple of his teammates, Lucky just gets that one amazing kill that he needs to. And it's just such a spectacular bounce back. I feel so great for the fact that Lucky was able to deliver this, because, I mean, after yesterday, sometimes players just crumble under that pressure. There's so much at stake here, and he really rose to the occasion.
And you talk about bounce back, and I think we have to go back down memory lane a little bit in that game. Go back to that first half and go back to how Liquid abused, with a capital A, abused that B defense for Astralis. They have played so many B splits over the course of that first half. It starts here, obviously, as we can see, with guns, with pistols. It's going to be enough to crack open that defense. And this side is going to remain the weakness for Astralis almost the entirety of the half. And I can tell you this as a player, I can tell you this as a thinker of the game as well. It is so infuriating when you as a player are not able to defend the spot and you're getting played the same strategy over and over and over again. We could see the nerves, we could see the frustration on the side of Magisk. He was not able to handle that. So the fact that Astralis were able to bounce back from such a hard pounding first half, that is still something that amazes me. I'm come down yet. I'm still flying somewhere. Like, I'm still so excited right now.
And it's got to be extra heartbreaking for Liquid, because this has been a common trend throughout what we've seen of them so far at the 4 groups, because we've seen some really, really good calling on that T side, and that's been really impressive for Liquid.
Magisk, even though he obviously didn't deliver on the scoreboard, you have to give him some credit in the fact that their T side was phenomenal. They outplayed Liquid completely there. And yeah, this CT side stat for Magisk, it's exactly what Maniac was talking about. The fact that the Liquid game plan, it was a simple one. A lot of mid to B, you know, a lot of B hits in general, and they were getting the better of Magisk. And that's going to happen sometimes, especially given the fact that he's taken over this in-game leader role. Sometimes your individual performance falters, but that's when you have to step up in terms of being a leader, and that's exactly what he delivered to them in that second half.
Yeah, and I think that was kind of a question coming into things, especially for Astralis. We were posing it at the beginning of the group. What exactly are we going to see from the Danes with this new look roster coming into things? How are people going to be working together? Are you kind of satisfied with what you've seen from Astralis thus far?
Satisfied? Hell yeah, I'm satisfied. I didn't think... Okay, hold on.
You predicted it. You got it.
First of all, I predicted. No, you know, Astralis was not supposed to make it to the playoff. I think we have to, you know, kind of own back on that fact. They had Liquid in their group, and they had Vitality in their group. They were not supposed to make it into the fall finals. And now they have defied the odds. They have pushed Liquid out. They have pushed Liquid to the showdown. So yes, I am satisfied now. If we want to look at it in a more objective way, T side extremely strong. You can see that there is a know-how, how to come back into games, to put these rounds back to back to find a solution, which is amazing. CT side, still a lot to work on. Individuals making mistakes, being a little bit impatient, you know, structures of round not exactly making sense. So there is a lot to work on the CT side if you're Astralis and you want to go for championships. But the fact that they were able, with their weapons, to make it to the fall finals, that in itself is a celebration.
Well, we were just looking at Liquid's first half of this third and final decider map of Mirage, and we have another mic'd up moment from the side of the North Americans.
Flash.
Flashing now.
Flashing for now.
One was just CT. Was just flying along as well. CT dive. CT dive. B player. I'm gonna go.
Okay. We're working towards B now.
Come up here, Flo.
Yeah, I'm going.
Go B up.
Flashing B, then going upper.
I'll be back flat. Okay, lurk smoke. Lurk smoke and Molly back flat, okay?
Yeah, wait. Going upper B as well.
I was
He's gonna move out, but it's okay. Molly back side, actually.
Molly.
It's okay, side now.
On one side, now.
They're both inside.
One inside.
Side dead. Flat maybe. Flat, Xbox.
Dead.
Guys, I'm gonna flank late. CT1.
Nothing phased the smoke.
They're saving. All of our little plays, dude.
So beautiful.
They're actually working.
Do you think they got the up? Nice, John.
Wait,
no.
Careful outside B. Careful outside B.
Nice!
Whoa!
Great to get to hear a little bit of insight from the side of Liquid, but heartbreaking all the same because they are eliminated from the competition. They won't be making it yet to the Royal Arena. They will still have one chance in the showdown, but as we always say, Maui, it is an absolute gauntlet down there. Nobody is safe in that single elimination tournament.
Last time, the gauntlet, the showdown, it didn't do Liquid too well. They had a tough time there.
Dignitas action over there.
Yeah, Dignitas were able to upset him on Nuke and Vertigo.
Dignitas are there already.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh man. Oh gosh. Yeah. We're seeing it right there. And I mean, Liquid right now, there's some ways that they get through. They are definitely going to be the favorites in almost all the matches that they play throughout the showdown. So there's definitely a possibility they make it back, but they have to work on a couple of things, and that's finding a little bit more CT consistency in my eyes.
I worry about the mental side of things for Liquid, right? On one hand, it is for sure that there are a lot of qualities in that roster, and we cannot deny it. You see some of the matches they lose, at some point in the last map, they look very dominant. We can go back to the Heroic and the 1v5. We can go back to this game as well, when how controlling they were and how dominant they were. But when do they start developing a complex where they doubt their ability to make it to 16 when it matters? Because now we can meme about it, we can laugh about it, but I said in the pre-show, I said Liquid is the story of almost. That is another page in the almost book. They almost had it, almost make it to fall finals, just to get swept under the rug at the very end. So as a player, it becomes increasingly frustrating and hard to go through these moments and to keep that belief that when it's 15-14, you just have to play your game to win, because usually that's the key. But I wonder, you know, if it's going to hurt them so much.
Well, we are going to get a chance to have some final words from Liquid, as Banks had a chance to catch up with adreN after that game.
So adreN, certainly a tough loss here against Astralis this time around. And while things started off pretty good when it comes to looking at Vertigo, right? Nuke, you guys certainly had a chance with it as well. What do you think started to slip away a little bit there when it came to Nuke? Because their CT side still seemed to be quite weak on the Astralis side.
Yeah, I mean, we only got, what, 4 rounds on our CT side. You know, that's it's so tough at that point to come back. I think at one point we were feeling we were getting in our groove, and it looked like it could be a reality, but yeah, we just needed more than 4 rounds on our CT side, and just things were crumbling. Like they split us mini ones and just unfortunate kills. I mean, their strats are working.
Sometimes it does go down like that. And then on this Dust 2, though, you guys had what I would say was like a really easy T side in terms of the calling, right? How many times you guys were able to split onto B and they weren't able to handle it? You were kind of bullying Magisk at one point where he just wasn't able to get anything done. Did you feel like after that first half, like it was pretty much like a done deal? Because it looked like it to us.
I mean, CT sides. I mean, after we win pistols, the second round is always extremely tough on Dust 2, facing against the AK Force. So that round, you know, at that point, we're not out of the woods yet, and that's the round that we ended up losing, and that put us into like a 7-round Force battle, and we definitely made a mistake forcing the 1 round where we shouldn't have, and that put us, you know, 2 more rounds back at that point. Yeah, I mean, it took us literally till round 8 to get a proper buy, and then. Yeah, it wasn't looking pretty.
And do you feel like at that point you've kind of given them some momentum to work with? Because we looked at it as an example, like Fallen was coming alive, was hitting up some banging shots. We've seen some moments of being able to lock it down, but it definitely seemed like Astralis had that kind of flow going through them as it be.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely weren't flowing at all on our CT side. Like one time we went 3B, they ended up splitting us on A. One time, you know, the op picks us at long A. We're already down in a 4v5, a very tough situation. So just like consistently, things just weren't going our way. And yeah, we just didn't get enough standard rounds with good utility, and yeah, never built a bank once.
And coming into this, right, we look back at the EPL, and coming into this event, we'd say Vitality, yourselves were the favourites to make it through. How does this one feel for you right now? Do you feel like you've kind of undone a little bit of the good stuff that was there?
Can you ask again?
So do you feel like you've undone a bit of what, like the good progress that was made back at EPL to where you are now? Do you think some of the things kind of fell apart which shouldn't have?
Not necessarily. I mean, Vertigo felt fine. Nuke, you know, I still think there's a lot of good from how we played today. And I still think we're in a pretty good form, but yeah, I don't know. I think overall, like, you know, can't win every match. I still think we're in pretty good shape to be a strong team here coming up for the major and the Blast showdown.
Commiserations to the side of Team Liquid, but big props to adreN for giving us some words after that. It's never easy to do one of those losers interviews, but it is kind of heartbreaking to see this trend yet again emerging for Liquid, as Maniac was just alluding to, saying almost, nearly, but just not there.
Yeah, they almost pulled off this Dust 2 victory. They almost pulled off the comeback all the way on Nuke, even though, like adreN was saying, that CT side wasn't going to give them any likelihood of winning that map. But, you know, they made it competitive, and Liquid right now, they're in a position where they're playing the numbers pretty well. Like their gun rounds are pretty good. adreN was talking about it, but the fact that they took so long to get gun rounds, to get going in the way that no one really game plans for force buy after force buy after force buy. In fact, the way a lot of teams practice is that they'll sack a round sometimes so that they can just play a standard gun round, practice the gun rounds, because those are what you're going to play in the matches. But then they didn't even play that many gun rounds in this final map. That's something where then you're always playing on the fly. You're always going to be at the whim of your opponent because you have less utility, less guns, less resources, and then it's so much more just pressure in terms of coming up with solutions when you don't even really have the utility to always do so.
Well, though that does mean that Liquid are eliminated, it does mean that Astralis have made it to the Royal Arena in Copenhagen for those LAN finals, and we have got to catch up with Magisk to see how he's feeling after that win.
So, Magisk, you've done it. You've made it to the full finals and also to that amazing Royal Arena in Copenhagen. And what a way you guys did it in coming back on Dust 2 specifically when you were so far behind. How does it feel?
It's an amazing feeling. This is obviously what we wanted to achieve before going into this group stage. And I'm happy that we managed to stay calm and focus on the game plan and focus on what we can do to, you know, win the rounds. And everyone did a great job. Everyone was hitting their shots, except for me. I was just a decoy. So, no, it was a good match from the whole team. And obviously, I just tried to navigate the team around and get as much information I could for the whole group. And they managed to do so well. And they had some insane rounds, all of them. So I'm happy. And yeah, it's amazing.
Now, let's talk about Nuke quickly, right? Because it's that 11-4 score line. We start to think, is that curse an actual thing? Is this real? And we also see Liquid start to fight a bit more. What were you doing towards the end rounds there to make sure you could close that out? Was there some certain words you guys were having and decisions you were making? Because it gets very scary again. Like I was starting to think, I don't want this to be a repeat of what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, obviously, I think Nuke right now is not as much CT-sided as it used to be before. But I mean, in the end, it comes down to milliseconds and sometimes the timings, the communication. And we had a little bit of a miscommunication in some of the rounds, and it just escalated very quickly. And that is something we need to work on. But A side on Nuke can be very difficult, and it can be very chaotic, and sometimes it's just about being a little bit lucky as well. But in the end, we managed to, follow the game plan and make sure that we were in the good setups for the game plan that Liquid was doing, and they wanted to go inside a lot, and we just kind of backed forwards it, and it worked out in the end.
Now, you're talking about Lucky. I want to talk about the player in Lucky, because on Dust 2 specifically, right, he was coming up huge. And this was also against a Fallen that was hitting his shots and fighting back with quite a lot of style in there. How proud are you to see him kind of bounce back in this way, right? Because I know he got a lot of criticism coming his way, and certainly for a young player, it's not easily mentally to be able to deal with something like that.
I think he has a lot of talent. I think he's a good player in terms of raw skill. Obviously, I believe he needs more experience to be a complete player. He needs to take a little bit more initiative, and that is something we're working on as a group, not because we can help him a lot, making sure that he's comfortable and making sure he wants to do those kind of peaks and try and going for entries and stuff like that. So in the end, it's about, helping him and making sure that he's comfortable in the team. But to be fair, he's 18 years old and he's playing with a team that, we have a lot of history, and I think it can be very difficult joining a team like Astralis because we have all things of like how we want to do it and how we want to work. And I just think sometimes it can be difficult being a new player because people have a lot of respect for us, and we just want to make sure that they feel comfortable. But it can be very difficult actually implementing a young guy into a team like ours, and I think that's something we need to work on as well because he does have a lot of skill, and I think he can be a really, really solid player in the future, and I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, me too, man. Now, you've got Vitality again next. I just got to ask you real quick, is how much of a difference do you think it's going to be from where you played last time to where you are now?
So, I think we should have been in a third map yesterday. I think we should have closed out Nuke. Looking back on the game, there were so many rounds where we had advantage situations where one guy or two guys, they had like 1 or 2 HP, and it just made a whole difference in the rounds. And I'm not going to say they were lucky because that's not how CS works entirely. They also played some amazing CS, and in the end, they managed to close out the Nuke against us. But today, I expect us to go to 3 maps, and then we'll see how it goes.
Let's see how it goes. Magisk, going to go let you get on and get yourself a little bit of rest before you go into that game. And best of luck facing off against Vitality.
Thank you very much.
And what a way for Lucky to be getting that experience by earning a spot on LAN at the Royal Arena, no less, in front of a home crowd as well. Like, it just keeps getting better and better when you look at this result for Astralis.
Yeah, it's really not too bad if you're Lucky. And as James pointed out rightfully to Magisk, it's about a reaction for Lucky. It's about a reaction from a series where he disappointed. Obviously, he heard from the community, and please, in the way you talk to players, don't be a dick. Let's put it out there. Don't be a mean person to any players. But he did get a lot of criticism, and the fact that he's able to bounce back and have that series where he's the best rated player, he's got that impact at the very end in all the rounds that matter. The higher the pressure, the more he hits the shot. This is already a very important line that he is writing in his book.
Such a huge bounce back for Lucky, but with that, we do need to take a quick update of our bracket, as we, of course, still have one more match remaining for you guys tonight. It's a bit of an Astralis doubleheader coming into things, as this is going to be the next matchup determining the top seed going through from Group A. And Maui, that is incredible. Important when we're going towards the fall finals, because that might give you an edge coming into your first matchup of the tournament.
Of course, yeah. Having the best seeding into the fall finals is going to make things easier, but also on the line is the fact that Vitality can acquire quite a few blast points right now for the circuit. Ooh. And maybe give themselves a very favorable standing going into the world finals coming up after the fall finals. So there's a lot on the line for Vitality here, even though it does feel like it's a bit of a seeding game. That's not actually the case. The fact that the World Finals is at stake too means that Vitality has a lot to play for here. And Astralis too, they're not too far behind getting into those top 3 slots in order to try to secure themselves a slot.
Yeah, there is so much on the line coming into this final game of the day and the final game of Group A. It's going to be a bit of a rematch of Astralis versus Vitality, and it's going to be coming to you very shortly after this break.
I believe I have an unpopular opinion.
I think that Counter-Strike games are too long.
I don't know. I like the Krieg meta.
You see the map pool? All the 7 maps? It's gone.
I think definitely the most unpopular opinion I have is Vertigo is a good map.
I think that Vertigo is a pretty good map. I think that you have pretty good reason to go B sometimes. I think it's nice because CTs can both retake, but they can also play offensive, and there's more and more new ways to play Vertigo on the CT side, but also on the T side.
I think the hate against Vertigo is not really... I don't agree with it. I think maps like Mirage and Dust 2 should actually be getting more of the hate, in my opinion.
It's a map where there are a lot like hidden gems undiscovered yet, and there's like so much potential for it.
I like Vertigo, and I would love to see like Valve changing map pool like in 1 year. Every 1 year they change like 2 maps, because sometimes it get boring to watch all the maps over and over again.
The model skins, you know, that they introduced to the game, I really don't like them. I don't think they added anything to the game, and I think we've heard from a lot of people who are colorblind, for example, that they actually have a hard time seeing these model skins when they're playing, which I think is like super broken, to be honest. I think it should be equal and fair for everyone, so I think there actually should be a command to like disable them, you know.
I believe I have an unpopular opinion because I would love, for example, to have really something new. Of course, the best will be a new CS if it can come, but if not, we can still do something with CSGO. But I would, for example, love to, like Valve is coming, saying, you see the map pool, all the 7 maps, it's gone. And you just take 7 new maps that no one know, never practice, never see, never play, whatever, like totally new, and like go on, have fun.
I think that Counter-Strike games are too long. It's kind of impossible to be playing at the very top of your game for 6 or 7 hours straight. I don't think there's any sport in the world that is that crazy. I think that there should be some type of change that makes the game shorter. Whatever that's MR12, which I think is the most obvious.
It's too much for like normal viewers, you know, because changing the game for like MR12, they're like doing less rounds. I don't know. It's viable, but it's gonna change the whole tournament system. So I don't know. I think just capping for PO3 is good enough.
So one thing that I want to bring back into CSGO is the map, the Tuscan. I think we need a bit of more introduction for new maps into the map pool, and I think Tuscan would be a perfect fit. And I'm not sure which map should go out, but of course, because we don't play Mirage, I would like to see that one go out. But I actually don't think Mirage is a bad map. I think it's pretty fun to play also.
If I could bring back one CSGO update, I think I'd definitely bring back the revolver. Not because it's good, just because I think it would be funny. Just people running around with revolvers, one-shotting people, I don't know.
Running one-shot everyone all the time in the body. Worse than the Deagle.
About OPDs, I'm probably going to bring back the M4A1 before the nerf. I mean, I think it was viable the way it was, and the game was like, I mean, a little bit more sided, but I think that's okay.
I don't know. I like the Krieg meta, so I think they should buff Krieg a little bit, because the gun now is completely garbage. So it's not bring back the old one, because the old one was OP, but just buff a little bit so you can make it usable, you know.
Always when they do a major change to the game, usually people are really opposed to it in the beginning, you know? Like, for example, when they switch the gun sounds.
Didn't like the new sound of the game. I prefer how it was back, I don't remember when it was, but at least 5 or 6 years ago, when sometimes I lost myself on YouTube and I see some matches that happened into 2013, 2014. This sound of the AK-47, I miss it.
And then when you go back now on YouTube, for example, and you listen to the old gun sounds, you can't believe that they actually sounded like that. Like the current version is so much better, right?
But yeah, maybe it's not nostalgia as well. Who knows?
And I think it was the same when they did like the footsteps update.
It's less natural. You have to think about, okay, I heard something, where it exactly come from. Where in the past you did not have this. It was really easy to directly know where the sound came from.
I prefer the Cobalt Skulls. I prefer the blue kit.
I will go for King Snake.
I think I'd go with the King Snake.
Marble Fade.
Marble Fade is always, I like the mix of colors. Marble Fade Specialist Gloves is my favorite here.
Gloves. Ooh, okay. Look, I think the King Snakes are incredibly popular. Cobalt Skulls represent the hand wraps.
So out of these three, my favorite is probably the hand wraps, but I'm super weird, like, because I change my settings a lot, so if I play like black bars or stretched, I have to have a certain glove. Hand wraps would probably be my favorite.
It's a tough one, but I think I will go with the Specialist Gloves and Marble Fade. Why? Don't ask me why. I just like the colors. Here comes the thing, right? White gloves, they're gonna get dirty. Cobalt Skulls doesn't really feel like gloves at this point. Your hands will get dirty.
Specialist gloves, Marble Fade for sure. Even though like those driver gloves, King Snake are nice as well. I haven't seen them before. But yeah, the Marble Fade is good, just because I like fade colors.
I'm sure for 100% it's hand wraps, Cobalt Skulls. But I think like for me, these three skins of gloves are really cool. But I will prefer Cobalt Skulls because it's really blue, bright color.
The Specialist Gloves Marble Fade, and I've used them before, and they look really nice in game. I think I had those gloves, and then I had a crown with Marble Fade, which is just like very nice combo.
I actually don't use gloves at all, but between these three, I think the driver gloves, King Snake, look the best. Nice leather, snake skin looking gloves.
I prefer Specialist Gloves, Marble Fade, because it reminds me Gambit colors, you know, blue and red, and I like a bit cold. It looks sick, but if I'll take all three.
I know this is not going to be the popular vote, but I'm going to defend my choice nonetheless. I'm going with the Marble Fades on this one, simply because the Marble Fades have the best interiors of all of the gloves. That's right, it's not always about the back, sometimes it's about the palms of your hands. When you're inspecting your weapons, when you're pulling out your knife and you see that highlighter orange, bro, that's all you need.
For me, personally, the gloves are too thick around the fingers. Prefer to have hand wraps, so I see the fingers for some fixed points or whatever, you know, in the game. But I think the Specialist Gloves, Marble Fade, they look nice. They are good ones. King Snakes are also nice. Look good, look nice and clean. I go for the Marble Fade.
I always look at them as the comeback kings. You can never count them out, no matter how bad it looks.
We have a tendency to forget how much it means to the players. The money is one thing, but the trophies and winning tournaments with this caliber, it's just what the players play for.
I think we're writing the first chapter of a long book.
I think there is a lot of pressure on me as a coach because we have been winning a lot the past couple of years. And it's extremely tough to be number one.
As far as I'm concerned, it's not even about winning, it's about making a statement. It's about showing to everyone that you are still dangerous. It's just a Astralis way of playing Counter-Strike.
What inspired me to become a coach in Counter-Strike was that I finally faced that I couldn't continue playing myself because I was simply too bad. On a serious note, I think it was my love of the game. Actually, I've always been this secondary caller when I was playing. Sometimes I tried in-game leading as well, but I always had this love for playing beautiful Counter-Strike the right way, playing the percentages, good utility. I think that's the most beautiful part of the game. I'm not a particular fan of let's say Sabu killing 5 people with a P250, but for me, beautiful Counter-Strike is a high level of team play, flashing for each other, and good Molotovs. I think that's what for me is what Counter-Strike is all about. It's about that team play, and I think it's the right way to be played. I think I do a lot of things as a coach. It's a role that's
that has a lot of job titles. Obviously, there are the whole strategic side of things. I need to make sure that our playbook is strong and that we have a lot of things that we can turn to if things are not working out in matches. I prepare against our opponents. I look at our matches afterwards. I theory craft. I look at some new nades that we can throw, or look at some of our opponents to see what are they doing that works so well. And then obviously also assisting Glaive in calling some of the practice matches so that he can focus on his individual play. My job, or our job, is definitely prior to the game to make sure that the team is ready for the tournament, that we have been practicing everything right, that there's no holes in our playbook. And then obviously we come up with some calls here and there during a live game that we feel okay. It could be a mental call, like if people are frustrated or things are not going right, or for me it can be like, okay, and sometimes keep track on how many times we attack this bomb site and what can we expect them to, what are they expecting from us now, and then I come with that input.
Being aggressive and fighting with the advantage, that's a good sign.
I think there is a lot of pressure on me as a coach because we have been winning a lot the past couple of years. I think there's a pressure from the community. Obviously they expect a lot from us, and they should, especially our fans, and we try to work as hard as we always do, and it's obviously getting tougher by the year, not because we're not working as hard as we did before, and it's extremely tough to be number one, because that's where all the eyes shifts from Astralis to Vitality, for example, when they were number one, and then everybody's looking at, okay, what do they do? And it becomes extremely difficult sometimes in matches because you know that some of these players have studied the whole playbook, basically. So you have to come up with new stuff, and then obviously also the mental side of things. When you are used to winning a lot of tournaments and a lot of trophies, it becomes difficult when you have these hard times, difficult times where you lose a couple of tournaments. When we win tournaments and we started losing, people will get frustrated a lot easier, and I think that's what we have been working on. I think the pressure is quite huge on me, but definitely also on the players. And I think the hardest part of being a coach is, I think it is the pressure, to be honest. The pressure that you put on yourself. You want to be the best version of yourself, and you want to win tournaments. And for me, I invest a lot of time into this, and I have a family as well, so it kind of has to pay off in some way. And then also looking at our players individually. Are they struggling with something? Are there some areas where I think that they can grow it and become even better players? On any teams, players get tired of each other at some point, and then they start arguing, and you also have to be this father figure, and in that way, because it is young guys who turn professional athletes in a very short span of time. So you have to have social skills. You have to know your players and to understand them and not be stubborn yourself. And I have to see us move. And if the players were not working as hard as me, I would definitely not have been continue working with them, because I need to feel that we are in this together and we are part of a project. Yeah, I remember our first goal was to be our first goal was to be number one team in the world, and then afterwards it was to be like named the best team of all time. But when we look at some statistics showing how long we've been the number one team compared to some of the other teams, it looks like we are getting there towards that dream, and it's just, what do you tell the players next? 2,000 utility damage per player in one map. I don't know. It's quite difficult, and we have never been a fan of making specific goals. I think that's a mistake when a team does that. Yeah, it can only be disappointing when you don't. To keep finding that golden land, you could say, that I can present to the players, and that if we do this, we're gonna win this, because they have pretty much tried everything that you can win in Counter-Strike. So I just wanted to showcase that it's actually quite difficult staying on top.
Oh my
freaking god. Just wait.
So ominous, the music.
No, no, no. Kick up.
Holy sh! Almost died.
Oh, what the? Ah! What the? Oh my god, no, no!
Oh! Oh, I lost.
This is I like how I'm the first one to just immediately think like, how can I f with everybody else? This is way too intense. No!
No, 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 no. No, what?
No! No! No!
Oh my god, there's gravity on? What? What?
I've never surfed ever in my life. I'm past like the first actually surfing. I made it so far.
Oh my god, no way.
It's the beach you launders.
Don't get nervous.
Okay. No. How's that possible? I think I broke the map.
The map broke you. Did you stop on the ramp?
I'm like wedged into the ramp. And I cannot move, I think. No!
I can smell you. No!
Alright.
Oh. Oh.
Remember to keep yourself composed when in clutches. No!
Oh god, I made it past the next level. I'm a wait. Oh, I had to go that way.
Oh my god.
What if this is how I get hooked on surfing and Blast is responsible for it?
I hope so, dude. Surfing's legit.
Hey, what? Dude, what is this? I'm kidding.
Alright, boys, I hope I finish soon.
No! I love Blast. I love Betway. But screw you guys for making a downwards tunnel.
Oh my god, I got. Oh my god, I again.
Let's go!
Yes, baby! Yeah, baby! Like, I cannot. What the f? Is that what's going on here?
Goodbye.
No, Mohan, no!
Oh no. Not good.
No, don't do it to me, dude. No, don't do it. Oh, you back. No. Oh, and I fell all the way. No.
Oh no.
I'm stuck, man.
No!
No, no, no.
Oh là là.
He can't see us through the wall with command.
Damn.
Who is it now? Oh no! Yo, get him! No, no, no! It didn't activate yet. I got you.
Never be outplayed. Yeah.
I'ma get you. Come here. Oh. Oh. See ya. Oh no! Why is this a dead end?
I have to take you again.
Oh, so much faster. Oh, nice try.
Ah!
Oh no! It didn't register, dude. Doesn't count. Doesn't count.
All that confidence they build up, it helps them just moving on from a disappointing map to the next, and that is huge for Vitality.
Apex going to be taking down Bubsky, just ready. Oh, and a nice jump off Apex, playing this so well, and he's going to take down Sip as well. What a god.
Astralis right now, they are pressured to the brink. It's a new, let's say, new version of Astralis that we have to accept that is not the same as the old one.
18 seconds. Sip just can't even slow down. He's going to be running right through, trying to pick up the bomb. He's going to get one kill. Oh, what a clutch.
It's a battle for group supremacy to round off the day's action. Both of these teams have earned a spot on LAN at the fall finals, but now it is a battle for top seed and, of course, those all-important points for our world leaderboard. And what makes this even more spicy, Maniac, this is a bit of a rematch from earlier on in the group, and this is a team Vitality took down to be claiming their stake at the Royal Arena.
Yeah, and it's interesting to hear both parties actually not necessarily satisfied with what happened, right? It started off with Apex saying, we didn't play a good game. Like, we won against Astralis the first time around, but that was not a good game. I'm not happy about what we did. That was ugly on our CT side. So for them, they have an opportunity to, make a statement that they should have won easier. And for Magisk, sorry, as we just heard, he thinks they should have been a third map. Well, you have your opportunity right now. You have your stage, time to play.
Yeah, this is a proving ground for them. And this isn't your normal seeding match coming into this group as well, because of course we have the World Finals coming up later on this year. And there is a leaderboard. This is where the teams are going to be earning their spot there at the World Finals. I know you had a little bit of information for this leaderboard going forward for this match.
Right. There's still a few events, of course, ahead of this one that can impact the possibilities there. But this is 800 points on the line, and that can actually get Astralis to leapfrog over Vitality if they're able to take this one. So that's a big possibility. So yeah, this is, of course, if Astralis win, we would see that Astralis would be actually in the top 3. There's potential that they would qualify. There's still some teams to play in groups B and C, of course, and there's another event or two, but this would actually put Astralis in a pretty commanding lead over Vitality, because that's a significant amount of points, because, in tournaments, usually a higher position would be 200 more points here, 200 more points there, so that gives Astralis some breathing room, and now you see if Vitality wins, they're very comfortably ahead of Astralis. There's a couple outcomes in the future that Astralis could bring it back, but that's a really great look for Vitality. And of course, every team, they want to get to the World Final. There's so much at stake at that tournament there. And that's just one of the things that these teams are playing for, beyond the fact that they're seeding at the Fall Finals too.
Yeah, of course, it's incredibly important to be getting those points on the leaderboard for both of these teams going forward. But we do want to recap a little bit onto the match we saw going on beforehand here in Group A, as we were prefacing. Obviously, Vitality Vitality making sure they got that spot at the Royal Arena by taking down the Danes, pushing them down into that matchup we just saw versus Liquid. So I kind of want to get your idea of the takeaways that you had from that one, Maniac, seeing Vitality taking that into, even though it came very close on that second map.
Yeah, it did come close, honestly, and Vitality had to sweat, tears and blood to actually make it past Astralis. It started with an overpass that was, I'd say, quite dominant. They had a very good T side, and that was truly and purely the name of the game for either teams. The T side was where the difference was made. If you're Vitality, obviously you had this immense comeback on the T side of Nuke, and even on overpass, they were able to dictate the pace. So the problem for Astralis, and here I guess the maps are going to be a bit different than against Liquid, is that you're being tested in the depth of your pool. And at that game, definitely Vitality is a step ahead. The third map is more often than not going to be in Vitality's favor, but Astralis didn't even make it to that third map the first time around. They missed the mark on Nuke.
Yeah, and that maybe leaves us with some questions for the map picks and bans coming into this one. Would you be daring to see Astralis putting that Nuke back in there again, considering we saw Vitality have such a dominant T side on that?
I think so, and I also think that Vitality would welcome that rematch, because one of the best sound bites we've gotten at this entire event so far is Apex saying that Kyojin was bad on Nuke, and if they get to try again, that's just more practice, because right now, there's stuff at stake here, but this is a match where maybe they can try something new, try a couple more plays to be proactive with Kyojin, so he's not just sitting like a duck on the bomb site. You want him to maybe try pushing towards hut, maybe try pushing towards door. There's a couple of things that they could implement here to try to strengthen that pool. We see that Astralis does have a strong pool themselves, but this is the Nuke CT side is probably one of the weakest halves beyond the fact that their Dust 2 is not looking too great either.
Look at that 0%. Look at that 0% Dust 2. I already made that point in the first veto between these two teams. I said Astralis might have a Joker card on Dust 2. They have just beaten Liquid on it, and I'm going to go back at it again. I think Dust 2 could be a great punish. It is not a map that Vitality have shown a lot of proficiency on, but I agree with Maui, and it is one way that we have to shed light on this matchup, right? There are not a lot of negative consequences from losing it, which is not to say it's going to be any boring, it's to say there's going to be risks being taken. Yes. And this is what I want to see. This is the perfect stage to take risks. Why not do it a little bit with the map? Why not just step outside of your comfort zone just a little bit? Try something. You might surprise yourself.
Yeah, I think we should bring the map picks and bans up a little bit earlier than we normally do. Because I think it's going to tell a bit of a tale for this best of 3 matchup coming into things. So are you siding with the fact that Astralis should be picking that Dust 2, as you said before, when we're in this very position?
I would like that. I would like Astralis to go for Dust 2, honestly. Not only because I think it's a good punish, but also because I think that this game versus Liquid was so crazy. It's not like they have built an immense amount of security and confidence on it. There's still a lot of grounds to be proven. We saw that B defense with Magisk as well being very much in trouble. So now we're going to have their ban. Personally, I think Dust 2 is for the taking, or they say we want to play Nuke again.
I think those are the likely options here for Astralis. They will go for the Nuke. Okay, they just want to play that one back there. They want to run it back. They want to probably improve on their CT side too. That's the thing. So both of these teams have something where they can improve on. And for the pick of Vitality, I really wouldn't love for them to just go for Overpass, because we know they're a good Overpass team. You know, in a seeding game like this is where you try something new. So maybe go for something that
Vertigo, Inferno.
Yeah, I would love Vertigo. I would love Vertigo. Okay, there we go. It's something that...
Why'd you get what you want? I don't get what I want. What's going on?
Today, I mean, you got the first prediction right. So we
that's because I deserve it.
Right.
Okay. I don't know what you guys
you worked for that W, Maniac.
I really worked hard for that one.
And for the decider, I think Inferno is a very fair map for both these teams right now. We already got the Overpass ban out of Astralis. So there's a possibility that Vitality want to work on their Dust 2. If Vitality ban to Dust 2 here, they are just trying to practice
That's a training ground.
That would be actually pretty cool. They do it. They do it. They're just trying to practice. All right. So Vitality should be going for, like you said, a lot of risks.
It's like the best practicing condition, because obviously there is a lot at stake. So it's not like it's going to be a practice at all, but you have that little bit of leeway. You have that safety net. Even if things were really to hit the fan, it's not that damaging. So you can take that risk. You have that mini safety net, and that's why I like it. I like that Dust to go at the end.
Yeah, maybe we should start talking about Nuke a little bit more, as it is one of the maps that we did see in that previous match in Vitality versus Astralis, and you were kind of saying you want to see more from the Astralis CT side. What specifically kind of disappointed you last time about them?
Well, both of the CT sides actually left something to be desired, and I would say that on Astralis' CT side, to answer your question, Freya, I just need a little bit more from Lucky. He didn't have a necessarily bad game. I think he still went positive on the CT side of the map, but in crucial rounds down the stretch, he was getting picked consistently. There were 3 rounds in a row where he just gave up these picks to Vitality, to their game plan, and those are moments that I want to see him play again. I want to see him try those situations out, see if he can hit the shot this time, or maybe position himself a little bit differently. This is a point where Lucky has already had a great bounce back series. Let's see if he can do another.
And I mean, that is a little bit of a question to be posing to Lucky specifically. The stamina that you need to go from one best of 3 that was an absolute marathon straight into another in this double-header kind of situation. We've been impressed with what he delivered to be pulling it over the line for Astralis versus Liquid, but can he do it again here versus Vitality?
It's going to be a huge exercise in terms of stamina. You're right, Freya. Also because compared to maybe some of his more, let's say, veteran teammates, the amount of mental energy that Lucky has to use to withstand all that pressure and all these very high pressure moments, it's a lot more than, say, Zip, Dupe, Magisk. You know, they're a bit more used to it, so they don't have to put that same kind of energy. For him, he's like burning the night all 200% all the time. So he's got the energy. He's quite young as well. But I agree with you. It's going to be quite an exercise.
Well, the pressure is certainly on for both of these teams coming into things, and luckily we do have some words from Apex coming into this game.
I also wanted to talk about the situation with Shox and ZywOo and how the AWP role is working, because sometimes, not only just on Inferno now, we're seeing Shox pick it up some more. So what's the reason for that?
Well, no, I don't think on the other map. Only on Inferno is playing it. Maybe sometime in City side, because it's mainly because I still want to play rifle. So most of the time, yeah, Shoxy picking up, but that's it. It's just because ZywOo wants to play rifle. If ZywOo wants the AWP, it's the main AWPer anyway.
Yes, yeah, that makes sense. And we've also actually seen with that on some of the T sides, though, that ZywOo's been going for the entry with the rifle. Yet normally we don't really see a star player be on the entry with it sometimes. So
he's not an entry. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
An entry.
Okay,
no,
so
it's not an entry. That's not true. He's just like on Inferno controlling banana, but he's not entering. He's just controlling. We had the same back in the days with Astralis.
Yeah.
I was Device doing banana control. And it's just because we did banana control in APK for like 2.5 years. And we tried with Kyojin, and it didn't work out. So we felt that putting ZywOo in this position would be really good because it's a lot of feelings on that position. So it's not like about entering; it's just about map control. And look at his statistic on Inferno. I think it's his best map right now.
I do want to continue the conversation about ZywOo coming into this series, because so far in the full groups, we haven't really needed to see that kind of ZywOo gold tier level of performance, because we have seen the individuals from Vitality stepping up.
That's true. We don't necessarily need it, but he still gives it to us.
That is so mean.
He still has the best rating at the event.
He's the highest rated of the event. That is the state of the affair. Like, we're just sitting here. You know what? We haven't really seen the real ZywOo right now, but he's still at 132 and he's like leaps and bounds ahead of everyone. That is the quality of a superstar. With the capital S, it's ZywOo. It's simple. These are the 2 best players in the world, and that is it. The fact is, and I think the entire Counter-Strike universe has the belief and the confidence that when he really needs to, then he will step up. He'll have that double kill. He'll have that clutch. He'll bring you that round back that looks so hard, because he's one of these extraordinary individuals who can do it.
Yeah, and somebody we've been kind of branding as that secondary star of the team is one of the young guns in Masuta, and he really had such a lights out performance versus Astralis the first time around that we saw him, and really important coming into that match of Nuke.
He is, and rather than just talking about Masuta, what I would like to focus our attention on is how the development of Masuta could be a great blueprint for Kyojin. And this is why I think it's so interesting, because obviously there is a lot that the individual himself has to do in order to improve. It's not only about the staff and the teammates, but what they have been able to do with him, the way they have mentored him and gave him the space and gave him the confidence and the responsibility. Now they can use that, they can use these steps for Kyojin. And if he has the same quality, the same talent, the same investment, he could do it.
Well, the individuals certainly are going to have to step up on both sides of the equation, as the crown of Group A is on the line, alongside a hell of a lot of points going towards the World Finals. It's going to be Nuke as our first destination, and it's coming up with Scrawny and Launders in just a few.
Let me hear you. Are you guys here? Are you ready to watch some Counter-Strike?
They're right in front, defusing the bomb. The smoke. Taking two and falling back.
What a match between these teams.
Nami, finish like this? You are kidding me.
It's loud. It's insane.
I can feel that vibration through the walls, through the floor, through my heart, to the core.
Dude, the atmosphere is crazy.
Are you ready to get this show on the road?
And so Group 1 set to conclude here at the Blast Fall Groups. We've got Vitality and Astralis back in the server. Long day for Astralis, but there's still a job to get done. And the Betway odds currently favoring Vitality, who have been waiting for their opponent patiently and are very excited to get this one underway, man. I can see them in the all chat. Everybody's ready, Launders. I didn't expect these two teams. I kind of thought Liquid would take that edge, but god damn that lucky map 3.
You're hiding the pain really well. It was hard to watch. That was a really tough one. It was still exciting, and Astralis earned it every bit. And if it wasn't for that, I wouldn't be excited to see them play against Vitality, because I think they'd be the stark favorite. But because of how much grit Astralis showed, despite not having arguably the two most important players of all time, Device and Glaive, these guys are driving home, best IGL of all time, potentially most impactful opera of all time in some ways, and they still were able to take down a very strong Liquid. I mean, as much as Liquid are kind of the butt of joke sometimes these days, they were actually looking really good. And oh my god, Shock's showing a brand new form.
Is that what he's bringing to the table this evening?
Yeah.
How long do you think he's been waiting for that one tap? Misses the second, hits the third. And Masuda also gets Bubsky down. So 5 versus 2, Team Vitality looking very clean as Astralis tried to work their way down to the B site. So a 2v5 attempt. Bit of a ramp peek. Lucky trying to piece together where exactly this is coming in from, whether the retake has to happen or, in this case, Vitality just forced the issue, swing out with them dual Berettas, and go ahead to take that pistol.
We got Apex in a new room?
Looks like it.
Yeah, new room. He's got some antlers on the mountain up there. All right, this is a great shot. I mean, wow. Oof. And the second one too. Shox has this way about the way, sometimes he has like perfect recoil control. I know it's just the USP, but the way it shoots is as if he's just got zero resistance in that gun, right?
Laser beams.
Yeah, laser beams.
It's been quite some time since Astralis as an organization took a BO3 victory over Vitality. The last time would have been when the classic 5-man Astralis roster was still in the server, and that was at the very end, the conclusion of Blast 2020. The World Finals, they got the best of them. Ever since we've seen Astralis in different flavors, in Flux, it has been Vitality over and over. And obviously very recently as well, so.
Yeah, that's kind of an interesting one, because since then, I mean, in that period, Vitality dropped off a lot. They definitely, ZywOo stayed very consistent throughout the year, but I mean, even with his performances, it just wasn't enough for them to win. There were just too many pieces that weren't showing up. But Vitality now, it's a real coming together of the system, and it feels like they're actually getting close to where they were at the tail end of 2020 with their consistency. And even Apex, this event is having a great event as compared to like Pro League, where they just were.
Famas at a bit of a distance, up close, Masuda as well. On the other end, both proximities of the map being held by the SMGs. ZywOo with a double. Apex gets a second chance, but Bubsky is the one who gets the kill. And he's all that's left up. That was a Glock to blue box. I repeat, Glock to blue box kill.
Well, they had the full Glock win over Liquid last series. Fearsome with it. I don't think they spent time practicing too much with those. ZywOo is such a threat outside. I mean, there's always like the ZywOo simple comparison, but they have their own ways of playing the game for sure. They have distinct styles. ZywOo very clean and optimized, and I think one thing that stands out for him is just the way, the number of different kinds of positions that he plays and looks like a role player in all of them. The way he controls yard outside, oftentimes not with an op at all, and how comfortable he is when he does so. So I think that's what I'm going to be looking for specifically with Vitality here.
I'd say it's mobile as well, man. I'm always stunned by how quick Simple is to reposition all around the map. Nobody seems more comfortable than him.
No one rotates more than Simple on Nuke. Absolutely not. And no one's better on CT side Nuke than Simple in the entire world.
You know, sometimes you see those like roller skating derbies. There's that one guy who's been there clearly for 30 years, just doing pirouettes and spins. That's Simple when it comes to Nuke.
Just the strongest calves on the rink.
Dude, vibing.
It's got giant drama calves.
And the buys in from Astralis. 5 AKs. Utility still somewhat there, but a nice position from Apex is what gets this one started.
Damn,
and that's going to serve as the activation. Everybody else runs into the ramp room. ZywOo gives them a little bit of space. In fact, I'd say a bit more space.
Well, I kind of read that attack, actually. They didn't peek out for the jump in a ramp, saw they were coming forward. That's how smart he is. I don't know how he had that tip, but he read that situation perfectly.
Shox comes back up from the B site. May have been spotted. Bubsky seeming very focused on the closer peak, not so much mini, and then dupree's going to go and clear it. So yeah, sure enough, just as Shox came up from vent, his kneecap must have been seen. And then the hut peek from Lucky. Damn, that's crisp. Kyojin gets deleted. And Kyojin inside of the A site of Nuke, I think that's something that we'll have to talk about as the CT side of Vitality keeps going.
Maybe we could talk about it now.
How about you let me finish this 4v3?
You think this is going to happen?
How about you wait until the save's confirmed?
They're going to wait until Kyojin gets another gun. Yeah.
Okay, you can go.
All right. So Kyojin it's obviously his worst spot on any map. It's actually what Apex said in the interview with Banks yesterday, maybe, that this is pretty much the only thing they have to worry about right now. That if they fix, you know, the CT side of Nuke, especially with the upper, where everyone's trying to hit upper and kill Kyojin, then they don't really have anything to worry about for the most part. And that's just so palpably true. We've all seen it. And in the history of their upper Nuke in this last year with Kyojin coming on, they originally had Masuda working with Kyojin to play upper, but there was clearly no leadership when it was them two. It felt like they were both off on their own islands, not talking to each other, taking turns dying a lot. And so they moved Shox in, so you get some additional leadership, and Shox, an individual, stepped up quite a bit. And they have Kyojin, who now, you might actually see him get a 3K here or there, and that is not a knock on him because it was actually him just getting flash, not getting a kill almost ever on these site holds, which became just such a glaring vulnerability for them. And it seems like that he is getting better. I will say that. It does seem like he is getting better. Still a bit inconsistent, but getting better. So here it is. No op, just rifle up. And the amount of times that he'll peek the side of red like that with a rifle is astounding. But they kill him getting away.
Ooh, Bubsky, so close. Down to a third of his HP, but inside of Secret, nonetheless. And he's not alone here. dupreeh, the bomb carrier, also at the top of Secret, could come back up, challenge into mini. We'll see. Xyp9x in the meantime doing his own thing over towards the ramp room. And Lucky looking to join forces. But his cross is not going to be made very easy. He still gets away with the kill versus Apex and takes no damage for it. So I'll eat my words. That seems simple enough. Man advantage here for Astralis, looking to tie this game at 2. Masuda, though, that ramp duel. The flex position, the opposite side of the map, doesn't go the way of Astralis. And then Lucky trying to get into the secret stairs because dupreeh's got this bomb on site, also caught. So Vitality doing a very good job of getting back man advantage, wrestling it from the hands of their opponents. And despite this post-plant, we'll see if the retake gets going.
Speeds up a bit because of this Lucky death. He definitely had the keys to go for the lurk, but decided to try to join forces with them down Secret. Now in the 2v3, let's see if they can make something happen.
2 incendiaries for the retake. One hits the backside of the site. They can throw the other one on dark, or now that they know someone's in control, maybe they hold on. dupreeh will get busted up, and Kyojin now has to clutch. Bubsky, 34 health. Remember, weakened from his initial cross. And he's doing a good job of playing with the doors. That's it. Astralis hang on to the B bomb site. They get the job done, and they tie this at 2.
Beautiful between Bubsky and dupreeh. Plays off him. Uses dupreeh, knows where he is, that he can draw some attention. dupreeh has the audio cues to allow Bubsky to be able to peek either at the door or the window, and Bubsky gets his kills. That's all that really matters for Bubsky. Historically, he's had some trouble fitting into the team on T-side Nuke, and that's something that even with Glaive, where Bubsky joined the team, this is one of the kind of standout spots in a bad way for Bubsky, but he has worked on it a bit. I think he's still not having the best event right now. Still think negative KD across like the last 10 or 11 maps, something like that. But definitely, I think improving on Nuke, I think has learned a lot. So, all right, Vitality will go ahead and call a pause. This is an interesting one. They probably just have something Grant to go over. I doubt they're talking about issues so much as the future in this tack.
That's who you have on your screen right now. The future. Oh, it was ZywOo.
Shox is still, he's still the future?
Yeah,
who knows?
Yeah, he's the past and the present.
Shox is crazy, man. He's one of those versatile players in history. It has been hybriding a little bit more often on Vitality as well, which is something new for them. And in the past, was a very strong hybrid on a lot of the top French teams that he used to play on as well.
So the ball very much in the hands of Astralis coming into round 5.
They're looking for the Zai.
They go with the silent cross, right? Numbers will not be known to the CTs. We saw Lucky get caught last round because of this gap between the two front runners and then everything behind it.
Yeah, sorry. So this right here, there's a huge gap, right? They have the outside smokes, but there's no one in secret to defend. No one has rotated down lower as well. So this could be just an incredible gap where the bomb could get planted and no one can rotate down. It really depends if Astralis realize that there's no one here to stop us, but it's not a fake. There really just is no one here. But it looks like they might actually second guess themselves, come back upstairs where the CTs are waiting.
Oh, dupreeh just throws himself into the smoke. Apex does the damage through it because of the audio cues, and then ZywOo cleans that up. A war of flashbangs unfolds inside of Garage, and Apex tries to get into the mix. Lucky was never able to get that bomb across the secret, so as you primed it, you know, that open B bomb site, it was open in the 5v5, it's still open in the 3v5, and that's where Astralis will find themselves entering into the site. But now Masuda actually has come a couple steps closer. Shox is going to play this patient. Why? Numbers advantage. They're comfortable Vitality. They're going to try to push as the bomb's going down, which it will, and Lucky finds himself 1v4, but he's being swarmed, and he drops Apex at the very least. ZywOo gets this done. Vitality back to their lead. There was a chance there, but a lack of information, a lack of certainty, and a lack of conviction led Astralis to play this into Vitality's hand.
Yeah, I thought that they were playing into the doubt, but now I'm doubting myself just because Vitality didn't have full guns. So that means they could have just blindly stacked upper as opposed to, oh, this is a tendency. If Astralis don't see anyone downstairs, they might come back upstairs. I'm not so sure it's that. But these days, I am so inclined to believe that Apex does have a hand in some of these really great gambles and stuff because he has shown such amazing calls in the most recent games and recent tournaments for Vitality. He's definitely got it together in a big way on the IGL front.
Nice flash there from Well, made evident by the replay. ZywOo, once he gets blind, bounces one off of the wall to his left, and you saw it stop the front runner. Kyojin's just going to try to tuck his head down. We've already got this hut pop into the A site. Xyp9x will take Shox, but then falls himself. So Bomb has hit the ground, and so has Kyojin. 3 versus 2 with ZywOo inside of the site, but Lucky with the Tech 9. That is a big kill. Opens up site momentarily. Damage back versus Astralis. Lucky's in with another kill. Masuda gives chase, and he's got 2 M4 headshots for that 4th Vitality round win.
Beautiful. 1-on-2 from Masuda to tie things up neatly there. And that was Lucky with a beautiful shot onto ZywOo in the back of the site. Didn't see that happening. But you gotta say, Lucky, he has gotten very bright-eyed, especially off this last series. The impact was pure on Dust 2 last match, both halves.
Especially the second.
Yeah, especially the second. So many clutch kills for sure.
And you know, we've been listening to the Astralis players, those around him say like, yeah, the improvements are evident. And then we've been kind of waiting to see that stick in the officials and be very clear inside of the server. Well, that victory over Liquid has to be attributed to Lucky's map 3 performance. Think of the high he is riding coming into this challenge versus Vitality.
Yeah, Maniac mentioned it, and it's just true when you look at a lot of the players that are even in the server, like Masuda, for example. You know, we've got to extend a kind of a grace period for players like Kyojin and Lucky who are just coming in.
The jump offsets Crosshair, still Masuda with the double, and the big spray from Apex. ZywOo's here to get it. He lends a helping hand. Apex is like, did you see all those shots? Did you see that damage output?
You stole my kills.
Yeah.
Yeah, the mood is good. Cleanup is good.
Apex drops into the all chat. I thought you were dead. Mamma mia.
Mamma mia, he says.
Apex says mamma mia.
Yeah.
Thought he was French. Turns out he's Italian.
Astralis gets through the couple of challenging rounds. Back into the guns. Kyojin MP9. That's okay. Sit on top of hut, or in his case, rafters at the moment. Playing that much further above his enemies, potentially.
Waiting to see these same smokes come out outside, and what goes through Magisk's mind in this situation, because he was able to get so much control off of these smokes last time, and it wasn't interrupted. So here they throw the smokes again, which can cause a movement. It looks like he's going to try to sneak into Squeaky. This is one of his pocket plays. It works well this time. Great flash from Lucky. Now upstairs is under threat.
Yeah, we've got ZywOo in the back of the site, and Kyojin has fallen off of the rafters to play inside of the hut. Oh, Apex comes out from vent, doesn't quite get his kill. Bubsky bettering him. Kyojin, there's been so many bullets flying beyond, but it's really going to be Magisk inside of Heaven that could unravel this. ZywOo has to watch it as his teammate comes up the ladder and presents his face on a silver platter. Now in the 2v5, Bubsky getting Kyojin. ZywOo, huge clutch attempt, but never meant to happen. That is Astralis right back at it. So Magisk, like you said, one of his pocket plays comes into Mini. We had Shox fully blinded, wasn't able to stop anything. And Astralis take that one with conviction.
Yeah, he does it off the same smokes. Again, it's the flash from Lucky that does the most. And I believe it's a flash that comes from Mini, because I don't think Lucky was outside to flash over Mini. Sorry, comes from inside Squeaky. And it works out just beautifully. Now, the ridiculous part about that is we're following Magisk's itinerary as he wraps slowly outside. ZywOo is aware of his rotation more than Masuda is coming up the ladder and gets caught off there. Uh-oh.
Already opening up.
Trouble in paradise.
Yeah, limited guns. Astralis starting to find a little bit of tempo here. Variations on this outer play as well. This time, no wall of smokes. They still feel confident enough to just get themselves into secret. Oh, patience pays off. Now just one M4, and in the exact same spot as his fallen comrade. Oh, nice. Masuda. If only he was able to snap that second. Then we're really talking.
Masuda the shooter?
Not bad.
All right.
Vitality still leading by 1, 5-4. But this is a very quick opening outside. Bubsky taking that first duel, takes Apex's head off. Apex kind of getting pushed around the server at the moment.
Yeah, he likes to get rambunctious with it. So they throw the smoke to clear the back of Mini. Look like a slow default. They end up just running across the outside. Anti-eco for them. Vitality have the right answer. They know they're coming outside, but they don't get the kill. So another pressure play here. Nade out of the Squeaky. And of course, the value of this is it occupies the CTs. It puts pressure on them for not having smokes, which is really important on upper. But in this situation, on the double save, Vitality are chilling outside. They've got one man inside of the hut. And they'll sit and wait for the cross.
The only real point to note, Vitality have a 1 Zeus in this round. 1 Zeus in the hands of Shox inside of hut. If you're into that kind of stuff, then keep your eyes wide. The WSP peak on the rooftop nets them nothing. Magisk, easy anti-ecos, big wall of smokes, and they're going to use that mini routing to try and take it to A site. So Shox, yeah, that taser, not quite.
Yeah. Magisk just shouldered all the ammo, like 50 cents out here. So many bullets in the chest. Didn't even flinch.
Now he's gonna invest in vitamin water.
I like the way, and then just get out of rap, make all his money there. I like the way that Astralis are moving. Let's see if they can do something. Again, we have a couple of ecos to kind of pad our perceptions here, but these outside plays have been nice. And as you mentioned, so much variety, different tempos, different smokes, different plays. So I'm so curious, what's the answer going to be right here? You know, because at this point, there's so much conditioning that's gone into outside that it's going to be on the mind of Vitality whether it gets used or not, which means it'll affect their movements whether Astralis cross or not. They throw those same smokes if they want to. They have so much power in those smokes now. But for that reason, you don't want to overcommit when you see those smokes because it could be a fast upstairs play we saw Zip do earlier on. Let's see what the move is going to be. Grenades are slightly low here. We're missing some incendiaries for Vitality. So this is a big situation where if you can read the money, it'll tell you a lot. But okay, quick tactic. Ooh, Apex out in the open in front of Mini. But you could see they were forcing the attention outside. Trade comes down for them.
Like a deer in the headlights, man. Nice crisp headshot from
What a
Free as
snipe.
well.
Yeah.
Shox, though, this could be the big one. He just heard Dupree jump, plays the sound cue beautifully. Shox, killer instinct. Killer instinct. And now it's Masuda's turn. Sure enough, Bubsky offers himself up. There is an op holding over the shoulder of Zipex, but Zipex needs no assistance. What he needs is more HP. He's left on 11 in this 2 versus 2.
Yikes.
Must have drank that bottle before he filled it with gas.
Okay, so it's a fake to lower to try to draw a rotate out. It doesn't come, and they still got a full kit on Lucky as well, which means they have options. They're careful not to use that utility, knowing they're going to try something else. And the idea behind faking lower is try to pull people out of the rafters, so they feel like now they can get into heaven.
Correct.
Yeah, they
drop bomb over because Zipex is so low HP that he's just going to stay up in heaven.
So we know,
or no, just going to bait peek. Okay.
You know, inside hut, by squeaky, by the vent is normally where people are going to be. And
the timing.
Kyojin, if he's very careful, he'll be able to see feet. This is not a strong spot. But Zipex is so wise to come back out.
Damn. And then they walk away, but somebody has to drop and plant. Now that's going to happen. Very smooth. Very good use of a low HP player. And Zip just playing around with timing gets the better of Kyojin. Shox, though. Capable of a clutch. Man's won a couple here and there, but not this time. No, the double peek, very well timed by Astralis.
Wow.
Just nice time in terms of the individual play from I almost said Zipex. And then also nice timing in terms of peeking at the same time to really finish that one off. So very clean, 2v2 to close that from Astralis. We've got to sing their praise. They now lead this T side by 1.
This is a very exciting T side for Astralis. You can see how much leadership went into this from Zipex. The whole thing was planned out. Those next 30 seconds, as soon as he went downstairs, they knew what they wanted to get out of it. And of course, those fakes are particularly impactful when you're in a 2v2 like this. Another eco earned is Vitality. Have pistols on the upstairs site. Bubsky takes a small peek, and I think he does see someone with a pistol out.
Potential for a ramp push. Masuda and Zaiwu versus Lucky. And Lucky's far enough forward that they could grab that AK, challenge the lobby players perhaps. No challenge to the red box either with these deagles, just very much offering that part of the map over. Instead, it's a passive position inside of Garage to just watch the mini entrance. Shox has a little bit of support, and that allows him to keep his eyes towards the lobby push. So if I'm Astralis, then the best case is play this outside, and with a wall of smokes primed, maybe they go, or, what do you know, another variation. We've seen a lot of these from them, but because of the walls of smoke, we see Vitality decide to get aggressive, and that was audio offered for sure.
I think they heard that ramp.
They had to have heard it.
It's a weird situation because they did expel some of their utility. Man, they are reading this so well.
I do not pity the fool. Oh, another. Nah. Kyojin only good for the 1. Still, 30 seconds, like a dangerous game in terms of timing. Shox is just going to try to landmine himself inside of the site, but Bubsky posted on him pretty quickly. And Dupree with a headshot versus Apex through the smoke. Masuda taking him out at the kneecaps, and Zaiwu, we know what he can do with the D. He's got Dupree, and Lucky's supposed to follow, but Lucky, we need to see it from his POV, the double headshot pop, and Astralis with a 7-5 lead.
Nice discipline. I think he forgot to charge his mouse once because he had that thing on a wire. I don't think it's on a wire anymore. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, it just hits him in the back.
Beautiful stuff nonetheless. This is just trust, man. There's a lot of chaos going on this T side. You can tell that, there's a few decisions being made simultaneously. They're acting on the fly, but they're really trusting their instincts and all going together, which is huge. The trade potential is enormous right now for Astralis. It's a very unique T side to what I've ever seen from them, to be honest. And I'd like to say there's been a lot of bandaging around this upstairs site idea from Vitality, knowing it's going to get bullied, but so much of the game plan from Astralis early on has been towards outside. It must be catching them off guard.
Apex gets flushed out, but he'll be okay with that because it helps him with the timing. Magisk had his head turned. Back into the 4v4. Maybe they take this train towards ramp room. Masuda's going to be committed to this. Oh my god, he tried to turn as if another flash was coming. Damn.
That's a highway robbery right there. No trade as well.
Marginal error, and it costs him. Lucky should have possibly got that, but
interesting.
Apex is able to recover, and Bubsky dives down the vents. He does have the bomb with him, so Xyp9x is going to be kind of left to do his own thing, and he slides out, getting the better of ZywOo. Now, eventually, Xyp9x needs to get down to this B bomb site, but Bubsky's given a 1v1, and he takes Apex's head off. However, timing. Was Kyojin spotted?
I think it's just known. I think it's just known was the rotation here is coming from upper, and, you know, we've got lobby control as well. Door swings. Bubsky's totally safe in front of control doors. Gives himself exit route and can fight. Another 2vx here for Xyp9x and Bubs doing well. And, you know, Xyp9x has to trust Bubs to get his kills downstairs. And likewise for Xyp9x, low HP inside of the Squeaky to be impactful and not too slow, because he's so low that he can't just walk out towards Squeaky and drop the vent. It's not going to happen. So he's got to take some crazy wide swing like he did. Apex did a lot in that round to try to make up for the losses they had, but it wasn't enough. Definitely Masuda got a touch unlucky there inside of the ramp. But look at the timings that Astralis are finding. The chaos is working so well.
They're thriving in it. 6 rounds in a row now for Astralis. From 2-5 to 8-5. Very nice recovery on this T side. A couple more rounds to go and not much to stop it. ZywOo, shadow advantage. Easy gut punch versus dupreeh, and almost a recovery for the second. But Bubsky bests him. Shock's looking to take that place. But it's not just Bubsky outside. We still have Magisk just outside of the garage. In the meantime, Xyp9x yet again playing around from the squeaky door. Shock's does damage. Bubsky's going to fade away, and that's going to have Magisk attacking the back of Shock's. Shock's almost able to get ahead of that one. He does 50 damage to the 2 players outer, but again, it's so limited here for Vitality that you'd think it has to be a 9th. It has to be a 9th for Astralis.
It's got to be coming soon. What a half. What a half this has been. Yeah,
out of nowhere. I feel like once it just that tempo, that chaos, the carnage, it came out of what felt like a bit of a stuttered start.
And again, normally this match is one that can be kind of inconclusive or just for a few dollars, but this one's for World Finals points for second place in the standings currently. Yep. Still some matches to be played, but Vitality do not want to lose this match. Astralis, this is like, if they grab this now, this is points just to make it to this, you know, giant prize pool at the end of the year. And yeah, it comes down to this one series. So this is huge for both teams. And Astralis, it just looked like they took that first game and warmed up completely. We saw Nuke. I feel like it didn't look anything like this versus Liquid.
Yeah, they used that 40 minutes in between to just reinvent themselves entirely.
Yeah.
Ooh, hey. Oh. He did die. Bubsky killed him.
Okay.
For the record.
So, one more thing that they can try. Magisk clasps his hands, and it's one of the situations where they've got so much power in the conditioning, they can get away with a lot of plays right now. He could try his squeaky, his mini lurk. They could try to cross outside. We noticed there's so much outside pressure. Not most of the rounds have actually ended up going down in a secret, however. A lot of the rounds have ended up with kills coming out of yard, which has also been interesting and kind of unique.
Big fast push. This is it. This is how they want to end it. With a bang, not a whimper. Into the A site. There you go. 2 kills, but then Masuda stops it. Triple kill from Masuda. Now that is what we saw out of him previously so far in this group. Masuda's multi-kills with massive impact. Finally, he's able to piece one together here versus Astralis as they trail by 4. Magisk 1v2. Low health on both his opponents, but maybe the element of surprise. Certainly has time. That much for certain.
This
Apex,
is it.
Oh no.
He tried to connect the smoke so that he could block off Magisk. He was actually using it to get outside. They are right beside each other. Okay, finally he'll get spotted. Oh, but he can't hit the spray. Magisk, 28 HP, and Masuda, low, has already gotten the 3K in the round. Will it all be for naught? 50 seconds. He fakes a ladder run up. Masuda is on the side of the map where he can use the vents if he wants to, but he's got to make sure that he doesn't get faked out, and Magisk is coming back up to lobby.
Yeah, dude. Magisk trying to pull all the magic tricks. He's jumping at the bottom of ladder, jumping down the base of ramp, and currently walking through lobby. Masuda tucked inside a squeaky. Let's see if the patience of Masuda works. Had he gone B, then there was no way Masuda could have stopped the bomb plant. And with this deep commitment, it doesn't look like he'll reach it either. But it all depends on the plant position. If he assumes he's up in heaven...
No, he wouldn't. He's got to be planning backside in this situation. Oh, he has a smoke to use as well, actually.
5 seconds to spare. commits to it. Will he expect Masuda to have walked up this close? Masuda, big multi-kill, Magisk, AK back out, but he's not paying attention, predicts the mini peek. Instead, Masuda uses that time to close in, and so will Vitality, at least by one more round. 3 is the lead for Astralis as they swap to their CT side. They had 7 rounds out of nowhere. Can they take Nuke? We'll find out after the break.
That tickled. Tickled my pickle.
What the hell is this?
Whoa, whoa, whoa. This is like a roller coaster.
Opa.
Is this like
This is easy.
Oops, I just spat like literally. Oh, that's disgusting. Do we have a paper? Legit, we need a paper. Emergency!
What the hell? Is that a ball? Is that chicken on a ball?
I literally just stuck on the screen more than I should have.
Right now we are playing Crash Bandicoot.
Hey, what is this? Oh, open! Open the gates. Aye. Oh. But it's a chicken that's running on football.
Yeah, I think it means that we are in a hurry.
No!
What? Bah.
Accelerating you. It's kind of weird.
Next level.
Did you make it through?
No. I did.
That tickled. Tickled my pickle. I actually freaking made it. Hilarious.
Slow and steady here. Slow and steady here.
What? Oh, this is the 230 jump, Danny?
Can you be quiet, Peter?
No, I made it all the way over there as well before.
Yeah, and I really don't want to f this up.
No. Oh, that's why you said I was finished talking?
Yeah, because I know.
You could have said so. I'm done. I think we can safely say that neither me or Danny are that good at and moving around. So we have something to work on, ladies and gentlemen. But I hope you enjoyed our miserable attempt at being good at this.
History in the making, ladies and gentlemen. Copenhagen, let me hear you.
Are you guys here? Are you ready to watch some Counter-Strike?
They're right in front, defusing the bomb. The smoke. Three taking 2 and falling back.
What a match between these teams.
Nami, finish like this? You are kidding me.
It's loud. It's insane.
I can feel that vibration through the walls, through the floor, through my heart, to the core.
Dude, the atmosphere is crazy.
Are you ready to get this show on the road?
Both these teams in the server, the only teams currently qualified for the Blast Fall Finals. Ain't that something, Mo?
It's special. It's special for sure. And I just love how everyone's just kind of ramping up. Like, it's just like there's a few months where things were just so crazy. It didn't feel like it wasn't clear who was going to become good. Vitality would recover. Just glad to see it happening. And Astralis definitely proving a lot with this roster of new players, kind of. All right.
I'm all for it.
Upper hit may be coming. Let's see if they try to die for the vents or not.
The age-old MM classic. Dual Berettas on the hut. And a vent drop.
And a vent drop, yes. All the fixing.
Everything that you can do from home. Magisk dives into dark. 3 players down here on the floor with him. He's looking to dance, but they're looking to murder. Oh, nicely done. Apex taps into Lucky's head and a 5v2 for Vitality. Very comfortable opening pistol on this T side, but hey, 2 guns better than 1.
The strat is very, very, very simple. And okay, so you have 5 people running towards Squeaky. You're nading the door open. You're throwing this smoke that lands that connects the Squeaky to Mini. You're mollying the top of hut so no one can stand up there and shoot you as you go to Squeaky. You throw a flash deep into Mini to make sure that everyone's blinded in there. You get down, you leave 1 person, Squeaky, your last guy, and then your other 4 players wrap both sides, decon and control room. And there should be no CTs down that early. That's the idea behind running through Squeaky as opposed to going towards ramp or otherwise. And once you do that, you saw Magisk. He squeezes for control. He tries to drop into this dark position, but it's a little bit too late. He gets spotted on the way in, and it's just how quickly Vitality transitioned from actually going through with this attack and actually getting out of control window, all this stuff, opening the decon door that made it so that the adjustment couldn't come in time. So the ferocity, just like we saw from Astralis in the first half, works extremely well here for Vitality.
Scout on Lucky. Eagles, and of course those dual Berettas still within the mix. See if Astralis kind of cools off. They don't cool off.
That was clean. That was very clean.
Crispy boy.
He's one of those high HSP oppers too.
I feel like he is riding the high of qualifying for the fall finals.
Sure.
Like
yeah.
this has to, I mean, it's unarguably the best day of Lucky's CSGO career.
Sure.
It's the best day of his life.
True.
If CS is his life.
Right. Yeah. Could very well be. Unless he has like a kid. Maybe he had a kid. It could have been the best day of his life.
Sure.
Reserved for that, maybe.
Okay.
Great birthday. Maybe we went to Chuck E. Cheese and won like a bunch of tickets and won, you know, who knows the other things that could happen that would match up to qualifying for the fall finals. But yeah, I don't think he was going to, you know, getting set to win $425,000 at Chuck E. Cheese. So it could be. It could definitely be. No. And it's not even over yet. The best day never ends.
He hit that. It was damage.
He did so much damage just now.
As well. Like all those bullets hit. It looked like he hit nothing. In reality, he hit it all.
He just branded 3 players with a stamp.
Man hit the jackpot. And Magisk about to steal his gold. At least the first one. Suda's able to answer right away. Bubsky's deagle at a distance. Ooh, things are getting spicy.
I can just hear Maniac in the green room yelling, "Why does everyone have dualies?"
Yeah. Maniac was yelling all day today because he predicted Astralis. ZywOo. Open them their doors. Oh no. Or oh yes, depending on how you see the situation. Not ideal for ZywOo. 1 versus 3, 28 health, but a Mac 10 headshot to start. Dupree plays around with the sound, and Bubsky comes in big with the pistol kill. So, Astralis right back to winning ways, despite Vitality taking the first one. Is that because Lucky primed those kills with his SSG08?
It is no coincidence at all. With the first kill, the second 2 tags as well, it just changes you. It changes a man to get hit that many times by a scout. So this round is all about Lucky. Everything else was a layup for Astralis. Absolutely no problem at all. First to hit double digits here.
Alley-ooped.
Steal back the momentum in a huge way. The 1AK is purchased up already for ZywOo, so I think they're going to try to buy behind it. James did an interview with Apex like just now, and he was like, asking about questions that we could ask and stuff like that. And I had the question of, we see ZywOo doing a lot of the T-side entry fragging. Apex clarified this is like specifically something that happens a lot on Inferno, but he's just been really good at AK opening kills. And a lot of the times you don't want your very best player by a huge margin to go for a ton of opening kills or really hard entries, because that guy who entries oftentimes will die whether or not he's good because of flashbangs and pre-nades and stuff like that. But ZywOo is super comfortable in this role, and right now has the AK and also has far less concerns than he would on any regular rifle round as well. He can swing with reckless abandon and try to open up this round, and if he dies, the idea is his teammate can try again after him.
Ooh, he sees him, but he doesn't. But he does.
Oh my god.
But he doesn't. and then he dies.
Yeah.
How many times have you seen ZywOo die to a situation like that?
Hardly ever.
Hardly ever.
Yeah. I could keep my shoes on and count the amount of times.
Are you wearing shoes? Yeah, you're wearing shoes.
I'm wearing shoes, yeah.
Just double checking. Zipix, good grenade maybe? Could have been worse. And Shocks, Tech9 drive-by, channeling his inner Lucky, who fades away as to not give them a scout or an opening route to the A site. He's going to fall back as far as he possibly can, as high as he can, in fact, all the way up into heaven as his teammate Magisk positions outside on CT spawn. dupreeh down at B. So really, even though Vitality have their hands on the AUG, there's not really anywhere for them to go with this.
It's just about reading the situation in this very powerful, sweaty angle here from dupreeh. Should allow him to clean up just nicely. A Deagle waiting for him on the floor, but the Deagle can connect. Masuda goes down, and dupreeh goes up a kill. 11-7 off that.
Sticks the landing.
Yeah, and now I think we'll have to actually have a proper save here from Vitality, sitting on just about 2K apiece. What is going to be the innovative eco strat of the day?
Look how long he's on the screen.
Yeah, and I guess because Magisk was just perfectly still, it was hard to tell.
Oh, ZywOo, he's like apex predators. They hunt by movement.
Right, yeah. Magisk was able to turn his body heat down, so he didn't show up to the heat-seeking eyes of ZywOo.
Does that make ZywOo more of a dinosaur or like an AI? Ooh. I'm not sure. Maybe both. Why not both?
Yeah, Westworld dinosaur.
Magisk 2 kills. No, excuse me, 1. It's Lucky just picking off scout headshots. We're watching other players shoot at people, and before their damage gets the kill, Lucky's like, yoink, a yoink, and just shaving them off, man. Like, I don't even know where he was, obviously behind his teammates, but he's just stealing all the frags. Pop ZywOo's head.
Okay, he earned that one. Okay, he earned that one.
And then Bubsky finishes it all off. So 12-7, Astralis leading by 5. CT side looking good, but obviously that was Vitality getting through a mandatory save. Now the world is their oyster. And I hate oysters.
We had you try one. I'm going to make you try them again.
Yeah, well, Bubsky wants to try it again. Gets aggressive. Gets into the lobby. Deals with Kyojin. Quick and easy. Do they go back for second servings? Whoa, Lucky up from secret. Bubsky side by side with dupreeh, gets the bomb down, bests ZywOo, full control Astralis.
Dude, this aggression is different. It is absolutely relentless what the CTs are doing right now.
It feels like they never stopped their T side.
Yes. They do. I've seen the last time I saw this. I mean, Glaive was falling. They use it against Freya, who, funnily enough, one of the more aggressive teams, and they try to fight fire with fire exactly. And sometimes that can be the best way to break timings. But also, just like with anything in life, you should always lean into your strengths, right? And right now, they've got Bubsky on the team. They have dupreeh. They have players who are really willing and able to go for very, very fast rounds, go for aggressive picks, and they want to make sure that they abuse that as much as possible. Got an Apex hand on face at the moment. Vitality go in for another save. This would be one hell of a clawback if they managed it. I'm not going to hold my breath. I won't lie to you. The amount of eco rounds that Astralis have put Vitality on means they've won every single critical swing round.
Flash prime for the hut peek. Kyojin eats it, but Bubsky leaves empty-handed. Oh my god, that utility damage is massive. Masuda down to 38. Apex softened slightly, and Vitality just kind of left corralled inside of lobby.
The other interesting part is that you have Bubsky playing upper now as an anchor, where before, when Glaive was on the team and Zipix wasn't, and he was a replacement, he was playing ramp.
Yep.
And he wasn't a great ramp player. He was just okay.
Yeah, did not feel like his area of expertise.
You know, he's getting like 15 kills a game average, just as many deaths as kills on the CT side usually. And I think he's able to do a lot more here on the CT side as an upper player in terms of aggression.
I feel like some of the more timid stances we've seen from Astralis are versus buys like this, like really minimizing the likelihood of mistakes. And nice spray. Zipix anchoring from the boxes, parks his ship upon the heads of Vitality. They get nothing.
trying to get the schedule back on track.
Cinematic.
It was a cool smooth.
So Astralis back on fire. They lost the final round of the first half. They lost the first round of the second half. And now they have strung 5 in a row yet again. That is 12 of the last 14.
Wow, they had that short peek from Lucky. ZywOo bites on it. Masuda ends up becoming the victim, and he even gets away. This is already enormous impact from him. Nobody outside, but they can afford to give it up as long as they're aware of a timing like this. However, Apex has made a haste. He's up here quite quickly, and it doesn't seem like anybody is watching the back of Heaven just yet. In fact, Lucky would not be running around this way if he thought Apex was above him. Lucky will get another kill, but Apex is getting information.
Ooh, but he's in the open. It's nice. Good, good.
One more.
Able to get back into the second. Magisk just gonna buy his time. Players go past.
Oh, he thought ZywOo.
Yeah, he gets him in the back. Kyojin right there to clear it. 2v2 ensues. Astralis looking to lock in their 15th, and we've seen a few 2v2s. The majority of which go the way of Astralis. Now it falls on Zip. We've seen Lucky kind of siphon some of his clutch power as of late. See if the older of the two can get back on that high horse. Nice grenade damage into the back of the site. Kyojin sits on a quarter, but that's all he needs. Headshot connects. Vitality extinguish the flames of Astralis for now. Trailing by 6. The CT's still so close to victory.
Apex channeled his instant transmission to get into this position as quickly as he did. Yeah, it's because Shox isn't the only Dragon Ball Z fan on the team. And if he had not done that, it would have been a 5v3 with Lucky getting the first 2 opening kills, including a frag at ramp and outside on a teammate. So it was just all about Apex saving the day there. Not all heroes wear capes.
No hero should wear capes.
It's a tripping hazard, isn't it?
It is a tripping hazard.
Especially for the short kings out there.
Smokes for Vitality. We've seen much less yard play compared to Astralis' T-side. See what Magisk does in response. Ensures that anybody going to Secret's going to take massive damage. Gonna cool off Shox for a moment.
Wow.
Oh my god. Could
Money
that
ball.
have been any better?
Literally no. Literally no.
Definition. Actually, I'm not even gonna say of Lucky.
What?
I'm. Okay. Magisk, nice. Turns his head, keeps his gun on a swivel, stops Apex and Masuda, but he will not find a third. And the peek from Kyojin gets the edge back to the favor of Vitality. ZywOo getting better of Lucky. That was the big one. Bubsky, you know, we talked about the aggression and the players on Astralis and how that is kind of a bit more their strength now with this mixture. I like that move by Bubsky. Decides to take things into his own hands, rushes into the lobby, and gets us back 2v2.
Oh, they can feel the threat towards upstairs, but no, it also feels like a fake, right? ZywOo just shooting a little bit. However, Shox does walk out. Heaven player comes in, and Dupree's going to hear ZywOo walk by, but Bubsky gets killed, and ZywOo makes sure that no one can lurk upon them. They did survive up there.
Cerebral.
A little bit different, but yeah, that was perfect with a 2v2. Gotta love that smoke, actually.
I see that ZywOo shot.
That's just insane. I mean, he just stopped like a hockey player on skates. Saw something he didn't like and got rid of it.
Yeah, shaved ice. Vitality's reward, of course, pistols on the side of Astralis. Very quick one. All right, we're running right in. And Bubsky with Dupree, able to get a 5v3. Masuda and Kyojin quickly quell the threat inside the A site. But a back has been turned to Lucky. He's got 2 players within 1 bullet of this P250, and there's an AK right there. Now he's got some firepower. Doesn't have armor. Flash and fire. Very little to lose here. Very ambitious spray.
Knows he's low. Let's take the elevator out of here. Back to the Batcave. And he just wants to see if he can get that free kill. but it won't happen. That was almost very
sketchy,
ugly.
man.
Yeah, very sketchy.
Yeah.
First 2 kills.
You know where Vitality's head is at? Let's rush him down. Then those 2 kills happen, and I can in my mind see Apex's face. Luckily, Masuda's big multi-kill claws it back for Vitality. They secure double digits themselves. So as much as we wanted to praise Astralis, you know, phenomenal first half, excellent start to the CT side. This is Vitality stringing rounds together, 3 of which in a row for the moment.
Yeah.
And obviously this third one versus the lesser weapons. So
you got to appreciate the conviction too.
Yes.
Sticking to this fast-paced gameplay, high octane. Wow, that's a lot of vodka at once, Apex. That's a lot of vodka.
Hey man,
I'm not judging.
Doesn't have RPK by his side anymore, you know. The woe.
Yeah, true. We've all got to cope a little bit without a tank. Go buy his merch. Link on his Twitter.
It's true. From the same company that does Scream stuff.
2 peas in a pod.
2 pods in a pie. 2 pies in the face, call it the Creamy Moses.
That could be the PG name for it.
Guns back up, Mo.
It's still unlikely. I mean, you know, 3 great rounds, but such a strong lead, such a convincing half, even in this half for Astralis. Sure, their hopes are still very, very high. And
you saw that nade, right?
Yeah. So did he I don't know. I might have been distracted. There's a lot of noise, and I think this because he got that kill. That just says so much about the round. Shox alone here. Xyp9x gets the molly up and the spray. That'll get a kill. Kyojin almost dies too.
Oh!
What a wall bang!
Yeah, Kyojin certainly dies. To the cerebral senses of Lucky. I'm telling you, best day of his damn life.
I haven't seen
Get him out.
I haven't seen that angle with a wall bang work like that. That was brutal. That's going on live leak. Oh my god.
World star. Lucky finds timing versus Apex as well. Insult to injury. ZywOo walks out, hits the leg shot. Bubsky surviving on 15 to take Astralis to 15, and he doesn't even crack a smirk.
That's crazy. It's all off the opening tactic from Dupree, and there's so much action still going on. Shox just totally isn't aware that the kill is coming. Oh, he goes for that wall bang twice. Wow, it's something that he's definitely thought about a lot. It wasn't offhand. That was beautiful. The ramp hold was beautiful from Xyp9x. The protocols were beautiful, understanding the rush was coming, and Lucky's lined up wallbang. Also very beautiful. 15 to 10, and what could be the last round of the game.
Ooh, nice nade. That's impactful as it hits ZywOo. Drops him to 42. 46 for Shox. No bullet shot, and yet 2 players from the Frenchman down low already. And physically down low towards the B site. Bubsky, continuation spray to drop the bomb. Magisk with a player turn. This is it, folks. Kyojin tasked with a massive clutch. Astralis are not only going to take the place in the Royal Arena over Liquid, but now they have a map advantage over Vitality as well. Think about it. We were in a place this morning where we thought Astralis would be at the showdown. And if they could take this series, then they're going to be above Vitality in the world final ranking as well. Huge placements to be secured off of the back of Lucky.
An insane dust to bring it into this series. And the fact that it's just continuing on is extraordinary. Kyojin against 5 Titans.
Got nowhere to run, bud.
No plan.
Nowhere to go, except to our next map, of course. Vertigo is where we will find you after the break. That, of course, being the map choice of Vitality. Vitality have traded maps before throughout this group, and we're going to see it yet again. We'll see you soon enough.
I was so zoned in that I couldn't hear anything outside of the game.
Well, hello, sir. Thank you very much for joining me on this fine morning. How are you doing, man?
Doing good. It's great to be here.
Well, welcome to the CS Money skin story. What we're about to do today is, first of all, single out your all-time favorite skin, and then we're going to apply 4 stickers on it, 4 moments that represent some of the key steps of your career, some of the key moments that you keep in mind?
That sounds pretty cool.
If I tell you like the best skins, do you have something that comes straight in mind?
It has to be the Medusa. I remember because I couldn't buy it, I was using a budget version like Sunny Leo. So.
For the first one, I'm gonna take you back memory lane. I'm gonna ask you to maybe remember a time against Vitality on Overpass ECS Season 7.
If he killed me, then it would have been over, right? So I think that was the most important kill, probably.
The first sticker that comes to mind for me, the first one I would like to offer you, to suggest you actually, is the Opper.
It's a good sticker, but I think it goes for every Opper, so like we need something more like, you know, more special.
Do you remember your clutch against Astralis doing the stall at the Major? You remember that to take you to overtime?
Yeah, that was crazy. I was so zoned in that I couldn't hear anything outside of the game.
For that second sticker, I'm gonna suggest to you the welcome to the clutch. Because in that moment, that is the best one, I think, to illustrate this moment. So how does that make you feel?
Yeah, this one was good. This one's good. Just too rainbowy for me, for my skins, but...
You were an EU-based player, you moved over to NA to pursue your dream.
I think I got very, very lucky about the team that I got offered from, like back in the day with Energy.
For that subject, I think there is a sticker that is all indicated for what you had to go through. It's the Don't Worry sticker.
Yeah, I like this one. I actually didn't know this one existed.
There is a moment I have in mind against Astralis during Pro League Season 9 where you're very aggressive everywhere. Could you tell me how that became your style?
I never really liked being passive. Like, I don't really like staying at one place. Even when I'm staying at one place holding an angle, I kind of move with A and D because I feel like I'm gonna fall asleep.
There's a sticker called Move It, and that's gonna be the fourth sticker that I suggest you. I think it fits your profile quite well, so do you agree with me on that one?
Yeah, this one's nice.
Well, now is the time we can present your fully personalized weapon with all the skins being put together. So I'm just gonna ask you, how do you feel? Are you happy about it? Do you feel like it represents yourself?
Very nice. I'm just thinking which one I'm putting on the scope right now, but I think it has to be the third one.
Thank you very much. Sorry.
Thank you.
Astralis claim revenge on their pick of Nuke. Vitality won't be rebounding this time around as the Danes do close out 16-10. And this is exactly what we wanted from Astralis Maniac, to present us a more solid CT side, considering this is where they struggled against the Frenchmen last time around.
Absolutely. Lockdown from Astralis on the CT side. Obviously, it starts from that force bite that they end up winning. To me, that's the moment where there's all hope basically going to the trash for Vitality. But what really strikes me is that everyone is all smiles on the side of Astralis. You see it on the webcams. Any footage we get from that bootcamp that they're having, they're just having a good time. They're enjoying it. High five, fist bump left and right, just living the moment, obviously grabbing that momentum from that great victory they had earlier today, carrying into this game.
Yeah, and I don't think you can blame them for taking down Liquid and then coming straight into this one and just keeping that momentum high, as Maniac was saying.
They're riding the high of the fact that they know they qualified for the LAN already.
Yeah.
It did surprise me, though, that they played this well on Nuke. They still maintained composure. They didn't get too sloppy or anything like that. It was, in fact, Vitality who were having a little bit more difficulty in managing some of these rounds. Astralis did a good job. The game plan that they brought towards Liquid, they're keeping it for Vitality, and it's working pretty well.
Yeah, maybe delving a bit more into those CT sides for the side of Astralis. Was there anything that you were kind of happier to see coming out from them, considering this is where we had a lot of question marks from last time, them only getting 3 rounds on that side?
Well, there's a man that we need to mention. I think Bubsky was definitely someone to keep an eye on. He has been and had been struggling in that tournament so far, but I like the way he was used in this game. You could see he was utilizing his spawns. We have a little bit of a highlight reel coming over because he did have a good game. Now you're asking me about the city side again. These spawns he was having, the peek into hut, peek into ramp, trying to be aggressive, trying to take the fight to Vitality, who obviously were not exactly on one, not exactly online, warmed up or activated, and he was making a difference. That's exactly what we had right there, taking the fight to Vitality.
Yeah, Bubsky did a really good job as kind of a third guy in some of these rounds, where I would not even say that the strategies were always setting Bubsky up. He almost, in some of these rounds, when you really look back at them, he kind of resembles a support player. He's throwing some nades for dupreeh and Magisk to run into this A bomb site especially, and yet he was able to manage some of the mid-late round situations pretty well. And that is a tall order against players like Shox and ZywOo. He's actually catching some of them off guard at times, and that's something that you're seeing a slight slight development. We've been focusing on Lucky so much that we've kind of been, Bubzkey's kind of been in the back of our minds now. It has been, the Opper show today, and now Bubzkey's saying, wait a second, guys, I'm a rising star on this roster too.
Are you sold on that? I would just want to challenge Maui on that. Are you sold already? Are we seeing enough from Bubzkey in that roster? Personally, I still have my doubts. I have quite huge reservations. Obviously, we have the kind of rumor, config maybe going to Astralis, and it has to be something that Bubzkey has in the back of his mind as well. He's got right now an opportunity to prove himself in that roster. I don't know what you think. To me, this is still not enough for the really top level.
So one thing that I didn't love about watching Bubzkey at Pro League, if we're going to go back to that, is that he was oftentimes the 5th man in on strats, and that was not really ever his forte on Mad Lions. That wasn't really a position for him. But now that Zip gets to be that guy, that he's the guy that's actually all the way in the back, Bubzkey gets to be a 3rd man in sometimes. He'll still throw some nades on an execute, but he now can bait Magisk, he can bait Dupree a little bit, and he's coming into a little bit more form. I still think, at EPL, he was one of the lower rated players for Astralis. He did struggle in a lot of different situations, but now he's getting moved back into a role where he does look a bit more comfortable.
And I like that, because in an interview before coming into the full groups, we really heard that from Bubzkey, saying he wanted more responsibility, and he was being given a bit more of that, so considering the roster being jigged around a little bit.
Yeah, and he was also quite adamant and aware that you cannot be a one-trick pony. That's what he used to say. There cannot be at the top level of Counter-Strike one and only role where you're good. Maybe you can, but you have to be the freaking best at it. That's the only time you can be a specialist. If not, you have to have a different arsenal that you can play off of. And for Bubzkey, I agree with you. The role might be slightly better right now, but he's still got a lot of room for development.
Well, you did mention that we've been talking a bit, maybe too much about Lucky, but I think we do need to shed a bit more light on him again, because he continued that momentum, and we were kind of questioning the stamina that he might be able to show, considering he is one of the younger guns of the roster, maybe not having as much experience going up against, top tier opponents this often and this frequently together. So were you impressed with what we saw with Lucky continuing that form coming on to Nuke?
I think now that the pressure is off Lucky, that he had a great series when it mattered, this is one where he was actually able to open up a little bit more. The scout round in particular on the CT side, that really helped them reset vitality, and that was a round where I got to see some of the skill of Lucky, because actually early in the fall groups, his mechanical skill is something I drew into a little bit of question. How he's holding angles, how he's re-peeking sometimes. It looked a little bit wild. He had to flick too many times, but this scout round in particular, he looks so much more under control. It was a very nice sign for Lucky that the game isn't moving too fast for him today. He seems that every duel that he's taking, he's not having to do these wild flicks, which is what was catching him off guard, especially in that Vitality series. Too many shots that were just too hard for him.
Yeah, I still feel like he makes mistakes, but we can accept it to an extent. And I think that's the key. We have to be careful with how we judge these young players, but we need to see safety in the aim, as you say, right? If you're caught off guard, your skill is supposed to save you to an extent. And these games for Lucky are a very great ground to just grab experience and confidence. You had a good series against Liquid. Now you're moving against Vitality. The pressure is off your shoulder. Just go ahead, try stuff, feel better time after time. And we don't know how fast he's going to develop. We've had different trajectories for young, rookies over there in Counter-Strike. Some take months, some take weeks, who knows? Maybe we're witnessing the blossoming right here of a new star.
And then we move on to the side of Vitality, and it's kind of a shame that we see them coming out quite cold in this matchup, really. Obviously, they haven't been in that best of 3 series that just preceded this one. They've been watching, waiting, maybe having a little bit of a look at Astralis. So it is kind of a surprise to maybe not see Vitality coming hot out of the gate.
Look, we have to keep in mind the context of that game. Otherwise, I think we'd be disingenuous with the public as well. We have to explain, of course, if you're Vitality, your job is already done. You have your spot at the Royal Arena. I know they're champions. I know they're professionals. They want to win. Let's put that aside for a second. It is not so easy to put you to 100%. But what I would like to see is them kind of making sure and motivating themselves that they will do it, like creating this structure that makes sure that you are giving you 100% just to avoid any frustration. Why would you let a game like this, make you frustrated and kind of downplay all the great work you've done here? We could see on Apex webcam, on anyone's webcam, frustration, being disappointed with what's happening. Don't let that game taint your entire adventure here at Blast. Go on and win. Don't let it just go because it's arguably a seed game. That would be a shame.
But we did hear from Apex that he wasn't exactly satisfied with the performance they put up against Astralis to be cementing that spot in the Royal Arena.
Right, they didn't put up, the strongest performance there, and they haven't put up the strongest performance on Vertigo, and that's where we're headed. So that's something where at this point, they can work on some of the mistakes that came up in the Liquid match. They really did have a lot of trouble there in securing A ramp control. A lot of plays in general just weren't really working out for Vitality. They only got 3 rounds on their T side there, and that's something that I think Apex probably is saying that's unacceptable. We have to have a better T side there. So there's so much for them to play for in terms of pride in this game. There's a lot of reasons why there's a lot of ways they can improve. There's a lot of things they can look back on there and say, we could do better.
And you're mentioning Apex, I do believe he's got a great challenge on his hands, because on one hand, you're the leader of that team, you have your teammates around you, you can maybe feel that not everyone is giving the 200% at that moment, so a part of you is going to be frustrated by that. Part of you is going to be maybe agitated, upset by it. But if you want to have a chance in that best of 3 to fight back for a third, you have to just make a clean slate. You have to start that second map in a good and positive atmosphere. You have to give your everything. You have to be lucid and kind of have that serenity around you. But it's hard when you know your troops are not, completely into it. So you have to kind of dance around that thing, and it's going to be quite a challenge for Apex.
Well, a lot of questions hopefully going to be answered as we move on to the potential last round of Vertigo, if Astralis have anything to do with it. It's one more map cementing them from taking the championship title of Group A here at the Blast Premier for Groups. And it'll be coming up with Scrawny and Launders in just a few moments.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the second map of the best day of Lucky's career. The Betway odds, of course, in the favor of Vitality, still ever so slightly. Ever so slightly. I'm talking a smidgen of a margin.
Yeah, they brought the favorite down though. They brought him down with that win. That was big. There's still people think that Vitality can pull this through for good reason. They're the strongest team in the group, and I'd say Astralis upset Liquid. I would say they would upset Liquid to get here, considering the situation, but they played damn well. They earned it, and they earned that last map too. So can they close out Vertigo? That's the question. I think they're going to have fun with it. I think Vitality are obviously a very, very strong Vertigo team, but yeah, when they played against Liquid earlier on Vertigo, it didn't look too hot. It didn't look nice. Let's see if they can put some lipstick on this pig.
Give it a big old smooch. That's what Xyp9x is about to do with the first bullet of his USP. I can feel it. You know when you can feel electricity in the air, like a storm's a-brewing? I can feel it right here on this A site. I don't know who, but someone's gonna die.
I remember we were going out for a bike ride. You stuck your arm out the window and said, "That's rain wind." The storm's coming. Put on your heaviest jacket and it didn't rain a drop.
I remember that, dude.
Well, weathermans are right 35% of the time, every time.
I'm telling you, the forecast said 50% chance. There's a 50% chance that somebody wins this pistol.
Actually wrong.
Finally, the execute comes moving inwards. dupreeh will get Masuda first and foremost. Bomb plant's theirs for the taking, but at a cost. Not only do they lose their first kill, but then the frag grenade's on the money. ZywOo's got his hands glued to the bomb. He was doing arts and crafts, and now he's stuck. Pulls his fingers off of it, and now looks for some more kills. But Kyojin, it's him versus Lucky to try and turn the tables back to favor of Vitality. That flank comes in from Magisk with a nice crisp headshot, and it falls to Shox. But Shox with a P250, Shox with any pistol, can tend to get things done. Not when the gun is empty, though. That's a key part of the equation.
Got to get the puck in the back of the net, as they say.
Supposed to be loaded.
Yeah, so misses a few. That's a pistol roundup for Astralis. Very nice. I think it was particularly the CT side that got really dismantled by Liquid earlier, where they looked very, very confused most of the time. But I think they're just coming off such a big win. You know, they've got so much confidence right now after surviving Liquid on that Dust 2 finish. Real heartbreaker for them and any North Americans that might be watching. I don't know any, but you know, whoever's out there. And now I think that they just feel, you know, there's probably a lot of camaraderie in the Discord of the TeamSpeak or whatever they're using. You know what I'm saying? Mumble, the VoIP of choice, the Mumble, the X-Fire. Maybe they're still on IRC. Who knows?
I don't even know what that is.
Not that young.
Xbox Live Party Chat.
Okay, there you go.
Scout shot, not needed. ZywOo's got the opening kill. Xyp9x tries to swing out. I mean, you know, Silver Line. Okay, dude. You're shooting through walls, you're shooting through smokes. Lucky, they're onto you. They're onto you.
But they can't catch you. You got away. And yeah, we know the deal. Got to be aggressive on the ramp these days. Don't let the bomb plant go down too often. So we got a lot of action early round. And I think that meta has actually made Vertigo so much more palatable as a map to watch. It's always been fun to play, but at the pro level, the meta just got really tired with these, you know.
You don't prefer the wall banging smoke spams?
Man, that was that took years off my life watching the amount of, you know, spams through smokes.
Remember when this metal wall on ramp had a gap in it?
Yeah, like it was yesterday.
Man, Vertigo's changed a lot. When are the ancient changes coming? I'm ready. Sign me up.
Apex looking for feet.
Trying to.
You're on the wrong website, Apex.
They're on the wrong bomb site as well. So there's two CTs inside of this one with a close rotate from dupreeh. Shox will best Lucky. He's trying to spam away with his SMG, ends up getting killed for it. But Bubsky back in, jumps up with the 3 kills to the UMP. No bomb plant. And if they can run down Apex, well, that would be the cherry on top.
Oh, unfortunately for him, he's got to save with this scout. That's not even a fun situation. So they'll take this into the next round. No loss bonus for him. Astralis 2-0, very disruptive with this move. And it looked sketchy when they lost that, when Lucky got killed, but he also was able to contribute earlier on to make up for it.
Bubsky with the ump. Keep it Glaive in the server in spirit.
Yeah, I saw Pronogo on Twitter hating on the ump.
I saw that too.
Pretty sure it's still very viable.
Yeah.
Crazy.
I think what he hated was the fact that he didn't believe that Bubsky was an ump connoisseur.
He said they did it because of Glaive.
Yeah.
But he said that the stats of the other SMGs are a lot better, which I mean, I prefer the MP9, don't get me wrong.
I think...
But it's better than the MP5, and it's much cheaper than MP7.
When it comes to Counter-Strike, it's not about stats, it's about the feel.
That's fact.
You know, some people...
That's why you can't use the MP5.
For some people, the MP5 is the best. But those people deserve to be locked up.
This is a more accepting Connor. I'm not used to this.
Yeah. I'm just thinking of Rushley.
Oh, okay. Really, he's feeling the MP5.
Well, he's a weird guy.
Okay.
Like Prius. There's something in the water with those observers.
Yeah.
You never quite know. Apex, there's nobody there again.
He's always watching, too. I'm telling you, he likes feet. I'm not judging.
You know, some people hunt by movement. Maybe Apex hunts by smell.
Ooh, fungus there. Oh, this spot's becoming very popular to try to stop things. Works out well, especially when you got a sharpshooter like Bubsky in the top ropes.
Big Bubs with the big dubs. He's got support with Zipix here, but Zipix like, I got this angle. Bubs said, no, that's mine too. Goes out, that's 4. Come on, baby. A little bit of an ace.
Cleaned it up.
Come on.
He has that fur energy. Says if I don't get the ecos, my team will lose.
Why not? Gobble them all up. Chomp them down. All 5 for the Bubsky. He's got a third leg.
Had the leg. That's just the first one.
Oh.
Yeah, could still be 3, I guess. But him at Cologne had the leg up just like that, so emulating land.
Hugo Byron plays like that as well. Frag grenade bounced off the wall as the aggression from Vitality is meant to set a precedent on the ramp. So far, it's just been Astralis winning this side of the map.
This is interesting. Okay, so I mean, the art smoke comes out, so they can't really push on that side. They're trying to figure out how to get over there. Vitality do a great job of just leaving, just getting out of there as quickly as possible after that kill. So there's no trade potential, and Bubsky starts to roam. He actually makes a very important timing cross here. This opens things up. Bubsky, we should keep a watch on him for a second, because, yeah, he could light things up from this spot.
He lights it on fire, but it doesn't spread fast enough. Masuda able to get away with a robbery. That's the bomb plant thanks to Apex. Man advantage to Vitality's favor. And then because they held on to some grenades, they're going to stave off the retake attempt. And just holding it back for that moment convinces the CTs to save.
That is a round-winning trade for Masuda, and he definitely was not favored to do that. You know, anytime you have to take a duel in a Molotov, you're expecting the guy on the Molotov to be scared to, like, slip up a little bit. And Masuda didn't hit that bullet right at that moment. He would have died in that molly, and Bubsky would have won them the round, stopping them from getting into the B sites. So, yeah, key frag from him. I've been a little bit doubtful of Masuda, I think, in the past, just because it feels like, you know, there wasn't a lot of consistency, even though he had some high highs. But he really has been, like, I feel like the biggest multi-fragger of the group.
Hands down, yeah, man. Those 3Ks yesterday were quite something. I'm all aboard. But that's what it's going to take, right? That's why Vitality have been so successful as of late. Some of the pieces starting to gel. And I'm not talking about Shox' hair.
No gel in there.
Slick one from Vitality. I like that quick cutaway through middle into the B bomb site. You were right to call the attention to Bubsky, because he could have gone really big. You know, it's like sub 10 HP for Masuda.
Apex forgets about, oh, he's surely gonna die, right? Oh my god, lucky he takes his time with it, kills a friend. He's got a smoke for himself, he'll use it to try to escape, and he just wants to get out of there. Maybe goes a bit too quickly, but luckily has a great team behind him to refrag.
Magix wins a fight over on the B site at the same time, so one-man advantage for Astralis, but that's taken right back. However, there's still this short lurk in Dupree. Oh, but it gets caught. Kyojin, heads up play. Even with the players, they were peeling off this A site. They kept themselves on high alert, and it could very well pan out for them. Magisk, having been damaged from his successful kill over at the B site, is going to have to work this 40 HP 1v2. He's got no utility and no kit currently on him.
Yeah, it might just be a peel back situation. Just at least if he has a smoke, he can bait the peek out, but he doesn't have the HP to do it either. He's basically just got no resources to make them make that mistake, even though Apex is low himself. So they'll concede. Great round from Kyojin, right? He had that trade on dupreeh, and I don't know if dupreeh got a kill this round, but that might have been, yeah, he did get a kill this round, so they knew exactly where he was, but it was good on Kyojin for kind of reading exactly how he'd play it.
Bomb pops, we get the back-to-back saves and the back-to-back round wins for Vitality.
I think here, Lucky doesn't need to run. He's super frantic to get out of there, but his teammates are actually coming in to help. He drops the smoke to, connect and exit out, and I think, you need to wait for a flash on the ramp so that you can leave. Instead, he just, hightails it very, very quickly. That smoke gives him 15 seconds, plus he got the kill, plus he's got teammates there. He's the guy in the power position, even if he doesn't peek, and he's not playing like it. You know what I mean? So I think he maybe just is playing it a little bit too quickly.
Scary situation, of course. I think what probably flusters him there is the fact that even though he was behind sandbags, remember, Apex jumps up, gets a kill on the bomb site. So now Lucky's thinking, that's my fault. What's going on? Peeks out, kills somebody else. I could see where the panic sets in from, but I would say you're absolutely right. Definitely a factor in that decision. And the only factor that could hold this back for Astralis is going to be the solo M4, and Apex checks it. Checkmates it. If they can follow through into A. Bubsky now, hands on the gun. Fire spread to the feet of the first CT, but there are 3 of them in this position. Apex kills Zipix on the bottom of the boost.
Yeah.
But Lucky gets the kill up close. Interesting exchange.
One still here in B. Shock's taking a long way around to make sure he can clear things out properly.
Almost.
Dinked, but Kyojin already did some damage. There's some more.
Boom bop.
3-3.
Comes to a close. We're tied early on.
Oh, recognize that mouse wheel anywhere. Big old EC2.
EC2. EZ2 for Apex.
Great round from him.
Here's the kill.
Remember we saw Stewie spam him back in that specific position?
Yes.
He's been getting revenge on everybody else ever since.
Poke the bear. So, yes, Vitality early answer, but sure enough, CT's back with their buy, and they are going to contend with the ramp control.
Alright, honestly, it looks good from both sides, and these rounds are very close. I think it feels like, Vitality don't have a much worse position if Masuda doesn't get that one frag on that last round over Bubsky. So, all right. Oh, cool. We'll get to see Lucky here again. Does he have a smoke for himself? He does. See how he uses it. And in this position, of course, last time, they were very ferocious about coming up the ramp, so a bit more cautious about trying to move. But again, if they think you're there and you smoke it, and the HEs don't come through, you're a pest. But so is Shocks.
I like this boost from dupreeh, though. Just don't move. Play it patient. Gets himself the first one. Solid trade from Apex. That pulls Zipix one step closer and puts Bubsky in yet again the multi-kill position. But once more, solo kill. It is versus Masuda. However, nobody there to stop the B bomb plant. Zipix could throw himself at it quickly, but with Lucky so far away, he knows he's left to his own devices. Apex trying to get ahead of the save as Vitality look to take the lead. A 4-3 advantage on the T side of Vertigo, looking very likely. And unfortunate timing. Apex going to execute Lucky, keep that op out of the hands of Astralis.
It's all about the timing on this map, more than anything else in the defaults, especially the fact that you can communicate between both sides of the map, but you're, for the most part, working separately, right? Like, Shocks is just taken his own discretion as to how he should peek on the stairs, how he should try to bully his way into B. His teammates, more in a pack because the A ramp is a lot harder to take control of, are trying to do the same on the other side, but they're not really working together to get those kills. And in these defaults, everyone knows the game on the CP side. So in this position, of course, Magisk, he finds the timing to peek, but Shocks just punches so well. And Apex, fabulous trades from him on both Bubsky and dupreeh as they take over mid control. It's great shooting.
Did he change rooms or camera angles?
The camera, I think, is flip sides.
Okay.
Hiding the deer.
Hiding the deer.
Yeah.
Deary me. Big push. Bubsky. You dirtbag. Gets the Deagle headshot up close. And Dupree with the CZ.
That's 2 guns in mid, unprotected.
Yes, yep, they can grab him unless Shox is coming back up.
Sometimes camping the weapons. Yeah, sometimes camping the weapons can be a distraction, you know, and that means the CTs can push for info other places. So sometimes it's actually better to just figure out where they're going to push next. But it looks like right now, these guns, picking them up is actually the right play, and Vitality are going slow enough that this could be a real hurdle for them if this execute comes up too slowly.
Well, they've only grabbed the 1 AK. Bubsky's currently got it. 3 counter-terrorists in position at the A site. That's the AK included. Ooh, but ZywOo over the top of the smoke. They go for the double boost, and then Bubsky uses that AK to prevail. Astralis looking to tie this game right back up. Masuda has to give cover as the bomb's gone down. Smokes begin to fade. They know there's a player close right, but Magisk! Oh man, he pulls that rabbit out of the hat, and Shox falls back to ramp. Posted was Magisk. There's the kill. It's a long stick from Lucky. 3 seconds still left on it. Shox starting to challenge around the side, but Lucky's got it through and through. Astralis tie at 4. Bubsky's Deagle and Dupree's CZ to the top of mid to robble round away.
Like you were trying to say, that would have been suicide if he came up the ramp most close. You gotta love how a lot of this is becoming who can get on the higher part of the playground. You know,
King of the hill.
King of the hill. Get on top of default, get on top of sandbags, get on that back boost by Heaven, and get the kills that way. But the punish was great from Bubsky, and it was all about those 2 opening kills in mid.
I'm the king of the castle, and you're all dirty rascals. That's what we used to sing on the playground in my day, Launders. But I'm small and frail, so I was never the king.
Yeah, scrawny.
They, you know, that's
a popular term today.
I feel like it is.
Yes.
Yeah, man, I am trending.
Scrawny mentioned.
I am trending.
Come to Scrawny.
Yeah. Sorry, folks, I'm busy casting Counter-Strike.
No time for appearances. Well, I mean, deep B control was theirs real early. No T's made presence. It's a very standard round up the ramp and can be a very powerful one. Shox will come through with a lurk at mid. And let's see how the CTs want to fight.
Very patient lurk so far, but as they start to scramble over towards A, sure enough, he's got his ball rolling. Xyp9x and Masuda trading blows over towards the A site. Shox does find timing to get over towards B.
My God.
And ZywOo has a kill versus Lucky. ZywOo, the bomb carrier, of course. At this point, you want to give Shox a little bit of time. He's got the back line compromised.
And now it's the B site that's actually really under question. They don't maybe know where Dupree is. He hasn't got a kill yet. But they know he's certainly not in the B site for now.
Apex pushes through the CT smoke to give chase to this. Dupree able to get that mid kill, but at a hefty cost. He's got 13 health left over. He's worried about another A player, but it's right behind him. So that's that. A bullet to the back of the brain. Apex takes Vitality back into their lead.
Oh, aren't they working the map really well? Some beautiful stuff up the ramp. And Astralis don't do anything with the B control that they get early on. But again, it's not that easy to flank, even if you get that control, don't see anyone. You never know who's lurking. And Shox has done such a great job of lurking tastefully. Not overextending, getting a little bit of map control, posing a threat without too much presence.
Bubsky hoping that he can make it work twice. Yeah. Second time, Kyojin's at a further back distance, and that's going to pay off. Vitality making quick work of the little Astralis had to play with. They're going to move this party into the B bomb site and find an empty house. Parents are out of town.
It's party time. I was about to join in, but if you stopped and I started, that would sound terrible. So.
Yeah. Can't party on your own, Laundry.
Yeah. Nope.
Zip. Empty-handed.
Can't
Apex able to clean up 2 kills. Apex is 11-3. He's doing well.
10 rounds deep. It's very fast. I love these rounds. Honestly, I think they're keeping it very competitive. A lot of these rounds are quite close, but that's 6 in a row, right, for Vitality that we've just seen. Maybe there's no actually.
One mixed
they
in.
broke it up a bit.
Yeah. Remember that that little Eagle CZ shenanigan.
Bubsky, the frag hero, 13 up for him. The CTs will call it attack pause. Look at Zip. He's chiming in. You got to be worried when Zip is chiming in.
Feels like he's been, since his, being re-included. I feel like with the tack pauses, we've, and even within some of the TeamSpeak moments that we've had, Zipix he's talking. He's got something to say.
Young chatterbox.
Good timing.
I feel like this man has so many secrets.
Tell me your secrets. Love to hear. Whisper your secrets.
It's a long strat too.
Yeah, right.
Oh man, I can't wait to see what happens on this round.
I feel like every time I call strats like that, the round goes live and Harry says, "Sorry, what was that?"
Ooh. One way to start off the round. Instant punish. Wow, they just come through the smoke. Dupree last round, same smoke, but dropped. Not here this time. And now they're gearing up for the B attack. This is a huge timing. I love this play from Vitality, even though it's a bit of a gamble. And Dupree can get punished for this play. Oh, but he gets out just in time. As soon as he sees a flash.
Yep.
Bubsky up to bat.
Posts. Oh, man. Kyojin smacks him with a bat.
That's such a wonderful call. I mean, I don't know how clear it was last round that Dupree dropped off the play, but I mean, reading the fact that they did the smoke again but didn't go in for the control, that's huge. And we could see it on the map. Astralis were focused on that A control. Lots of resources dumped in that direction, and they got Vitality back into more default positions. And the 5v5 come through. Beastly execute towards the B site.
I love the killer instinct of that setup as well, right? 2 players boosting on the right side of the stairs as 2 players also run up the stairs themselves. So even if there was a couple of CTs just waiting on an angle, it's Vitality coming at them.
Yeah, that's actually a really important part about the attack to do, like every time, even if, because if an Opera is peeking down, if you can threaten that someone can jump up on the right side of the stairs, there's no good angle for them to hold. They immediately have to fall back. And Dupree was smart enough to not hang out long enough, right? He saw that flash come through and said, I'm getting out of here, and did just in time, but still died because the transition into the exec was way too strong. Wonderful. Back on pistols. 4 players with armor.
All right, Lucky. Gonna take your chances. P250 close smoke. Apex, he's got him. I feel like Apex a little upset about that nuke result. Kyojin and ZywOo. Every single kill has been a headshot through something, smoke or walls, thus far. And the game goes on.
Yes. They are getting torn up.
Spat out. Crisp as ever. Oh, that's popping on the short.
This one reminds me of the Toronto Raptors with the battle-scarred hull. Oh! Wow. That's Magisk from downtown. You just turn into a priest when the nicest shots come through.
It's because,
the incantations.
Is there anything holier than a 1D?
Yeah, true.
This is Counter-Strike. This is our religion.
It's the epitome of FPS, just a really nice 1D eagle.
But of course, all for nothing. Well, that's not true. AK held on to. But in comparison,
what's your favorite? What's your most underrated stat? So I'm just thinking about DPR right now. Like, what's the stat that you're like, you're looking for besides ADR when judging someone harshly?
I wish opening kills was readily available.
Right, like on tab.
Yeah, on tab. If that's what you mean, like if we're talking like for the casual player, yeah. I mean, I'd also love if we could have some kind of like impact rating in game.
Yeah.
Like we have it on HLTV.
Yeah.
Blast has their own score, but I wish like there was one officially for Valve in the game, just so that my teammates could yell about something else too.
Impact ratings, HLTV's impact rating does not work for me. No, definitely not. I mean, I like the idea of having impact rating, but I see players like Brokey, for example, with like like a 0.97 impact rating over their career. I'm like, no, sorry, that's not true.
You know, ever since you told me that Shock says have fun, have fun, have fun, have fun, have fun, after every time.
After every half.
And I'm sitting here in the server with them, and I have been seeing it all day long.
Any demo that I've done on my channel where Shox has been in it, he consistently says, have fun, have fun, have fun.
It's here when the game started. It's here now that we've had a little bit of a tech issue.
Did I overpromise?
Nobody is saying anything else.
No.
Nobody's answering him.
It's just noise. They know Shox is just a wonderful person who always says have fun. Look, he did it again?
He did it again.
He did it again. As soon as the pause is over. He does it after every break. If at the start of the game, the pause, the halftime, tech pause, whatever it is.
You know, we talk to players
sometimes. He lets you know you can't rock his mood.
Have fun, have fun, have fun. We talk about, you know, some players have like their superstitions or whatever. I wonder if that's one of them.
Right, like if he didn't do that,
if he doesn't,
brag.
yeah, if he's not being a nice guy, he's just gonna it's gonna be a bad omen. Nobody wants bad juju. Zaiwu sees over top your smoke, welcomes you to peak.
Do it. Do it.
Oh, just as he looks away.
Make him hit the Kovacs. Quiet crawl. They maybe don't want to let this happen again.
It's crazy to think that...
Oh, this should be free. They did walk back towards mid this time. Kyojin comes up with a dry swing. I don't know if they continue the re-aggression. It looks like they are going to try to chew this upper away. Maybe think about something new. Lots of time. And I love that, you know, we've seen Vitality. They're working map control, but they're doing it with time in mind all the time. Never comes down to like the last few seconds. 4v5, how do they bring this back? Very intimidating.
Vitality got shut down 1 round short of their 5-round streak previously. But of the last 9 rounds, the only one that stuck for Astralis was when Bubsky and Dupree got aggressive with pistols in mid. It has been... Oh my goodness.
That stings. They want to attack him while he's out here. And oh, there's his help dead. Dupree's out, lucky. Spammed. Oh, everyone dies in the back.
I mean, this is just Vitality... I want to say, like, with just a showing of comfort, right? All the angles, all the timings, all of the strats, all of the adaptations. They're just running away with this Vertigo game. Like, it's not even close.
Yeah, this is more like how, you know, Liquid dealt with them when they were up on the CT side.
You speak truth, brother.
It's a great start, but that was so long ago.
Magisk, he's got the chance to maybe gun down a couple players. His teammate fights over towards short, and that's Bubsky with everything to do. But Shox has had enough, and Vitality have their goal achieved. They are on fire. 9 round wins already to this T side, on the cusp of the double digits. And unfortunately for Astralis, Mo, it is back to the broken buys. Look at that one.
Yikes. Clean stuff. Last kill's even faster.
You been working on your sound effects?
No, definitely not.
Okay.
Zero confidence in my sound effects.
All right.
Ask me to do some kind of sound effect.
Well, not if it's going to be bad.
Okay.
I'll save you.
Yeah, don't want to make people's ears bleed.
Come on, dunk it.
Wow. I mean...
I respect the hustle, man.
No one's there, I guess.
And they're like, okay, now let's go stack B. They'll fall for this.
Yeah. Walk back. I mean, again, you do have to run to do it. Or sorry, you do have to walk to do it, I should say.
Yeah.
And then just walk up the ramp instead. That's a nice call out here.
So I would just keep him in the back, keep him nice and safe, keep him tucked and alive. He's just going to watch that short side peek. This really allows Vitality's other 3 ramp men to just overface the bomb site itself. And unfortunately for Astralis, because they peeled so far back, they're now stuck on the opposing side of smoke.
You got a player like Zai, we got to ensure everything. Ensure the hands, ensure the brain. I didn't ensure the fingernails.
Should we ensure our voices?
Yeah, I mean, we should, yeah.
Why don't we?
We're too stupid.
Oh.
Duh.
Well. More smoke goes up. That enables the cross. We're going to get a jump up. It's all about timing, Bubsky. And he can't quite find it. So bomb planted. And now all of a sudden that weapon advantage becomes all the more apparent, right? If pistols were going to swarm and play within the range of lethality, then maybe they'd have something to work with, but they got nothing. I predict that once the smokes fade,
someone wins?
Astralis will die.
Okay.
But just in this round, Astralis very much well and alive now that they have qualified for the Blast Fall Finals. Copenhagen Royal Arena. Get your tickets
Yeah, it's
now.
gonna be crazy. Floor seats sold out.
Dude, after, you know, it's the last LAN we cast. And it's gonna be our, hopefully, last.
Before we, what?
You know, hit us up. Back in action. So, 10th, of course, for Vitality, as expected. I mean, at no point other, if those frag grenades had killed 2 people, maybe, but there was really nothing Astralis could offer us. This will be their final chance at something. Maybe they take to the offense and Lucky unleashes, but it's going to have to be the double op here in the 15th to stop Vitality. See if they can put out the fire before the first half ends.
They came through with a little bit of frosty, but they kind of gave up on the idea of like really fighting the A ramp so hard. So, yeah. Oh, there's the boost. Oh, the flash comes through, and the shot is missed. There's an opportunity, but Lucky gets out of there after taking his shot. So it's a stalemate. And I think after like a little bit of aggression from Astralis, they've kind of given it up before. I really recommend, you know, just keep pushing them, pushing them, pushing them. Never stop. There's no reason to. I love how, you know, we've seen Vitality so many times just go back towards mid. Dupree's been successful here, so here's some pre-flashes, excuse me, so it won't be a clandestine operation, but Dupree takes a new angle, and wow, I'm surprised he missed that. It looked good, but he obviously missed.
He hit the harder shot by shooting in between them.
Right.
If this was football, that would have been a goal.
If they're goal posts, yeah.
You go between the posts.
That's true.
Just wrong game, wrong time. Wrong map, I think, for Astralis, unfortunately. Definitely a gap between these
soccer
teams.
field.
Football launders, we're in Europe.
Don't care. Plus ratio.
Smoke goes flying forward. 30 seconds on the clock. Vitality at least lending Astralis time. That could be their 5th teammate in the moment. But Apex, headshot versus Zip. Bubsky goes over top, loses the op fight to Zywoo, and then it is nothing but Vitality on the kill feed. The short gets cleared, and Magisk 1 versus 5. Good luck. The moment he arrives, there's just a fire on his feet as if to signify this one is over. And if it has felt over for the last 10 rounds, I would understand why. Nothing but that pistol push in mid going the way of Astralis in what feels like forever. But this is a short break, so we'll see you in a moment for the second half of Vertigo.
Don't worry, Micho, you got it.
No worries, I'm still in the spawn.
You're still in spawn?
Yeah.
I don't know if you got it then.
I wanted to be fast, and now I'm behind the chicken with the ball.
It's all good, don't worry. Oh, that's unfortunate.
No way.
Don't worry, Micho, you got it.
No worries, I'm still in the spawn.
You're still in spawn?
Yeah.
I don't know if you got it then. I know I got it though.
Nice to hear, nice to hear.
Did you make it out of spawn?
Yeah.
Nice.
But it doesn't matter, I'm on the second thing.
Welcome. Welcome to the map. I'm at the chickens that are shooting. You honestly need to get lucky here. I don't know how you pass this.
No, I'm going behind now. He's probably here.
Alright, I'm done. Hope you're coming as well.
You finished?
Yeah.
What? No, you have to wait for me like 3 days.
I got lucky on the chickens with the guns, I'll say that.
How far is from here to the finish?
It's not far. The problem is those chickens that are next with the guns.
Oh no.
Yeah, this is... You do it well, actually.
Huh, easy.
Dude, you didn't... I can't believe you first time that. Yeah, you got it. Nice. Nice, welcome.
And we're back at it. The second map between Astralis and Team Vitality as they vie for control of the top of Group 1 and their place in the Blast World Finals standings. Whoever wins this one takes the position above the other.
In second place, it's way up there. And there's a lot of money on the line for the World Finals, so...
It's almost all the way up.
Yeah.
But nobody can unseat Gambit.
Let's, no one can unseat Gambit. That's fine. Just a couple other spots to come and contend for. I think Astralis' key side, I think it'll actually be a little bit better. So maybe there's a chance for them to be able to pull this out. I mean, it looks like a very furious T attack. And I really love the simple attacks now with just the smoke on the left side, now the wall smokes on the site. Everyone's trying to avoid the smoke spams, and I love that.
Yep.
It actually makes the maps look so much better. Wow, okay. Just
dude.
Quake fragging.
Okay. Shocks, though, always good for the pistol.
Everyone's sharp. So, what was cool was the T-side attacks on Nuke were so, like, they just kept coming, like, over and over again. Feels like Magisk is in that mood, and the team is on the same page. So, I'm looking forward to see if they bring that same heat in this half. Now, it obviously does make sense to slow down a little bit on Vertigo when it comes to the T side, but there's still room to go for quick execs. We saw examples of that with Apex and how he did that fast approach through the smoke on B, how they, they basically disrespected in certain situations where they felt like, it would be a good gamble. You got to appreciate that from him as a caller. Oh.
Nice flash, but
that was good, yeah.
no kills off of it.
That was actually a small mistake. No one playing anti in that position.
Could have cost them.
Yeah, we've seen another situation where you're like, you have 3 people there, 1 shooting to make it seem like it's not some kind of a default. Flash comes through, 2 are waiting for the push, and that spot they could have lost, but they didn't.
CT just had to be a little bit closer. A little bit. They'll try again. Last flash was a good one. Let's see if this one is too. Ooh.
No flash for you, Masuda. Good luck.
Apex having to rebuild this gun every time he puts the flash away.
He is really good at these quick peeks. Like, yeah, that's...
Suda with no flash. Now the flash comes in, and it works so wonderfully. How long he sat and waited. Gets the first one on the dry peek, primes Shocks for the 1v2. Now, Shocks has armor, Shocks has the deagle, and Shocks has been set up for this. Bit of a misplay. Bomb's been thrown over by Magisk, so that actually brings dupreeh back into action. He's going to have to plant instead. Shaves like another 10 seconds. And a little bit of uncertainty here as Shocks will work out through the smoke. Walks in blind. dupreeh has been sectioned off into a 1v1. But he catches Shocks jumping up, and that's all of Shocks' HP gone. Basically, all of Shocks' chances gone. And he concedes this. Excellent 3K from Masuda, man. Always good for those explosive multi-kills, it seems.
Absolutely, yeah. He's Mr. 3K. Really is. Mr. 3K any day. And I think, I feel like a lot of people hate taking the fight on that ramp in that specific angle for good reason, because the heads can pop up from almost anywhere, like whack-a-mole. But Masuda just seems to be so good at those very hard duels. I feel like if you asked him, be like, yeah, I kind of like that angle and that challenge. But yeah, it was just perfectly. The quick pop out, first shot, flash to connect, another 2, no problem.
I'm starting to understand why there's 3 A's in Masuda. He's always getting that many kills.
Yeah, he's a AAA player.
Yep. Oh, fully charged. That one right through the metal rim as well.
Small, but powerful.
Of course, dupreeh backing up into the short, finding shocks with all that damage. That's really what prevented that from really falling apart. But then it makes you wonder, like, had that ramp push just gone a little bit better, had one person died there, could have been a completely different round. So very nice attempts from Vitality, even with a round that they had no business winning. Here they're going to try to charge down Bubsky, and as he calls for reinforcements, the counter-terrorists extend outwards. Sure enough, Magisk here to lend a helping hand. Very clean anti-eco so far. Astralis looking to be within 4 if they can close this one. But of course, the CT side of Vitality is yet to even get going.
One of the least fun positions, definitely the most boring on the whole map, is just sitting behind, waiting for that mid push every single round. So always nice to get some action if you're sitting there on the other side as a T.
Feels like nobody ever comes to you unless all they have is pistols.
Yeah, yeah. I'm trying to remember Bubsky. Bubsky was really great on Vertigo on Mad Lions, right? I feel like that was a map that they were good at, and Bubsky always fragged on. So maybe he can be the one to save the day for them.
Slow mid-crawl, finds Apex in the open, and Shock's last man up.
I have a question for you.
Hit me.
What do you think the true price of the Galil should be?
Ooh.
Because we all know it shouldn't be 1,800, right?
I agree with that.
Okay. Go ahead.
22.
22. I think that's very fair. I like that. That just sounds right. I didn't even do the math. I didn't think about the other guns.
22.
Be above it.
Just to kind of keep you off of that, like, you know, bomb plant in pistol into armored Galil couple flashbangs by, I think that's a bit excessive.
Another question, would people buy the Scout less if it cost 2,000?
Would they buy it less?
Yes.
If it 2,000 instead of...
Or would they buy it the exact same amount?
I don't think that'd be enough to deter it.
Yeah.
I think the Scout is, like, that's a real bang for your buck.
So good. Such a good weapon.
Problem is, you gotta be good.
You gotta be lucky.
Or Tizian.
Or Searson.
That's who I meant to say. M4 in mid. Good for the opening kill. Masuda, pressured by the utility and the peak, gets what he can before falling. Curious to see where Astralis go with this. They're going to try and keep Lucky down at the base of B, just keep any sort of a push honest. And Shox is very much locked into those deep B stairs. Bubsky, he didn't see Kyojin peeking over top of that wall. And it's funny because Bubsky played that exact same position when he was on the defense.
Yeah, because he learned something today. He was clearly trying to hide from that spot, but didn't realize how exposed he was.
Wow, I can't believe it.
Yeah, that's a huge punish. My goodness. That makes it 3v3 plus mid control.
dupreeh able to turn 90 degrees and snap into that CT peak. I thought that Kyojin played that perfectly. I thought he had him dead to rights. Frag grenade, excellent timing.
That's perfect for the M4s.
Zivic's like, how do you know?
Yeah.
And now this back peek is going to be great. Apex executes Lucky and Zipex. And Apex has looked fantastic on the second map. 19 and 7 after these 2 kills, leaving dupreeh stranded in his own spawn with no time on the clock to do anything. Vitality back to their 5-round lead.
Yes. 12-7 lead, maybe the most dangerous lead when going up against Astralis. Liquid learned that first.
Ouch.
That still hurts. Every time I make a joke about Liquid, I just feel like making a joke at my own expense.
Yeah, right? You're just punching yourself in the face.
My own Spain.
Well, maybe if it keeps happening, it'll start hurting less.
Okay. Yeah. And reset. If you don't laugh, you will cry. Truer words have not been spoken. And this was this might have been the Uriel swing frag here. That was a spot where Kyojin messed his flash up a bit.
Yeah.
Okay. And after that, now I can't remember what I was gonna say.
I'm sorry. He messed his flash up a little bit?
Yes. And then yeah.
Sorry, that's on me.
No.
Utility exchange.
I gotta be stronger than that.
Yeah, come on. Oh, it's good, it's good! Zywoo finding it. Lucky in the background. Trying to hold the back line.
That's just showing how that position needs to be played. Will the smoke come up? It looks like it was refreshed. You've got to be careful with these double smokes these days because there's the bug where you can see through it. It's used on purpose. Nice peek from Apex. And they're showing how you're supposed to deal with the A ramp.
A third, perhaps? After the first 2 kills, it's just Xyp9x on his own. He started with teammates. Kyojin dying to adreN. Goes wide on the peak. So while the A hold falters for Astralis, they do open it up a little bit towards this B site. And with the smoke grenade there, then they can just go for the boost on the side of the stairs. Bubzkji will be lifted into action. Hot drop into the combat zone. Shox emerges from the bushes, takes one down, and adreN trades right back. So again, it's still the one-man advantage, but just lesser numbers on each side of the scale. It wobbles back and forth. Not quite equal. We've got roamers all around the map, and Apex is going to hear those footsteps, shifting their attention towards A. So right now, Xyp9x doing a good job of keeping this on an A lean, but Apex gonna find this timing. Oh, dude, he is so sharp at the moment.
Yeah.
Last round, attacks from that same connector into the base of B. This time, one corner safer, same result. And sure enough, it's adreN trying to save yet again. But Apex takes the long route, so he better stay in this little cubby. He's got nowhere else to hide. Vitality arrive on 13.
Even as good as he is in IGL, he has such an X factor with the way that he moves around on CT sides and the risks that he takes. I mean, he looks... I really just mean he looks like this. He looks careless with the way he runs around, but he's, you know, he very oftentimes just has such a great idea of the timing, where to be, and sometimes his spray is a little bit messy, but when he's sharp and when he's lucid like this, it just seems like he's unstoppable, and that presence is so hard to counter, especially with the ladder in middle and your ability to flank if you're brave enough on the CT side, and that's what he's using against Astralis right now.
See if the safe weapon of last round can really find any impact. Unfortunately, already down to 10 HP, and it's not even like anybody else has armor for adreN to give this to. Like, all right. Bubzkji gets one hell of a deal. And I feel like that killer instinct from Apex is starting to boil over top of Astralis. Yeah, nice round to go for that deep A control. Feels like they knew it was kind of safe. And now there's no way that Astralis should be able to get them out of here.
Kind of just tethered into this nice transition, smoking forward a little bit, smoking deeper. And look how claustrophobic right now it is here for Astralis. They try to figure out how do they make up for this.
Oh, excuse me, excuse me. Oh, excuse me.
On the bright side, it is... clearing this is actually not that bad. I mean, this is the one box you stand on, so I'm sure they're going to come out swinging on it.
And ZywOo good for 2.
Wow.
Got himself a third. Bubzkji makes it easy with a team kill.
And a great flash from adreN to help him out with that as well.
And Vitality double the round count. 14-7.
Maybe another quickie. Too much of a beast. It was, again, it was a nice start from Astralis, but yeah, long time since then.
Yes, sir.
And Vitality, just more of a two-way team on Vertigo, and it's clearly much better on CT side in every way. Protocols, confidence.
I mean, Astralis have won the first 3 rounds of each half, and that accounts for 6 of the 7 total rounds they have. So for the rest of the game, it is just nothing but Vitality. This is by definition a blowout, and I feel like it's felt that way, not only from a spectator's point of view, but probably inside the server.
They're going to try to run him down. No timing, though. Apex, way too wise. Knows exactly how to get out of there. Re-aggression comes through. Could be a mow down directly to the back. They know Apex is still up, and wow, he just dodges. The fallout now, kind of a retake. Shox lurking out at mid. Looks like they're going to come in from the standard positions. Apex, the warden in the watchtower. It's not being shy at all.
Shox now starting to challenge that flank, entering the fork room, and Lucky's got him. Here we go. Astralis with a good chance. That's a deep wall bang going all the way onto the back shelf. Kyojin peels away. We've got Astralis with a gun round. They won one of these in the first half, and another one here now too.
Yeah, real surprised about this, just because of how, I guess, they got the instant trade early on. ZywOo goes down, Apex gets the kill. Apex is 22-7. Damn, insane map from him. But it was him getting that refrag, falling back, doing some damage, avoiding Magisk, and it was like, oh, wow. They are going to, you know, take that, consolidate, and be just fine. But all the while, Astralis just continued to be aggressive off that big kill to open things up. And that's all it really takes. Looks like everyone is taking a chance to chime in on the situation. Playing a group effort here.
I feel like that's what it's going to take. The great minds of Astralis putting themselves together to try and best Vitality on a map where, let's be real, they've got a hell of an edge. We knew that coming into this. I feel like the chaos and the sharpness of the individuals boiled over from that liquid best of 3 into Nuke, maybe caught Vitality while they were still a little cold. But now Apex, he's put his foot down in this one. And he did it early enough to get Vitality this substantial 6-round lead. Of course, Dust 2 is where the series goes, assuming Vitality can close this. The same battleground that Astralis put Liquid to sleep on.
And now we excavate the A ramp. Make sure no one's playing any close position. These are the free kills. Then we move up, can move into taking short control. Again, probably going to see Molly come down. They try to push this short player forward. ZywOo will look for a kill. M4 is out for him. Magisk comes up the ramp, and ZywOo gets caught off. Not often you see him die in that kind of way. Not expectant of this push. Now, I mean, Shox and Apex, best chances to try to group up. And I mean, if they can even up in this position, then they might have a chance. The bomb has still not been picked up, but Dupree is too sharp.
Yeah, Kyojin was aware of it.
Japanese steal.
Bomb's still down at the 20-second mark.
They are chilling maybe a bit too hard.
Where is this bomb? It's got to be in the base of B. Zipix just got it. He's going to sprint as quick as his little legs can take him up that A ramp.
Shox has no plans to try to join that party.
No. But still, down to the wire.
Yeah.
We've seen Zipix miss a bomb plant earlier today in a clutch situation. Luckily, there was many mines alive this time, and right down to the wire.
9-14. Are we feeling like there's a chance? I mean, Astralis played 2 really strong rounds here, and they got their kills. They don't have many opportunities to make mistakes, of course, but, those are pretty quality, honestly. Those rounds are pretty quality.
It's like mathematically, I know there's a chance.
Yeah.
But I feel like Astralis still have to convince us a little bit more after that really flat first half.
It's like finding aliens on the next planet that we find as a human race.
Yes.
Okay. That's it.
Yes.
Very low.
Oof. And? Oh, no.
Sometimes, I mean, I'm just like alley-ooping myself into this top, but if you look at an octopus,
yeah,
and I just think why are we looking for aliens?
We've got them
here, literally right there.
Yeah. I mean, they're probably up to something.
Anglerfish. Google glass octopus if you're in chat. That's one of the coolest things you'll ever see.
Glass octopus.
Deep sea, completely translucent. I mean, lights up like a Christmas tree.
I think
it's beautiful.
If there's
and
any
it's definitely an alien.
If there's any better proof for aliens, have you looked in a mirror?
Okay. All right.
Oof.
That's enough out of you.
Magisk double, nicely done. Okay, maybe
Tell me there isn't a chance.
Well, it's anti-eco.
Yeah.
Let me see one more gun round.
Okay.
We watch Astralis beat Vitality in another convincing gun round. I'll tell you there's a chance. For now, there's a chance at regaining a bit of respect, because if Vitality had just spit all over Astralis here on Vertigo, then I'd be going into Dust 2 with very tempered hopes. And I do hope for Astralis. I have no horse in this race, but I do hope for Astralis that, it'd be a hell of a sweep if they can do this to Liquid and also Vitality. Magisk, come on. Very nice attempt. 4 kills on the round in the anti-eco, and a 10th round on the scoreboard for Astralis. But again, we can't forget about that super lopsided first half that got us here. It's going to have to be near flawless from here on out if the Danes really want to take this 2-0.
Yeah, and they quietly chug away, talking some ideas, not looking too crazy about it, just throwing some things out there, see if it'll work, and they're getting the frags as well. Look at this half. It's been very, very good for Astralis overall, apart from those 3 rounds. So let's see now. Fast mid push here from the Siki side. I feel like a lot of this is going to be heard. I don't know. Maybe it hasn't. It might be a bit too confusing to know where these footsteps came from this spot. But yeah, okay. It looks like they have the idea. And okay. Of course he'll get 3.
That's the 3.
He is Mr. 3K.
That is the Masuda seal of approval. He doesn't get 1, he doesn't get 2. It's got to be 3. And just like that, right? I said one more gun round. Well, this was that gun round we were waiting for. And there is an opening here. Two of Astralis' core members still alive and kicking.
Some of those angles are so hard to figure out. Like once Masuda's on that stairs, see Bubsky is just like, what?
This one too.
You know what? This is not a bad spot for the T's, but they have to get the kill. Masuda looking for the ace. Doesn't get it. Continuation straight down the ramp.
Go.
They are both eating bullets.
Come on. This is a Xyp9x clutch.
Oh, the nade.
My God.
Self-nade. How low are they? There's one coming in from the back. Zaiwu, if he goes down.
He just made sound. Oh, they saved the volley for it. Ah, damn you, Vitality.
They literally both almost died from that spray through the wood wall.
Imagine being so afraid to clutch against Xyp9x that you blow you and your teammate away and you're grenade.
I mean, when we were in the green room watching the Liquid game, 4v1, don't peek, don't peek. You know what I mean? There's literally no chance this guy can win, but he will always make it competitive.
Nicely done by Masuda. I mean, the kingpin of this 15th round win.
When has anyone ever gotten a 3K from that spot?
I don't know. I feel like maybe 3 kills have happened from there ever.
Yeah.
Let alone in the same round.
Yes. Oh.
That's a really weird room. In terms of map design, isn't that the weirdest room of all of the competitive map pool?
Yep.
That's an odd space.
I agree.
All right. Astralis, you knew you had a minimal margin of error coming into the second half, but you still have 5 rounds to work with to try and take this into OT. Zaiwu, not going to let that happen easily. Shots posted with the op. Masuda, sure enough, puts his name on 2. And we've got Bubsky and dupreeh this time in the clutch. Shock's ready for the wide peek, not prepared for the top box. dupreeh with the double. And that comes at a very small cost. He's still on 74 health, but Zaiwu has their bomb. And Zaiwu, well, Zaiwu should have this one locked and loaded. Peeks out wide and dies.
This is a 2-on-5.
Interesting. Now, unlike dupreeh's peek in middle...
Oh, he can't even get up the ladder here. He could dive. Oh.
And he's got himself up. Unlike dupreeh's peek in mid, that one cost a lot. Bubsky being on 2 health.
God, this is so lurky. This is where things get the most interesting on Vertigo, I feel like.
Exactly, yes. Yeah. That's why I love this map. It's like Overpass has the same effect, but this one even more so vertical, so you have to be even more quiet.
Wow, 30 seconds, planted on mid, waiting for the lurk to come. It's not exactly where they're expecting it to be. But yeah, they've got to figure out how to bring the health advantage back. I like how Kyojin just comes back to the site.
Yep.
Almost in the position where he can get 1 kill and then he can just try to hide. And now this is the most standard way to play this spot from where Kyojin is right now.
But he's going to round the... Ooh, he hears it.
I'm sure they'll expect him, but he can just delay.
Oh, nice. Crisp headshot into Bubsky. That's the 2 health. Now there's no time for dupreeh. He needs both the kills, and he gets sandwiched. Vitality will take away this second map. And it felt like that for the vast majority of Vertigo. Vitality knew coming off of Nuke that they could turn it around here. They had the edge. That much was for certain. Now we go to Dust 2. And that is where the unthinkable has already happened. Astralis forcing Liquid down to the showdown in this very same map. That's where we're going to go, Launders. What are your thoughts before we throw it away?
It'll be great to see if they can replicate that performance on Dust 2 again, because Astralis looks sick on it. But Vitality may be thicker competition.
Only time will tell. We'll see you guys there soon enough.
Vitality return with fire in their step. They may have had a slow start on Nuke, but the Frenchmen rebound when they need to most. So, Maniac, for you, what was the biggest defining factor in terms of Vitality coming back into this map on their pick of Vertigo to be pushing us to that third?
Look, we called out Apex after the second map saying that there need to be a reaction, and a reaction there was. Apex led the charge on that T-half. Look, Astralis won 6 rounds based off of pistols. The rest was Vitality all the way. That was a dominating win. We knew they were the better Vertigo team, and they confirmed it.
Yeah, and they did look really comfortable on that T side in particular, and it's really great to see kind of all the individuals shining their particular positions on that map.
I feel like every position just makes sense for the people on Vitality in terms of their positions on the T side. You've got the ramp setup between ZywOo, Masuda, Apex. That's a deadly trio. Yeah. Then you've got Shox on one of his typical lurk positions at B. And then Kyojin, you know, it's the least glorious spot in terms of mid, but it's a spot that's necessary, and that's a spot that he can actually work with. It's very simple decision making there. And this is a map that on the T side, Vitality, the roles just make so much sense. And I'm glad that they were able to bounce back, find a victory here, because going into this series, you know, it was probably a little bit hard for them to get completely motivated to play that Nuke, but now they're thinking, you know what, we're better than this team, let's begin to show it.
Yeah, and it's great to see Apex, as you were mentioning there, Maniac, really bouncing back coming into this one, not only in terms of his own individual performance, putting those numbers up on the board, but we could even see it in the player cams as well. He was getting more fired up mentally coming into this one.
Yeah, and even tactically, I think he did a great job on the T side. Again, now, it's going to be T sides after T sides after T sides where we end up praising him for the decisions and the directions he gives to his team. So that's great to see. And on top of that, cherry on top, when you get fragging the way he was doing, obviously that's going to be the deluxe McDonald move. You know, if you're the IGL, you're finding the kills, you're finding the ideas, you just rally the troop behind you. Again, this matchup in the realm of Counter-Strike, this game we're having right now in the format is quite unique in itself, and it has its load of like mental challenge to it. So it's great to see Apex just pushing him and saying, you know what, let's freaking do this. Let's win this game. I'm going to show you guys how we do it.
I think we've also got to give some props to Kyojin as well, because we've been speaking about him maybe proposing more questions and answers of exactly how he's going to be slotting into Vitality and kind of developing as one of their newer stars on the lineup. And here, he was really putting it up just in terms of the numbers on the board.
Kyojin was not a liability, and that's sometimes what happens to Vitality on Vertigo. Sometimes Kyojin is in a position where he's on the weak side of the map. He really needs to stay alive or at least get a kill, and sometimes he doesn't deliver. But today we did, and that's a nice sight, because in these kinds of positions, no one's there to hold his hand. There's no one that's going to help him with a flash or a setup. Sometimes he has to do things on his own, and he did that. That's a really welcoming sight that there's a little bit of development there. I will say though that today a lot of the kills that he got were on the T side. That's where he's getting flashed in some of the time. He's finding snappy entries with his aim. That's when really his raw mechanics can do their most work.
What's really cool about Kyojin and what he's able to do in this game right now is that I don't feel like he's one step behind the music in terms of game sense and decision making. These are sometimes some areas of the game where I can be criticizing him and the decisions he makes. You feel like he's a little bit lost, right? And the game is going too fast for him. That was not the case here. And every single game where he is in tune, every single game where he understands exactly what's happening helps build some confidence, some understanding, you know, these automatisms that we need to see from Kyojin. So a good map, not an extraordinary map, but a good map in the sense of progressing.
And coming into Vertigo, for the side of Astralis, we were kind of questioning what exactly they would be showing, considering it hasn't been a super strong map for them in the past. So why do you feel like Vitality were really getting the better of them and they weren't really able to give a fight back?
Some of the mid rounds that Apex called caught Astralis off guard. I'd say that their normal ramp control, the normal map controls procedures were simply superior, but even when they sometimes lost the opening pick, they were able to slow rounds down.
The moves.
Yeah.
I know where you're going with that one.
They're able to outmaneuver them at times, and that's a welcome sight too. The fact that Apex has been developing it as an in-game leader, and even if plan A doesn't work, there's a contingency plan that he can rely on, and worst comes to worst, sometimes you just walk out mid and Kyojin finds a couple kills, or Basuta that is, and those kind of rounds too are when their firepower can really deliver some frags that are a strategic luxury for Apex, where there's no real game plan around a person just walking up and finding a couple kills, but sometimes that is what delivers the round to you on a silver platter.
Yeah, they took a few of these risks, like specifically in 2v2s or 3v3s, pushing an area of the map that by the book could be a questionable decision, but they just took it, right? we say in a game like that, risks are going to be taken, which makes it quite fun to watch. You'd see Apex push down middle, pushing down ramp. It's not necessarily the best move to do, but it doesn't matter. If it pays off, that's it. Like, the round is over. He's just behind them.
And maybe one big risk coming into this third and final decider map was that the fact that Vitality left it open to being Dust 2 as that decider. We were kind of thinking, you know, a handshake of Inferno might be where these two teams would be going. But no, I think Vitality maybe want to show us something new, maybe want to put out some spice for this last map.
If this weren't a seeding match, they would not have gone to Dust 2. Their win rate isn't particularly good on it. They've been losing to some stiff competition lately on the map, so they do want to work on it, and that seems like the map veto theory in terms of why they picked Vertigo. It's a map that they lost recently. Dust 2, you know, they could have gone for Inferno, also safer, but they didn't. And those are things that you're knowing what's going on inside the Vitality camp when they make these kinds of picks. They're actually picking to practice a little bit here because there is some leeway here. There's some rope in terms of the fact that this map, they already have qualified for the LAN. So this series, in a way, means a little bit less for them. That being said, we saw a really good showing there on Vertigo. I hope they continue and up the ante a little bit and play even better going into Dust 2.
I'm biased. I'm biased on Dust 2 for Vitality because last time I saw them play, they lost quite heavily to Na'Vi. Granted, Na'Vi is an extremely good team on Dust 2, and I'm not sure this is a very good reference to kind of benchmark Vitality, but what I can say is that you feel some of the structure and the protocols that you could apply to Overpass or Vertigo, where it feels like Vitality are finding exactly the way they want to work, they are not there quite yet on Dust 2. And this is why it's quite important for them right now to get a very clean win, is because they are on their way to finding their identity on Dust 2 and how they want to play it. You're going to see on the CT side, it's going to be a bit more lackluster than the likes of the Vertigo, of the Overpass. So they are still on the way to finding how they want to approach that map.
And in terms of identity for Astralis, I think we really need to look at Lucky as somebody who has been finding his identity on this map.
Lucky was really great when they played against Liquid earlier today. There's nothing that I can't sing in terms of his praises on the T side. He was delivering in terms of finding trade frags as his teammates were running up onto sites. On the CT side, he was finding quite a few picks as well. This guy was a star earlier today. If he can do it 2 times in a row, then we can start talking about how he can find consistency with this Astralis roster, because that Liquid series, in a way, it sort of felt like a one-off because it was so much better than what we saw yesterday that, you know, maybe this one was the lucky game, the one that he needed in order to show that he has the potential. But potential is only realized when you can actually do it consistently. If you can deliver these kinds of performances again and again, then you can actually become a player that you can build around.
I don't even know if it's realistic for us right now to hope that the performance against Liquid is something that he can reproduce, right? We're not looking for such a high. What we're looking for is for Lucky to be able to say to Astralis, this is the minimum I'm going to provide to you every single time. There is a minimum to my input in terms of fragging, in terms of opening kills and decision making. That is the benchmark. The minimum you can hope from me is this. Right now, the minimum is a bit too low for the top level, and we know it. It is part of the experience. It's part of the path that he's got to go through. But the high against Liquid, let's be real. Like, I don't think he can, you know, get us used to it right now. That'd be a bit too demanding from us.
Well, Dust 2 is going to be the final battleground in this best-of-3 series, and where one team's dreams of being Group A champions will be put to rest. Will Astralis complete their marathon day victorious, or will Vitality sting them where it hurts? It's going to be coming up with Scrawny and Launders in just a few moments.
Copenhagen! Let me hear you! Are you guys here? Are you ready to watch some Counter-Strike?
They're right in front, defusing the bomb. The smoke. Oh! Taking two and falling back.
What a match between these teams.
Na'Vi, finish like this? You are kidding me.
It's loud. It's insane.
I can feel that vibration through the walls, through the floor, through my heart, to the core.
Here, the atmosphere is crazy.
Are you ready to get this show on the road?
Welcome back to the casting desk. We've still got one more map to get through this evening. One more map to decide who takes the top of this group, who takes the top spot, other than Gambits, on the world final leaderboards, and who takes that little bit of extra money, baby. Betway odds favoring Vitality as we move into Dust 2, but we already saw good things from Astralis on Dust 2, particularly Lucky. And with Vertigo out of the way, that was a technicality of a map, okay?
Yeah.
All good BO3 series go the distance, and now we're there. This is where the race truly begins, y'all.
I agree, and I mean, I don't think Astralis had really high hopes for Vertigo, so that's okay. I think this really came down to Dust 2 in their minds. I think it looked good at the very beginning, but then Vitality showed they're really, really far ahead of Astralis on the map right now. And Astralis used to be good on it, don't get me wrong, but they have to rebuild and reimagine themselves on it and figure some stuff out. But for the meantime, I'm sure they're looking forward to Dust 2. And yeah, it's a map they already showed they were very strong on already today. So let's see what they can do. 5 out long as they go for the approach, and they've attracted the attention of all of Vitality basically here on the A site.
Ooh, the lineup.
Yeah, and they're here to just straight up take the fights. This will be an interesting one.
I love Apex just turns around to make sure we're all in a line. Rally the troops. The general goes over top first and foremost. At least they used to in the good old days.
Yeah, Lucky has one flash. We'll see if he wants to use it. They do give up on the stack. There it is. A flash comes out. Ooh, and a punish.
Yeah. Kyojin able to connect one USP headshot. And then he's going to try to find like an awkward angle around these smokes. T's trying to jump over. He does get lucky. And the pop into Bubsky. That's a tap and a half. Kyojin in with another. That's 4 kills for Kyojin. Looking for the ace, looking to cut them down. Instead, he's chopped, but replaced by ZywOo. Vitality take first pistol.
I think it's a big enough win there for dupreeh to get that kill, because that was almost too beautiful. What a round from Kyojin. That third kill was unreal. First on the punish here on this shot, and if you missed it, look at that flick. Beautiful stuff. Bubsky out and down. That's also great tracking here on that jump across. And you gotta love the whole attack. And like, that's the kind of thing you can do on a pistol. You can't do it on a rifle because of the amount of utility, but standing out in the open like that, it's totally viable. Makes sense. You're trying to cut that down, cut that push down, and you know, make sure that nobody's comfortable just walking up long on you at any given moment.
So the second half of the game versus Liquid was when Lucky took to the T side on Dust 2, and that's when I feel like, you know, despite the kill count being high enough on the defense, it was the impact that he had in the second half that was really shining.
Yeah, because like his team failed to get rounds in that first half, so he was hitting his shots, but like you're saying, the impact wasn't exactly there, at least not palpably. But
ooh, really? The AUG goes down.
That's a oh man.
Best gun of the 5 that Vitality have to work with.
It's an AUG in the open as well, so immediately ZywOo go to protect it. dupreeh punishes the cross. That is insane, right between the eyes. Masuda's out. AUG gets taken up, but this is kind of a bait, right? They go and try to recollect it, and now it's this mid squeeze. And look at the attack.
Oh my god, of course he does.
Shocks alone in the B site.
Just the FAMAS to work with. 2 players coming out, but they're disjointed. Bubsky runs around the corner before dupreeh is really ready to trade, so Shox does a good job of cutting off the first and then damaging the second. Lucky remains in middle, floating with that scout, misses his chance at damage output, and ZywOo looks to join Kyojin on the fight into the B-bomb site. Kyojin cut as he tries to drop down from the window, and now ZywOo.
It's too good of a gun.
Yeah, tantalizing save. They call it quits. Astralis with the force buy, right back to winning ways.
That was nuts. I mean, that was such a fast shot from dupreeh as well. With the deagle, sliver of an angle right between the eyelids.
Turned his forehead into a whistle.
Like that one. So we'll go back and save. And yeah, there's always a game with, you know, when you drop a gun, That's always consideration from both teams instantly. Where's that gun drop? And is it a bait to go back and get it? Will there be a squeeze immediately on another part of a map? And you cannot instantly think about just recollecting it. You have to think about all the rotations that are going to try to be punished. I mean, in a pug, the first thing you do is go back, get that gun, reset the round, because nobody responds quickly enough. But with the level of protocols that we have between these two teams, and the knowledge that they're in a setup ready to do a couple of things, you have to be very careful about even going back for something as simple as that.
Is it crazy, or am I crazy?
Yes.
That ZywOo gets that kill through smoke on like the 28th bullet of a 30-bullet spray.
Yeah, if it wasn't ZywOo, it would be crazy.
Does as he pleases. Pops up from pit, gets dupreeh dead to rights behind Big Blue. And this is now Vitality trying to take back momentum when their buy was in question. Now, of course, it's the fact that the AUG is still in play, but the first kill comes from Kyojin. And then, like you said, right, those weapons, they instantly become the rope in a game of tug of war. Kyojin just wraps it up around his shoulder and gets going as fast as he can, but Masuda dies, and the USP peek from CT works well. Apex taking his time with the end of that magazine, but the counter-terrorists look to line him up here inside the B site. Xyp9x gonna be able to take away some pressure here. Bomb plant at the very least. Economy secured, but ZywOo still close on the retake. AUG up close, and now Kyojin's able to trade for both those kills. It's lucky backside to die. Kyojin defuse for Vitality. He's the one that started this round, he's the one that ended this round, and he takes a page out of Masuda's book as he collects himself a 3K.
And he's been at the helm of a couple of 1v2s, a few 1v2s, very impactful ones, along with Masuda in this tournament. So great to see him in the clutch. And these fast action sequences especially, I think, is where he shines the most. But yeah, some really great stuff. Oh, not even wasting too many bullets on that spray. Didn't even get to the crouch. You know, that's the confidence that kind of separates Kyojin, I think, a little bit from RPK in the sense of, like, you know, what's his mechanical ceiling, right? He's so sharp with it, so quick. And if he can learn how to be as composed as someone like RPK, then there's the idea that, you know, down the line, this could be a really nice long-term upgrade.
Yep.
Where we don't even know how good Kyojin can potentially get. I saw Haka talking about how he felt like Kyojin potentially had a higher skill ceiling than Masuda in the long run.
Ooh.
I'm not sure if I personally echo that sentiment, but I also haven't watched probably nearly as much in the investigation. I watched a couple of Kyojin's older demos and stuff like that. I was wowed by his scrims and stuff, but the only thing that had me off a bit was just I saw too much scream in it. You know what I mean? Like,
okay.
And when I see too much scream in it, I'm like, there's got to be something missing from the cerebral aspect, right? I'm very hesitant with the players who are a little bit too kind of sexy mechanically.
Yeah.
When I consider it, but it's possible to be everything. I mean, look at ZywOo himself right there beside him. He's got it all as well. So maybe there's something to it.
We get a refined scream down the road, maybe.
Yeah.
It's an interesting take. Haka's generally good for a decent opinion.
Yeah, for sure.
So.
Yeah, he's in the demos.
He's in the demos, man. He's in deep.
Now, back in the day on Dust 2, Doja and Get Right every single round would meet up at the long doors and literally just spray each other through the doors until someone died. That was the epitome of cerebral play in Counter-Strike. Yeah. And we go back and look at those VODs and think, God damn, I could have won a major back then. Sure. It was so simple back then. That's just completely unacceptable behavior these days.
Then Astralis start throwing utility. Doja's like, this is what it takes?
You peek someone who hasn't been flashed 3 times, you're cut.
Retires.
Yeah.
Bubsky. Loves a good tunnels tuck, Bubsky does.
Yeah.
Always in here, man. Sometimes you'll see 4 players from Astralis executing fully onto the A site with like 10 seconds to spare in the round, and Bub's still just sitting in tunnels. But I've also seen him punish a push more than once or twice. Pistols all gathering together. Shox dodges the first flash, but eats the second. And then even Masuda gets hit by a third. Nice execute here from Astralis, but it's the gun of Shox that's good for 1 kill. That array of flashbangs. The first one kind of, you know, ignored. The second one hits the guy in the back, and then the third, oh my, it's
well, yeah, it's
nice.
like it punishes what Shox where he would normally avoid to on that first one. The timing's all great. You know, That Hummer flash is everything, and it's beautiful for all those close spots. I was looking at that setup, and I was thinking, this is a really, really strong setup for Vitality because, you know, if you do have the chance to go up against, like, pistols or any situation where a player is going to have to hold W for, like, 2 or 3 seconds in a row, it's good to come and swing out in front of them because, you know, you don't want to have to press backwards to stop and shoot, and you can't stop the train behind you. And sometimes you're going to get incidental damage from bullets in the back, so it's really strong to be able to, like, be right close to the tunnels like that. But you saw it with the flashes. They really just didn't have an option but to eat them. And they absolutely did not want to. So totally outplayed there. I mean, this is not around. This had nothing to do with luck and a low buy or anything like that.
Nope, just 3 beautiful flashbangs in a very nice sequence. Perfect for those exact positions. So this train, this runaway train that just held W into the B site is a back and forth affair. We're tied back yet again at 2. And this is going to be the great force war of the Blast Fall groups. Team Vitality back at it. MP9, Deagle for Shocks. Not the best of buys, but still, you know, 3 rifles sprinkled within and 3 players leaning towards B early on. Bubsky's looking to take an early contact. Compare this to the way he was tucked in last round. Now trying to play around with the timing on the execute. Again, the flashbangs are going to be a key piece to this hit. Apex back by Car, able to catch dupreeh with his head turned. And they know Shoxy's over here, but Magisk wants to trade on this Car player. Apex arriving big time. And he was a key piece to the early success on Vertigo. Oh, Lucky snaps down into him. Saw Shox jump onto the plat.
They want to molly big box or just clear it from the right. Let's see how they approach it.
Come on, can't. Oh, despite being blind. Shox with a Deeg headshot, no flick for Lucky, and Vitality right back to winning ways. This is 5 consecutive rounds back and forth.
That is an incredibly important shot and a ridiculous one at that from Shox. If he doesn't get the kill, he's dead. They saw him jump there, and he didn't know they saw him. So as soon as he tucked his head down and that swing was coming out, there'd be no way for the window and door guys to even get in that. So you know, Lucky would have been out of the end of the tunnel, looking at the door, staring in the window, and definitely shutting down the rotation. So it's a game that comes down to the minutia. A couple of seconds there makes the difference. Vitality come out ahead. And they've been very liberal about the amount of tack pauses they've used early on, just to go over things, and they're taking, you know, every step of the way very seriously here with their approach.
You want to see something gross?
Yeah, well...
Switch back to Zipix. Look, there's earwax stuck on his monitor.
On his monitor?
I'm not...
Okay.
All right. Production's like, no, I don't want to see it. I'm just saying.
Not even production want to see it.
You guys aren't going to be able to not notice.
Okay.
It's gross, man.
All right.
You're almost as nasty as your mouse pads.
Okay. Well, hopefully both are a choice.
Back at it. Again, right? We're talking Force Wars. They continue. Guerrilla warfare for Astralis.
What,
they're going to try to bust their way out. Oh, wow. I get
it. Okay.
I get it. This is no academy team. This is the big boys of Astralis. But Apex shuts down Lucky as he tries to extend out through that smoke. Man, that was a tough play to make with 3 CTs on the other side. And look at the way Vitality, 4. They were so layered upon one another, we couldn't even see the bodies. Oh man, and that's a thick nade.
Lays on him like a blanket.
One of those like 35-pound blankets.
Yes, but that's not making him feel secure at all. Anxiety levels couldn't be higher here on Cat as they get surrounded. They've got 4 stars in GTA. Everything but the helicopters at this point.
Military's gonna show up.
Time to turn on the cheats.
But there's no way to reduce this most wanted level. Vitality definitely not wanting to let Astralis slip away with a BO3 win. It's supposed to mean something to take a BO3 off of the likes of Vitality. Apex, nice timing, crawls up the catwalk, 3 kills, and almost the 4th one, but Magisk will be finished off by Kyojin. Team Vitality doing a really good job of crunching down on that, right? Just as quickly as Astralis tried to get onto long and then fall away, you know that Vitality just vacuumed right behind them, took all the power they could.
Absolutely. I think the very scariest teams are the ones who have mastered when to push through long. Because once you get out of the long doors, which is supposed... It's not Halloween yet, Shox.
It's like the most dramatic
He's always got that
I've ever
scream mask face going on. Like his face is made of goo. It's so good. So good. Anybody who's figured out like how to push through the long doors, because there's lots of timings to do that, you know. If anything's going cat mid or B, you know, outside long is going to be a little weak. But turning that door around that corner is so difficult to figure out a timing for that. And like Vitality just did, anytime a team can figure out how to do that, that's when they're the scariest, absolute scariest on this map. So the idea is to always threaten it, you know. Maybe do it once or twice a half.
Sure.
But make it feel like it's coming 5 times, so you're just killing time off the clock while people just hold and wait for your push over and over again.
There was a chance. He hit the damage, but not quite enough. Another good cat grenade as well. That was one of the nice pieces of that previous round's hold, when Astralis actually had tools to work with. In this case, they've got a sharpened rock and a pocket full of lint. And I'm not talking chocolates. Apex 2 kills, padding the stats. Off to a good start yet again. Oh, okay, sorry, said his name. Was 10 and 5 with 3 kills on this one. Kyojin and ZywOo to close up shop. 5 rounds to the CT side of Vitality.
Have fun with it. He's got enough. He had a great Vertigo. He's had a great tournament so far. He's done fantastic. And again, I just want to say, like, stepped it up massively individually. Coming out of EPL, where they were already like clearly the second best team by a good margin. So it's a very scary Vitality. Looking forward to the major. Looking forward to this last leg of the year. It's exciting for them.
Gonna try it again, huh? This time with guns. Kyojin. Oh my God! Up close versus Magisk, and then a second. Kyojin so primed for the third as well, on high alert because of that audio cue. He is mowing down this offensive from Astralis. Zipix, oh, his 4th victim. That's right, style points. Swap out to the D, and Kyojin takes them down.
Damn, big money Kyojin with the ace in his anchor position here on long. He is cementing himself fully. It has been the rise of the rookies here at Blast. Looking very promising, of course. I have to say, nice support flashes from Apex in the back, but all the dirty work from this one angle off to the Deagle like it's a scrim clip. That's right.
More. Apex calls for blood.
He's 15 and 2 off that.
Damn. You know, this was supposed to be Lucky's day. Killer Kyojin locks it down at pit. Now this T side's starting to lose a little bit of steam. Remember that fallen flick earlier today?
That was disgusting. Door hinge. That's the one you always go for.
Yep.
But people always do it too slowly. Like, he actually flicked that quickly because you have to. If you don't, you know, you're just going to instantly jump away. You're going to miss your timing. He did it as soon as he heard that click. And ever since, I mean, since that point, I'm sure Dupree was like, I'm not doing the door hinge smoke anymore.
Someone else can do it.
Someone else has to do it. We got newbies on this team, and I'm doing the door hinge smoke, risking my life.
As a 4-time major champion?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Stay from the back.
Yes, underhand my smoke, Jeeves. Bubsky's on smoke duty this round. It's going to block off the CT spawn so that they can go for the mid to B crunch. Does Bubsky actually join the fray, or does he just sit around and try to cut off the rotates? Because there's another 4 terrorists looking to chop down this B site, and sure enough, Masuda, goes down empty shocks. Nice second kill into Magisk, and then these crisp headshots continue. He tries to dive into the cover. Bubsky's been tagged to 37 elsewhere, and sure enough, this one's swept under the rug. We've got Vitality on fire.
You just gotta like how he moves, and he's got some words for his team. That's an exciting one. Love how Shox moves around boxes and stuff like that. It's always so cool to watch. Got some of the coolest movement in the game for sure. And Masuda helped him with this clip, no doubt. Tons of damage on 2 of those players coming at him.
Man, these guys' water bottles are so much bigger than mine.
It's a power thing. Oh. Some Chewy in there. I hate when that happens. Oh. chewing on the tea bag.
Yeah, you're supposed to leave that in there. He's like, oh, I'm sorry, I'm new here. 15-2. Man of Dust 2 so far. 1/3 of those kills coming in a single gun round. By all means, Kyojin, if you want to put on a show, I am all for it. See if Vitality can extend this 5-round streak beyond. But of course, the buy is back in. ZywOo reveals that there's an op on an aggressive cat stance, and Shox then shows them a secondary sniper with Masuda on support. Great hold from Vitality. Kyojin gets aggressive, calls out the Zipix, gonna try and play the smoke, and then he replenishes it as well. Just like that. Blink and you miss it. Minute 30, 5v2.
It's perfect. When you bring in that second op, you're supposed to just get that one free frag where they know there's an op on the map. They don't expect it in this position as well. Shox is that guy. He's got help on top of that, so he doesn't even die. Kyojin being, once again, a reliable long anchor, even stopping the lurk here. Not just good in the pure explosive rounds, even catching off a player like Zipix trying to come in through with a lurk. And we just haven't had to use ZywOo at all for Team Vitality right now. He's 5-1, he's doing good, but he's definitely not been the star of the show.
Interesting, the Bubskis actually managed to get all the way up outside of the B site.
Yeah.
The setup's ready for the peak.
It's super ready for it, so they don't need the help from A. This would just be, a total failure from the B site. But Shox is fine from window. Masuda makes sure they can't even cross that way. The only way this works is if Masuda dies first, then Shox looks the other way, and then we can talk about a different round.
But Masuda doesn't die, and it goes perfectly. So the setup, 10 for 10. Vitality, easy hold, 8-2 the lead on the CT side. Yeah, that would have been that was a big ask of Astralis once they went down so quickly. But I mean, everything just kind of crumbled at the very, very start of that round. ZywOo shooting off that one shot. I feel like that's what really sells them into that secondary op setup.
Yeah, that's so important. That's so important. That's actually a huge thing, because it's like a gimmick for that moment where you bring in the second op, but it's a real piece of the map now. It's one that Astralis are going to be a lot more careful about, but it's already netted you the round you're looking for. So now it's a bigger threat, plus you're on this eco. They got what they wanted with that second op in play. And Shox has been hybriding a lot more, and he's been hella great with it. And if you're a brand new fan, you probably haven't seen Shox hybrid that often. This used to be a weapon he'd use easily. And this is something he's known for, just probably being, at the time, or for many years, the most versatile player in CSGO.
Yeah, it must be nice to just be good at, like, everything.
Yeah.
Ooh, Bubsky, though. That's something. And then Shox has his attention fully pulled over. But Lucky's not in a spot to really go for the mid-aggression. So these two B players that remain for Vitality, they don't have to worry about that mid-push. Eventually, it becomes a problem. And curiously enough, we do still have Zipix back in tunnels. So let's say Lucky drops down into CT, which is what looks like is about to happen. We can get this retake going. But Dupree with his hands on an AK. This would be a bit of a robbery for Astralis, and honestly the kind of thing they need, because with Vitality on fire, with Vitality convincingly winning all of these rounds, it's a nice little bolster of cash, and Lucky's in a really cool position. Executes the player up close and taps away at ZywOo with a saved op. This is free weapons. This is like that kickstart, okay, for Astralis. They've primed the chainsaw, and now it's running.
Yeah, and they did it off of this, obviously, insane shot from Bubsky. He has one chance to get that before Masuda starts dropping nades, before the flashes come in from outside the site. But at that moment, when he takes that first peek to guarantee some information, that's the one most vulnerable moment at the back of the site where everything can tumble like a house of cards. And Bubsky was there, ready to be clutch.
Just to make sure nothing of a retake happens, when Dupree curves that bullet outside window. Ooh, man, really? They think they can push this versus Kyojin? Well, they can, and they do. Dupree spraying everybody that was ahead of him, Zipix included, but they got the job done. 4 versus 3. I say job done. Let's say job started.
Job started. Job not finished, but job definitely started. That's great. They got long control as well with the player advantage. It'd be hard-pressed to find a team this good flubbing it from this point, but we still have ZywOo up and alive. He just really hasn't been a part of the action recently.
Right. You said it, we haven't really needed him yet because the other stars were shining. Well,
So the frailty of the setup, of course, when you take long control, why it's so good, Cat is not fun to hold. So there's not really a good response here from the CT side because you don't have a player at mid to watch mid while you push Cat, and then you can't get any cool rotations coming out of it. So you're really just stuck in limbo here with the CT side. You don't have great spots, you're going to get flashed, you don't have anywhere to hide really, and they're not going to give you tons of easy shots. So you want to try to be a little bit aggressive. And actually, Bubsky allows him maybe back into the round, however, a really important punish, yeah.
Yep, Zywoo tries to confirm whether there's people over here, because we know Bubsky's good for a late B lurk.
Yeah, you called it. Yeah, he's always up there.
He's always up there, and in this case, he doesn't wait too long. He tries to get aggressive, just like Masuda did, almost able to turn around onto ramp, but now they know that Shox is down here.
Oh, Magisk is dying. He's in the Molotov. He has to go for the replant. Oof. Oh, dupreeh will peek him.
dupreeh's got it all, all right? Yeah. dupreeh has it all. 4 kills for him in this one. Kills every 5 if you consider Xyp9x.
Mm-hmm.
Able to give that cover. This is the entry. Gets the guy on long, shoots Xyp9x in the back of the head, and then because of that flashbang from Magisk, Kyojin unable to get himself a second.
The idea there is sometimes that molly goes down, and then when you're setting up for long on the CT side, you'll smoke your own molly and then go into a setup. So right there, they found a time where they smoked the molly a little bit early with the flashes to go over, and they were specifically looking for that, for players to be looking directly into long. And of course, Kyojin could completely spray them down, but he was blind. Oh man, that's a Magisk peek if I've ever seen one.
He's going to try and keep this one rolling, but it's Apex off of the ramp. And Apex, not only good on Vertigo, second most amount of kills here on Dust as well. But Lucky, well, he gets Apex off of this A site. With 2 kills on A, that's going to call Kyojin back from long, where he has been fantastic. And there's nobody on long to really punish the fact that he rotates over. And I like this. Kyojin's not going to sit inside sight. He tries to get aggressive. He activates, and he gets the best of Lucky. That could have been a kill for Astralis, and therefore a 4v2. Instead, that risk pays off. We're right back to the even keel. And this duel last round, we didn't get to see it, but Bubsky eventually walked right into Shox's scope, easily offering over that frag. How do Astralis make something of this round with nothing but mid control at the moment?
Yeah, it's a great question. Obviously, B is weaker just because there's no one at mid to camp it out, and now they'll see someone peeking off of Cats, but they just don't know exactly who. And I don't think there's any good way to figure that out just from being here. So they might just commit up with their grenades. They have an op to work with on dupreeh. But we'll see how hefty of an execute they'll go with. That's what I'm actually most curious about here.
It's clean, but it goes 2 directions.
They go light, not to start any rotations.
Mm-hmm.
1-for-1's not bad.
Trying to lock it in. Allows for them to cross elbow. He's planned to stop that bomb plant. A deep position from dupreeh means this is just a straight-up 1v1. And Masuda with the element of surprise, catching Bubsky turn. dupreeh's going to have to clutch this, and both his opponents on 100 HP. He's out, so it seems.
Yeah. They don't go off of it. Masuda's waiting for his teammate. They have the smoke to come down, and dupreeh, I think at this point, just saves it. Yeah, he can't go out in front of that smoke in good conscience. And
oh,
he's got a second smoke coming up.
He's playing around with it.
Yeah, they're taking their time here, so maybe try something crazy. I don't know.
Too late, my friend. Listen, I thought he was already conceding that one. He at least makes Vitality work a little harder. But with all the utility and such little health, he really was limited. This is a big pickup.
Yeah.
Magisk just holding W down catwalk, catching Zywoo, and then Lucky over the Molotov too. So
this was right between the legs.
Boom.
That was actually a moment where Kyojin, it's much safer to walk up the catwalk if they're throwing their setup smoke, because then you know that on that side of the smoke there can't be a gap, and then you can get up close and do that tricky thing where they flash by you and you wait. But it was still a decent adjustment there from Kyojin. Very fortunate to get the shot missed, and also picked up an extra kill as he fell back.
Well, only a couple more rounds to play out here in the first half of the 3rd map of the final match in our first group of the Blast Fall season. It's a mouthful, and these players have been a handful all weekend long. But whose hands are going to get dirtier as this one comes to a close? We saw 2 clean kills coming in from Astralis on Cat last round. It was only Kyojin who slowed it down. And only a little bit of utility that made the difference between the retake and the bomb popping off. A, the intended target yet again. This time Zywoo not being caught in extension. Drops his own utility and slows this down. Let's see. Ooh, the fire went out. fade away from this.
Yeah, I don't know if they want to try to drop in a CT, but they're trying to fake this cat presence. Man, over top of the smoke. That's 2-0 for Magisk versus ZywOo. The punish from Lucky. Another important T-side kill here on the refrag.
And they're still rocking this boat back and forth. Masuda's inside of the smoke in the B tunnels. This is about to fade, and he's got Lucky up close, but he gets the first kill, and Xyp9x gives cover. Magisk late lurk on A site. Now it's on Apex. He turns back around and gets the kill at a distance, but it costs him 70 HP, and he peeks to his demise. Lucky, 2 crucial kills on the re-peaks versus Vitality to keep Astralis within striking distance.
All about that punish. When you are the Opera on T-side in that way, you rely on entry fraggers to create space, to bait attention, and you try to cover them on a position where the person peeking is not expecting. They're hearing footsteps, they're looking up for that target, and then boom, you're actually out a little bit wider than them, holding steady with your op. The idea is to be composed, to be that calm presence, just locking something down while that happens. Now we move into the last round. You got the auto snipers out to show off the opulence. Let them know that we've got a big advantage here. And ZywOo just has a scout. The upper B push comes through.
Oh, they line up. That could have been big. Cyclops ZywOo running in circles out middle. Come on, do it to him. ZywOo cracks his head like Fallen did. That'd be big. The 5-7 tries to snap, but instead it's the neck of Vitality broken in half on long. There's the peek from ZywOo. Only him and Shox left to hold off in this 2v4. And dupreeh looking to seal the deal on this T side. A 6-9 T side from Astralis would be wonderful, but it's not over. Half the health, 3 more players to drop. ZywOo has a chance to re-aggress on Cat, where he's gonna hear that bomb running over. And the long cross goes down without killing him either. From 40 down to 16.
Someone's close.
We've learned our lessons. We know better than to write ZywOo off in situations like these. That computer brain of his crunching the numbers, calculating and deciding.
Oh, this is one risk of the round. He's not going to find anyone in pit. And then with the cat plant, it's going to be too much. There's not going to be a way to be able to pull this off. And he got that run back. And
error.
Yeah. Error, yeah.
Access denied. Molotov lands on bomb, and that one's going to spell disaster for Vitality. Run, my friend, run. This one comes to a close, and Astralis rocking the boat back. That is 4 of the last 5 rounds in this opening half. Can they take this the distance? Can they get the edge over Vitality? Well, we'll be back in a bit to find out.
I always look at them as the comeback kings. You can never count them out, no matter how bad it looks.
We have a tendency to forget how much it means to the players. The money is one thing, but the trophies and winning tournaments with this caliber, it's just what the players play for.
I think we're writing the first chapter of a long book.
I think there is a lot of pressure on me as a coach because we have been winning a lot the past couple of years. And it's extremely tough to be number 1.
As far as I'm concerned, it's not even about winning, it's about making a statement. It's about showing to everyone that you are still dangerous.
It's just a Astralis way of playing Counter-Strike.
What inspired me to become a coach in Counter-Strike was that I finally faced that I couldn't continue playing myself because I was simply too bad. On a serious note, I think it was my love of the game actually, I've always been this secondary caller when I was playing. Sometimes I tried in game leading as well, but I always had this love for playing beautiful Counter-Strike the right way, playing the percentages, good utility. I think that's the most beautiful part of the game. I'm not a particular fan of let's say ZywOo killing 5 people with a P250, but for me, beautiful Counter-Strike is a high level of team play, flashing for each other, and good Molotovs. I think that's what for me is what Counter-Strike is all about. It's about that team play, and I think it's the right way to be played. I think I do a lot of things as a coach. It's a role that has a lot of job titles. Obviously, there are the whole strategic side of things. I need to make sure that our playbook is strong and that we have a lot of things that we can turn to if things are not working out in matches. I prepare against our opponents. I look at our matches afterwards. I theory craft. I look at some new nades that we can throw, or look at some of our opponents to see what are they doing that works so well. And then obviously also assisting Glaive in calling some of the practice matches so that he can focus on his individual play.
So we arrive, the final half between Astralis and Vitality to top this group, to take that second spot.
Oh, earwax.
You saw it?
Yeah.
See, I'm sorry to bring it up for everybody else, but I didn't want to be the only guy who had to see that.
I wonder what that is, actually. It's like, it's just, it looked like
maybe
something
it's his gum.
deep fried.
It's gum. He's saving it for later.
No, stop it.
You know, you just...
Stop it.
Everybody does that, right?
Charbroiled snooze? Yeah. I don't know. 69. Giggity. All right, let's get it on.
Let's go. Let's see what can happen. It felt like Astralis' first half was going to be a bit more flat than that, but they really brought it back in the end. And for that reason, I look forward to seeing what they're made of. Bubsky, 2 headshots here inside of the tunnels, and Team Vitality pump the brakes.
You see this instant push out long, and this is the key moment.
Yes.
And now they know it's going to be running back, so this information will be corroborated as well. There's no B hit tag coming on, but Lucky, you can play it as slow as you want. And he's going to sneak into a tricky position. He did it quickly, so we'll see if they clear him out. But they are going to be looking, I think.
He gets it. Man, what a tough shot, man. Kyojin's like jumping downwards, kind of spinning on a swivel. Still, props to Lucky. He gets what he needs, right? Continue to cut down the numbers. But we know that Masuda is the king of 3 kills.
Damn, that's so tricky. You see, Zipex actually goes behind the long door as well after the push out from Lucky.
3 is his magic number.
Hold on a second.
You should know better.
You know, look at the utility. He's a utility guy too.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Double flash Molotov.
All right. What can you do? What have you got for us?
Oh, Jesus.
All right.
Nothing.
Yeah.
Okay, Zipex. Delete. These were nice.
No error there. Yeah, it was the correct push here from Astralis as they're setting up. Again, you're trying to do that. As soon as they're coming in the tunnels, you want to really just get in their face. Like, you don't want to be sitting in the site where their nades go past and pop flash over. You want to just punish that tunnels push. That was beautiful. And the great thing about that as well is, like, if they don't come tunnels, you get tunnels control. If you find out that they're long, this seems to be like a very common thing to do on CT sides, that so many people are just taking long control on these pistols as well. Bubsky with a barrage of bullets through the mid doors as he sees a fair few targets.
Ooh, okay. Sometimes that's a dangerous game, right? All it takes that one deagle. Once they start layering above one another on the box. Oh, but Bubsky tearing them limb from limb, beating them over the head with them. Severed feet left, right, and center. Magisk, 2 kills to close it on the MP9, make a little bit of money.
This game is very close now. Just because that pistol, the conversions here, look like Vitality were doing excellently coming out of that first half, but with a couple of rounds that Astralis were able to scrape in at the end, it's now extremely competitive. Perfect.
We got to play more fighting games.
Yes.
For now, we focus on this fight between some of Europe's best. Oh my! Wow, God, dude! Somebody's been watching Masuda demos. I'm telling you, it's like
ground yet.
Dude, all the players are like, "Oh, you think you're best with the FAMAS?" Like the FAMAS stonks are on the rise, and just like GameStop, it makes no sense.
Makes no sense. Yeah.
Bubsky gonna be given support here. What? Oh my God, dude! Headshots galore. Lucky he goes down, and it is just Dupree.
He has no time to throw even some regular nades.
What a spontaneous slaughter. And Shox is gonna one-tap to close.
Masuda is different sometimes, man. That was real quick. I need to see that. I need to see that 2K again. Because he just like switched it up quick, right? One in CT spawn, one off to the right. Pop, pop.
Pop, pop. Yeah. Man, you've never made that community reference. Good for you.
Yeah.
Good for you.
Yeah, I forgot you watched it.
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't watch a lot of things, but from here and there.
It looks like Dupree will treat himself to a save FAMAS.
I've always felt like we kind of have Troy and Abed vibes.
I could see that, yeah. Me more so, I think.
Yeah.
I'm more like Troy.
Damn, Masuda. And then Zywoo right there. It's like as if Masuda wasn't like that on point in that moment, but who is it supporting over the shoulder? Zywoo. None of you had a chance. So as quickly as they won the pistol, we have to go back and remember, right? We had the first 5 rounds. The first 5 rounds of this map, back and forth and back and forth. And when the dust settled, it was Vitality who threw that 6-round streak on the scoreboard. This is the 4th and final timeout from Astralis.
Again, I love how liberally they're using them. Of course, I mean, it takes away from the fact, like later on in this, this game could be very close and go on for a minute. But I actually love to see, how many attack pauses can be used this early. I just feel like that means you're thinking a lot, like you're really trying to get this bigger, greater game plan together and doing what it takes and not just going on autopilot. Because every round is just important as the later rounds. We often chalk up games to how they finish, but these are the ones that get you there. So long controls, it's flirted with, but it's denied. I think Vitality had all the ultra good spawns, couldn't sneak anyone out to blue. And here, at the very least, I think it's always good practice to fake that you're coming out mid-doors whenever you see CT is taking long control, because you know that they can't be there too. So at least you draw someone back. It's very standard practice. There's not really good counterplay for the CTs in that regard, and they have to kind of slightly pay attention to it. So important to threaten it, even if to Astralis they're pretty sure you're faking it. Cost you $200 on that flash. In the real world, that's a lot, but in CS, that's pennies.
Chump change.
Chump change. There are a lot of people on the right side of the smoke, and that's the #1 thing we need to pay attention to right here. If Vitality do commit off Cat, which they won't necessarily, but they might, then this is going to be the hardest possible round. They drop in a CT spot, and they are going to commit up. But they also get a kill on Magisk and melt down every CT on the site.
It's only going to be Lucky. Down to 70 health. That op trying to retreat back around the corner. But even if he gets into the doors, Shox has arrived in time. And Lucky's not ready for this one.
I have to wonder if there was some kind of mistake.
Or is he?
There.
Okay, bud. Okay.
He just tries to helicopter over.
Swat, 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 swat.
I have to wonder if there's some kind of mistake there, because obviously, we'll call them Freiburg drops, because that's what they are.
Okay.
Are really common, and people have been doing them for years, right? And sometimes they turn into mid-Bs, because that's the best way to mid-B, is to Freiburg drop with the deep CT smoke, make it look like a cat exec, and then run out mid-doors and know that no one in CT spawn is spamming your smoke or shooting over top of the smoke while you get to the window. And in this situation, Magisk was boosted up, waiting for the mid-B, but had 3 people on the A site to not only help watch that drop, which should have been an instant punish, but also deal with the players crossing. They failed on the front of catching the players crossing, but I don't think anyone was even covering Magisk at all. So I don't know if he was expecting help there, or if they caught a timing. Maybe somebody had a nade out. But either way, not fun to lose a round like that, especially when you're so geared up to defend that half of the map.
And especially because if Magisk doesn't die there, if the drop gets punished, then suddenly I feel like Lucky has a bit more confidence to stick around, maybe claw player off at the elbow. But it like unraveled from the most critical point outwards. And this one leaves very little for Astralis to work with. A Desert Eagle for dupreeh. Apex just took a dink. But no one follows up with the donk.
Yeah, it felt like he was spotted.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. 2 instant kills, of course, as they round these corners versus the near nothingness that Astralis can offer us.
Put a bow on this quick.
What color would you like?
A rainbow.
Ooh.
So blue colored, like rain.
Good answer. Anybody got a show to offer? Where's Apex? Nice and safe, hopefully? Yeah, he's tucked all the way in T-spawn. That's like the one thing that could go wrong. But this is an easy 12th for Vitality, so don't forget, it was early success for Vitality in the first half as well. If Astralis have done anything today, it has proven to us that they should not be written off.
7-12 when they came back on Dust 2 versus Team Liquid.
Ding, ding, ding.
They take that deep breath here. Magisk takes that deep breath, knowing he's got a long road back. They've just done this 2 million times. So, you know, we're all going to see what they have to offer, but they are definitely prepared to be in it for the long haul at this point. We're all at the tail end of this final map. Goes with a very pretty scoreline of 20-9.
Very clean. Slowed down a little bit, but I feel like they also started avoiding him on those long doors. So, excusable. Flashing into the tunnels works wonderfully. Astralis able to find that solo shocks play. But Vitality gonna waste no time. Very quickly working their way up Cat, and check this out. Bubsky, he's trying to throw himself at it. Instead, he throws himself out the window. Baby with the bathwater.
Masuda is an absolute assassin on these entries. That's another one. Up Cat, the lightning quick. I mean, no chance to shoot back whatsoever. You have to, yeah. You have to actually pre-fire this guy. He's too quick.
Zip have an angle on this side?
This is a weird one. As long as they play anti, they should be fine. CTs are not welcome here. And there's a lot of incentive to go and save since they just lost that last round just to buy up now.
Yep.
It's not fun for them because of how quickly they got that opening kill. But the response was just as wicked. And Astralis did a good job of also not showing that there was 3 people pushing. They had the flasher, they had 2 there, but it was kind of unclear. Actually, maybe they did read that there was 3 with the flash, but they threw their own flash at the same time, so I'm not sure if they knew. But I think they just took it as a call to action. Like, we need to just make something happen, because that was too clean of a 5v4.
What about this Bubsky aggression? High risk, high reward?
I think this point, it's like, if I get there fast enough, or I set up on the corner, then I can wait for my team to flash. But it's more like I'm crediting Vitality. Like, this is a very fast transition into a decision. And I think that's what's been the hallmark right now of Apex's T-side calling. It's how quickly and coordinated the team can transition from one move to another. That's the hardest thing to keep up with. And that's what emphasizes the team aspect of this game, right? That's what's separating. It's not the individual level of these players. It's the team aspect.
Shocks flirting, as he does, with the corner of the tunnels. They say indecision kills, but it feels like that decisiveness from Vitality last round was just as lethal. Exchange of grenades holds things at bay for now. Minute 20 on the clock. And few chances for Astralis to get this game back tied up.
Well, you can see their intentions are known with this B tunnels pop coming up here. Bomb on the back of ZywOo. Smoke comes down. They get in front of the smoke. And, it's a huge punish. I mean, that Shock took a risk there. Didn't expect dupreeh to be up top.
Okay. And we don't get one of those incredibly quick transitions.
The molly off Cat right in front of Masuda. So you can be as brave as you want, but you're going to take 80 damage if you want to.
He opts not to. Calculates and crunches those numbers. It's going to be the walkout through middle and another unexpected position versus Vitality. First over towards those boxes, and again here in mid, Magisk knows he can just keep his head tucked These players are going to be fighting tooth and nail to try and get this bomb onto the site. And of course, ZywOo just no-scopes Lucky through smoke. His name seemingly redundant. ZywOo in with a second. This is that kind of factor. ZywOo, he's got himself a third. And there's a challenge in from ramp, but Dupree's going to push. And he's going to stop that bomb.
Oh, why do you have to plant the bomb?
Ah, so close.
You knew he would ace if he didn't. That was a nasty refrag. You can see how long they're hanging out around this one smoke that lands on the Fast Cat. It's just this giant one-way basically. You have a huge advantage versus fighting anybody who's sitting on the ramp or in CT spawn. It's so critical when you're coming for those cat attacks. You're still obviously favoring the CTs when they get these 2 kills this easily, but man, do they make that really competitive.
Okay.
Such a beautiful punish.
Oh, this third one too. I wish so badly that Kyojin had the bomb.
Yeah, or if he got that kill as 2v1, that would have been nasty. I have no idea what he could be talking about right now. Based on the events of that round,
yeah.
What would it be? It could only, to Shocks maybe, that he ran out long. I have no idea.
Oh man, they're gonna go fast. Vitality trying to keep that pressure cranked to an 11. Dupree on the other side of the door, mirroring Shock's position. As long as what they wanted, it's what they got. But it comes with quite the heavy cost. Masuda down and Apex low already. ZywOo set to hold pit. And Astralis leaning away from the A site. If Shocks gives up this kill, then suddenly Astralis have that cat hold. But it's all about Shocks right here, right now. And, of course, he shuts down Dupree. Splatters him on the double doors. Dodges the flash. Nice reposition. Just that slight adjustment to get himself a second. He's done his job. And Lucky just extended around the corner far enough for his hands to be ripped off. 1v3 for Magisk or a 14th for Vitality. Those are the 2 outcomes. And it begins with a quick headshot into the biggest of scalps. ZywOo taken out of this clutch situation.
Done clearing the site, one on the ramp. Apex really low, but that's the op over towards long. That nade could have made the difference to taking him out, but he doesn't know that the op has been picked up, and Magisk will approach quite hastily, but there's got to be no odds for him in this spot. Apex hits a great shot. 14-9 here for Vitality, knocking on the door of victory. Yes. Victory.
Really well played there from Kyojin as well, right? He was the one that was reeling in Magisk on the hook. And then Apex scoops him up with the net from a distance. But that's clean. That's the one that made this seem somewhat possible. And if only the player on site had offered something to Magisk, but he played it really well, just dodged the danger. Oh, of course!
Okay.
Of course!
All right.
Apex lands that headshot.
All right. It's like that?
Oh, that is salt in the wound. Masuda gonna punish the top mid push, and the scrambling CTs working with such minimal tools on this one. Bubsky, it's a nice attempt. A valiant effort with the MP9. 2 frags here towards the B site. This is the bomb carrier, and if Zip was able to get that crispy headshot, then there's a chance, grab a gun and finish in the 1v2. But instead, Vitality will have 6 map and match points.
Yeah, it is time to bring it home. It's a chill mood. It's a ridiculous kill to get started on match point, and that's an instant tilter. Through the smoke, off of timing, with a spray. Shocks is singing. Shocks is whistling. I mean, now it's just the money's broken here for Astralis. It is time to attack for Vitality. Keep it coming. They're hanging out at mid, looking for a duel, but they're in the wrong part of town, and they don't have the right weapons.
Apex getting back some of that flair from Vertigo. Oof. Little scout shot, but you poke the beast. The beast bites back. Additionally, Magisk now knows there's a second target here towards Barrel, so the damage output's good. It's good enough to prime the other 3 players of Astralis to pick up some kills. But Vitality, they know they've got their foot on Astralis' neck.
Oh, Bubsy's close. He can't back up too much. ZywOo, he'll get a kill through the door onto Magisk. Yeah. That's 2 at mid. CTs are hanging out, as they should, but Bubsky will get punished. Looking all directions as Shocks tries to figure out where his next target will be. Maybe in upper tunnels. No. Bubsky comes back.
Oh man, he almost got caught with that bad time to reload. Instead, he's like, nah, this is mine. And he finds it. Remember, 2 players tagged up from Vitality. So this could be the final push of the first group here at Blast Fall season. ZywOo drops Bubsky and the bomb. Throws that task over to Kyojin. His hand's now busy. Jumping MP9. Zipix, it's desperate, and it's so damn close. But now it has revealed his hand. And with a sleight of hand, he should be swept away by ZywOo. Kyojin 30 health. After the aerial acrobatics, his back turned to what's going to be his end. You'd assume that AK should have him dead to rights. Zipix softened even further. ZywOo leaves. Wants to play as the insurance policy of their 16th round win. And folks, there it is. Kyojin closing as Vitality get the best of Astralis. But damn, were they tested.
It's an easy close in the end. Just want to shout out Kyojin for a fantastic map and a fantastic show. Congratulations to both Vitality and Astralis for being at the top of the group and for making it to the Blast Fall final. It's a beautiful day for these teams, for the rookies. It's been some sweet CS, and it's great to see Lucky really stepping up to the challenge. Makes me more excited for the idea of seeing him now at a LAN when he was just looking a little bit raw. You know, it was like a youngster on the team. He definitely does have that confidence that Glaive talked about.
It's like with these moving parts on these teams still being so fresh, the return from the player break, and this is what's meant to cement them moving forward. I think it's really cool that we get 2 promising young rosters moving forward with a guaranteed LAN spot on a big stage just after the major. It's like if they were here to prove in their first Blast showing that these teams have a future, well, now you've secured it. Somewhat. Something. With that Royal Arena stage game, knowing it's coming in just a few months away. But what comes next, of course, is the desk to close things out. We'll see you guys on the overtime show after that. But Freya, it's all yours.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. A huge congratulations to Vitality for topping Group A here at the Blast Fall groups. Obviously, commiserations to Astralis, but they will be heading to that LAN final at the Royal Arena. Just a slightly worse seed heading into that. And of course, it's super important to note that we are going to be getting way more points heading into that World Final for the side of Vitality Maui. And we know how important that is heading into one of the biggest tournaments at the end of the year.
This does create some distinction for Vitality as they are now pulling away in this. Of course, we still have some matches coming up that are going to decide who gets some more points here at the fall groups. There's also the major coming up. There's the fall final itself. So this is not set in stone by any means. There's going to be quite a bit of action, but Vitality, you know, that's a pretty comfy lead. You know, 1,000 points is something you can't even make up usually in a single tournament. So they're feeling pretty good about that one.
And they looked pretty comfortable coming towards the end of that map of Dust 2. We were saying, you know, it might have been a slightly risky pick for them coming in, but it was a risk that paid off.
Yeah, it was a great surprise. Honestly, the fact that Vitality were able to be so commanding on Dust 2, because we had seen Astralis really take it up to Liquid and playing a great map of Dust 2. Overall, this victory, this win of the Group A for Vitality comes as the confirmation that they are playing good Counter-Strike right now. In the last month, Na'Vi is the only team that was able to take a series from them. And we are talking 5 maps, we're talking crazy banger of a game. So Vitality is a team that's on the up and up. We have many signs that confirm this idea. We have a roster that's getting deeper and deeper. We have rookies getting better and better. And now we have a championship team on our hands.
Yeah, we really have to give it to Kyojin really showing up at least the last 2 maps of this series. And it's great to see one of the newer, younger rookies of the team really cementing himself as a solid part.
Kyojin right now does feel like he's a little bit map dependent on his performances. He's great on Mirage. We just saw an excellent Dust 2 performance. Vertigo, he's been pretty solid on as well. But then you get to some maps like Nuke, and that's where he's been having some troubles. And you can see the inexperience there. But this was a great performance, and it's something that he can take moving forward. Some confidence, that's what you like to see if you're a Vitality fan. The fact that this young gun still has so much mechanical ability and so much to prove here. This shot right there,
that's gross.
That's disgusting.
It's kind of gross. I mean, obviously he is talented for the game. Obviously he's got a fast wrist when it comes to flicks, that's for sure. And you can see when he's online, he's so aggressive in the duels he takes. He's so clear.
I heard that. He's online.
I want to say maybe he's on fire. That's definitely online, isn't it?
All right.
Look, when he's activated, let me put it this way, you can definitely see that he knows how to take a duel very aggressively and very decisively now. I think overall for Vitality, it is great to see Kyojin having a few very good maps because I think it alleviates some pressure that they have on them. We heard it from Apex and they're saying it can be draining when you have someone that you need to cater to all the time, mentor, and somehow accept the fact that there's going to be mistakes. So the fewer mistakes we see from Kyojin, the better he becomes, the deeper Vitality goes as a roster.
Well, you say online, we are going to be seeing him on LAN, which is going to be really, really exciting to see if he can stand up to the pressure in the Royal Arena like this.
A huge challenge in front of an audience as well. It's something that Kyojin has never done in front of a big crowd like that at an S-tier LAN such as this. So it's going to be exciting to see if he can, you know, maintain some of this form or if those nerves are really going to kick in. I do feel like I would have to lean towards the latter. In some of those big matches, he did have some troubles, but, you know, actually in the grand finals against Na'Vi, he did okay. He did all right. What do you think, Maniac?
I thought he did fine. I thought he did fine. Just really when push came to shove at the very end, a couple of rounds a bit complicated, but he's got time to worry about.
Well, an incredible way to be rounding off Group A here at the Blast Premier Full Groups. But we do need to recap some of our plays of the day, courtesy of CS Money. You guys can go over on vote on at Blast Premier for which play you think should be crowned the champion of the day. Maniac, I'm going to toss it over to you. What are we seeing from Elige here?
Well, we're going to start with some high quality hiding behind the box Elige. I think it starts with that jump into CT spawn, and here he plays the timing perfectly. Quick aim, nice spray control as well. Destroys everyone inside of Astralis.
Yeah, great round from him. And we've got Bubsky here with an ace on Vertigo. This is a really solid round from him as he's able to clean up these Vitality players. Nice mow down right there. And it is, in fact, going to be Kyojin who he takes out last. Nice transition to Kyojin.
And that was such a hole. I know exactly where we're about to be. We're about to be A-long Kyojin with the AK-47, destroying absolutely everyone. You can see as soon as he beats Magisk to the punch, then he is just activated. He has got great crosshair placement, great spray control as well, and he's gonna finish with that cheeky 1D.
We'll make sure you guys are heading on over to the Blast Premier Twitter where you guys can have your say and give the player that you want the crown in terms of our Day 3 play of the day, courtesy of CS Money. And of course, that does wrap up Group A here at the 4 groups. And I think it's safe to say there were some surprises coming into this, most importantly being Team Liquid unfortunately eliminated. They will be going down to the showdown.
Surprises?
Maybe not surprise for you.
What do you mean surprise? I mean, some of us saw that one.
Yeah, the big brain over here. Sorry, Maniac. I forgot. You won the predictions contest. We need to give you another crown.
I'll have to remind you of that every single day to the end of that. Look, the Astralis versus Liquid game was always going to be an absolute banger. Like, based on what we seen the first day, Liquid being a little bit fragile, Astralis surprising everyone in a very positive way, then we knew when all these two rosters would clash together, it would become something great. And it's exactly what we got. Astralis barely at the end, like a millimeter, made it through the punch or through the finish line. And that was a great game to watch.
You know what I'm most excited for? Is the fact that we still have 2 more groups coming up. We're going to be starting on Monday with Group B. We can take a look at exactly which teams are going to be gracing our stage. It's going to be G2 taking on MIBR and then NIP versus Big. And I think this group presents a lot more questions than answers, Maui. I'm not really sure kind of who we're favoriting coming into this. I'm not really sure what a lot of these teams are going to be bringing.
Right. The most stable team, surprisingly, is G2 in terms of their roster, but their results would say otherwise. That EPL performance is something they don't want to keep thinking about. NIP, another team that has some stability in their roster, but we've seen that, you know, the star player device has had a precipitous drop in form, and that's something that they're going to have to try to recapture if they want to take down this group.
And of course, we've got Big coming into this as well with a huge roster change very recently. One of the star-studded names of the roster in Santaros being replaced by Gade, and I think there are still some potential questions for him on how he's kind of fitting into his role.
Plenty of questions personally, at least, on how Big is going to perform and what we can expect from all these individuals, because I think the general assessment is that everyone is going to have to step up. You lose Antares, obviously, in terms of skill. That's a big, void to fill, but we hope that they can do it. I don't think anyone is really safe in that group. G2 have been very shaky last time we saw it. That should be enough to wake them up. But then the second spot, Big, NIP, even MIBR on a very good day. Who knows? It's going to be quite a battle.
Man, I'm so excited to be getting into this one. But that does wrap up the Group A action here at Blast Premier. But that isn't all the action we have left for you. Of course, we have our overtime show with Scrawny, Launders, and myself and Maui. We're going to be joining them as some guests for tonight. So we'll throw it over to Scrawny to take us away with our post-game show.
So there we have it. We're done. In terms of the first group here at the Blast Fall Groups, we've got our 2 arena teams. I've got my 1 guest for the overtime today. You know, I was trying to bring you guys great guests, but we got Launders.
You're excused. I'm done with you.
We made it, man. That was a long series and a long day as well, right? But we'll be joined shortly as well by Freya and by Mauisnake. We're gonna break in the new blood.
I heard he likes being called Mauisnake.
Meowie.
But it was lucky he was making that kitty purr today.
Oof.
Oh my.
I'll let you guys plug in and then I'll officially welcome. Take your time.
I think we're just supposed to ignore him and just start talking.
You want me to?
Yeah.
Okay. So that Maui guy, right?
Oh yeah.
Thinks he can just show up, big.
He can't hear anything because it is like attached. Yeah.
You guys good?
No, actually, wait.
All right,
No.
that's fine.
What have you done, Maui?
There we go.
Nice.
Welcome, man. Welcome. Inaugural overtime episode, Mauisnake. Freya, we only had you on for 1 last season.
Yeah, and I got absolutely shot on for my map tier list, so I decided.
Oh, that's true. We did a map tier list.
We tried our hardest to encourage Freya to come on the show. Only give her the worst roast possible.
Yeah.
What was it for putting? What did you put? Like overpass?
You put overpass at the bottom for sure. Yeah.
Oh yes.
Yeah, you were like, you don't like playing it or something.
Yeah. Great.
And then we all went on to talk about how it was so great. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just sitting there like.
Well, welcome, guys. Official cheers, shall we?
Cheers.
To the first group. Done.
Yes.
Cheers, Mo.
So you guys been on Twitter today or what?
Yeah,
there's a lot going on.
There's a lot going on, man. Scrawny got mentioned on Twitter.
Yeah, I blew up in Valorant today, guys.
That was why you. Okay, we were trying to work out the context of why you tweeted.
Heidi called Crashies Scrawny.
Yeah.
Yeah, because she called Crashies a scrawny F word.
Yes.
I think.
Yes.
So
Okay.
scrawny mentioned, like Brazil mentioned, and when you Brazil mentioned, Brazil shows up. So
I
scrawny's
was
right there.
You know, I didn't take it personally. You got to own it, right? That's what they don't get.
Right.
Still try to use that as an insult.
Yeah.
But
No, Crashies was pressed about it, but
it's all right. He'll recover.
You live it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he has to recover. We got big games ahead.
Yeah.
Right. But that's Valorant. We'll put that.
Oh, you want to go on the CS Twitter drama?
You want to go? Yeah. Okay. Let's go to CS Twitter drama.
You seen the CS Twitter drama?
Who? Who's
Astro?
Yeah.
Oh, Astro. Astro's been really kicking up a storm there.
Yeah. I think
he's
note
trying to
one,
get-
he actually just issued an apology. He just
Did he
added
really?
note
Yeah.
and just completely apologized.
And that's how you know you've won.
Yeah. He just put out a tweet that said that, implying that, like, he just said, so all CS players who match fix should be banned who are playing Valorant. Kind of like
Who are the match fixers?
For the record, of course, for the people who don't know, Hastro, owner of Envy.
Yeah.
Right? For the record, just so everybody's in on the conversation.
Yeah. A lot of people are tweeting Twitter. I can't believe Twitter is free, and I get it. But at the same time, it's kind of just, it's a lot of, it's just so much stuff all the time.
It's free because it gives to us, but it takes away from them. It's equivalent exchange, actually.
Right.
So, you know, Hastro, big loser, the audience winning.
Winning, right, yeah.
Big winning.
Yes. It's a shame that Envy had such a poor run in their last couple of years, honestly. And I say that trying not to laugh, like tongue in cheek.
It was an expensive run, yes.
It's an expensive run.
Yeah.
It was a
Nifty had a
nifty
great
run.
time.
A nifty run at that.
Depends on who you ask.
Yeah.
No,
Some people might have enjoyed it, actually.
There was at one point where he played like four best of ones in a year, I think. I think he's getting like 20 grand every month.
My favorite was Thomas got interviewed recently, I think by Scriv, and he said that when when Envy took a break, Thomas started ringing for teams, and he played more officials in the time that he was ringing, while technically still on Envy, than he did play for Envy.
Yeah, because they only played Flashpoint.
They just play Flashpoint.
They only played Flashpoint twice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They actually made the playoffs, actually, at least one of those times, just barely. So that's like a weird victory that I don't know how. That's just because they gave a lot of playoff slots at Flashpoint.
Yeah.
They were pretty genuine.
Speaking of Flashpoint, Maui, all right, since it's your first time here on the Overtime Show, first time here at Blast, this is my first time meeting you in person.
That's
It's been
true.
a good time so far. I think
Let's keep it that
I
way.
should extend a thank you and a welcome. But you guys know him from Flashpoint, right? So you guys are a little more familiar with Mauisnake. I was hoping maybe today we'd get some Mauisnake stories. I don't know if you guys have any good ones yet. I don't know if he's been around long enough to like get the good stuff.
I mean, we definitely chilled a lot.
We hung out a lot. We ate a lot of tacos.
Oh, we had some meat margaritas.
Margaritas, tacos.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That was
we embraced the LA culture. Actually,
did. We ate a lot.
the first day of Flashpoint 2, or the day before Flashpoint 2 started, it was myself, my girlfriend, Launders, and we were
I'm
gonna
not
go
your
to,
girlfriend.
Huh? And you're, yeah, totally, yeah.
Comma.
Yeah. And then we went to Freya's Airbnb. We got everybody there, and it was Cinco de Mayo, so every taco place was just jammed.
Yeah.
And so
No, this is the funniest part. Okay, so we're like driving.
Yeah.
It's like 6 o'clock, and then I think you texted me, and you're like, we're gonna have like this, like a get together for Cinco de Mayo.
Yeah.
At Freya's Airbnb, like
Yes.
James and everything was there. And then we're like driving around, and we go to the first taco place, and it's completely rammed. I mean, everyone had brought their scooters down from LA,
was
just like
rammed, yeah.
drive, and then
the Lime scooters are just lying
we're sitting in the
across the
car,
floor.
and Maui's just like, we're trying to get tacos on Cinco de Mayo at 6 o'clock.
It's impossible. This ain't gonna happen.
It seemed like a great idea,
Yeah.
but then it was like, oh, that's everyone's idea. Well, we
Yeah.
did manage it.
We did.
And they were mean.
We
They were
did,
mean.
yeah. We went to a local joint of mine, Galagetza on Melrose. Yeah, that place was killing it. We got about 100 tacos.
Yeah, there were too many.
We got about 100.
100?
Yeah, we got about 100 tacos.
Yeah, those are-
Sorry, you were like 5 people?
It was like outside of Target on the street corner, and it was just like one of those like kind of like pop-up setups like on the sidewalk.
Yeah.
And we ordered like 100 tacos.
Yeah.
We felt so
Because you
guilty,
waited
like,
that long
wow.
that you had to like
But it was
justify
Cinco
it.
de Mayo at the same time. Like,
Yeah, you have to do it big on Cinco de Mayo. You know, you
Yeah.
gotta do Moon Show right there.
And then they came to the Airbnb that I was with James Bardolph as well. Summer came
We had
to
Lex.
a couple of Lex.
Lex was there, yeah.
A couple of other like Face It production guys too.
Yeah.
And we realized we didn't have enough cups. So I ended up using what I imagine was
yeah,
like,
this
like
part was
measuring cup or something.
Yeah, because
margarita.
There was
I don't know what it was.
There was like it was almost like a parfait tray, and then of course Freya just takes one for the team. It's like, I'll drink out of that. And it's just like, that's not a cup. Like this is a weird.
It's like if you went on a cruise and they give you like a fruit basket or
Yes,
like
it's
a
a-
plastic fruit cup or something like that.
Yeah.
Like Freya just emptied that out and filled it with a margarita. It was
Yeah.
just
And then try to coat the rim with salt.
Oh yeah, we did that the wrong. How did you?
I wet my finger and just put it. Oh
yeah, instead of like actually just
turning it upside down.
or something like a normal person, you tried like using spit.
respect
that was
it.
sanitary.
No.
Yeah, that was good.
Okay, I actually did that recently. So this is like like how technology has changed and me not realizing it. So like I went to mail something to my mom in the same city as me before I left, and I just didn't even know how to mail a letter in like 2021 because I haven't done that in so long. So
Where's the send button?
Like I buy it and I'm like, where do you get the stamps and like how do you put them on and stuff like that? Are people licking stamps these days? And I go to the post office, I buy the envelope and it's like a prepaid envelope and has the stamps on it, and I'm just mailing it in the same city. It's like it's no problem. And I stand there and I lick the envelope, and they're like, no, you're not supposed to lick the envelope because you just peel the thing off and seal
It's
it.
a glue strip. Oh man.
That was my Freya moment.
Okay, hold on. That's a segue. Speaking of packages, we have a delivery for today's Overtime show, all right? Because the Overtime show and Blast itself is not possible without our beloved sponsors. And for this season of Blast, we have a special new sponsor, Magnum. Magnum ice cream, very popular here in Denmark, all right? I was told that earlier today there was a Twitter poll on the Blast Premier Twitter account that decided what flavor of Magnum ice cream that we were gonna try today on the Overtime show. So
Let's do it.
that is right. We were all paid to watch Counter-Strike, drink beer, and eat ice cream today. And
I have no
Some
so
would say the life.
the life. So
You have to say it like this too, yeah.
the life.
Wow,
life.
actually got like proper packages and everything.
So,
Wow.
to those of you guys who have
Like,
stuck
go
around,
quick.
I would
Go
just like to
quick,
say
Aaron.
this part is thanks to Magnum. Thank you to Magnum, first and foremost.
I'm just gonna unzip this.
And there's supposed to be some kind of a system here.
A system.
All right? This was like, listen, everything's good in Denmark in
Like
terms
an
of technology.
There you go.
okay?
Like a glaive type system or a.
Yeah, just
wow.
wait to see what we have in store
what
here,
is
right?
this? Press to crack?
Exactly. So 2 cups each.
Press to crack. We got a big
Spoons
spoon
in
and a small-
abundance.
Would you like a big spoon or a small spoon?
May I?
Yeah, go for it. I actually
All right.
don't know how to
the
do this.
pressure. What are they going?
So here we have, and
I lick envelopes, so-
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah.
That's
big,
sounds
yeah,
better.
big spoon serve.
Sounds
It's-
smart.
You got this art. It's much easier than a margarita glass. You're good.
Oh.
So we've got the double salted caramel Magnum bucket, and this is the tech that I'm talking about. Okay, Maui, this is high tech shit. Press to crack. You'll see it on the side, right?
Oh wow.
We're gonna open these up. Press to crack. You think what? Oh man.
It's gonna go up like a volcano.
See if we can get some ASMR at the same time.
It says wait 10 minutes, squeeze.
They've been out
crack,
10 minutes.
Recycle.
Oh wow.
Wow,
Yes,
we're just
really
they've been
ahead
out.
of the game.
Amanda, on the
Oh
ball.
my goodness. Thank
so,
you, production.
check this out.
Amanda.
I'm talking chocolate-topped Magnum bucket, all right? And this chocolate top What do you do when you want to serve ice cream? There's clearly chocolate in the way. Press to crack, Maui.
No way.
I'm a little scared. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna watch you do it first. So I don't want my strength to get the better of me.
Uh-oh.
And this ice cream. What if I like?
Maybe
What if I accidentally go-gurt it?
Yeah, me
Should the
too.
lid be on?
Well, see, here's the thing: is they should have had a practice run because I don't know if I'm doing it hard enough or if I'm about to mess this up,
I'm really
or if it's
scared
only
of
been 9 minutes.
But I'm getting my mouth is like watering.
Can I get close up here? On
Press the crack.
All right, I'm pressing it. It's coming out. Let's go. Oh my! It's pushing it out a little bit. I'm a little worried.
Oh, I'm nervous.
I'm actually. This
Yeah,
is,
no, that's just
okay.
coming out now.
I'm
just
just
getting
like
worried.
watching David Blaine like freeze himself in ice for 4 days. You just think he's gonna die.
It's
the
gonna
whole
push
time.
it out.
That's it.
Or is it? Or is it? I don't want to ruin the sponsor
All right,
segment.
I will say that looks absolutely delicious, though.
I don't want to.
Yeah, look at that. That's what we want.
Freya, would you do the honors
Oh, God.
of
Mo, may I?
Yeah.
The girl who
You want a
drank
chocolate top?
a margarita
Why
out of
such
a
a big-
fucking trifle bottle.
Why such a big? It's
Yes,
small.
Yeah.
It's ice cream.
Yeah.
Delicious.
I thought
awesome.
you were just gonna put it in
Great
my mouth.
job.
There you go.
Would you? Wow. Thank you.
With the icy spoon.
Gotta
and
get some
everything.
of this sort of camera in there as well.
Yeah,
I'm going in
I'm
there.
trying to
I'm
make
getting
sure
in
this
there.
doesn't
Just
fall.
go, man.
Here.
I tried to do the charade in the show.
Oh,
Why,
that
thank you.
bangs.
Why,
That is
Does it?
so good.
Here, I will hold yours up too.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah,
What a
let's-
gentleman.
So thank you, Magnum.
Let's make this efficient.
Much appreciated. I've got to say, you know,
Everybody loved that.
ice cream, beer, and Counter-Strike.
That's actually really good. What the hell?
We'll push this.
Not that I didn't think it was gonna be good, but I wasn't ready.
Yeah.
All right.
I've got to say,
We can go for second.
you guys get to see this part, but
Back for it.
obviously,
This is mean.
sorry, I shouldn't speak with my mouth full. Behind the scenes, there's an entire refrigerator or freezer in the like the kitchen area for Blast, and we've worked a few Blast events so far. I don't know if morale has ever been so high, and all it took was a freezer full of ice cream bars from Magnum.
Wow.
And we were just like watching similar.
Ooh.
With like half an ice cream as the game started.
Yeah.
Trying to figure out what he was gonna do with it.
Yeah.
Because you can't put down an ice cream because it's gonna melt. I actually don't know how that ended.
Are we gonna do our reviews of this?
Would you like to?
Yeah,
I mean,
go for it.
Yeah.
so going back to yourself and your guys' adventures and your food adventures, I know, Maui, that you strike me as a bit of a foodie. You know good food from bad food, and not in like a pretentious kind of way, like a down-to-earth appreciator of good cuisine.
Okay.
So I actually rate your opinion highly in this situation.
Okay.
I'm gonna ask you out of 5. Actually, out of 10. Give you more leeway.
Well, they were sponsors, so 10, first of all. But that's my honest opinion.
Okay.
And now your real opinion?
That's over overtime.
Okay.
No, okay. Okay, I'll just say what I think, It's a good ice cream. It's got great texture, it's creamy. Sometimes the ice creams like this get a little bit too icy. That's the worst for an ice cream. Magnum, it's not icy.
It's pure cream, yeah.
It's actually cream. It's great in that sense. And the caramel flavor has depth to it in a way that's not just simply like, oh, here's caramel swirl, let's go. Yeah, it's actually like, oh, that's caramel, not caramel, Makes me,
Damn, dude.
I'll pronounce the A a little bit.
I knew that was gonna be
I like
good.
that. Mm-hmm. I don't want to go next.
Nope.
Okay.
That was too good, actually.
There's also textural contrast with these the crack, whatever crack, that little chocolate topping. And that's something that you got to appreciate, because honestly, if ice cream doesn't have texture, it gets pretty boring pretty fast.
It's just milk.
Yeah. When you have texture, though, that's when you can eat a whole pint in one go.
Yeah.
That's when you regret the evening
Yeah.
because you're just gonna kill it.
Then you do it again.
Of course, for Magnum's sake.
For Magnum's sake.
For Magnum's sake.
And happiness' sake.
Magnum.
I did not expect you to
pleasure's sake.
drop a textural what was that? Textural contrast?
Yes.
Beautiful. So,
Analyst for a reason.
first time in Denmark as well for you, Maui. Are you excited? We have a relatively free day tomorrow.
Yeah.
We've got some Danish cuisine maybe on the line.
Yes.
What's your big goal coming to Copenhagen? What are you hoping to accomplish here?
I want to experience the city mostly because I have heard that the urban planning here is great.
Yeah.
And that's something that I do care about, despite spending a lot of time in LA, which has offensively bad urban planning.
Sure.
I will say that Copenhagen has been pretty good so far. It's nice, dense neighborhood. It's not too big. Everything is bikeable. Like that's a huge quality of life improvement, because LA, you're biking around, you can die.
You will get hit.
Die. You might die. Yeah.
No one likes bikers there first.
They actually just get mad at you for biking. So yeah.
You haven't been able to experience a bike share, because we in the old studio, obviously buses
Yeah.
now in the studio space, we used to cycle there pretty much every day.
Yeah.
Right? Haven't been able to do this here, so
Yeah.
you're gonna get a bit of a treat tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow's gonna be awesome. First day off. It's gonna be a great time to.
We might have
see
multiple
everything.
burgers. So there's
That's
Popple, there's gasoline,
Yeah.
and then there's Max Burger, the best burger in Denmark. That we
Oh.
sorry. So many people got mad when I said
Okay,
that.
I'm ready for the burger tour.
Yeah.
I'll just bring it on.
I have advice for you out the gate,
That's
okay?
just lunch.
We haven't had a time to go around yet, and I think Freya, your first time in Copenhagen was the last Blast event, so like you were the newcomer, now it's Maui, and I think Freya will attest to this. If we're riding bicycles, don't stay too close to Londers.
Okay, okay. Why is that?
Why?
He's the most dangerous of the gang when it comes to
I don't think you see
cycling.
red as a color. Like, I just don't. Whenever there's a red light, you're just
No,
like,
that's when I see red.
fuck
You know what I mean?
I can go through this.
Yeah, I really don't have like a fear factor, I think. I don't have like the same.
Or a license.
Yeah.
So.
I remember I was in Vietnam, like getting like tattoos with my girlfriend. I just walked to a random shop and she's just like, I think you have like a higher risk tolerance than I do. Yeah. Like, maybe I shouldn't do this. Like, I don't have that, so.
Well, I'll be sure to try to match your speed.
Okay, let's go.
Yeah, we're just to get Scrawny like nervous, you know.
Yeah, that's fine. Me and
That's
Freya,
actually really easy.
we'll happily
That's
sit
actually
back.
a favorite part
Just
of
to
it.
mess his blood pressure up.
Yeah. Could be in a safer place. There's not even mosquitoes here, I think, so.
Really? Denmark's got it all and doesn't have it all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Less is more.
Yeah, that's right. That's a good way to put it. Are there bugs here? I haven't seen a single bug.
Just you.
Did they get rid of all the bugs in Denmark? Like, what's going on?
How do they do that?
Just the water bug. That's the only one.
Water bugs?
Yeah.
Okay.
We saw jellyfish.
You know when you're crossing spawn?
That counts.
And everyone
So
hears it.
jellyfish.
Yes, we did.
Yeah.
Remember the jellyfish last time in the summer?
Wait,
They were
no
everywhere.
way.
Were they in the studio?
way.
So we were like, we kept jumping in the water like everywhere we could find, right? And we looked down into, it was like at the Refin, and there's an area where the boats dock, and Skron didn't want to jump off the first cliff that we were looking at. We looked at another place, and we looked down, and there's just, so when it gets warm out, the jellyfish come up to the top, and there was just, it was like SpongeBob SquarePants, the amount of jellyfish.
Wow.
There was no water.
Jellyfish fields.
I don't
Yeah.
know whether I would have
Love.
jumped in when we went in the evening if I'd have known there were jellyfish.
I don't think there were there.
Not
It's all-
there, not there.
Oh, okay.
Specifically, they come to the top when it's hot. They're also harmless, and they're Danish, so they're nice.
They're Danish,
okay.
right?
Yeah.
Because where we went swimming there, the reason I didn't want to jump into the first one is because in the summer, it feels like every Dane that lives in Copenhagen, like all 500 of them, are always out on bodies of water.
Yeah.
And so we get to this dock that's next to the studio, very conveniently, nice place, and there's just Danes everywhere, which is great.
Danes,
right? It's like a nice casual type party vibe.
We're just like
everybody's
licking
just enjoying the
Danes.
sun, you know, having a tuborg, and then I saw this huge empty spot, right? Like all the water was full, there was nowhere to jump in, it was hard to enter. I'm like, these idiots, this whole section's just completely free. And it was only once we got up close and personal that like, oh, because you'd probably die. And
Yeah,
you
I don't
convinced me
know
not
if they
to.
all are the singy ones. I don't really know much
About jellyfish?
about the life aquatic. Not
There's
really.
some that are not that
Yeah,
bad.
I don't think those are the super stingy ones.
Yeah,
but-
but I couldn't tell you which one, so I'm not gonna test it myself.
I feel like there had to be a reason people weren't swimming with them. So
Yeah.
there must be
They
something.
wanted to let you have that space.
Oh, yeah.
It's so Danish.
So Danish. It's a
So
Danish moment.
It's just so generous, honestly. Well, it's gonna be exciting tomorrow, though. You guys are gonna show me around.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
Just come with an empty stomach, I think. You're gonna have like 3
You
burgers.
guys are my only friends, so you guys have to show me around.
Likewise.
It's by law, actually.
Mm.
In
In
Denmark,
contract.
you have to
It's
do that.
It's nice to have like again somebody kind of new in the Blast crew because we haven't made many changes in the gang lately, and so we spent the whole COVID era here, the whole online period since like last March.
I went through customs in Iceland to get here, and they just like flipped through my passport, and they're like, "Do you live in Denmark?" I was like, no, I don't. I just have so many stamps from coming back here over and over again. In a lot of ways, this is the epicenter of CS for me, just the amount of time that I've spent here. Pro leagues over the years and stuff like that. Germany's another, big one. But Europe in general is where it's at.
Hands down, man. I mean, Denmark also, I'd say like a good home of Counter-Strike. So I think it's a good chance to just get a little CS talk in to the overtime show.
A couple of good teams from Denmark.
That and like this other royal family of Denmark, like it was like the son of the royal family was like 12 years old, came to like Blast Copenhagen last year or 2 years ago or whatever, just to get his keyboard signed by Device and left.
Oh, wow. Didn't even watch the game, just got the signature.
The guy from Game of Thrones.
Yeah, what's it, Reek? What's his name? Game of Thrones?
Reek.
Yeah, well, him. I'm sure he would not want to be called Reek, but he came to the Royal Arena as well.
Okay.
To watch.
said no pictures.
Really?
But you can imagine how much he gets hounded.
Yeah.
Especially during the peak of Game of Thrones.
So Astralis make it? Did anybody think that was actually going to happen? I mean, we predicted everybody in this row said Liquid in the first game
I
today.
left it until the last minute to put my prediction in the chat because I was so torn. Just looking at like, it sounds kind of dumb, but Liquid haven't beaten Astralis in like over 2 years. And I know it's completely different rosters, but it's just like sometimes you see that with teams, and it has been through different roster iterations as well. That's something so I was like, oh, do I just go with the trend? But I didn't.
I haven't beaten my own demons, and it's been 28 years. So, I actually thought, I was going to say this if it happened. If Liquid won the first series, I was going to say they're going to beat Vitality also. Because rematch on the line, the fact that they have more to prove here, and then they don't even get past Astralis, and that was my whole narrative for the day gone. So that kind of killed it for me. And especially being from NA, I came all the way here. Probably was on the same flight as Liquid, honestly. And, you know, then we're all just disappointed.
Everyone's on that Liquid pack.
Rocks now. All right.
It's always so close.
Yeah.
It was like 12-7 on Dust 2, and there was a number of timing rounds, like close ones. So many. I mean, there's only a certain point where you can say there's an excuse. Like Astralis were super clutch, and like Lucky was insane, but it's just like, man,
that's the big one.
We need Liquid to do well. You know what I mean? We need Liquid to do well.
Do you think that they have what it takes, considering we're talking about, you know, them almost making it all the time?
Yeah.
Do you think they have what it takes
I'm
to get to
smoking
the
that pack to the butt. You know what I mean? Like all the way down, all 20. You know, I totally believe in them. I DM'd, so Maui brought up on the desk, like, you know, there's people who criticize adreN for being like, not an emotional leader, but like more of a tactical coach. That's just always been. But I was one of the guys who would see him, you know, behind them on stage during like a bad loss or something, and didn't feel like he was, you know, jumping up to really like inspire confidence. And, you know, I just feel like zonic is like a great example of someone who clearly does both. Like clearly is there, you know.
He's got the whole package.
I feel like if zonic touches you on the shoulder, he's like being blessed by God, right? Like, but adreN is just kind of like sitting there on the chair, and you know he brought the tactics and everything like that, but was missing that other side of things. So I was critical. But after seeing, you know, that period of time since he left, and whatever, now he's come back, and you can see how much Liquid have improved in their tactics and everything like that. I DM'd him, and I was just like, I just want to say, like, it hasn't been more clear to me, like, how insane you are as a coach and, like, how much you brought to the roster. So I really do think the team looks extraordinary. I think their T-sides look great. I think their mid-rounds look great. I mean, I can't explain all the close losses, but I do think they looked awesome. And I also want to say, is it weird? Is it like a bad take to say that the 1v5 they lost to Refresh like wasn't exactly a choke? Like it was a really legit 1v5 in the sense that they maybe made one shy mistake where like Naf pulled back to quad, but apart from that, it was like really fast and it's super good.
In a weird way, I feel like Naf's mistake in it was him and Elige probably made the biggest mistakes in that one. I mean, you can't blame them because they're the reason they got there in the first place. They were performing well all tournament pretty much. So it's so rough to look back at that one and just think of what could have been, because that would have been a top 4 finish. And who knows what they would have done against Na'Vi. Na'Vi probably takes that, let's be real. But the fact is they would have gotten to test their mettle against the best team in the world. And then we would have finally had a real standard to put them on, a real benchmark there. Instead, we're now just kind of saying, almost for Liquid again, almost for Liquid again.
I think the showdown, you know, it's only 2 weeks away. That's the big one for me, because this result in this group is a regression, like away from Pro League. I think a victory over Evil Geniuses in a 3-map.
Yeah,
3 maps? Sure. Like it's.
No, they 2-0'd them.
2-0'd them,
yeah. But that's all. Like they
exactly. So it's like there's nothing this weekend that really kind of like hammers home that they've recovered from that, or that they're going to take it to the next level. And I think unfortunately, right, if we're seeing a Liquid that like has these flashes of the pan of success, but then also has hiccups, we all know that the showdown is like cutthroat. And the teams that come from groups to showdown, those aren't normally the teams that get out. It's like last time it was Gambit, who was one of the invited teams that really kind of like rose to the top. And for some of these teams at showdown, and I'm thinking of like 9Z. 9Z took out Vitality. That was RPK's retirement. That was 9Z's first showing at Blast. And now they've got their second chance. Like this is supposed to be just better.
We've got maybe a potential rematch in Dignitas versus Liquid, and Dignitas upset Liquid last time too.
Good point, man. Good point.
There's these teams like
there's no sleepers, especially best of 1.
The tier 2 of Europe is just so relentlessly strong, and they have so many different tactics because they play the game a little bit differently. Whereas, you know, some of these top teams are going to be
sometimes a little bit more read the game, read the default anti-strat super heavy. Some of these teams in Tier 2 do just go for the full, let's play our own game, and it's some ridiculous styles. It can be super aggressive, can be super gimmicky, one-ways all over the place. Like, you just never know what you're gonna get until you do all your homework, and then even then, it might not be the map that you thought it was.
And it's scary to play a team like 9Z who is like, is like, looking to become a star. He's super young, insane opper.
So much
and
hunger.
You just don't have the data. Like, you can't compare yourself to the tier, whatever teams that they're playing against when they're practicing in Argentina and like, in SA when you don't know how they play or what they're like. And then you can only take so much from that. But they have so much data on you, on 100%. How to play versus you, what to do. And so, yeah, it's where underdog stories are made at the Showdown.
Yeah, I think if we think of pressure as well, like a little bit of that is going to be retracted by the fact that, again, this is their second try at a stage of this caliber. But second group of the Blast Fall groups comes up not tomorrow, but the day after. That's right, we're going to have the likes of NIP, Big, G2, and MIBR. 2 of those teams to the Blast Fall Showdown, 2 of those teams to the Royal Arena. We will have a day off tomorrow. Enjoy your time. Thank you for joining us all day long and also here at the Overtime Show. We'll catch you guys in a couple days with more Blast action.